Their voices resounded across the land, sending chills down everyone's spine. Seeing this scene, Wayy couldn't help but smile slightly and nodded. Very good. In that case, all of you follow me, yes. Ching and the others flew up without hesitation, following closely behind Wayy and disappearing into this world. After they left, the remaining people looked at each other before a wave of discussion erupted. What's going on? Has the Dark Lord awakened? Is this real or fake? The seal in the world has disappeared. Amidst the discussions, Song Jingyu's master, Wayy, had a solemn expression and suddenly turned around, pulling his disciple with him to leave. Master, where are we going? Song Jingyu asked, confused. Wayy said solemnly, we're leaving the ghost realm and returning to the sect. Song Jingyu was taken aback and asked in surprise, leave now? Yes, leave now. Despite having imagined multiple times how it would be to return home, when this moment truly arrived, a trace of reluctance arose in her heart. She looked back at the place where Wayy and the others had disappeared, silently thinking that young man should be safe. At the same time, Wayy was gathering people to rebuild the shadow guards. Aside from some nooks and crannies not worth her attention, Yansin had already cleaned up the entire ghost realm once. Without anyone's knowledge, Yansin had arrived at the core of the ghost realm along with Zuan. If not led by Yansin, an immortal king powerhouse, ordinary people would never be able to reach this place. This location was likely the hub of the entire ghost realm, the birthplace of all the ghost realms. Is this the place, Azu? And asked. Yansin nodded. That's right. I can sense that the origin of all the energies in the ghost realm comes from the land beneath our feet. All right, let's go in now, Zuan said calmly. Yansin pondered for a moment, or maybe I should go in by myself. Zuan looked up at him, smiled faintly, and asked, don't trust my strength. Yansin shook his head, of course not in that sense. But Wayy is also an immortal king-level powerhouse, and your strength has not fully recovered. Zuan chuckled and shook his head. Then you don't trust me? Looking him in the eyes, Zuan said seriously, I appreciate your concern, but even if my strength hasn't fully recovered, I wouldn't be afraid of just an immortal king. Moreover, a cold light flashed in Zuan's eyes. This guy slaughtered our clan's deities and must be brought to justice, so he must die by my hands. Yansin, seeing this, did not object and nodded, all right, let's go to the very origin of the ghost realm. With that, Yansin formed seals with his hand. The surrounding energy suddenly changed, and a cold yin wind enveloped both of them. As the yin wind dissipated, they had already disappeared. What kind of world was this? No up, no down, no left, no right. As far as the eye could see, there was only a vast expanse of mist. Time seemed to lose its meaning in this world. Here, the silence was so deep that one could hear their own heartbeat and the flow of their blood. This was the beginning of the ghost realm, the birthplace of the first ghost clan, called the Jiuyu. When Zuan and Yansin appeared in this world, the mist of Jiuyu seemed to be disturbed, gradually coalescing into giant and fierce evil spirits. This was the natural defense that formed in response to external threats, protecting the original power of the ghost realm from being plundered or disturbed. However, before these evil spirits fully materialized, Yansin formed a seal and said, break. Bang! A series of explosions rang out, and these evil spirits formed from mist were directly shattered. The mist began to retreat. It seemed that this world had a faint consciousness of its own. However, it had not found Way's whereabouts. Yansin furrowed his brow. What's going on? Why can't I sense Way's aura? Did he sense the danger and escape? Zuan smiled faintly. If he could escape, would he have used his clone to wander the world? Then why can't I sense any trace of him? Yansin was still puzzled. Zuan said calmly, you can't sense him now, because this time he actively sealed himself. What should we do then? Do we need to completely destroy this world? Yansin was also troubled. If this world were to be destroyed, it would deal a devastating blow to the entire ghost realm, possibly leading to its demise. After all, Jiuyu was the origin of the entire ghost realm. Zuan suddenly showed his white teeth, grinning at Yansin. Yansin instinctively took a few steps back, feeling a sense of foreboding. Old Zu, what are you up to? Why are you so afraid? I'm not going to eat you. Zuan chuckled happily. However, Yansin grew more and more anxious because he knew Zuan too well. Whenever he laughed like that, Someone was bound to suffer. I ask you, do you want to find that guy Wayy? Of course, I do. Yi Hanshin nodded repeatedly. Come here, I'll tell you the way, Zuan. And beckoned. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Hanshin moved closer. Before he could speak, Zuan suddenly transformed his finger into a blade, and with a swift motion, he cut a gash on Yi Hanshin's arm. What are you doing? Yi Hanshin cried out in surprise. Zuan calmly grabbed a drop of blood from Yi Hanshin's wound. It's nothing, just borrowing a drop of your blood. Yi Hanshin held his arm, feeling aggrieved. Hey, don't you feel guilty saying that? You already took a drop of my blood before, and now here again. Even though I'm an immortal king, my blood doesn't come easy, Zuan glanced at Yi Hanshin, then lowered his gaze. You're mistaken. This isn't stealing. If it's not stealing, then what is it? Taking it in front of you. Naturally, it's robbing. Yi Hanshin closed his mouth tactfully. Without saying anything else, just based on the hand Zuan just showed, he was willing to admit defeat. It was only at this point that Yi Hanshin finally understood that Zuan's previous words were not false. Even if he were to encounter Wayy now, despite the huge gap in strength, the outcome would still be uncertain. At the same time, Zuan could be seen rotating a blood bead that was floating in mid-air without stopping. The blood bead slowly flew towards the center of the array, and suddenly dropped down. As if someone had connected the circuit, the runes of the entire array began to light up gradually. With each breath, the entire array lit up with a brilliant light. Where the light shone, the white mist began to retreat crazily. Then Zuan took a deep breath and raised his hand to press down suddenly. Boom! The entire array crashed down into the void underfoot. An invisible shockwave spread out like lightning, evaporating the mist wherever it passed and gradually revealing everything that had been shrouded. It was only at this point that Yi Hanshin could finally see that within the void shrouded by the mist, there appeared numerous gray and withered tentacles. These tentacles crisscrossed the universe, their lengths extending far into the endless void. The sheer number of them was like devilish hair, making one's scalp tingle. And right in the center of these countless tentacles floated a large coffin. The coffin had a very ancient shape, with inscriptions depicting unknown creatures in fresh blood, emanating a majestic and ancient aura. Moreover, the coffin was bound by layer upon layer of golden chains, giving a sense of awe. It was evident that the coffin was very ancient, with many parts already showing signs of damage. Nevertheless, one could still feel the formidable seal attached to the coffin. Needless to say, this was where Way's true body was located. Yi Hanshin's expression brightened, and he stepped forward. However, Zuan raised his hand to stop him. Yi Hanshin was taken aback. What's wrong, Zuan said calmly. Haven't you noticed that the seal on this coffin has a strong restraining effect on the Immortal King, especially on you Ghost Clan Immortal Kings? What should we do then, Zuan? And smirked, of course, chill. With that, a red and white flame lotus appeared between Zuan's brows, and then drifted towards the numerous tentacles extending into the void. Although these tentacles were as dry as branches, they seemed to have a sense of self-awareness. As the flame lotus approached, the tentacles retreated like wild beasts scared of fire, moving back faster than the flame lotus could keep up. Seeing this, Zuan showed a slight cold smile. Do you still want to resist at this moment? With a flick of his hand, the flame lotus split into 2 parts, then into 4, and so on. In just a few breaths, these flame lotuses split into countless, forming a wall of flames that flew towards the numerous tentacles. This time, the tentacles could not escape. When the flames touched them, the tentacles instantly ignited, burning and crackling. In the flames, the tentacles struggled frantically, but to no avail. After just a few breaths, the many tentacles were roasted and broken into nothingness. In this situation, the coffin located in the center began to tremble, but even so, it did not show any signs of opening. Zuan sneered. Are you still pretending to be dead at this point? Fine, then I will finish you off. With a wave of his hand, the flame lotuses changed direction and headed straight for the coffin. At that moment, a terrifying fury emanated from the coffin. Zuan, you are going too far. With those words, a faint illusion appeared above the coffin. It was Wayy. At the same time, the flame lotuses had reached their target. Way's face showed extreme fear, and he suddenly let out a sharp whistle. A long and deep spatial crack appeared in front, blocking the flame lotuses from advancing. However, it was just a temporary measure. because the flame lotuses did not retreat, but swayed in front, as if waiting for an opportunity. Wayy, you were right. I am going too far. Zuan took a step forward, speaking slowly and deliberately. Way's face turned increasingly ugly. When Zuan had previously revealed his secrets before the hidden treasure, Wayy had been filled with fear. However, as Zuan had said, trying to hide was impossible, because his true body was sealed in this place. Helpless, Wayy had to enhance his own seal, attempting to keep his form hidden and make Zuan and the others leave empty-handed. This plan was not without its merits. However, he had never imagined that these tricks would be nothing but a joke to Zuan. With a drop of blood, all the fog lifted, revealing everything. Under Zuan's flames, the tentacles transformed from Way's cultivation were like paper tigers, easily incinerated into nothingness. Yet Wayy still tried to play dead. It was only when Zuan was about to take action against his coffin that Wayy reluctantly revealed himself. This was why he had always been so wary of Zuan's flames. So when he heard Zuan's words, he suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Zuan, you have killed my people. You have avenged them almost enough. What else do you want? Do you really have to go to such extremes, Zu?" And nodded. "You're right. Zuan, don't think that I am afraid of you now. I just don't want to end up with a total collapse." Wayy shouted in frustration. "All right then. Let me see how you will handle a total collapse," Zuan said coldly. Way's expression darkened, and he sneered, "Zuan, have you ever thought about the consequences if you kill me?" "Oh, what consequences?" "Heh, see for yourself." Wayy pointed, and an ethereal yet existent thread firmly connected him to all of this world. "See it? I am completely bound to the world. If you want to kill me, you will have to destroy this world completely. But by then, the ghost realm will also be ruined." Yi Hanchang's expression changed suddenly, and Zuan's face grew colder, with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Seeing this, Wayy laughed wildly. "How is it? Now better retreat obediently. The three of us can rule the ghost realm together, and live in peace. What do you think? Live in peace, with you or Zu?" Un suddenly chuckled, "You?" Wayy was taken aback. Zuan took a step forward, pointed to the sky, and coldly shouted, "Crimson Lotus Karma Fire, incinerate heaven and earth." Boom! With a command from Zuan, all the fire lotus flowers trembled in unison and then crazily split again. In an instant, the number of these fire lotus flowers began to grow exponentially at a frantic pace. In just a few breaths, endless fire lotus flowers came like a sea of flames, covering the sky and the sun. Everywhere they went, the ominous aura of 9 hells dispersed. The tendrils, in particular, retreated step by step as the endless flames advanced, eventually hurriedly hiding inside the coffin where Way's real body was. Way's heart raced with anger, his eyes ready to burst out of their sockets. "Zuan, you forced my hand." The great exile of time technique. The earth-shattering secret technique was once again revealed. And this time, because it was a matter of life and death, its power was several times stronger than before. With Way's roar, an invisible shockwave suddenly spread out, causing time to freeze wherever it passed, and the flickering fire lotus flowers to also freeze in midair, as if everything had been paused. Yi Hanchang's face turned serious. He also had a deep fear of Way's secret technique. Although the spread of the time technique slowed down drastically due to the obstruction of the fire lotus flowers, the shockwave was still gradually and determinedly expanding. At that moment, Zuan revealed a hint of mocking smile. "Wayy, as a strong immortal king, you should know that using the same tactics against a strong opponent is likely to fail easily. Cut the nonsense and face your doom." Wayy shouted furiously. At this moment, he was somewhat desperate because he knew that this battle would either end with his death or the deaths of Zuan and the others. There was no third option. In order to survive, he had staked everything. Throughout, his fear of Zuan had mainly come from these Crimson Lotus Hellfire. In his view, the real threat still lay with Yi Hanchang on the sideline. No matter how powerful Zuan was, his cultivation had severely declined at present, posing little threat. Yi Hanchang, on the other hand, was different. By this moment, Yi Hanchang had regained more than half of his strength. As fellow Immortal King powerhouses, this made Yi Hanchang a much greater threat to Wayy. The Great Exile technique was specifically designed to deal with Yi Hanchang. However, unexpectedly, at that moment, Zuan suddenly chuckled and said in a low voice, "Little leaf, lend me a drop of your blood." Before Yi Hanshang could react, Zuan swiftly cut a slit on his shoulder, inserted his fingers, and forcefully extracted a drop of blood emitting a faint golden light from the heart's bloodline. Yi Hanshang winced in pain and felt his body weaken. This drop of blood was different from the ordinary blood. It was the blood from the heart's bloodline, extremely precious. He knew that Zuan must have had his reasons for doing so, but having his blood taken by Zuan multiple times, Yi Hanshang couldn't help but complain. "Hey, old Zu, what do you think I am to you? A blood donation cow? You come and cut me for some blood whenever you feel like it?" Zuan lightly smiled and didn't respond to Yi Hanshang's words. Instead, he held the drop of golden blood in his hand and suddenly touched it to his forehead. The blood instantly seeped in, and Zuan's momentum surged forward. Yi Hanshang was stunned at this, realizing what Zuan intended to do. Although he didn't speak, a tinge of worrying appeared in his eyes. He was concerned whether Zuan could handle the energy contained in the drop of blood he took. After all, Yi Hanshang was an immortal king powerhouse, whereas Zuan was only at the half-step Daluo level currently. The huge gap in strength made it possible that Zuan could explode at any moment if not careful. However, soon Yi Hanshang realized that his worries were unfounded. Zuan's momentum leapt through several stages in just a few breaths, reaching the realm of Immortal King. His overpowering aura seemed like it could burst the entire world. However, this was only a temporary measure. In essence, Zuan had borrowed the Immortal King power from Yi Hanshang. This was never meant to last long. Wayy naturally noticed this and couldn't help but grin smugly. "Zuan, if you truly regained the Immortal King status, I would cease myself immediately. But now you are merely borrowing power through this secret technique. What can you do to me?" With that said, the time power, which had been slowly expanding, suddenly accelerated and charged toward Zuan. Seeing that he was about to be overwhelmed by this roaring time power once again, Zuan remained calm. He looked up at the sky, which cracked due to the massive energy, and calmly stated, "Seems like you're the only one who understands secret techniques." With a sudden motion, Zuan gazed at the incoming rush of time power, lifted his slender and distinctively structured hand, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Cause and effect." Following his words, he pushed his palm forward abruptly. The force of causality directly clashed with the oncoming time power. There was no sound. The collision of these two forces made no noise, as they were not actual energies existing in this world, but rather the law above all things. In the aftermath, a dazzling white light swept through the entire nine hells, shattering space and withering all things. Everything revealed its essence. Initially caught in astonishment by Zuan's utilization of the cause and effect secret technique, Wayy finally came to his senses and couldn't help but burst into proud laughter. "Zuan, you are indeed powerful. Not only do you possess the divine phoenix fire, but you also wield such a technique. But you are still not an immortal king, so you are doomed to lose." "Oh, is that so, Uzu?" Un raised his head to look at the exultant Wayy with a faint smile. "Talking about victory or defeat now. Don't you think it's a bit premature, huh?" Wayy was startled, not understanding the meaning behind Zuan's words. It was at this moment that Zuan raised his hand and snapped his fingers gently. "Because I haven't finished yet. Cessation of cause and effect. Asterisk snap asterisk." After everything returned to silence, the entire GU land, as if experiencing drastic changes in the blink of an eye, suddenly withered and became very ancient. Wayy stood dumbfounded, staring at the scene in front of him, almost unable to believe his eyes. Yi Hanshang's mouth hung wide open, until a while later when he took a deep breath and slowly uttered two words. "Unbelievable!" At this moment, Yi Hanshang could only marvel. Even he admitted that facing Way's strike, he would have to pay a heavy price to emerge victorious. However, Zuan, with only half-step Daluo cultivation, borrowing a drop of blood from himself, achieved a shocking reversal. The calm demeanor and the unfathomable karma secret technique displayed in this process made Yi Hanshang admire and acknowledge Zuan. Finally, Wayy slowly recovered from his astonishment, trembling as he looked at Zuan. "Where did you learn your karma secret technique?" Zuan faintly smiled. "Why do I need to learn from anywhere? Do you think everyone is like you? Sniffing around, proud of picking up some superficial secrets of time manipulation? No, it can't be. This is impossible," Wayy said in a daze. This incident had a tremendous impact on him. In fact, the reason why he easily threw himself into the dark, joyless park and willingly became a lackey was because he hoped to inherit the art of time manipulation. Although he achieved his goal in the end, he paid a heavy price for it. For example, he was now sealed in the GU land as evidence. So when he heard that Zuan had spontaneously comprehended the karma power that rivaled the power of time manipulation, he couldn't help but be shocked and envious. Impossible in your eyes, but to me, it's just so. With these words, Zuan slowly raised his hand and said to Wayy, as the doorman trapped here for so long, you must be tired of it, so I will send you on your way now. With that, Zuan's hands suddenly came together. Lotus unity. Boom! The flaming lotus flowers that had just broken free from the bonds of time started gathering together frantically following Zuan's movements. In a flash, an enormous, crystal-clear lotus appeared in the void. Way's face turned pale, unable to help but cry out, "Zuan, let's talk it out, I'm willing to." His fear stemmed from sensing the scent of death on the lotus flower. However, Zuan seemed not to give him a chance. He raised his hand, "Kill." The huge lotus flower disappeared instantly from its original position and reappeared above the phantom of Wayy. The phantom couldn't even struggle and was directly crushed, then the lotus fell into the coffin. The lotus root swayed like a sharp knife, piercing directly into the extremely hard coffin. Ah! A shrill scream came from the coffin, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't stop the lotus flower's invasion. Finally, the lotus roots densely wrapped around the entire coffin, and the flower began to tremble gently, absorbing countless golden drops of fresh blood along with it. With each absorption, the lotus swayed joyfully, and its fiery leaves grew even more lush. Ah, Zuan, what kind of monster is this? I will not let you off. Wayy continued to scream madly from within the coffin. However, Zuan remained motionless and continued to observe quietly. Seeing this scene, even Yi Hanshang couldn't help but breathe in cold air and feel his neck go cold, retreating a few steps. That lotus flower was indeed too eerie and terrifying. Wayy, a supreme emperor, was completely suppressed and even turned into fertilizer, being vigorously sucked dry. Such a secret technique was unheard of, not only to Yi Hanshang, but perhaps even in the celestial realms. At that moment, Zuan's aura abruptly dropped, and the light in his eyes shattered. The power borrowed from Yi Hanshang's blood was exhausted. Fatigue appeared on Zuan's face. After employing emperor-level power with only a half-step Daluo body, the immense pressure exhausted even Zuan. Despite this, Zuan stood tall like a sword, quietly watching the coffin completely covered by the lotus. Wayy, who had initially been angry and cursing, was now begging for mercy and wailing in terror. Ever since breaking through to emperor level and practicing the time manipulation art, he had not enjoyed a single day of freedom and was directly sealed in this place. After such a long time of maneuvering, he had finally seen a glimmer of escape, only to have it brutally crushed by Zuan. Furthermore, at present, the lotus flower was absorbing his blood and cultivation frenziedly. Wayy tried to resist, but it was in vain. This was the first time Wayy deeply felt the fear of death, abandoning all dignity, begging madly for his life. "Please, Lord Zu, spare me. I am willing to submit to a soul contract, become your most loyal servant. Just please spare me." Way's voice quivered, and the conditions he proposed were highly tempting. He was, after all, an emperor-level powerhouse. If he truly became Zuan's servant, it would be groundbreaking in the heavens. Even Yi Hanshang couldn't help but be somewhat swayed. But Zuan remained unmoved, quietly observing. After a while, Zuan coldly smiled, "Become my servant. Are you worthy of it?" Wayy was so taken aback by such audacity that he couldn't speak, but began shouting furiously again. "Zuan, you scoundrel! Even in death, I won't let you off. Remember, you will perish in the darkness." This curse was desperate and sent with every last bit of his strength. However, for Zuan, Way's curse was as irrelevant as a breeze, not stirring even the smallest ripple. "Those gods in the dark joyless park won't spare you," Wayy angrily roared. "I didn't expect this cycle of cause and effect to lead to a connection with the dark paradise." Thinking about this, Zuan let out a soft sigh, then casually waved his hand. With this wave of his hand, the lotus flower that was swaying slightly on top of the coffin trembled gently, then slowly unfurled. At the moment the flower bloomed, A desperate scream from Wayy came from inside the coffin. No. But this scream only lasted a short time before abruptly stopping. At the same time, the lotus flower fully bloomed. Upon the red and white petals faintly appeared delicate black patterns, as if naturally formed, emitting a strange and powerful aura. Other than that, the lotus flower had not changed in any way, not even increasing in size. Yi Hansheng widened his eyes gradually, because in his perception, Way's presence was no more. This could only mean one thing: Wayy had fallen. But after absorbing a powerhouse like an immortal king, was this minimal change all this lotus flower had to offer? It was truly unbelievable. At the same time, Zuan gestured, causing the lotus flower to retract its roots. The once eroded coffin was exposed to the air and instantly turned into dust. Then the lotus flower floated up, flew into Zuan's hands, rotating slowly and reflecting a colorful light. Yi Hansheng leaned closer, full of curiosity, and asked, "Elder Zu, is this your divine fire? It's so much more powerful than before." He even reached out his hand to touch it. Ju uncalmly said, "If you don't want to be absorbed like Wayy, then go ahead and touch it." This made Yi Hansheng instantly retract his hand, chuckling, "Well, I'll pass on that. Protect me with a spell." Zuan commanded, and the lotus flower floated up and entered his forehead. Boom! At the moment of complete fusion, Zuan's aura suddenly surged, then he slowly closed his eyes, surrounded by countless illusions formed by Che. Yi Hansheng took a few steps back in astonishment and asked, "Breakthrough in realm?" Yi Hansheng nodded and softly murmured, "Absorbing the full strength of an immortal king, not breaking through would be strange." He nonchalantly sat in mid-air to protect Zuan. Days passed, and on the fourth day, Zuan's aura grew even stronger, the illusions becoming vivid, forcing Yi Hansheng back a few more steps as he marveled, "Such a strong aura. What realm is he breaking through? Is he going straight from the half-step Great Luo realm to an immortal king?" Just as he spoke, Zuan's surging aura suddenly subsided and rapidly converged within. In an instant, everything returned to silence. Zuan slowly opened his eyes, with countless stars seemingly evolving within, too profound to look directly at. "From now on, I am of the Great Luo realm," he said as his aura finally submitted and the illusions in his eyes disappeared. Yi Hansheng trembled and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, there was no horrifying incident of going from half-step Great Luo to an immortal king. Yet, he still felt deeply shaken, remarking, "Great Luo, why do I feel like your Great Luo breakthrough is even more formidable than when I broke through to an immortal king?" Zuan smiled. "Oh, don't agree. How about we compare now?" Yi Hansheng shook his head repeatedly. "No, I'd rather not fight with someone like you. You're just a madman, can't be reasoned with." Then he looked at the desolate area where Wayy had fallen, his expression turning serious. "Elder Zu, Wayy is dead, but this 9 dark underworld has suffered significant damage. If left unresolved, the entire ghost realm could be affected. How do you plan to tackle this?" Yi Hansheng was keenly aware of the decay and wilting of the 9 dark underworld. As the source of the ghost realm, if its vitality ceased, the impact on the entire realm would be immeasurable. However, Yi Hansheng understood that Wayy had to be eliminated, not only due to their personal animosity, but also because the longer Wayy remained in the underworld, the harder he would be to eradicate. It was possible that he would eventually merge completely with the 9 dark underworld, making destruction of the underworld the only way to defeat him. Therefore, dealing with the crisis facing the ghost realm was the most important issue at hand. Zuan nodded. "I anticipated this and have a somewhat immature idea in mind, but it will require your full cooperation." "My cooperation?" Yi Hansheng was still unsure of what was meant. Zuan nodded before suddenly stomping his foot. Cracks spread from under Zuan's feet, extending throughout the entire world and shattering it. Yi Hansheng was taken aback. "You?" He was about to ask Zuan about his intentions when he froze. After the destruction, the essence of the ghost realm gradually emerged in the shattered 9 dark world. It was an incredible sight. Standing in the void was an immense, endless, extremely elaborate entity. Though its form was bizarre, it was exquisitely crafted. However, this entity had clearly been damaged. Through the broken exterior, one could see countless intricate gears inside. These gears interlocked with each other in a complex structure, mesmerizing anyone who looked at it. It was evident that once this giant mechanical entity started operating, it would be a spectacular scene. Unfortunately, the machine had clearly suffered irreversible damage, with gears halting their movement and the entire machinery losing its luster. Yi Hanshang dumbfoundedly stared until after a long while he muttered in coarse words, "Damn, this is an alchemical construct." Zuan stood before the massive entity without any change in expression and said calmly, "Just realized that." Exactly. That Wayy connected himself tightly with this alchemical creation, so now that he's dead, this alchemical creation naturally suffered severe damage. "So what do you plan to do next?" Yi Hanshang asked. Zuan smiled. "What do I plan to do? Don't you already have the answer to that question?" Yi Hanshang was stunned for a moment, then let out a long sigh. "Lao Zu, I really admire you for this. No wonder you asked me about the relationship between me and the alchemical civilization before. You already guessed that this would happen, right?" Zuan smiled, his eyes narrowed. "Something like that. I just prepared in advance." Yi Hanshang smiled bitterly, shook his head, then looked deeply at the massive alchemical creation in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Lao Zu, I am responsible for this matter, but I haven't been in contact with the alchemical civilization for a long time. I don't know the specific situation over there now. And a creation as massive and intricate as this alchemical construct cannot be restored by just any alchemist. It is very likely that we need to find a true master craftsman to repair it. But how easy is that?" Yi Hanshang's face looked somewhat dim as he said this. Zuan said nonchalantly, "How do you know if you don't try?" Yi Hanshang looked at Zuan deeply and finally nodded, "Right? How would we know if we don't try? Let's go. There's nothing much to see here. We've been out for a few days, and our family must be worried, so let's go back first." Zuan said lightly, then turned and left the 9 abyssal land. Yi Hanshang turned to look at the massive alchemical creation, murmured softly, "Strange. How does Lao Zu seem to understand the alchemical civilization better than me?" After saying this, Yi Hanshang shook his head, sighed, "I guess I've been tricked again. But I'm used to it." Sigh. Then he followed suit and left the 9 abyssal land. And just at the moment when Wayy was destroyed by Zuan, outside the ghost realm, adjacent to the ghost realm, in the demon sealing cave within, the once calm world suddenly trembled violently. In the former demon sealing town, now, the Mingxin Palace, Jinding Pavilion, and the other 7 major realms had all united, with the new main altar established in this demon sealing town. At this moment, the elder with a sword from Mingxin Palace was deciphering the sword techniques left behind by Zuan when he departed. When the world trembled, his face changed drastically. He stood up abruptly, broke through the wall, and flew outside directly. At the same time, in the demon sealing town, the radiance shone brightly, and all the experts from the 7 major realms all came out, standing in shock on the sky, looking at each other, not knowing what had happened. "The tremor is coming from the ghost realm." The elder with a sword suddenly spoke. "The ghost realm? Could something have happened to the Lord?" At this thought, everyone's hearts sank. More than a year had passed since Zuan left, but there had been no news, and no one knew what had happened in the ghost realm. So everyone couldn't help but worrying. Especially Sheng Miaotong. Her face was extremely pale. But just at this moment, in the entire demon sealing cave, which was initially noisy and chaotic, the spiritual energy that had been in opposition suddenly quieted down. It was as if long-standing enemies had reconciled, and the chaotic aura of heaven and earth began to settle down. This anomaly started subtly, but soon all the experts present felt it. With it came a gradual boost in everyone's strength as the energy started to realign. This made everyone look at each other until after a long time, the elder with a sword gently exhaled and said in a deep voice, "We may have been thinking too much. No need to ask, this anomaly must be the result of the Lord." This sentence astonished everyone present, and they all showed expressions of shock. If the elder with a sword was correct, did that mean the ghost realm had already been dealt with by Zuan? But was that really possible? Just as everyone was filled with doubts, suddenly a cultivator rushed over, shouting loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, we just captured 2 human cultivators who returned from the ghost realm. They seem to know what's going on there. Oh, bring them over quickly." Soon, a cultivator led the pale-faced Wen Lingqi and Song Jingyu into the presence of the crowd. When Wen Lingqi saw so many cultivators with exceptional strength present, her eyes showed a hint of fear. Seeing this, the elder with a sword took a step forward and said sharply, "Girl, don't be afraid. We are not bad people. I just want to ask you, since you returned from the ghost realm, do you know where my lord is?" "My lord? What is his name?" When Linghui asked tremblingly. The elder with the sword spoke calmly, "My lord's name is Zuan." "Wow, it's that young master." Song Jingyu couldn't help but exclaim. The elder with the sword and the others were all stunned, then smiles appeared on their faces. Sheng Miao Tong couldn't wait and took a few steps forward, asking eagerly, "You know the lord?" Song Jingyu nodded, "Of course I do. Jingyu." When Linghui called out, Song Jingyu pursed her lips and remained silent. When Linghui looked up at everyone, "So you are all subordinates of the lord. Since that's the case, then I need not conceal it. We know." Zuan naturally, "How is the lord now?" The elder with a sword asked eagerly. When Linghui breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly, knowing she was no longer in danger. "Your lord is fine, but the nobles in the ghost realm are in trouble." Next, when Linghui recounted all the information she knew. When they heard that the king of the underworld had awakened, and Zuan was on par with the god fire ghost lord, the crowd was in an uproar. They looked at each other, and then all smiled ruefully. "It seems that the lord seems to have handled the ghost realm without needing our help," the elder with a sword said. Sheng Miao Tong, on the other hand, listened with a stunned expression. The king of the underworld, the ghost lord. These terms were all unattainable existences to her. Her heart couldn't help but sink deeper and deeper. The events in the demon ceiling cave were unknown to the ghost realm. In fact, at this moment, the ghost realm was going through a brief period of tranquility after a storm. Even the events in the Nine Abyssal Land were unknown to the ghost realm. In fact, the consequences of the missing origin of the ghost realm would take a long time to manifest. In short, the ghost realm was akin to a giant, and the missing origin was like the giant losing its breath. However, with the remaining warmth of its life force, the entire ghost realm could continue to function for some time. In today's Wayy family, it has become a terrifying figure in the eyes of many powerful families in the ghost world. Just mentioning this name would make people shudder. As for Yi Hansheng, he has become an existence that numerous people dare not mention in their deepest nightmares. During this period, Yi Hansheng has proven his strength through his ruthless and decisive methods. The throne-like Dark King seat formed from the blood of numerous powerful families is not to be trifled with. Faced with such an existence, even the most stubborn and rebellious ghost clan strongmen have to lower their heads obediently and dare not act rashly. However, if they had the opportunity to see Yi Hansheng's current appearance, they would probably be completely stunned. Seeing Yi Hansheng smiling while lying on the ground, with the two little girls, Xiang and Nianian, riding on his back and circling the yard, is a stark contrast to his usual ferocious demeanor. Not to mention the overflowing smile on his face, even the act of kneeling on the ground as a mount is shocking enough to make people disbelieve their eyes. But this is just the beginning. Yi Hansheng lifts his head and laughs at the two little girls, Xiang, Nianian. "Hold on tight, because I'm about to fly." "Okay." Xiang and Nianian both respond in unison, then excitedly grasp Yi Hansheng's clothes. Yi Hansheng then shouts, "Up!" With this command, he lifts the two little girls into the air and soars into the sky, circling around at a swift pace like a flying horse. The two little girls are ecstatic and keep shouting, "Wow, you're amazing!" Nianian exclaims, "Big brother, you're awesome!" Xiang praises. Despite enjoying himself, Yi Hansheng's expression falters at Xiang's words, and he says somewhat helplessly, "Xiang, haven't I told you before? Call me Uncle Yi from now on. Don't always call me Big Brother, it sounds bad." "Heh, but Dad said if we want to call you Uncle Yi, you have to give us a red envelope. Otherwise, we won't change." Xiang smiles mischievously. Yi Hansheng, ... He then reluctantly says, "Fine. I'll give you one. Sometimes I wonder if your dad is a vampire." "Hey, little leaf, what nonsense are you saying in front of Xiang and Nianian? I've been listening the whole time." Zuan, who was sitting and drinking tea in the courtyard with Yan, interjects without lifting his head. "Little leaf. Lao Zu, do you want to call me that again?" "I'll." Yi Hansheng stops in his tracks, excitedly asking, "What will you do, Zu?" And lifts his eyes to look at Yi Hansheng, a hint of amusement in his expression. I'll happily refer to you as Big Brother. Yi Hansheng can't help but think to himself. Are you the immortal king, or am I the immortal king? Why do I feel like I'm being suppressed so tightly? How can I reason with being in the Great Luo realm being suppressed by the immortal king realm? Eventually, the two little girls tire from playing, and Yi Hansheng carries them back to the courtyard. The two girls run excitedly to Yan and chattering endlessly. Mom, we flew so high just now. Yansin exclaims. Yeah. The big brother said he would give us a red envelope. Xiang adds. Yan can't help but laugh wryly, quickly pouring them some water to calm them down. Meanwhile, Zuan looks at Yi Hansheng and asks casually, Little Leaf, what red envelope are you planning to give my two daughters? Yi Hansheng grins, sits down on a stool, gulps down some tea, then wipes his mouth. Actually, I've already prepared the red envelopes for the two nieces. Even if you didn't mention it, I would have given them. Heh Zu. And smiles faintly. Hey, Lao Zu, what do you mean by heh? It doesn't mean anything. I'm just smiling. Absolutely no mockery intended. Zuan says lightly. Yi Hansheng can't help but feel frustrated and slams the table as he stands up, alarming Yan. Zuan, without even raising his eyelids, asks, why stand up? Are you looking for a fight? Yi Hansheng shivers all over, quickly puts on a smile. Heh, of course not. Fighting is no fun. I'm just giving my two nieces a red envelope. With that, he hastily raises his hand, flips it, and reveals two crystal clear droplets in his palm. Seeing these two beads, Zuan is momentarily stunned. He was just joking with Yi Hansheng, but he didn't expect him to really prepare a gift, and a precious one at that. Indeed, regardless of age, women all love jewelry. Even the two little girls couldn't resist its charm. When they see the beads, they are amazed. Wow, these beads are so beautiful. Yi Hansheng smiles slightly, then indulgently gives the beads to Xiang and Yansin. Here, Xiang, this one's for you, and Yansin, this one's for you. Thank you, Big Brother. Xiang receives hers earnestly. Big Brother again. Ah, thank you, Uncle Yi. Xiang and Yansin say in unison. Yi Hansheng nods with a smile, so obedient. Let Uncle teach you how to use these beads. He then gently taps the hands of the two girls. The beads instantly merge into Xiang and Yansin's hands as if alive. Where did the beads go? The two girls ask in surprise. Yi Hansheng smiles, don't worry. Now touch your forehead. Indeed. At the moment when the beads disappeared from Xiang and Yansin's hands, a drop of blood-red crystal appeared on their foreheads. This instantly adds a touch of ethereal aura to the already exquisite and adorable two little girls. Xiang and Yansin curiously touch their foreheads where the crystal is. Wow, it's so magical. Yeah. How did it get to my forehead? Because they love cute children like you the most. And Uncle Yi tells you, if you think revealing them isn't good looking, just close your eyes and think, and they will disappear. The two girls follow Yi Hansheng's instructions and try it out. Sure enough, the two crystals disappear instantly. The two girls are excited. Yan can't help but smile and say, don't forget to thank Uncle Yi. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Xiang and Yansin say earnestly. No need to thank me. We're friends, right? Yi Hansheng says indulgently. Yi Hansheng smiled and then casually sat on the stool, saying, all right, do we really need to say thank you between us? Besides, I get along well with my two nieces. They both call me uncle, so it's only natural for me to give them a small gift. If even the absolute protective power of the immortal king is considered a small gift, then what in all the heavens can be considered a big gift or zoo? And chuckled. You've caught on. Yi Hansheng laughed. Zuan nodded. Of course I have. In fact, from the moment Zuan saw those two crystal beads, he knew that Yi Hansheng's gift was extremely significant. Because those were not just ordinary crystal beads, they were treasures imbued with the absolute protective power of the immortal king. Such items, even if created by strong immortal king like Yi Hansheng, would consume a lot of energy, and might even cause his power to rapidly decline in a short period of time, indicating the high cost involved. And to make an immortal king pay such a huge price, it shows how precious they are. That's why Zuan expressed his thanks so seriously. Alright, I can't help you right now, so I made these 2 crystal beads as gifts, which can also help protect these 2 little girls for you. After all, Yi Hanshang said softly, what you are about to face is a dangerous situation that others can hardly imagine. Yi Hanshang's words were heartfelt. He was well aware that someone with Zuan's strength, who was once the pinnacle of the heavens, must have countless enemies. If he were still at the level of immortal venerable cultivation, everything would be fine. But the key is that he has now returned due to various reasons, his power greatly diminished. If this news were to spread, Zuan would likely face the coveting and scrutiny of those extraordinary beings from the deep corners of the heavens. The danger is obvious. And that's not all. This time Zuan also bears the mission of investigating the blood feud that wiped out the Hua clan. This clue has now led to the dark forbidden land in the universe, and who knows what shocking entities will be involved in the future. When the time comes, Zuan will be facing insidious threats from unknown sources. With these 2 factors combined, one can see how precarious Zuan's current situation is. That's why Yi Hanshang spent so much energy, just to share some of the burden for Zuan. Zuan naturally understood this, but as Yi Hanshang had said, between brothers, there was no need for thank you. So he just raised his teacup towards Yi Hanshang in acknowledgement. Yi Hanshang also raised his cup with a smile, and they both drank it in one go. After putting down the teacup, Zuan suddenly laughed lightly. Actually, sometimes I think, if those enemies who thought I was dead found out that I had resurrected, I wonder what expression they would have on their faces. Yi Hanshang said wryly. What expression could they have? Of course, they would take advantage of your current weakened state and quickly eliminate you. Zuan smiled and then said, you know what? I have never cared about those people. Because in my past life, I surpassed the immortal kings and reached the pinnacle, so in this life, I can do the same. In short, those so-called void sects and supreme immortals in the heavens are nothing more than chickens and dogs to me. Zuan said this with a calm expression, but his tone was filled with immense confidence. Do you think I sound arrogant when I say this, or Zu? And asked. Yi Hanshang shook his head solemnly, of course not. In fact, I think you're absolutely right. I've long been fed up with those old guys in the depths of the stars. When we have the opportunity, let's take care of them together. All right, let's take care of them, Zuan said with a smile. Damn, the more we talk, the happier I get. How about having a few drinks? Yi Hanshang scratched his head and said, Zu. Nodded, let's have a few drinks then. Where should we go? Yi Hanshang's eyes lit up, and then he enthusiastically said, why not go to Ming Yao's place? She brews the best wine. Let's not come back until we're drunk tonight. Zuan was slightly surprised, then nodded with a smile, all right? With that in mind, the 2 immediately flew up into the sky. As with their strength, the distance from the Wayy family to the endless desert was nothing. Oh, right, you can't call it the endless desert anymore, because it was now covered with lush green vegetation, appearing very lively. The desert city. Ever since the desert underwent such a dramatic transformation, there have been many more merchants coming here, and as a result, this city has flourished. But Donghin was not very happy recently. She had noticed that ever since the owner of the manor went out once, he seemed like a different person, not daydreaming in the backyard anymore, but busy brewing wine all day long, leaving all the affairs of the city in her hands. This naturally made Donghin quite unhappy. Today was no exception. Donghin worked tirelessly to handle the city affairs, then she went to the backyard to discuss some important matters with Ming Yao. But as soon as she crossed the threshold, Donghin smelled a strong aroma of alcohol, so rich that it almost made her drunk on the spot. And when she walked through the corridor, she saw Ming Yao in the wine cellar of the side hall, completely focused on something. Master! Donghin called out. Ming Yao didn't lift her head. What is it? Well, recently, there has been an increase in merchants in the city, so I am planning to expand. All right, you make decisions on the city matters yourself. No need to consult with me. But, before Donghin could finish her sentence, she saw 2 beams of light swiftly flying towards above the desert city. Sensing these 2 auras, the busy Ming Yao was shaken, and when she looked up, a look of joy appeared on her face. Then she took a deep breath. Donghin, yes. Quickly prepare the hall and exquisite dishes. Forget it, I'll make the food later. You quickly prepare a clean room. Why? Donghin was still a bit hesitant. Because very distinguished guests are coming. As soon as she said that, Zuan and Yi Hansheng had already landed in the courtyard. Ming Yao radiated a brilliant smile, cupped her hands in a salute. "Greetings, Lord of Darkness. Greetings to you, sir. Master Ming, we apologize for visiting unannounced today. We just want to ask for a bowl of wine from you. Is that all right?" Yi Hansheng said with a grin. Ming Yao became even happier. "Of course, please come in." Lord Ming and Lord Gui concurrently arrived at the desert city. This piece of news, if it were to spread, I wonder how many people's eyes would be shocked. No wonder the master has been busy making wine recently. Turns out she already knew that Lord Ming and the others would come. But is that white-clad youth the Lord Gui that the master has been unable to forget about? He looks so young. Wintercold's mind was full of random thoughts and quickly cleaned up a clean haul. After the two sat down, Ming Yao smiled and said, "Please wait a moment. I will go prepare some wine and dishes." "Thank you." Yi Hansheng smiled and nodded. Lord Gui is too polite. It will be ready soon. After saying that, Ming Yao went out to prepare. When only Zuan and Yi Hansheng were left in the room, Yi Hansheng kept laughing at Zuan. "What are you laughing at?" Zuan couldn't help but ask. "Heh, you haven't said a word since you came here. Are you feeling guilty?" "Guilty? Why would I feel guilty? If I were guilty, I wouldn't have come." "Then why aren't you saying anything? Haven't you noticed that Lady Ming's eyes have been on you the whole time? Are you here to drink or to meddle, Zhu?" Un glanced at Yi Hansheng. Yi Hansheng immediately closed his mouth. Meanwhile, Ming Yao entered with some delicate snacks for wine, along with a jar of wine. Yi Hansheng couldn't help but say, "Just one jar of wine?" Ming Yao smiled and said, "Lord Ming, this jar of wine is a new wine I recently developed. It's very strong, even more potent than drunken dust of the past, so I estimate you won't be able to drink this jar of wine." Yi Hansheng pursed his lips. "I don't believe it. What's the name of this new wine then?" "Forget the dust of the past," Ming Yao said softly, but her eyes glanced towards Zuan. Zuan remained silent for a moment, then smiled and pushed the cup forward. "In that case, let's see what this forget the dust of the past is like today." The wine was amber-colored, with a strong fragrance. Before even drinking it, there was already a hint of intoxication. Sitting at the table were two people, but Ming Yao filled 3 cups. She then raised a cup towards Zuan with a graceful smile. "Lord, here's to you." Zuan raised his cup, about to speak. However, Ming Yao had already emptied the wine in her cup. Zuan sighed slightly and drank the cup as well. As the wine entered his throat, it felt like a fire rushing through his lungs, even causing Zuan to shudder slightly. "Truly exceptional wine, Zhu." Un put down his cup and couldn't help but praise. Yi Hansheng asked, "Is it? Let me try." After speaking, he eagerly drank his cup and then savored the taste. "Indeed, it's good." At that moment, Ming Yao nodded slightly towards the two of them. "Gentlemen, please enjoy your conversation. I'll leave for now." After speaking, she left the room and closed the door behind her. Once she was gone, Zuan and Yi Hansheng exchanged a glance. "Old Zhu, the name of this wine carries deep meaning." Yi Hansheng sighed lightly. Zuan smiled faintly, refilled the cups with wine, and said, "For some souls tormented by memories, if this wine truly helps forget the past, even if it's poison, some people will drink it without hesitation." Yi Hansheng shivered slightly, his smile fading from his face. He then raised his cup and said lightly, "Yes, let's hope this drunkenness truly helps forget many things." Meanwhile, in a flower hall outside, Ming Yao, feeling tipsy, had been leaning against a pillar and eavesdropping on the conversation inside. She grinned silently, knowing that these words were likely spoken by Zuan specifically for her to hear. But some things, how could they be easily forgotten with just a cup of wine? The drinking session between Zuan and Yi Hansheng lasted for 3 days and nights, and they still couldn't finish the jar of wine. Of course, it was because this wine jar was a special artifact, appearing small on the outside, but containing a hidden world inside. Although they didn't manage to finish the wine in the jar, Yi Hansheng was completely intoxicated. He was incoherent and just slurred his words on the table. Zuan, on the other hand, remained sober throughout, getting more clear-headed with each drink, making his eyes shine brightly. "Old Zhu, I am truly grateful in this lifetime for having met you, my brother." Yi Hansheng spoke with a heavy tongue. Zhu nodded. "I feel the same way." He then helped Yi Hanshang up. You're drunk. Let's go, Kai. I'm not drunk. Old Zu, do you know how much pain I am in right now? I once liked a woman. I promised to marry her, but when I returned after achieving my cultivation, she was already married. Sob, sob. Yi Hanshang was truly drunk, revealing things he had never told others, and he cried bitterly. Zuan sighed lightly. He knew Yi Hanshang had something weighing on his mind, likely love-related, but he didn't expect it to be such a melodramatic story. Old Zu, do you know how envious I am of you? Despite losing your cultivation, you found your wife and children again. So, you must take care, you must cherish them. After all, compared to these, cultivation means nothing. Yi Hanshang continued to ramble. Zu nodded. I know. Don't worry. You're also exhausted, so rest for a while. With that, a glint in Zuan's eyes, his powerful spiritual sense directly knocked Yi Hanshang unconscious. Then, he helped Yi Hanshang outside into the courtyard. Ming Yao had not left, and when she saw Zu helping Yi Hanshang out of the room, she approached. Lord, Zu nodded. Yaoer, thanks for your hospitality. Yi Hanshang is completely unconscious now, so I must take him back. Ming Yao's face paled, but she forced a smile. All right? Zuan helped Yi Hanshang and was about to take off when Ming Yao added with a teary voice, Lord, I don't want to forget the past. Zuan paused, then without turning back, he chuckled. All right? If you don't want to forget, then don't. Will you still drink the wine I brew in the future? Ming Yao stepped forward, her gaze piercing. Zuan turned his head to look at Ming Yao and nodded with a smile. Of course. Ming Yao smiled. Then may Lord have a safe journey. Zuan smiled, then flew up and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Ming Yao stood still for a while, then walked away without saying a word. Master, Lord Gui and the others have left. Winter Cold, who appeared behind Ming Yao at some point, couldn't help but speak up. Ming Yao shivered suddenly, regained her composure, then glanced deeply into the sky before turning and walking away. Master, where are you going? Winter Cold asked in surprise. Soon, Zuan brought the heavily drunk Yi Hanshang back to the Wayy family. Yan, who was chatting with Wei Qing with a smile, stood up in surprise when she saw them. Honey, what happened to him? Wei Qing hurriedly came forward. Zu handed Yi Hanshang to Wei Qing with a smile. It's okay. He's just drunk. He'll be fine after a nap. Wei Qing breathed a sigh of relief and then helped Yi Hanshang back to the house, settling him down properly. Yan complained. Why did you drink until now to come back? And you even got little Yi brother drunk like this. Zu smiled and pulled Yan into his arms, saying softly, it wasn't me who got him drunk. In fact, he has the cultivation of a celestial king. It's not easy for him to get drunk. This time, he chose to drink himself. Oh yes. Everyone has something untouchable in their hearts. He should be the same. Zuan sighed softly. What about you? Yan suddenly lifted her head from Zuan's embrace, looking at him intently, and asked softly, Me, Zu. Chuckled, then reached out and tousled Yan's hair, saying in a melancholy tone, Do you know? Before I found you again, and until I couldn't stop thinking about you, I got drunk more than once in those 3,000 years. Yan listened quietly, tears shimmering in her eyes as she understood Zuan's meaning. But now I won't get drunk again, because I have found all those untouchable things in my heart, and I won't lose them anymore. Yi Hanshang's drunken episode lasted for a full 3 days before he finally woke up. As he opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling for a full hour, he gradually began to remember what had happened before. The conversation in the courtyard, the journey to the desert city, the forgetting of the past, getting heavily drunk. These events flashed through Yi Hanshang's mind like a revolving lantern. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, Yi Hanshang jumped out of bed, not even bothering to put on his shoes, and scrambled out of the room. But as soon as he stepped out, he saw Zu sitting on a stone bench under the big tree in the courtyard, with a teapot emitting a gentle steam in front of him. When Zuan saw Yi Hanshang rush out, he smiled faintly, awake. Here, have a cup of tea to clear your head. Yi Hanshang's surprise faded as he approached Zuan and stared at him fixedly. However, Zuan remained unaffected, calmly pouring the tea. How long was I drunk for? Yi Hanshang asked in a deep voice. 3 days, Zu filled a cup of tea, handed it to Yi Hanshang, and then smiled faintly, To be precise, 3 days and for hours. Yi Hansheng didn't take the tea Zuan offered, but instead stared at him, hesitantly asking, "Did I say anything while I was drunk? Like some nonsensical words?" "What? Just gibberish?" Yi Hansheng asked nervously. Zuan shook his head, "No." With a sigh of relief, Yi Hansheng slumped back on the stone bench, took the cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. At that moment, Zuan said casually, "Actually, what does it matter to marry a woman? You can always steal her." Yi Hansheng, who had just swallowed the tea, spluttered it out, exclaiming, "Zuan, are you joking with me or Zuan shrugged, half smiling, "I am serious, but I didn't mean to joke with you. If you feel embarrassed to take action, I can help you for free. Get lost." An hour later, the now calmer Yi Hansheng looked at Zuan somewhat somberly and couldn't help but say, "Are you ready to leave so soon, Zuan?" And nodded, "Yes. There are still many things to do. We can't linger here forever. Or, shall I go to the Alchemy civilization for you?" Yi Hansheng hesitated. Zuan glanced at him with a half smile. "Are you sure?" Yi Hansheng's face paled slightly, and he finally lowered his head. Seeing this, Zuan felt a moment of compassion, lifted his hand, and gently patted Yi Hansheng's shoulder. "All right, this whole thing started because of me, and the ghost realm has become what it is because of my intervention. Naturally, I have to resolve this karmic situation. Besides, I have a grand plan in mind, and I hope to achieve it through this journey of alchemy." "What plan?" Yi Hansheng asked in astonishment. Zuan shook his head with a smile. "I can't tell you now because it's not mature yet, but I can guarantee that if it succeeds, you will be amazed. So, you'll know when the time comes." Yi Hansheng nodded at his words, but then suddenly inserted a finger into the center of his forehead, a pained expression on his face, gradually pulling something out from the depths of his mind. Zuan watched quietly as the object emerged, its radiant glow fading, revealing an exquisitely crafted square shape composed of 16 unique small cubes on each side. A Rubik's Cube, yes, just like the Rubik's Cube frequently seen on Earth. The only difference being that this Rubik's Cube was far more exquisite than the ones outside, and through each of its small cubes, countless gears could be seen faintly interlocking within it. This Rubik's Cube was a marvel of artistry, clearly pushing the limits of human craftsmanship, displaying mechanical beauty to the fullest. Even Zuan couldn't help but be slightly mesmerized upon seeing it. Yi Hansheng said in a deep voice, "Lao Zu, this Rubik's Cube is the only connection between me and the Alchemy civilization. Although it is also an alchemical creation, it is extremely special. In fact, I still don't know what its purpose is. And if you enter the alchemical world through it, you won't appear as an outsider, oh Zuan." Raised an eyebrow slightly, "You mean?" "That's right. When I entered that world through this Rubik's Cube before, I appeared with a different identity. In other words, it seems to be able to alter certain timelines, allowing you to have a position in that world, Zuan." And nodded, "Understood." He then took the Rubik's Cube. Yi Hansheng hesitated a bit. "Lao Zu, when do you plan to leave?" Zuan looked up at the sky. "During the 3 days you were drunk, I have already settled everything, so there is no time to waste. I'll leave now." "Now?" Yi Hansheng was surprised. He knew Zuan was planning to leave, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. "Yes, because I can feel that this world is gradually dying." Yi Hansheng fell silent for a moment and then said with a bitter voice, "Then, safe travels." Zuan smiled, "Don't worry. This time, there will probably be many surprises." With that, a glint appeared in Zuan's eyes. He controlled the Rubik's Cube with his surging spiritual consciousness, causing it to rotate wildly. And when the Rubik's Cube reset completely, the void trembled suddenly, revealing a nearly perfect rectangular space-time rift. Zuan grasped the Rubik's Cube in his hand, took a step forward, and said lightly, "Off I go." With that, he disappeared into the space-time rift, which then vanished. In the courtyard, Yi Hansheng stood desolately, looking at the spot where Zuan had vanished, sighing lightly after a long while. Meanwhile, in the far-off molten lava land, Jinju, who was preaching, suddenly shook and turned to look at the horizon. "Master, what's wrong?" Rong Yang, the former master of the molten lava land, inquired in a respectful manner. Inside the space-time channel, the sight was filled with bizarre and colorful scenes, because the light was refracted back and forth in the chaotic space-time, which Zuan had long been accustomed to. In addition, now that he had reached the level of a high-ranking cultivator, Crossing a void in the various heavens posed no pressure for him, not to mention this time, he also had the guidance of the alchemical magic square. So, for Zuan, crossing the void this time was simply a breeze. Finally, the space-time tunnel came to an end. As the radiance in front of him first flourished and then gradually dispersed, what appeared before Zuan was an extremely magnificent and grand scene. This was an endless sea of void, with no stars, no celestial bodies, everything empty and desolate, as if even specks of dust did not exist in this space. Yet, right in the midst of this extreme desolation, there floated a tremendously huge planet. If you could call it a planet. There were many strange and peculiar planets in the various heavens, and Zuan had seen many, so nothing was particularly surprising to him. However, this planet was distinct from the stars in the various heavens. Because what made up this planet was not ordinary rocks, but endless gears. Yes, this was a planet entirely constructed of gears and various intricate components. Its massive size exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Even from a considerable distance, it still occupied more than half of Zuan's field of vision, demonstrating its vastness. Additionally, above the planet, there were dozens of ring-like structures similar to Saturn's rings constantly orbiting. In essence, this entire planet was a cold alchemical creation exuding an extreme sense of mechanical beauty. Zuan took a deep breath. Even though he had once been a divine immortal and experienced countless grand scenes, this sight was a first for him, shaking him to his core. What was more important, he vaguely sensed that this seemingly magnificent and splendid planet seemed to have a kind of indescribable strangeness. Like a once illustrious, but now fallen noble family, giving off a strained feeling of trying hard to maintain dignity. At that moment, the alchemical magic square that had been guiding Zuan suddenly trembled, then melted into Zuan's palm, disappearing from sight. Immediately after, an immensely powerful suction force emerged suddenly, pulling Zuan towards the center of the planet. Zuan didn't resist, because he could feel that as he flew towards this alchemical planet, the timeline of the Void Sea was also changing along with it. This is getting interesting. A hint of a smile crossed Zuan's lips. He simply closed his eyes, completely releasing control over his body, and then transformed into an arc of light, plummeting into a certain part of the planet at lightning speed. When Zuan opened his eyes again, what appeared before him was a dirty and muddy street. It was more of a narrow path than a street, lined with shanties made of scrap metal, crooked and shaky, appearing as though they could collapse at any moment. The road was covered with large patches of oil stains, and the air was filled with a peculiar scent of machine oil and rust. In short, this was not a very pleasant place. Zuan, however, didn't seem to mind. He looked down at the tattered shirt covered in various oil stains that he was wearing. Even the cuff had a big tear, revealing a slightly slender arm. His palm was not visible because it was wrapped in a relatively clean dress, but the blood seeping through the dress hinted that the hand was injured. Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly, his divine sense surged, his cultivation shook, and then he nodded. Fortunately, both his cultivation and divine sense were intact. Through a puddle's reflection on the ground, Zuan could see a slender young man. This young man was entirely different in clothing from him, but their faces were identical. A faint smile appeared on Zuan's lips. He knew, this must be the doing of the alchemical magic square. After modifying the timeline, it was clear that he had become a part of this world. Logically, if the timeline in the void were altered, he would completely become a different person, with even his strength no longer remaining. Yet, now most of his strength had been preserved. Zuan was aware that this was because his strength had surpassed the limit that the alchemical magic square could modify, otherwise this world wouldn't have been so kind as to preserve his abilities. And because of this, the alchemical magic square only made superficial changes, like some insignificant clothing alterations, not even changing his appearance in the least. This is getting interesting, Zuan murmured softly. In essence, this world seemed like a play in the midst of a performance, and Zuan was akin to a stranger who had suddenly barged into the backstage of the performance. However, due to Zuan's overwhelming power, this world couldn't alter or expel him, so it had to accept his presence with some superficial changes. I wonder what kind of identity this alchemical magic square has given me, and how many people's memories can be affected by the change in the timeline. Or does it directly alter people's memories? If that's the case, what's the connection between this alchemical magic square and the will of this world's heaven? Zuan muttered to himself as he studied his current identity. Unbeknownst to him, the appearance he now bore would appear entirely different to the onlookers on the street. Poor Andrew, seems like he got beaten silly. An elder shook his head, sighing. Who can we blame for this? Isn't it because this Andrew is so bold, daring to go against Kopit and his crew? Another middle-aged man sneered. You can't say it like that. Kopit and his gang have been increasingly brazen lately. Take this time. Poor Andrew finally found a high-quality, alchemical item in the junk mountain, but after Kopit heard about it, they directly snatched it away, even injuring Andrew's hand. You know, getting injured in such an environment is practically a death sentence for Andrew, isn't it? An angry woman in her 30s exclaimed. The middle-aged man turned pale upon hearing this. Sakina, what are you talking about? Keep your voice down. If Kopit's people hear you, neither of us will survive. Sakina realized her error and hastily shut her mouth. Yet, following that, she still cast a sympathetic glance at the young man standing silently by the water puddle in the distance, whispering to herself as though Andrew had already gone mad. Poor Andrew indeed. Actually, if it weren't for fearing retaliation from that group of people led by Kopit, she would really hate not going up to him now, taking Andrew home and helping him recover. At this moment, a woman rushed over anxiously from the street. This woman had deep purple long hair, an average face, but a good figure, at least catching the eyes of several men on the street as she ran. Seeing this, Sakina couldn't help but sneer coldly and muttered to herself, disgusting person making a living selling flesh. At the same time, the woman had already run up to Zuan, then gasped for breath and said, Andrew, something's wrong. You need to run. Zuan snapped out of his analysis of the situation, glanced at the woman, and memories given by the timeline floated into his mind. Erisa, a woman who made a living from flesh trade and had a good relationship with Andrew before, according to the timeline rules. She often helped the destitute Andrew. Even the clean dress wrapping the wound at this moment was given by her. Zuan was organizing these memories. When Erisa saw Zuan silent, she thought he was scared silly from the previous blow and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But with the situation urgent, she could only say anxiously, Andrew, I know you're sad, but you can't beat those Kopit people. They all have the support of big shots in the city. Thank you, but why should I run? Zuan suddenly smiled and said softly. Somehow, when Erisa saw this smile on Andrew's familiar face, she couldn't help but shudder, but quickly pushed aside these oddities from her mind. Andrew, I just returned from the Bear Tavern, and Kopit's people are there. I have a good relationship with the bartender there. He secretly told me that the Kopit group has already had too much to drink, and one of them proposed to come here to find you. Erisa blushed. These words were hard to say for someone like her in the flesh trade. Zuan's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness. Bear Tavern. Erisa nodded. Yes, but they are still inside drinking and having fun. I came to inform you as soon as I knew. You? Before she could finish her sentence, Zuan had already interrupted her. Thank you for the information. How did you get here? Erisa was puzzled, not understanding why Zuan was asking this, hesitated and said, I took a black car, but that darn driver refused to enter the town and only waited outside. So I had to run over. Zuan nodded, good, then turned and walked out. Erisa was dumbfounded. Andrew, where are you going? Zuan said lightly, to take a ride, then to the Bear Tavern. Heavens, Andrew, are you crazy? Have you listened to what I said clearly? Those troublemakers from Kopit are preparing to cause you trouble. Erisa shouted excitedly. Zuan turned his head, smiled, yes. It's because they are causing trouble for me that I plan to go solve it. No, Andrew, you can't go. Erisa suddenly rushed forward to block Zuan's way, then said seriously, I know you're angry, but those Kopit people are not ordinary people. Some of them are even half cyborgs. You are no match for them. Zuan laughed. How would I know if I don't try? After speaking, Zuan left on his own. Erisa stood still until Zuan had gone far away. She suddenly shuddered, then came to her senses. Just now, although Zuan was smiling, Erisa felt that within his frail body, it seemed like a mechanical war dragon was awakening, the extreme danger almost making Erisa faint. And when she came to her senses, she suddenly remembered something, turned and ran outside the town. But when she got to the street, all she saw were the exhaust fumes left by the black car in the distance. Erisa stomped her foot heavily, then suddenly turned around, smiling at the only man in the town with a mechanical motorcycle. "Vassaris, can you take me to the Bear Tavern?" Vassaris whistled and held up 3 fingers. "I can, but you have to accompany me for 3 nights. Arisa gritted her teeth. "Tonight's, and I can do your laundry." "Deal, my darling." Just as Arisa sat on Vassaris's motorcycle, which should have been scrapped a long time ago, and headed to the Bear Tavern, outside the tavern, Zuan got down from a black car cobbled together from various scrapped parts, miraculously capable of flying. "Wait here for a moment. I'll go deal with a little trouble. I'll settle the fare for you when I come out," Zuan said lightly. The black car driver poked his head out of the window and smirked strangely. "Of course you can. After all, that whore Arisa has already promised to pay me for the round trip. It's you, mate, with your looks entering this bar is very likely to cause trouble. So let me kindly advise you, maybe you should." Before he could finish his sentence, Zuan had already walked straight towards the Bear Tavern. The black car driver sneered, muttering to himself, seeking his own death. At the same time, Zuan had already entered the Bear Tavern. There were no guards at the door, because in this land, it was always the people in the tavern bullying others, so they didn't bother with guards. Turning a corner, the ferocious and rhythmic music burst directly into his ears. The air was filled with the smell of unpleasant tobacco, and in the flickering light, countless people were dancing wildly to the music. Reckless living. Only these 4 words could describe the life inside the Bear Tavern. Zuan's eyes quickly scanned the entire hall, not finding Coppet and his companions. He frowned slightly and walked up to the bar. At this moment, there was a scantily clad bunny girl sitting here idly, and as soon as she saw Zuan's appearance, her eyes lit up. Although Zuan's attire was tattered, she still approached and asked with a smile, "Excuse me, sir, are you alone?" Zuan smiled faintly. "Yes." "Is Mr. Coppet here?" At the mention of Coppet's name, the originally smiling bunny girl instantly froze, then nodded. "Yes, he's here. But who are you?" "Oh, it's like this. There might be a little misunderstanding between me and Mr. Coppet. He seems to be looking for me, so I've come." Zuan's smile was genuine. When the bunny girl heard this, a deep look of compassion appeared in her eyes. As a woman working in this bar, she certainly knew what kind of people Coppet's group were. They were all vicious bastards and lunatics. The so-called misunderstanding he mentioned definitely wouldn't be good. Pity this boy, so handsome yet so naive, even taking the initiative to come and resolve the issue. Did he think he could win Coppet's group over with just this? Impossible. Those guys' hearts were probably already replaced with cold metal. Although she felt some sympathy, the bunny girl dared not say anything else, otherwise it would be her misfortune. So she nodded. "Please come with me." Saying that, she led Zuan through the hall, up the stairs, to the 2nd floor. The environment here was much quieter, but from time to time, strange sounds could be heard from the rooms on both sides of the corridor. There were cries and wails. But obviously, the soundproofing here was excellent. Even the walls were made of silvery white metal. When they reached the end of the corridor, the bunny girl gently pushed open the door. "Mr. Coppet is here. Please go in." Zuan gave her a slight smile and said, "Thank you." With that, he stepped inside. The bunny girl closed the door and sighed softly in her heart. Such a pitiful boy. The light in the room was very dim, with a strange and pungent scent lingering in the air, like a heavily made-up woman trying to arouse your desires. Through the ambiguous light, you could see a circle of sofas placed in the middle of the room, with men and women sitting together, drinking and having fun, occasionally bursting into loud laughter. No one noticed Zuan's arrival. In the impression of this group of people, they were always the bullies, never considering that someone would dare to come to them. So, at this moment, they were very relaxed, enjoying this decadent and joyful life. "Hey, that young guy from the town yesterday looks really good. Boss, I can hardly control myself. Let's go find him later." At that moment, a bald strong man grinned and said. His words elicited laughter from the group. Several men also shouted, "That's right, boss. You didn't see it. When I broke that young guy's hand tendons, he wanted to cry but didn't dare. Looking so pitiful. Just thinking about it is exciting. Heh, and that young guy is also very lucky, actually being able to find such high-quality gears in the garbage mountain. They can even be used as alchemy materials." "Nonsense. Can that be considered lucky for him?" "That depends on our boss's luck. Just in time for the trade fair to start, he actually got such a treasure. Another man retorted. Kepit was sitting in the middle of the sofa, and after hearing these words, he revealed a smug smile. He was very muscular, even sitting, he seemed like a mountain of flesh. At the moment, he was indeed very pleased, because the gear they snatched from the town was indeed very valuable, coinciding with the trade fair. If he could buy some high-quality enhancers or potions from this trade fair, his strength would further improve. In this world, strength means everything. Good wine, women, everything had to be obtained through fists. So naturally, he was in a great mood. Moreover, the suggestions from his subordinates also reminded Kepit of the handsome face of that boy, making him even more excited. But just as he was about to speak, suddenly, the lights in the room were turned on. The bright and glaring light made these people, used to darkness, very uncomfortable. What the hell? Who turned on the lights? Turn them off. Someone roared. Just then, a calm voice sounded in the ears of everyone in the room. Mr. Kepit, it's a pleasure, we meet again. Upon hearing this sentence, including Kepit, everyone in the room was stunned, because this voice sounded somewhat familiar. And when they looked up, they saw Zuan standing in the shadows by the door. This time, the sudden tension that had risen due to the unexpected turn of events was swept away instantly. Kepit and the others glanced at each other, and then burst into laughter together. Damn, you scared me there. I thought it was an enemy coming for revenge. Someone cursed. The bald strong man who had lusted after Andrew before also smirked. Oh, I thought who it was. Turns out it's you, little girl. What? Feeling bored and decided to come to us voluntarily? When he said the words little girl, he deliberately emphasized the tone, filled with teasing meaning. But as soon as his voice fell, Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly, a flash of light in his eyes. A sharp blade silently appeared in front of the bald strong man, then cut through effortless. Puff! The bald strong man's head flew up like a soccer ball, blood gushing out like a fountain, splattering all over the floor. The strong smell of blood and the sudden violence left everyone stunned. Just then, Zuan stepped forward to a chair, sat down slowly, and then showed a faint smile. Mr. Kepit, I think we can have a good talk now, right? Kepit's face suddenly turned grim, his cold eyes fixed on Zuan like poisonous snakes. Andrew, I never thought we underestimated you. You're quite skilled. But what do you want to talk to me about? Simple. Return what you took, and then tell me. What was that trade fair you were just talking about? Zuan said casually. These words stunned Kepit and the others, then they glared at each other, their faces twisted in a fierce expression. Andrew, do you know what you're doing? Someone sneered. Of course, and unfortunately, this is your only choice. Zuan said calmly. Kepit looked at Zuan coldly. Then with a sinister tone, said, okay, I can do as you say, but what then? What then? Zuan leaned back on the leather sofa, comfortable, and stretched lazily. Heh, do my men have to die in vain? Kepit's eyes filled with killing intent, the left hand that cost a fortune, reconstructed with alchemy as a mechanical tool, slowly clenched. Oh, I understand. Zuan nodded. I promise you, as long as you do as I say, I can let you die in a decent way. What do you think? The whole place erupted. Kepit was enraged. You fool. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt his vision blur, then saw Zuan, who had been sitting on a chair, standing in front of him without knowing when, looking down at him from a high position. The kind of mockery in Zuan's eyes made Kepit shiver, because he could only see that kind of look from those high-level alchemists. It was a contempt that higher-ups had for lower-ups. But then, he felt an infinite sense of humiliation and anger. After all, the boy in front of him was the one he had bullied the day before, and now he suddenly turned into this. Of course, he couldn't accept it. So he was burning with anger, and within his chest, the mechanical heart, also modified by alchemy, burst with an extremely powerful energy. That energy rushed into his mechanical left hand, making his left fist tighten, sparks flickering, then a punch struck toward Zuan standing in front of him. The force contained in this punch felt as if a fighter jet was rushing towards him, causing a whirlwind in the whole room. But in the face of such a blow, this young man seemed to have been scared silly, standing quietly there, not reacting at all. Regarding Kopit's men, they all revealed a look of pride and bloodthirst. However, at this moment, Kopit suddenly felt his indomitable fist being abruptly stopped by a huge force. In his infinite astonishment, he saw Zuan with one hand behind his back and his other hand casually holding onto Kopit's mechanical left hand. Zuan then glanced at Kopit with interest. Interesting. You actually managed to deliver a strike with the power of machinery equivalent to at least a peak golden immortal by relying solely on mechanical strength. Kopit instantly regained his composure, his face showing a hint of madness. His mechanical heart seemed to explode as it started wildly pulsating, releasing immense energy that all surged towards the left fist held by Zuan. A series of crackling sounds resonated from the left hand, accompanied by flashing electricity, clearly indicating that the power output had exceeded the critical point of collapse. However, this caused the power of the left hand to ascend slightly once again, vibrating intensely in an attempt to break free from Zuan's grip. Unfortunately, all efforts were in vain. Though held casually, Zuan's hand felt as solid as steel, and Kopit couldn't shake it in the slightest. This made Kopit's eyes fill with horror and fear. He was confident that his strike was enough to defeat an intermediate alchemist, but why couldn't he even budge a single hair on this youth? At that moment, Zuan's lips curved into a cold smile. It's a pity, Mr. Kopit. It seems you're not willing to cooperate. In that case, I can only... As he spoke, Zuan suddenly clenched his hand. Bang! Kopit's hand burst as if made of paper, with sparks flying everywhere as he let out a deafening scream. But it didn't end there. Chu kicked Kopit to the ground, then stepped on his chest and forcefully pulled upwards. With crackling sounds of metal friction and breaking, followed by a muffled crash, Kopit's arm was pulled off by Zuan. Sparks flew, and exposed wires dripped oil like blood due to the intense pain, causing Kopit to writhe on the ground like a fish out of water. Assessing the still quivering mechanical arm in his hand, Zuan wore a charming smile. Mr. Kopit, I think we can have a good conversation now, right? The room fell into a deathly silence, so quiet that one could hear people swallowing nervously. Kopit's expression was filled with boundless fear. He had never seen such a violent being like Zuan. If he had won by alchemical means, Kopit could have accepted it. However, he had never sensed any mechanical fluctuations from Zuan throughout. There was only one explanation. This Andrew relied solely on his physical strength to suppress Kopit's mechanical arm and tore it off. But was that even possible? Kopit had never heard of anyone combating machines with sheer physical strength. Yet, with the evidence before his eyes, disbelief wasn't an option. In that moment, he gazed at Zuan with sheer terror. He even thought that within this slender teenager's body must hide a mechanical behemoth. Otherwise, how could he be so vigorous? Therefore, he nodded without hesitation and stuttered, of course. He then turned to his bewildered subordinates and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Go get Mr. Andrews' item back." These subordinates jolted back to reality, yes. They hurriedly opened the safe in the room and retrieved a small box, placing it on the table tremulously. Zuan glanced at it. Inside was a gear emitting a faint purple light, incredibly delicate. Mr. Kopit, if you had cooperated earlier, you wouldn't have suffered like this, would you? With that, Zuan lifted his foot from Kopit's body, walked to the table, and sat down. Yes, it was my mistake. I've offended you. Kopit kept apologizing and struggled to stand up from the ground. However, just as he was about to rise, he signaled his men with a look. Fire! With that command, these wicked thugs quickly grabbed firearms from under the table and near the sofa, aiming at Zuan and pulling the triggers. Yes, firearms existed in this world as well. Due to the highly developed mechanical civilization and alchemy, the firepower here far surpassed Earth's firearms. For example, at this moment, under the torrent of bullets, the furniture in the room was pulverized. Especially Kopit, with his remaining right hand holding an exquisitely crafted revolver adorned with alchemical patterns, insanely pulling the trigger. The alchemical-powered bullets were incredibly potent, creating shockwaves that cracked the walls of the room with just their residual force. Such a loud commotion naturally startled those outside the room. In the private room on the second floor, many heads peeked out curiously, wondering what was happening. Unaware of the exact situation, once they confirmed the source of the noise was Kopit's exclusive room at the end of the corridor, they quickly retracted their heads, pretending not to have heard the gunshots. Only the bunny girl who accompanied Zuan looked pale, filled with sympathy. She had warned against it. But what would happen now? Alas! Moments ago, there seemed to be cries from inside, and now this loud commotion. The young man might be in grave danger. Her eyes reddened, feeling helpless and sorrowful. Suddenly, the dense sounds of gunfire vanished, followed by utter silence, shrouded in an eerie stillness. The gunshots were replaced by a sense of foreboding, deathly quiet. The bunny girl was stunned. What was happening? What were those maniacs in Kopit's gang up to? Suddenly, the door of the room at the end of the corridor gently swung open. The bunny girl's eyes widened gradually as she stared blankly at Zuan smiling. He walked out from the darkness behind the door. Her mind went blank. What was going on? Why did this young man seem unscathed? Could it be that he didn't clash with Kopit, or what about those gunshots just now? Puzzled and perplexed, the bunny girl watched Zuan approach her and asked with a slight smile, "Excuse me, where can I take a bath?" The bunny girl was momentarily caught off guard. However, as she was about to speak, her whole body trembled, her pupils shrinking to tiny dots in an instant. Soon, she forced herself to calm down because she didn't want to anger this mysterious and powerful young man covered in blood. In a trembling voice, she said, "Yes, sir, there's no place to shower in this bar." "Oh, is that so?" Zuan responded indifferently, showing no sign of disappointment. But the bunny girl clenched her teeth and said, "But sir, I can offer you a simple wash-up at where I stay. If you don't mind, you can come with me." Zuan glanced at the bunny girl and smiled slightly, saying, "Thank you." The bunny girl suddenly became cheerful. But before leaving, she suddenly remembered something, turned back to the end of the corridor, and firmly closed the slightly ajar door. Still feeling uneasy, she even hung a sign on the door with bloody words saying, "Do not disturb." This was specifically prepared by Kopit to enjoy himself without any interruptions. Once the sign was hung up, no one was allowed to enter that private room. After doing all this, the bunny girl turned around and said to Zuan, "Sir, please follow me." Hearing the sound of water coming from the bathroom, Haida gradually calmed down. She didn't know why she was so bold, daring to bring such a dangerous young man back to her place. But when she thought of the bright smile on the young man's face, Haida's face gradually turned red. As for Kopit and the others, Haida was certain they were dead, because when she closed the door, the room was already filled with a nauseating stench of blood. Strangely, Haida didn't feel any fear. Instead, she was calm and relieved. Thinking of the atrocities that Kopit and his men had committed against her, Haida hated them to the core, and she was sincerely grateful to Zuan as well. At this moment, Zuan, who had finished washing up, walked out of the room. He had already taken off his old clothes and put on a set of clothes that Haida had specially picked out for him. Seeing this clean and handsome young man standing in front of her, Haida couldn't help but feel a little dazed. In a trance, she even thought her brother, who had supposedly been brutally murdered by Kopit and his men, had come back to life. "Thank you for the clothes," Zuan said, taking out a gear and placing it on the table, then turned and walked out. Gears were the universal currency in this world. This gear with a hint of blue gloss was obtained by Zuan from Kopit's safe. Since everyone was already dead, these possessions couldn't go to waste. Zuan felt no pressure about this. In fact, he felt a bit nostalgic. During his cultivation in the various realms, he had faced and looted many cruel and unkind cultivators due to lack of resources without any support from a sect. This time was no different, and Zuan didn't want to change the timeline prematurely, as it could lead to stronger rejection from this world, potentially jeopardizing his plans. So he followed the identity set by the alchemical magic square, step by step, to see what would happen next. He believed that the reason the alchemical magic square had assigned him this identity meant that there were clues ahead. And indeed, he learned about the trade fair from Kopit, confirming his speculation that this world was far more complex than it seemed. Therefore, he refrained from using powers beyond this world's understanding, and even avoided alarming Enyan. He couldn't be sure if Enyan's sudden appearance in this world would trigger a strong rejection, which would complicate matters. Even without rejection, it was likely that the alchemical magic square would forcefully alter the timeline, giving Enyan a new identity. This was something Zuan didn't want to see, so he chose to play by the rules of this world. In essence, Zuan was now like playing a puzzle-solving game, and he had no intention of cheating because what he was looking for was extremely important. Haida looked at the gear on the table, then raised her head to see Zuan walking away, and said, "Sir, I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for killing those villains of Kopit." Zuan didn't look back, but a faint smile appeared on his lips as he said softly, "No need to be polite. Just a small favor." With that, Zuan walked out of the room, leaving Haida slightly confused, standing in place. Just a small favor. It was now nighttime outside. A crimson moon hung in the sky, casting a blood-colored glow over the land, illuminating the dark night. It wasn't a full moon, so the power of the crimson moon wasn't fully unleashed. Each month, there would be a day when the power of the crimson moon would reach its peak, lighting up the whole world. Its brightness could rival that of the sun. Yes, the brightness of the crimson moon could be adjusted by people. Even the scorching sun during the day was the same. In this world, even the sun and moon were alchemical creations. It's just that over time, the control mechanisms for these alchemical creations from the ancient alchemical civilization had been lost. Relying solely on the powerful alchemical rules, the sun and moon rose and set, waxed and waned in a routine manner, but no one could control them anymore. Inside the raucous Bear's bar, the noise continued. On the street outside, the black car driver was muttering to himself as he waited. "I must be crazy, still waiting for that guy. He's probably been eaten clean by now, turned into a corpse." The black car driver muttered to himself, preparing to start the vehicle and leave. However, at that moment, a sound like a beast growling and mechanical roar could be heard from a distance. The black car driver shuddered all over, his face turning pale in an instant. He recognized what that mechanical roar was, and just as he nervously turned the key to leave, two huge beams of light suddenly lit up, making him unable to open his eyes. Following the mechanical roar, a massive motorcycle with a skull-shaped front and a strong steampunk aura slowly drove by. The black car driver trembled in fear, but forced himself to calm down, lowered the window, and put on a smile as he leaned out. "Lord Coppet, are you going out driving again?" Before he could finish his sentence, the black car driver's eyes widened in horror. He was shocked to see a handsome young man riding on Coppet's exclusive vehicle. It was Andrew, who had taken a ride in his car before. The black car driver's mouth hung open. At that moment, Zuan turned his head, gave him a slight smile, snapped his fingers, and a gear flew into the car window. "There you go, for your fare." This. The black car driver wanted to say something, but Zuan said calmly, "Can you please tell me the direction to the Qing Stone City?" The black car driver stared blankly until after a long time when he finally noticed that the cogwheel Zuan had tossed to him was actually emitting a blue light. Hiss! He actually gave me so much money. And what's the deal with his car? Isn't that Lord Coppet's exclusive ride? The black car driver muttered softly. At the same time, accompanied by a deafening roar, a tattered motorcycle billowing thick black smoke wobbled its way to the front of the Savage Bear bar. Aisha leapt off the back seat and immediately spotted the black car on the street, rushing over. "Hey, where's Andrew? Did he enter the bar?" The black car driver nodded. "Of course, he went in a long time ago." Aisha immediately let out a howl of despair, then turned around, angrily shouting at the middle-aged man. "It's all because of this broken motorcycle of yours. It broke down halfway. Now everything's ruined." The middle-aged man was also a bit annoyed. "Aisha, you can insult me, but please don't insult my motorcycle." "What? It's broken, so what? Can't I say it?" Aisha became more and more fierce. "You." The middle-aged man was left speechless. Aisha shed a few tears of sorrow in front of the Savage Bear bar. "Poor Andrew, why won't you listen to advice? Now, I guess you're already in trouble." Ahem. The black car driver suddenly cleared his throat a few times, then said, "Aisha, are you worried about that boy just now? You don't have to be. Because about 3 minutes before you arrived, that boy had already left on Lord Coppet's war chariot." "What?" Aisha exclaimed. "Are you sure you're not mistaken? Are you kidding? Who am I? How could I be wrong? And he even settled my car fare before he left." The black car driver raised the cogwheel in his hand. Aisha's eyes gradually widened, eagerly asking, "Where did he go?" The black car driver shrugged. "I have no idea. But before he left, he asked me about the way to Qingshai City. And then he left." "Qingshai City." Aisha's face instantly turned somewhat pale. "Yes. Aisha, you're lucky. This nobleman is generous, and the cogwheel he gave me is enough for the round-trip fare, so I don't need you to accompany me. Goodbye." With that, the black car driver casually drove away. The middle-aged man came over. "Aisha, Since that guy Andrew has already left, why don't we go back now? This way, we can make it home by dawn." As he spoke, the middle-aged man greedily eyed Aisha's figure. Before his sentence was complete, Aisha erupted in anger. "Get lost. It's all your fault for delaying me meeting Andrew, you stupid groundhog. You actually want to sleep with me." Aisha was like a fierce white swan, roaring furiously. The middle-aged man blushed and backed away, wanting to argue, but afraid of causing a scene in the Savage Bear bar, so he gloomily said, "Aisha, you BTCH, just you wait." With that, he shamefully rode off on his motorcycle, leaving Aisha standing alone in a daze. Qingshai City. "Andrew, why are you going there?" As the crimson moon gradually descended in the west and the rays of light rose from the east, illuminating the world, people began to busy themselves with their daily lives. At this time, the Savage Bear bar fell silent, its patrons who had been up all night dispersing, the barmaids exhaustedly lying down on the bed, ready to sleep. But just then, a piercing scream from the second floor shattered this rare tranquility. The entire Savage Bear bar buzzed with activity once again. Moritz, the bar manager, who had been tormented by insomnia but had just sipped a glass of champagne, was also jolted awake by the scream, immediately sitting up in anger. "By the gear deity above, if I catch the B*TCH who's screaming like that, I'll cut out her tongue to make a doorknob for the bathroom." Moritz stormed out of the room with rage, and several of his men followed silently as he headed upstairs, about to erupt. As they turned the corner, the piercing scream pierced Moritz's eardrums. A waitress was sitting paralyzed in front of a room at the end of the hallway, hysterically screaming, "Allah!" Moritz was furious, taking a few steps forward and grabbing the waitress's hair. "You damn B****, do you know you've disturbed Lord Moritz's beauty sleep?" The intense pain in her scalp made the waitress's scream abruptly stop, but it didn't mean she had regained her composure. She trembled all over, making choking sounds from the exosphere, like a chicken waiting to be slaughtered by the butcher. Moritz frowned slightly. This damn woman seemed to have been completely scared out of her wits. What's going on? Could it be that Lord Kopit and his people are up to some new antics again? As the manager of the Savage Bear bar, he knew whose room this was and was well aware of Kopit and others' cruel and twisted preferences. But because Kopit had intricate connections with his boss behind him, Moritz had always chosen to turn a blind eye to these matters. He even often tacitly indulged them. After all, if you want beasts to work for you, you must first satisfy their desires. Therefore, over the years, Moritz had seen corpses being taken out from that private room more than once. The bizarre and outrageous torture methods sometimes left Moritz in awe. Of course, this also resulted in his employees being frightened more than once. But never had he witnessed such an extreme reaction as this waitress had. Moritz felt a hint of doubt, then walked up to the room door. The door was slightly ajar, apparently pushed open by the waitress. Although not yet inside, the overpowering and nauseating smell of blood could already be detected. There was a dark stain on the carpet under the door crack, obviously dried blood stains. Moritz frowned. In his mind, Moritz was calculating. He pushed open the door with confidence and stepped into the room. The room was dark, and the smell of blood was overpowering, assaulting his nostrils. Moritz pulled out a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, speaking in a muffled tone. "Lord Kopit, I apologize for interrupting your entertainment, but I would like to ask if you need any help." His words were polite, but there was no response. Moritz's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. Could it be that he had partied too hard last night? Was he still not fully awake? Such occurrences were not unheard of, so Moritz took a few steps forward. Suddenly, he felt a slippery and sticky sensation under his feet, as if he had stepped on a puddle of mucus, which made him feel nauseous. By the gear god above, what had these guys been up to? Moritz, who had a slight touch of cleanliness obsession, couldn't help but curse inwardly. However, at that moment, Moritz suddenly stepped on something soft, causing him to fall to the ground unexpectedly. As his eyes gradually adjusted to the light in the room, he suddenly noticed, at the moment of his fall, a corpse lying in front of him with wide-open eyes, long dead. By the gear god above, Moritz was certainly not afraid of just a mere corpse. But when he saw the face of this corpse, a chill suddenly arose from the depths of his heart, causing his body hair to stand on end. He recognized the identity of the dead body, one of Kopit's henchmen, who was usually extremely arrogant and cruel. However, This bully was now dead with a look of terror in his eyes. Moritz began to tremble, and in a trembling voice, he said, "Lord Kopit, are you there?" Still, there was no response. The room was eerily silent. Moritz disregarded his expensive suit and, trembling, crawled to the switch by the door. Click! As the switch was activated, weak alchemical energy flowed back along the circuits, casting a soft incandescent light throughout the room. The scene that unfolded before Moritz's eyes made this bar manager, who thought he had seen countless brutality and bloodshed, let out an extremely terrified scream. The black sofa had been dyed crimson with blood, and the carpet on the floor had become sticky with too much blood absorption. Everywhere was the color of fresh blood, and under the bright light, the once magnificent private room had turned into a slaughterhouse. Yes, it was literally a slaughterhouse. Bodies lay scattered on the floor and sofa, each riddled with countless bullets. Strangely enough, from the various signs, it could be seen that these people did not die instantly at the time, but struggled for a while before dying in despair after their blood ran dry. In the midst of this sea of corpses, Kopit, who looked like a small mountain, sat in the center. Remarkably, there were no bullet holes on him, only that his left arm seemed to have been forcibly ripped off by some tremendous force. But he was dead beyond death, as what sat on the sofa was a headless body. Next to his head on the coffee table, his large head was neatly placed on top. There was a hint of puzzlement remaining on Kopit's face, as if he couldn't believe that he had died so easily. Beside his head, his mechanical arm was also placed. It was clear that the person who placed them was calm, even taking the time to arrange them parallel to each other. However, all this only filled Moritz with deep fear, and he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. As his followers entered the room, all of them were shocked by the gruesome scene before them. "Lord Moritz, Kopit," one of his followers stuttered. Moritz leaned against the wall, gasping heavily for a few moments, then gradually regained his composure, and said sternly, "Everyone, leave, then seal off this place. Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter." "Yes." Moritz then turned and dashed up to the third-floor manager's office. On the desk in this office was a skeleton of a messenger bird. Moritz took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, picked up the bird, dipped its beak in ink, and quickly wrote a few words on the paper. "Kopit is dead. Come quickly." After finishing writing, the bird skeleton trembled for a moment, and then the words on the paper miraculously disappeared. The wind bird, a simple yet efficient communication tool, was usually reserved for transmitting extremely important messages due to its high cost. After completing these tasks, Moritz finally sat back in relief in his chair, his face pale with fear after the shock. After a while, he reluctantly picked up his pipe but couldn't seem to light the tobacco inside. Because he had only one thought in his mind: a major incident had occurred. Though Kopit was an irredeemable scoundrel, he had a good relationship with Moritz's boss. Now that he was dead, Moritz's boss would certainly not take it lying down. Especially considering Kopit's death scene, it clearly carried a message of both a demonstration and a warning. This would only make the situation uncontrollable. In this territory, no one dared to show such audacity to Moritz's boss. And in a fit of rage, his boss would surely stop at nothing. At the thought of the ferocious beasts under his boss's command being unleashed, Moritz's eyelids twitched. "By the gear god above, please don't let me be involved," Moritz murmured softly. And as the boar's head bar boiled over due to the violent deaths of Kopit and his men, outside the Flintstone city, Zuan drove his giant motorcycle to a slow stop. Before him lay a dilapidated mechanized city. The once towering skyscrapers had lost their former glory, some even lying in ruins on the ground. The dark alloy walls bore chillingly large claw marks, evidence of how perilous the initial battle was. Yet, it was also a bustling city. The streets were teeming with all sorts of makeshift vehicles. Along the walls were sprawling slums that seemed never-ending. By the roadside, people lit bonfires with old tires, dressed in metal punk attire, their bodies covered in tattoos, scrutinizing every passerby with dangerous eyes. Just like in other parts of this world, this was a city in decay. A faint cold smile tugged at the corner of Zuan's mouth. He didn't like this vibe, but everyone had the right to choose their way of survival. So, Zuan never judged these people or these matters from a superior position. Right now, he had only one thought: to quickly find what he was looking for in this lost civilization. And with that, he twisted the throttle and rode into the city. The area of Qingxi City is not too large, at least not comparable to those large cities in the ghost world that easily cover tens of thousands of square kilometers. However, even so, it is still divided into two areas, the inner city and the outer city. The inner city is inhabited by the wealthy and powerful or extremely strong individuals. The outer city is a mix of people, from the destitute lower class to thugs from all over. In this chaotic and harsh environment, conflicts are inevitable. Sometimes, it may be just for the least valuable gear that people here start violent fights, even risking their lives. Simply put, those who can survive in this environment are destined to abandon weakness and become bloodthirsty strong individuals. Cowardice or kindness is hard to survive in this place. For example, now, Zhuang Linyan is facing a major crisis. Since inheriting her brother's legacy, as the controller of over a dozen streets in the outer city, Zhuang Linyan can be considered a powerful figure. Let's introduce the streets under her jurisdiction. Because they are closer to the inner city and strategically important, they attract a large number of people. Many women who are at their wits' end have resorted to becoming streetwalkers, making this a favored place for the elite of the inner city to seek pleasure. This has directly promoted the perverse prosperity here. However, perverse prosperity is still prosperity, so soon, this place has become a piece of meat coveted by the bosses in the outer city. Zhuang Linyan's brother died in the disputes when protecting his territory from encroachment. Just when everyone thought these dozen streets would change hands, Zhuang Linyan stepped forward, first using thunderous means to deter those with covetous eyes from various places, and then suppressing the internal unrest with an iron fist. Through these measures, she miraculously controlled the situation, and eventually became the only female big shot in the outer city. After that, Zhuang Linyan began to reform extensively because she was relatively lenient to the lower levels and strictly forbade her subordinates from mistreating the streetwalkers and even reduced the protection fees. So, she quickly gained the support of all the streetwalkers. But just as she managed her territory and her power grew, a major crisis suddenly emerged. At this moment, on a street, Zhuang Linyan led her men standing there. On the opposite side, there were more than a dozen burly men with ferocious faces, led by a man with half an ear missing, replaced with metal. Zhuang Linyan took a deep breath. Black Knife, what do the members of your Bloodwolf gang want on my turf? The Black Knife glanced at Zhuang Linyan, dressed in a black trench coat with a graceful figure, and couldn't help but grin. Hey, Miss Zhuang, don't be so hasty. I'm here this time to bring my brothers for some fun and, also to deliver a message for our boss. Your boss, Bloodwolf. What does he want to say? When the words Bloodwolf were mentioned, Zhuang Linyan's eyes boiled with overwhelming killing intent. Her brother died at the hands of this Bloodwolf, and she could not forget that deep enmity. Heh, our boss said that by this time tomorrow, he will gather several big shots from the surrounding areas for a banquet to discuss some matters. He hopes you can attend. A banquet? Ha! Zhuang Linyan sneered. What do I have to discuss with your boss? The Black Knife shrugged. My boss knows you would react that way, so he also said. Said what? He said that as long as you surrender obediently and become his woman, he can allow you to continue managing these dozen streets. Otherwise, before he finished his sentence, Zhuang Linyan's men behind her were already furious. Nonsense! Your Bloodwolf gang is simply delusional. That's right. Come and try us if you dare. I'll kill you, you Bloodwolf bastards. These roars echoed one after another, but Zhuang Linyan remained calm and raised her hand to stop her men's anger, then stared coldly at the Black Knife in front of her. Did your boss really say that? Of course. Black Knife replied indifferently. Fine, then go back and tell him that I will personally take his head. Zhuang Linyan gritted her teeth. Upon hearing this, Black Knife smirked. All right, you truly live up to your reputation, but there's something I hope Miss Zhuang understands. Now it's not just our Bloodwolf gang that you have to deal with. This statement caused Zhuang Linyan's pupils to shrink to the size of a pinpoint because this was her greatest fear. Dealing with just the Bloodwolf gang alone would be a challenge she could manage, but if there were others behind the Bloodwolf gang, the situation would be extremely unfavorable. What do you mean? Zhuang Linyan asked sternly. What do I mean? Ha ha ha. Miss Zhuang, I'll tell you the truth. A big shot in the inner city is very dissatisfied with what you've been up to lately. The rest you can figure out for yourself. When Zhuang Linyan heard the words big shot in the inner city, her face suddenly turned pale. Those standing behind her paled too. The black knife couldn't help but look even more pleased, then licked his lips and chuckled. So, Miss Zhuang, I hope you understand something very clearly. After all, dealing with just you people, going against our Bloodwolf gang is purely delusional. But, if you agree to spend some time with me and my brothers here today, I might be able to put in a good word for you in front of my boss. Before he finished speaking, Zhuang Linyan exploded in anger. You're seeking death. At the same time, several men behind her rushed forward without hesitation. For her subordinates, Zhuang Linyan's humiliation was as if they were being slapped in public, so they were all burning with anger. However, as they approached, the black knife coldly smiled. Let there be some blood. Stepping back, his burly men then rushed forward, and the two sides clashed. There were no screams, just the sounds of bones breaking and flesh being sliced by sharp blades. In the blink of an eye, the black knife's men retreated like a tide. Zhuang Linyan's men all collapsed to the ground, bones shattered all over their bodies, having lost their ability to resist. Before he could finish speaking, a loud roar from a massive engine interrupted him. The ground trembled as if something huge was rushing towards them. Everyone turned to look and saw a gray line appear at the end of the empty street. Without waiting for a response from the crowd, a giant motorcycle burst out of the gray dust and screeched to a stop in the middle of the standoff. The motorcycle was streamlined, with a massive alloy skull for a head, sending shivers down everyone's spines. The shocking sight stunned everyone. Meanwhile, the giant motorcycle surged forward at a frantic speed, causing the crowd to retreat. As the motorcycle came near, it suddenly performed a beautiful drift and stopped calmly between the opposing sides. It was then that people realized the one driving this massive war machine was a handsome and charismatic young man. The stark contrast left many in awe. The young man, Zuan, removed his goggles, looked up at a crooked two-story building by the street, and asked, "Is this the place?" Without waiting for a response, he got off the motorcycle and walked towards the building. Throughout the encounter, Zuan didn't spare a glance at the people in the standoff, as if they were invisible. This building was a place Zuan had learned from Kopit, where he used to stay while in Qingshai City. Since the trade fair mentioned by Kopit was still a couple of weeks away, Zuan decided to stay there for a few days. However, he found Black Blade and others standing in front of the building, so he walked towards them. From the moment Zuan appeared, Black Blade had been sizing him up. When he noticed Zuan's motorcycle, he immediately assumed he was a reckless thug. Black Blade was a freelance soldier who worked for whoever paid him, incredibly ruthless and dangerous. Initially, it wasn't a big deal, but Zuan's demeanor thoroughly angered Black Blade. Especially as Zuan walked towards him nonchalantly, it infuriated Black Blade even more. "Zhuang, I didn't expect you to bring an outsider. But don't you think this guy, who looks like a woman, is just an ignorant fool?" Black Blade sneered at Zhuang Lin, then thrust his black dagger towards Zuan. The speed was so fast that it emitted a piercing whistle. This was Black Blade's signature move, and the power of his black dagger was even greater than that of a firearm. Even though Zhuang Lin was confused and didn't know who this sudden young man was, she shouted, "Watch out!" But before anyone could react, Zuan calmly raised his hand, catching the black dagger between his fingers. The black dagger was trembling in his grasp, leaving everyone wide-eyed. Nobody knew how he did it, as Zuan remained composed throughout, almost as if the dagger flew into his hand on its own. Black Blade's expression grew more serious. He had absolute confidence in his flying dagger, and was puzzled by how this young man accomplished it. At that moment, Zuan asked in a calm manner, "Is this your dagger?" Black Blade was taken aback, then nodded slightly. "I am the deputy head of the Bloodwolf gang, Black Blade. And you are?" He had a plan in mind, intending to reveal his identity first to hint to the young man about the complexity of the situation. Then he would say a few courteous words to dig deeper into Zuan's background. Unexpectedly, Zuan paid no attention to his words and simply nodded. "Since it's yours, take it back now." With a wave of his hand, a strong wind suddenly swept through the street. The black dagger, once released from Zuan's grip, flew fiercely towards Black Blade and his companions. The speed was so fast that the dagger was close to melting. Faced with such power, Black Blade and his men were petrified. "Fair." The swift change of topic caught Zhuang Linyan off guard, but she nodded. "Of course I know. Tell me about it," Zuan said with interest. Although Zhuang Linyan didn't understand why Zuan was so interested in the trade fair, she still answered honestly. Every year, there's a trade fair held in Qingxi City. Hunters from the wilderness, mine owners, and even some lucky adventurers who have found ancient ruins would come to Qingxi City to trade. Zuan was already aware of these details, but Zhuang Linyan then shifted the conversation, speaking in a serious tone, but these are just the surface of the trade fair. The real essence lies within the inner city. On that day, a secret auction will be held in the inner city, where the real treasures are traded. Oh, an auction? Zuan's eyes lit up. Yes. Sometimes, high-ranking alchemists would appear at the auction. Prominent figures from all sides would also gather there. It sounds like you've participated before. Zuan smiled lightly. Zhuang Linyan's expression turned slightly melancholic. She lowered her head and said, "When my brother was alive, I once attended the auction with him." "All right. I agree to the trade you proposed earlier, but the condition is that on the day of the auction, I must appear at the venue. Do you understand?" Zuan said lightly. Zhuang Linyan was puzzled for a moment, clearly not understanding why Zuan wanted to do this, but she quickly regained her composure and nodded firmly. "Good. I promise I can do it." After Zhuang Linyan left the building, her subordinates swiftly approached. "Zhuang, are you okay?" These subordinates were all worried, knowing well the power that Zuan had displayed just now. Zhuang Linyan had gone to meet him alone, indicating the potential danger. Zhuang Linyan shook her head. "I'm fine. Is there anything unusual?" "Zhuang, rest assured. Our people have secured the entire street. No leaks of information." Zhuang Linyan nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at the street stained with blood and commanded in a solemn tone, "Clean this place immediately. Not a trace of bloodstains should be left behind, yes?" And release some news, saying that the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf gang, Heidao, went to our bar to drink and enjoy himself and has already drank himself into a stupor. The subordinates glanced at each other, understanding immediately, and nodded in agreement. "Understood. Go, make it look natural. Don't let anyone outside suspect anything." Soon, the entire street was thoroughly cleaned, with the bloodstains disappearing under the wash of water. The heavily guarded street gradually returned to calm. Zhuang Linyan took another look, then left satisfied. She was very busy now. Although she had made a deal with Zuan, having grown up in a dangerous environment since childhood, she naturally wouldn't place all her hopes on one person. Therefore, to ensure that everything would go smoothly at tomorrow's banquet, she needed to make thorough preparations now. At the same time, Zuan stood on the second floor, overlooking the seemingly calm street that was secretly filled with turmoil. He could easily tell that those seemingly aimless people in ordinary clothes walking back and forth were actually well-trained members of various factions. Especially near his motorcycle, several people were keeping an eye on it. Anyone curious enough to approach would be subtly driven away by these individuals. If one could describe the current state of the street in a sentence, it would be loose on the outside, but tight within. Witnessing all this, Zuan revealed a faint smile. This Zhuang Linyan is quite interesting. Just based on the performance of her subordinates, it was evident that Zhuang Linyan had some remarkable skills. This made Zuan somewhat interested in the banquet the next day. In the meantime, thousands of miles away from Qingxi City, in the Boar Bar, the atmosphere was unusually tense. At the entrance of the bar manager Morris had a pale face, continuously wiping the cold sweat off his face. However, despite this, he dared not move a step away. Because the person coming to investigate the death of Capet, the night watchman, was none other than the Night Sovereign himself, Sivlith. When Morris received this news, he was almost scared out of his wits. He knew very well that among the henchmen under his boss, Sivlith was undoubtedly the reigning king. In terms of strength and brutality, he was enough to make one tremble at the mere thought. So even though it was still early before Sivlith's arrival, Morris had already come to wait at the bar's entrance. His fear infected everyone in the Boar Bar. No one dared to speak. Everyone stood obediently behind Morris, waiting for the night watchman's arrival. Finally, with a continuous piercing scream, a very unique aircraft flew out of the darkness at high speed and arrived at the entrance of the Boar Bar. The moment the aircraft came to a stop, Morris hurriedly went to welcome it. At the same time, the door of the aircraft was opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit, meticulously groomed with a stoic expression, walked down from it. This middle-aged man had an elegant demeanor, resembling a proper butler, and he was carrying a black suitcase, looking more like he was here for a vacation. However, when Morris saw this middle-aged man, the fat on his face trembled uncontrollably, his face full of fear, as he bowed his head and tremblingly said, "Morris, I have seen Sir Sivlith." The middle-aged man showed a slight smile. Strangely, as he smiled, the previous elegance and composure instantly vanished, and the whole person seemed to transform into a thug in the darkness, exuding a sinister and wild aura. He then extended his right hand, gloved in leather, and lightly patted Morris's head. Moritz's face turned deathly pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat. "Ha ha ha, Moritz, you can't possibly believe it, can you? I was just teasing you. Why be so afraid?" Sivellfris laughed heartily. Moritz hurriedly forced a smile, but his smile was more pitiful than crying. He couldn't tell if Sivellfris was joking or serious. He didn't want to find out, because everyone who challenged the patience of the night watchman had died, and died horribly. Just then, Sivellfris suddenly stopped laughing. "Why are you laughing?" "Oh, Moritz jumped in shock. However, Sivellfris took a step forward and said, "Come on, let's go see the poor coppet." Moritz finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed. Second floor corridor. Although they hadn't entered the room at the end, once they reached this corridor, a sense of intoxication appeared on Sivellfris's face. What a refreshing smell of blood. I haven't smelled such a strong fragrance in a long time. In reality, it had been a day since Coppet and the others had died, and the bodies were starting to emit a slight odor. The mixture of this stench and the scent of blood was nauseating. But to Sivellfris, it was a wonderful fragrance. It even made his steps much lighter. Moritz, with a pale face, forced a smile and said, "Sivellfris, this is where Coppet and the others died." As he was about to open the door, Sivellfris suddenly shouted, "Don't move." Moritz trembled in fear and dared not move. "Sivellfris, what's wrong?" Sivellfris examined the sign hanging on the door that said "Do not disturb," and remarked, "Did Coppet write the words on this sign?" "Ah, yes. Such an ugly font." Sivellfris sighed, then kicked the door open and walked in. The thunderous sound of the door being kicked open made many people tense, and Moritz shivered all over. But he knew Sivellfris was erratic and unpredictable. Therefore, he dared not complain and quickly followed. "Don't come in." Sivellfris's words made Moritz freeze in place. Sivellfris looked at the carnage in the room with a look of intoxication. The bodies with numerous bullet holes on the ground seemed like exquisite sculptures to him, causing his whole body to tremble slightly. Coppet's body sat upright on the sofa, head placed on the coffee table, whispering to himself, "What a brilliant idea! Behead him quickly, then, while Coppet is not completely dead, place his head on the coffee table, allowing him to witness his own death." Each step is executed so coordinated and calmly, makes you want to shudder with excitement. Of course, none of his words were heard by Moritz and others. They only saw him standing in the room, his eyes getting brighter, eventually shining like a lamp, making it unbearable to look directly at him. No one dared to speak, and the entire second-floor corridor was silent as death. After a while, Sivellfris finally emerged from his intoxication and said, without looking back, which waiters were on the second floor the night Coppet died. Moritz turned to ask, "Let's find out who was on the second floor that night." Just then, in the crowd, Haida, dressed as a bunny girl, stepped forward calmly and said, "No need to investigate, I was there." The crowd stirred slightly. Sivellfris turned his head to look at Haida, and after a long period, he exposed a mouthful of jagged teeth like a wolf and smiled menacingly. "Did you also hang the sign at the door?" Haida nodded, "Yes." "Why did you hang the Do Not Disturb sign?" Sivellfris continued to ask. "Because I heard screams from inside, fearing that if someone heard them and disturbed Mr. Coppet, as it happened before, I hung the Do Not Disturb sign at the door." Haida replied calmly. At this moment, Moritz also nodded. Yes, Mr. Coppet had gone too far several times before, and curious guests approached, disturbing his mood, which made him furious in the end. "You're lying." Sivellfris ignored Moritz, staring at Haida fixedly, then suddenly declared, "You are lying." Haida's face turned pale, but she shook her head. "I'm not." Before she could finish, Sivellfris suddenly stepped forward, closing the distance between them, grabbed Haida by the neck, and lifted her into the air. "Not only did you hang up the sign, you also locked the door. And if I'm not mistaken, You were the one who led the person who killed Capet here, right? Am I right? Due to lack of oxygen, Haida's face reddened, but she tried her best to shake her head. No, no. Sevelphris chuckled coldly, his gloved hand beginning to exert force, the leather gloves making squeaking sounds. The immense pressure made it impossible for Haida to breathe, her limbs trembling, her face showing despair. Just as she was on the brink of death, Sevelphris suddenly released her. Haida fell to the ground, gasping violently. Sevelphris leaned down, smiled slightly at Haida. Do you want to protect him? Haida's face turned red due to lack of oxygen, but she remained calm, tightly gripping her mouth shut. Sevelphris suddenly became enraged, slapped Haida, then stomped on her head, crushing it forcefully. With a crackling sound, Haida's skull began to groan under the immense pressure. The intense pain made her scream uncontrollably. Sevelphris sneered. Do you really think you can deceive the great Night Watchmen? You're wrong. There are no secrets that can hide from me. And I won't kill you now. I want you, this foolish woman, to witness everything you want to protect being destroyed in front of your eyes. With that, Sevelphris's face showed madness, then he raised his hand and gently pointed it in the empty space in front of him. When an endless rain of bullets poured down, heading straight for the young man sitting at the coffee table. This young man suddenly looked up, and then all the bullets stopped in front of him. Then, these bullets changed direction, turning towards the people firing the guns. The speed was so fast that it cut through the darkness, leaving phantom trails. There were no screams. Before these people could react, the bullets had pierced through them, reducing them to dust. They fell to the ground one by one, becoming lifeless corpses. Only Capet remained unharmed on the sofa. But he was clearly shocked by the scene, so when he saw the young man approaching, he gave up resistance without hesitation and began to beg for mercy frantically. However, the young man ignored him, instead casually asking a few questions. Of course, due to the rules, ciphers could only see the scene but couldn't replay the sound. Then, the young man waved his hand gently. Capet's head fell off, and the young man placed it on the table, along with his mechanical arm. After completing this, the young man suddenly looked over to the side. It was just one glance, but ciphers felt the timeline collapse in an instant, the event factors dispersing, and the illusion in front of him disappearing. But that was enough. At least he saw the image of the person who killed Capet. Thus, a sinister smile appeared on his lips, and with a raise of his hand, the image of Zuan appeared in the air. Is he the one you want to protect? Haida, whose facial bones had been crushed, shrank her pupils to needle size after seeing this illusion. She didn't understand what was happening, but kept her mouth tightly shut and said nothing. Good. It seems I was right. Ciphers lightly whistled, then turned to Moritz with a smile. Moritz, you take this illusion to investigate now. Find out who had contact with this young man that night, and at the same time, investigate where he has gone now. Yes. Moritz was indeed not very bright, as evidenced by his actions that day. With just a little investigation, he could easily have found out that Capet's motorbike was missing. But he didn't do anything. However, he was also very efficient. Once given an order, he would complete the task in the shortest time possible. So within an hour, all of Zuan's movements that night were thoroughly investigated. At the same time, everyone related to the incident, including the black car driver and Asha, had been captured and brought back. Aisha didn't know what had happened, but she was clearly not as strong as Haida. Therefore, ciphers only had to use a little force, and she broke down in tears, revealing everything she knew. Unfortunately, no one believed her words. Beautiful lady, are you trying to tell me that a young man surviving by picking up trash, who was bullied by Capet and others yesterday, suddenly displayed tremendous power the next day, twisting poor Capet's head off? Ciphers said lightly. Aisha, who had 3 nails pulled out, cried, That's exactly what happened. I haven't lied. Ciphers raised his eyebrows slightly and then turned to the black car driver. Do you believe her? The black car driver was terrified, trembling with fear. Sir, I don't know. But Andrew gave me a gear at the end and then rode off on a motorbike. Rode off. Where did he go? Ciphers asked calmly. I don't know, but he asked me about the direction to Kingshi City before he left. The black car driver said hesitantly. Just then, Haida let out a desolate howl, clearly in despair. Ciphers, however, wore a satisfied smile. Sir, your honesty has earned my respect. This information is very useful to me as well. The black car driver breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled ingratiatingly. Can I leave now? He didn't finish his words, and in fact, he would never be able to. Because at that moment, Cypher suddenly pulled out a small pistol and shot him in the head. The loud gunshot echoed through the corridor, and the black car driver's head splattered all over the corridor. Moritz, first in line, was covered in the splatter, but he dared not even wipe it off, trembling as he stood there. Cypher seemed quite pleased with his shot, blowing a wisp of smoke from the barrel and saying calmly, "To show my gratitude, I have decided to let you rest eternally under my gun. May darkness be with you." With that, he turned to Aisha. Aisha screamed in terror. Cypher smiled faintly. "Please don't scream so loudly, my dear lady. Your voice will go hoarse. And rest assured, I won't kill the two of you now, because you both need to wait to meet Mr. Andrew before you qualify to die. Now, let's go," Cypher said cheerfully. At the same time, Zuan, who was admiring the night outside from the second-floor window, frowned slightly as if sensing something, then turned to look towards the distant horizon. Peeking at the timeline. No, it should be some kind of secret technique using event factors to trace back. "Quite interesting," he said softly, then leaned back in his chair and said lightly, "Since you're here, come in." After speaking, Zhang Linyan, who had changed into casual home attire, walked in. Different from her cool demeanor during the day, at this moment, Zhang Linyan wore a hint of charm in her home clothes, and in her hands, she held an invitation. "Sir, this is the invitation for the auction. You can use this invitation to attend when the time comes." Zuan nodded without expression. "You got the invitation so quickly. It seems you were well prepared." Zhang Linyan smiled slightly bitterly. There was no preparation. "It just so happened that a friend of mine is the daughter of a nobleman in the inner city. Through her, I was able to easily obtain the invitation. This is a room that is luxurious to the point of being a bit tacky, filled with decorations that exude a nouveau rich vibe. The leader of the Blood Wolf gang, Cao Gang, is lying naked on a soft bed, enjoying a gentle massage from a concubine with his eyes closed. At this moment, there is a knock at the door, followed by one of his subordinates appearing behind the soft curtain, reporting in a solemn voice, "Leader, I just received a message from Zhuang Linyan saying that she is aware of tomorrow's banquet and has confirmed her attendance." "Oh, did that wench Zhuang Linyan really say that?" Cao Gang opened his eyes at the news, a fierce glint passing through his wolf-like eyes. "Yes, leader. This wench is quite bold. Knowing that I will take action against her, she still dares to come. But it's all right. As long as she comes tomorrow, she will not leave." Cao Gang's face revealed a faint smirk, then he closed his eyes again and said lightly, "What about Heidao?" "Leader, I was just about to report this matter to you." Zhuang Linyan also sent a message saying that the vice leader and his group are reveling in a bar, completely drunk. They probably won't be able to return for a while. Completely drunk. Cao Gang's eyes snapped open at the news, a hint of sternness in his gaze. "Yes." The subordinate trembled all over at the response, quickly lowering his head and saying, "That's what Zhuang Linyan's message conveyed." Cao Gang's face showed a look of suspicion, murmuring softly, "Heidao is usually very cautious. When drinking with me, he only pretends. How could he end up completely drunk at Zhuang Linyan's place?" The subordinate took a step forward, lowering his voice and suggesting, "Leader, should I send a few men to scout Zhuang Linyan's territory to find out the truth?" "Scout the truth? What truth do you want to scout?" Cao Gang glanced at his subordinate. "Of course, I want to find out the truth about the vice leader. In case he's not drunk, but rather captured by Zhuang Linyan and her people, we should be ready to rescue him." I didn't expect you to be so loyal to Heidao," Cao Gang said with a deep meaning. This statement froze the smile of the subordinate because he suddenly remembered a rumor. A rumor about the leader and the vice leader. This made him break into a cold sweat on his forehead, his eyelids twitching frantically. "No, I dare not. I am loyal only to you, leader." HMPH. Cao Gang snorted, closing his eyes again, indifferently saying, "Since the vice leader is already completely drunk, there is no need to disturb him. Doesn't he like to revel in debauchery? Let him continue to enjoy himself at Zhuang Linyan's place." "Understood." The subordinate quickly responded. "You may leave." Cao Gang waved his hand, granting the subordinate permission, who hurriedly gave a bow and then left the room. The room fell silent, with the concubine carefully massaging Cao Gang's shoulders. She asked with curiosity, "Leader, what if we don't go to rescue the vice leader and something happens to him?" Cao Gang coldly smiled. "Something happens? Why do you think I sent He Dao out?" The concubine suddenly understood something, her face turning pale, lips tightly sealed, not daring to speak again. The room returned to calmness. Cao Gang closed his eyes and murmured softly, completely drunk. Such lies may deceive children, but how could they deceive me? If I'm not mistaken, that bastard He Dao is probably already dead. But why use such a clumsy excuse to cover it up? And still dare to attend tomorrow's banquet? I am somewhat puzzled. What gives you so much courage that you are so blindly confident? Cao Gang's lips curled into a cold smile. But it's useless. Whatever means you have, in the face of absolute power, you will obediently bow down and become my plaything and victim. Although Cao Gang's murmurs were very quiet, many of them reached the concubine's ears, making her even paler. As one of Cao Gang's playthings, she may not fully understand the inner workings of the Bloodwolf gang, but she knew that in recent years, the vice leader He Dao had risen rapidly in power, almost equal to Cao Gang. Despite this, Cao Gang always seemed indifferent, as if he didn't mind at all. However, little did she know, there were so many schemes and machinations happening behind the scenes. She had to admit that Cao Gang's use of others to achieve his goals was skillful and risk-free. Now that He Dao was dead in Zhuang Linyan's hands, even if he hadn't died but returned safely, there would be no loss to Cao Gang. The depth of these hidden schemes contrasted sharply with Cao Gang's usual rough and brutal demeanor. This made the concubine shiver with fear, wishing she could block her ears completely and hear nothing. In her panic, she inadvertently increased the pressure in her massage, scratching a bloody trail on Cao Gang's back. Cao Gang furrowed his brows slightly, then opened his eyes and turned to look at the concubine. At that moment, the concubine was trembling all over, full of terror, and said, "Leader, I didn't mean to. Please don't kill me." Cao Gang showed a faint indulgent smile on his face. "What are you saying? You have served me for so many years. How could I bear to kill you?" Although the concubine's face remained pale, tears streaming down her face, she looked at Cao Gang. "Leader ... come here." The concubine trembled and bent down in front of Cao Gang. "What smooth skin." Cao Gang gently pinched the woman's slender neck and sighed. "Leader." The concubine cried out in despair. "Be good, close your eyes, it won't hurt at all." Cao Gang laughed. "No." The concubine was about to scream. Without hesitation, Cao Gang twisted his hand. Snap! The concubine's neck was twisted, her head hanging at an eerie angle on her chest, before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Cao Gang sighed softly. "Why were you so careless? You hurt the noble me. So, I have to send you to die. Remember to be more careful in your next life." A heavy rainfall swept across the entire barren wilderness of blue stones, with torrential rain pouring down from morning to dusk, as if the Milky Way had overturned. Thanks to the drainage facilities built underground during the heyday of civilization, the whole blue stone city surprisingly did not accumulate much water despite such heavy rain. Some of these drainage facilities have even lasted for tens of thousands of years, yet they are still functioning normally, a testament to the terrifying nature of the alchemical civilization at its peak. However, the boundless wilderness outside the blue stone city did not have such good treatment. Cyverus trudged on in the rain, his meticulously groomed hair now slightly disheveled due to the difficult journey. In such weather, aircraft could not be used. Even though he extravagantly used a mechanical walking aid, in such conditions, no walking aid could bring a pleasant feeling. This indirectly slowed down Cyverus's pace, especially with several people bound in his trailer behind him. Cyverus stopped, lifted his head to look at the pouring rain in the sky, and muttered, "What a damn weather." Then, he turned to look at the covered trailer, a wicked smile on his face. "But you two beautiful ladies don't need to worry. Because no matter how difficult the road is, I will still let you witness a bloody feast as planned." Haida and Elisha, bound tightly in the trailer, both showed expressions of fear. Their mouths were sealed shut, unable to make any sound, only whimpering and struggling fruitlessly. "Heh, it's been a long time since I felt this excited. I can't wait to see the look on that young man's face." Cyverus laughed nervously, His eyes filled with a profound coldness, then turned around and continued resolutely on his way. In the rain-soaked wilderness, he was like a ghost emerging from hell, advancing towards the direction of the blue stone city step by step. Zu unloved rainy days, especially sitting in a dry and warm room, looking out through the window at the storm outside. This feeling could make a person become tranquil. Zu sat quietly on the sofa by the window on the second floor, watching. It wasn't until dusk that the rain gradually subsided. A ray of sunlight pierced through the thick clouds and shone on the street, giving a particularly desolate feeling. It was in this situation that a convoy suddenly broke through the rain curtain and appeared on the street, with a customized elongated car in the center. The convoy slowly drove to the front of the small building and stopped. After the door of the central car was opened, a giant umbrella was immediately held up by attendants, and Zhuang Linyan, dressed in an exquisite black evening gown and high heels, walked down gracefully from the car. It had to be admitted that after her deliberate dressing up, the charm of a mature woman was enough to astonish all. Zhuang Linyan's beautiful eyes glanced around, pausing for a moment at the window on the second floor, then took a deep breath and stepped into the small building. Zuan showed a faint smile and stood up, then walked downstairs. "Are you ready, my lord? We are about to set off." Zhuang Linyan asked solemnly. "Ready." Zu smiled and shook his head. "No need. Let's go." "But, are you going like this?" Zhuang Linyan was somewhat surprised. "What is it? Is there a problem?" Zu raised an eyebrow slightly and said calmly. Okay, let's go." Even after getting on the car, Zhuang Linyan still felt a bit uneasy in her heart. She felt that Zuan did not seem to take this banquet seriously at all. Although Zuan's displayed strength was convincing, the opponent this time was the Bloodwolf gang, which had been entrenched outside the Blue Stone City for many years. Especially the current leader of the Bloodwolf gang, Cao Gang, was a cunning and powerful figure. Dealing with such an opponent, the consequences could be unpredictable if one underestimated them. However, she dared not directly express these concerns because she knew that strong individuals like Zuan must have their pride. If she directly reminded him, it could possibly offend him. So she pondered for a while before speaking in a low voice. "My lord, after we arrive, your only target will be Cao Gang. The rest I have arranged. You don't need to worry about." Upon hearing this, Zuan shifted his gaze from the scenery outside the car window, looked at Zhuang Linyan, and said with a smile that was not a smile, "You don't trust me?" Zhuang Linyan quickly shook her head. "No, that's not what I mean. Zuan waved his hand. "All right, I understand. You mean that when the time comes, all I have to do is kill that Cao Gang, right?" "Yes." Zhuang Linyan nodded in agreement. "Well then, that's no problem." With that, Zuan continued to look out the window at the raindrops splashing out as the vehicle raced through. The banquet was set in a hotel located in the center of the outer city of the Blue Stone. This place was the focal point of various forces, and because this hotel had the background of a prominent figure in the inner city, no force dared to cause trouble here, making it suitable for hosting a banquet that all factions would attend. As Zhuang Linyan's convoy slowly drove into the hotel, many vehicles were already parked in front of the entrance. Without exception, they were the luxury cars of the dignitaries from the outer city. After Zhuang Linyan got off the car and scanned her surroundings, she couldn't help but feel shocked inwardly. With just a quick glance, it was clear that almost all the dignitaries of the entire outer city had arrived. From this lineup, one could see how strong the influence of the Bloodwolf gang currently was. This made Zhuang Linyan's heart sink further. However, Zuan just smiled faintly and said, "Let's go." With that, he took the lead and walked forward. Zhuang Linyan was taken aback for a moment and hurried to follow. Upon entering the hall, it was already buzzing with people. But when Zhuang Linyan's party walked in, the initially lively hall suddenly fell silent. Many people looked at Zhuang Linyan with strange eyes. Zhuang Linyan became increasingly pale, and her body was trembling uncontrollably. Zhuang Linyan nodded, suppressing her hatred with a forced smile in her voice, saying, "Yes, he is the leader of the Bloodwolf gang. Cao Gang, though." Zuan replied meaningfully, and then fell silent. At the same time, Cao Gang, who entered the hall, was beaming with satisfaction as he nodded to the crowd praising him. "In such heavy rain, for all of you to come to support, Cao is truly grateful." There was a clamor in the crowd, with many members of various small gangs shouting, Master Cao is too polite. Indeed, to receive an invitation from Master Cao is an honor for us. Flattery and pleasantries filled the air, greatly pleasing Cao Gang. As he scanned the room and caught sight of Zhuang Linyan standing in the distance, his eyes lit up. Zhuang Linyan, dressed in an evening gown, exuded sensuality and charm, stirring Cao Gang's emotions. He flashed a faint smile and made his way through the crowd towards her. Miss Zhuang, long time no see. You've become even more beautiful, Cao Gang said with a polite smile, appearing very courteous. However, this demeanor seemed quite out of place compared to his bear-like physique, creating a sense of discordance. Zhuang Linyan, on the other hand, remained frosty, her eyes filled with murderous intent. If she could, she would have rushed forward and killed the man who had harmed her brother. But her remaining sanity forced her to calm down. With a cold snort, she said, Master Cao, did you go through all this trouble just to flatter me? Cao Gang chuckled, Miss Zhuang, you are too modest. I hosted this banquet to discuss our future paths. Supporting such a large territory as a mere woman must be exhausting. I, Cao, am not talented, but I thought of sharing the burden for you. What do you think? Although his words were courteous, they couldn't hide the aggressive tone within them. At least, Zhuang Linyan was angered by his words. Cao Gang, do you not feel ashamed saying these words? My hardships have nothing to do with you. I don't need you to share my burdens. With Zhuang Linyan's response, tension quickly filled the air. All the big shots were glaring, silent in the hall. Cao Gang watched Zhuang Linyan with an inscrutable expression for a while before chuckling. Well said, a resolute heroine. But, Miss Zhuang, I must ask you, our gang's deputy leader, He Dao, went to deliver a message to you yesterday and has not returned. What's the matter? Zhuang Linyan and her entourage's faces changed slightly. None had expected Cao Gang to suddenly ask such a question. But Zhuang Linyan responded quickly, saying in a deep voice, As I said yesterday, He Dao passed out in my bar, but I am not aware of his whereabouts now. Cao Gang sneered, Miss Zhuang, do you think I will believe that? He Dao is the deputy leader of our Blood Wolf gang, not a 3-year-old child. He disappeared after delivering a message to you. Now he is nowhere to be found. Don't you think you should explain? This was a perfect setup to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, getting rid of the troublesome He Dao through Zhuang Linyan and putting pressure on her at the same time. These calculations and schemes were indeed clever. At least at that moment, Zhuang Linyan was speechless. And Cao Gang seemed unwilling to miss this golden opportunity, almost forgot, Miss Zhuang, I have a grand gift specially prepared for you. I hope you'll like it. With that, Cao Gang raised his hand and applauded lightly. Clap, clap, clap. With the crisp applause, 7 or 8 people stepped out of the crowd. These people were of varying heights and builds, but all were prominent figures in the outer city. Upon seeing these 7 or 8 people, Zhuang Linyan instantly understood something, and her face turned pale. Cao Gang chuckled even more at her expression. Miss Zhuang, who are these people? I believe there's no need for me to introduce them to you, right? He signaled to them with a glance. The group approached, each taking out a list from their pockets. Miss Zhuang, we're sorry. We can't accept the gifts you've given us. Please take them back. Yes, no matter how much you spend, we cannot oppose Master Cao. That's right. Just submit to Master Cao obediently. We can't help you with this matter. Each statement caused Zhuang Linyan's complexion to grow paler, until she trembled slightly. You. Zhuang Linyan was on the verge of losing her temper. These people were the contingency she had set up specifically to deal with Cao Gang. She had spent the whole day yesterday, running around for this matter, hoping to form an alliance with these people to confront Cao Gang. They had agreed readily at the time, with vows of determination to stand by her against Cao Gang. With such assurances, Zhuang Linyan had been elated, thinking the situation was promising. But she had never imagined that these individuals, who had been so agreeable and eager to help, would turn on her so suddenly and completely sell her out. It was clear that they had long been colluding with Cao Gang. The whole thing was a trap from start to finish, and she had been deceived and played for a fool. How could Zhuang Linyan not be angry? But amidst her anger, despair weighed more heavily on her mind. Could she really not avenge her brother now? At this moment, Cao Gang chuckled. Miss Zhuang, as you can see, all your tricks are under my control. So, it's better for the wise to surrender the territory and join me. That way, I can spare your life. Otherwise what? Suddenly breaking his silence and being ignored by everyone, Zuan smiled and asked. Cao Gang was momentarily stunned, then noticed Zuan standing there. After giving him a once-over, Cao Gang sneered, "And who are you?" Zhuang Linyan suddenly shouted, "Cancel the mission. You can leave now." But Zuan just smiled faintly. "Sorry, I must fulfill what I promised." He pointed at Zhuang Linyan. "It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that she hired me to kill you." The room fell into silence at these words. It took a while for the shock to settle in, eventually causing an uproar. Cao Gang was perplexed for a moment before bursting into laughter. "You were hired by her to kill me. Kid, are you here to joke?" In the midst of the laughter, Zuan sighed lightly, then raised a finger. "What's the meaning of this?" Cao Gang, laughing uncontrollably, sneered. "What do you mean? Cao Gang is a tough guy. At least that's what he has always believed. This toughness is not only reflected in his ruthless actions, but also in the strength of his body. In fact, in order to enhance his strength, he had spent a lot of money long ago to hire a skilled alchemical mechanic to replace all the bones in his body with cold metal. As a result, his whole body became incredibly tough, comparable to armor. He even changed his name to Cao Gang at that time. After many years of hard training, his strength has become even more formidable. Cao Gang even has the confidence to confront a high-level alchemist without falling behind. Of course, the condition is that this high-level alchemist does not use any strange alchemical machinery. But this level of strength is already remarkable. At least in Qingshai Outer City, and even in the entire Qingshai City, his strength is considered above average. The strength that comes with power brings a strong confidence. Especially when he saw Zuan's light and effortless palm strike, his face was almost overflowing with ridicule. So he didn't even try to dodge, standing boldly there, preparing to rely solely on his strong physical body to counteract this palm strike. However, this is all because he couldn't detect any alchemical fluctuations from Zuan, which clearly indicates that Zuan is not an alchemist. Combined with Zuan's thin and weak figure, he looked down on this palm strike, not taking it seriously at all. Smack! A light sound was heard. Zuan's palm lightly landed on Cao Gang's shoulder. The sound was as light as if between friends. Laughter erupted from the onlookers. Cao Gang didn't care at all, sneering, "Kid, you?" He didn't finish his sentence, and he never will. Because in that instant, a surging force like a falling sun descended mightily. In the face of this immense force, Cao Gang's proud and tough body seemed like mud, unable to even struggle, instantly crumbling and shattering. It wasn't until then that Cao Gang woke up abruptly, horrified and screaming, "Azano!" Unfortunately, it was all too late. This tremendous force, like crushing dry weeds and shattering rotten wood, completely destroyed Cao Gang's tough body, including the metal that made up his bones, all crushed into smithereens at the same moment. In the blink of an eye, Cao Gang's screams abruptly stopped, and he slumped to the ground like a pile of mud, blood seeping out from under him, flowing smoothly along the polished floor. But at that moment, a faint light emanated imperceptibly from Cao Gang's flesh and blood, flying into Zuan's palm and disappeared without a trace. Throughout, the floor under Cao Gang's feet did not tremble in the slightest. Just now energetic Cao Gang now lay like a discarded ragdoll, lifeless on the ground, completely devoid of vitality. On his face, frozen in the moment of death, was a look of shock and regret, as though he couldn't believe he died like this. The whole scene fell into a silence akin to death, with only the sound of the raging rain outside reminding people that it was no ordinary rainy night. At that moment, Zuan casually clapped his hands and smiled slightly at Zhuang Linyan, who was equally stunned. "It seems like my mission is completed." Zhuang Linyan shivered all over, regaining some clarity, staring blankly at Zuan, unsure of what to say. She knew Zuan's strength, but she never expected it to be this powerful. She thought that even if Cao Gang was killed, it would come at a heavy cost. Yet, with just a seemingly effortless palm strike, Cao Gang's life was ended instantly. This left Zhuang Linyan completely speechless and shocked. At that moment, Zuan scanned the room, his gaze passing over the few individuals present, furrowing his brows slightly. Truly a bunch of dirty souls. With that, Zuan looked at Zhuang Linyan and smiled slightly. "Miss Zhuang, since I have nothing else to do tonight, why don't I give you a special offer and help you deal with these people?" A special offer? That term sounded strange at that moment. But Zuan appeared enthusiastic, not waiting for Zhuang Linyan's response, smiling gently at the so-called big shots present. "Good evening, everyone. Tonight, allow me to send you on your way. I hope you will enjoy it." The words were polite, but the underlying murderous intent sent shivers down everyone's spine. "No, this has nothing to do with me. How can you slaughter innocent people like this? Yes, this is all the doing of the Blood Wolf gang. You can't do this to us." These cries continued one after another, many showing anger, then gradually retreating. Zuan stood still, watching the chaotic and fleeing crowd, giving a faint smile. Without killing a few people, it would be a waste of such a rainy night. So, you'd better enjoy the moment to come. With that, Zuan suddenly stomped his foot. Boom! The whole hotel started shaking violently. Simultaneously, elsewhere, a person was expressing similar sentiments. Sentinel Silverfalls had finally crossed the vast wilderness and arrived at Qingshai City. In the midst of the fierce storm, he was soaked through. But even so, he couldn't help but look up at the Qingshai City shrouded in heavy rain, then whistled softly. "TSK, what a great weather for killing." With that, a touch of tenderness appeared in his eyes, as if the hardships of the journey had dissipated at that moment. Rustling sounds came from the cart behind him. Silverfalls smiled slightly. "Beautiful lady, no rush, we have arrived at our destination, and I can already smell the scent of this young man. It's a captivating fragrance. So, we will meet soon." Saying that, Silverfalls took out a pocket watch from his pocket. The hands of the watch began trembling slightly, then gradually shifted and pointed in a direction. "It seems that this gentleman is not too far from us. That's perfect." Silverfalls put away the watch, chuckled, then stepped into the darkness step by step. He walked swiftly, and the roads in Qingshai City were not flooded, so it didn't take long for Silverfalls to arrive outside a grand hotel in the outer city. When the magnificent hotel appeared in his sight from afar, a sinister and fierce smile crept onto Silverfalls' face. But at that moment, the entire hotel suddenly began to tremble violently, and under Zuan's foot, it collapsed with a deafening roar. Such a tremendous noise disrupted the calm of the rainy night. Silverfalls paused for a moment, but what happened next made his pupils shrink to the size of pinpoints. The collapsing hotel was filled with countless figures scrambling to escape, yet before these people could break through the rain curtains, beams of light slashed through their necks, provoking patches of crimson blood mist. These figures then came to a sudden halt, eventually crumbling and falling into puddles of water mixed with rain and blood, becoming lifeless corpses. At the same time, a huge column of fire rose from the entire hotel. Dancing fire snakes illuminated half the sky in orange-red hues. Amidst the heavy rain, people fell in groups, returning to the darkness. The flower of death blossomed wantonly in the rainy night. Blood and fire mingled, composing a deathly symphony. Silverfalls, self-proclaimed as the Sentinel, notorious for his ferocity, upon witnessing this exquisitely beautiful yet cruel scene, his complexion gradually paled, his eyes reflecting the blazing fire, and his body uncontrollably trembling. Because he, for the first time, tasted the flavor of fear. It was an infinite awe for the unknowable, unseeable yet existent power. He was afraid. The rain gradually stopped, and the crimson moon scattered faint rays of light through the cracks in the clouds, illuminating the entire world. The fire at the hotel was still raging violently, to the extent that the towering flames illuminated most of the half of the outer stone city. The ground was scattered with various corpses, and the air was filled with the unpleasant smell of burnt flesh. Facing this terrifying scene, Cyphers wanted to turn and run away as far as possible from this eerie battlefield. But he couldn't, because he could sense a mysterious force peering into everything in the darkness, firmly controlling this realm, with any disturbance potentially drawing the force's attack. The only outcome would be death. Cyphers was acutely aware that beneath the vast surface of this force lay an extremely terrifying and violent energy, much like the sea in the darkness, ready to devour everything at any moment. Therefore, he could only swallow hard, his face pale, standing still and not daring to even blink. In this eerie atmosphere, suddenly, from the collapsed hotel, the flames that were burning fiercely suddenly lowered themselves, as if a tamed monster, ready to meet its master. Following that, the air rippled, and the faint moonlight gathered into crystal clear, but mesmerizing crimson lotus flowers. In this inexplicably beautiful scene, the flames parted like curtains, and Zuan walked through the air, slowly approaching. Behind him, Zhuang Linyan and her companions had looks of shock on their faces. In fact, at that moment, Zhuang Linyan was just as shocked as Cyphers. She had only wanted Zuan to eliminate the leader of the Blood Wolf gang, Cow Gang, and then overthrow the gang through her own schemes. But she never expected that the people she had hired would all turn against her, pushing her into a predicament. Just as Zhuang Linyan was about to give up hope and prepare for a desperate fight, Zuan suddenly acted, first smashing Cow Gang to pieces with a strike like swatting a fly. Then, he ruthlessly dealt with all the big shots at the hotel gathering, as well as the Blood Wolf gang members lying in ambush. And throughout, Zuan didn't even budge, effortlessly wiping out everyone. The stark contrast left Zhuang Linyan shaken to the core. Her mind was still dizzy, blank, hardly believing that everything before her was real. Cyphers was also feeling dizzy, but his dizziness was induced by fear. Especially when he saw Zuan walking through the air. A creeping dread and regret filled his heart. Regret for embarking on this journey in the first place. Unfortunately, there is no remedy for regret in any world. Zuan stood in the air, casting a glance at the Night Watcher ciphers, then at the massive trailer behind him, a faint smile on his lips. Interesting. Did you try to trace my timeline before? Cyphers trembled all over. As Zuan looked at him, Cyphers felt like he was being stared at by a mechanical war beast, even a mechanical Tyrannosaurus. It was a full-spectrum oppression of the superior over the subordinate, the immense power gap terrifying Cyphers, making him shiver, unable to speak. In the trailer, where Irisa and Haida were securely bound, they were restless until they heard Zuan's voice and froze in place. What's happening? Had he already found Andrew? No, they must warn Andrew. This person is extremely evil and terrifying. They must escape quickly. Thinking this, the two of them instinctively struggled and attempted to make noise to get Zuan's attention. Zuan had already sensed who was in the trailer, so he just smiled faintly and made a casual gesture. A sword energy cut through the trailer with a circling motion. Crack! With a subtle sound, the sturdy trailer instantly shattered, and then the sword energy swept over Haida and Irisa, cutting the ropes that bound them. Freed from their restraints, the two women hurriedly stood up, shouting loudly, "Andrew, run! This guy is trouble!" As soon as they spoke, both of them froze. Because Cyphers, who had been aggressive in front of them earlier, was now trembling like a scared little chick, kneeling on the ground, too frightened to raise his head. In the distance, Andrew stood in the high skies, smiling at the two of them. What's going on? Many question marks floated in the minds of the two women. At that moment, Zuan smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder, but I believe this gentleman won't cause trouble anymore, right?" Faced with Zuan's questioning, Cyphers was in a panic, forcing himself to nod. Then a meek and humble smile appeared on his pale face. Your Grace is right. How would I dare to trouble you? It was all a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? As Haida and Irisa exchanged a look, they fell into silence. Zuan laughed. Misunderstanding? Then why did you bring these two women from far away here? What did you intend to do? Beads of sweat formed on Cypher's forehead. He tried to explain, but found no words. Yes, he had brought two women all this way, only to call it a misunderstanding upon meeting them. Who would believe that? Zuan asked again. This question made Cyphers determined. He knew that, in the face of someone like Zuan, it was best to tell the truth. Because all lies unravel before absolute power, and there might truly be no escape. So, gritting his teeth, he softly said, "Your Grace, I am truly sorry. I was misled by some false information and deception. So you wanted to kill me, is that it?" Zuan glanced at Cyphers, and in an instant, a tremendous power seemed to descend. Cyphers' knees went weak, falling to the ground with a thud, then screamed in agony. "Your Grace, have mercy, have mercy. I know I was wrong. Please spare me. Nothing has truly happened yet." Cyphers knelt on the ground, incredibly humble, begging for his life. Zyphals repeatedly kowtowed. "Yes, sir. I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please spare me this once. Before he could finish, Zuan directly interrupted him. "Do you know? Even though we're so far apart, I can still smell the dirtiness on you. Your soul is just like these dead people, like black mud in a sewer, utterly foul. Yet, you dare to ask me for mercy." Hearing Zuan's words, Zyphal's face turned deathly pale, a look of despair in his eyes. But, Who is the dead culprit to you? Zuan suddenly asked. He's the boss's subordinate. Zyphals replied with difficulty. Subordinate? So that means you and he both belong to the same boss as Zuan asked with interest. Why yes, that's right. Although he didn't understand why Zuan suddenly asked these questions, as long as he wasn't going to be killed, Zyphals was willing to do anything. Only those who often deal out death to others truly understand the fear of death. Zyphals certainly didn't want to die, so he behaved obediently. Very well. It seems your boss is very dissatisfied with culprit's death, so he sent you to deal with me. In that case, I must also send my regards to him. After all, courtesy demands reciprocity. Zyphals didn't understand the meaning behind Zuan's words, but that didn't stop him from feeling puzzled. What does he want to do? Send his regards to my boss? Ridiculous, my boss isn't even here. How would he send regards? Just as he was full of doubt, Zuan, who had been standing in midair, suddenly flashed and appeared in front of him, then looked down at Zyphals and said lightly, Do you want to live? Every muscle in Zyphals' body tensed instantly, his hair bristling one by one. He couldn't comprehend the power Zuan was displaying, so he could only tremble and say, of course. All right, I can give you a chance. Zyphals was overjoyed and was about to say something. But it depends on whether you can seize it. Zyphals nodded vigorously. Sir, just command. As long as you spare my life, I'll do anything. Zuan smiled faintly. No need for something so complex. You just need to obediently go back to see your boss. As for the rest, I have my own arrangements. With that, Zuan's gaze lingered on the black briefcase Zyphals carried with him. A very interesting toy, isn't it? Zyphals shuddered all over. Despite feeling reluctant, he hesitated and then decisively lifted up the briefcase, offering it to Zuan. And as if making a plea. If you like it, sir, it's yours to have. Zuan didn't take the briefcase, just stretched out his hand to lightly stroke the smooth leather surface, then smiled faintly. No need. Let that surprise be for your boss. With that, Zuan cast a deep look at Zyphals, a glint of subtle psychic energy stealthily entering Zyphals' mind. Completely unaware of this, Zyphals said gratefully, Thank you, sir. After saying that, he grabbed the briefcase and hurried away like a bereaved dog. Haida and Arisha were utterly confused, clearly not understanding the meaning behind Zuan's actions. Although they didn't grasp why the once Andrew was suddenly so formidable, to the extent of making Zyphals kneel in submission, they felt that he shouldn't have let him go. Despite being full of doubt, the two dared not say a word. In their eyes, this young man had changed too much. The aura emanating from him made it unbearable to look directly at him. Meanwhile, Zuan glanced at the two of them, then turned towards Zhuang Linyan, who was also on the ground, and gave a slight smile. They were my friends before. Take care of them. If they're willing to go back, send them back. If not, keep them with you. Yes. Zhuang Linyan immediately responded. After handling these matters, Zuan stretched lazily and glanced at the sky covered in dark clouds, with the crimson moon's edges tinged with golden hues through the gaps, resembling a sky where a golden serpent danced. He said lightly, It's getting late. Time to go back and rest. With a yawn, Zuan was about to leave. Zhuang Linyan hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and called out, Sir, let me send you back in a car. No need, it's not far. Just a few steps away from home. Zuan's voice grew further away in the darkness, the last word barely audible, indicating his departure to a great distance. Left in the scene were Zhuang Linyan and the others. After gazing at each other for a while, Zhuang Linyan nodded at the two women. There's a lot to be done here for your safety. I'll have someone escort you to a safe place first. Aird and Haida agreed without objection. Soon, someone led them away. As their figures disappeared into the darkness, Zhuang Linyan's expression gradually turned cold and stern. Taking a deep breath, she said slowly, Come here. Yes. Immediately gather the troops and start sweeping the entire Qingshai outer city. We must have full control of the entire outer city before dawn. Hearing Zhuang Linyan's orders, her subordinates showed joy and immediately nodded, saying, Understood. With Zhuang Linyan's command, all her subordinates rushed out aggressively to sweep the entire Qingshai outer city. The first to be eliminated was naturally the headquarters of the Bloodwolf gang. In fact, because Cao Gang took away most of the elite members of the Bloodwolf gang, the current headquarters was just a facade, an empty shell. When Zhuang Linyan and her men arrived here, the guards were all dumbfounded and offered no resistance, leading to their complete annihilation. Following that, Zhuang Linyan's team launched attacks in all directions. Since almost all the major figures in the outer city had died in this hotel, there was a moment when the city was leaderless. Thus, they were easily defeated without encountering any significant resistance. This long and bloody night finally ended. As the first rays of morning sunlight illuminated the earth, the entire Qingshai outer city had changed drastically. This explosive news left many puzzled people bewildered upon waking up. What was going on? At the same time, on the blue stone wasteland, a figure was running at a crazy speed. This kind of running had been going on for a whole night. Finally, when the rays of the day completely illuminated the sky after dawn, the exhausted Siphiels finally stopped his steps, then almost collapsed, lying on a big rock, gasping for breath. Even for him, a whole night of continuous running was an extremely difficult task. For this, Siphiels had used up all the assistance devices he carried with him. But in the face of survival, all sacrifices were worth it. After nearly half an hour, Siphiels finally regained some strength, then took out a pocket watch to confirm his current position. When he saw the distance on the watch, Siphiels breathed a long sigh of relief and put his heart back in his chest. Because at this moment, he was already 3,000 kilometers away from the Blue Stone City. In other words, he had not only surpassed his own limits that night, but also set a miraculous record. To Siphiels, this was already a safe enough distance. Even if that boy was sitting in a mechanical flying device, he couldn't catch up with him. A mixed smile of sarcasm and fear appeared on his face. Although he didn't know the origin of that boy, who possessed such terrifying power, he was a bit too naive to actually spare him and even say he wanted to greet his boss. It was truly amusing. The gratitude of surviving the ordeal made him show a proud smile. Then he calmly took out a communication stone from his pocket and sent a message. Afterwards, he lay comfortably on the rock, silently waiting. Over an hour later, the sound of rotating wings breaking through the air came from the sky. Siphiels showed a slight smile, then stood up confidently. At this moment, a mechanical flying device had flown near and landed slowly on the ground. A man in black walked down from the flying device and respectfully bowed to Siphiels. "Sir Sentinel." Siphiels arrogantly tilted his head up, snorted from his nostrils, then walked onto the flying device. "Let's go. Back to the mine, yes." The flying device ascended into the air and headed towards the sky. As the sun rose, the entire Blue Stone outer city became even more restless, with many people filled with anxiety, not knowing what they would face next, or what Zhao Linyan planned to do after eliminating all the city's big shots. These baseless speculations made the atmosphere in the Blue Stone outer city very tense. Meanwhile, Zhao Linyan, who had already become the undisputed leader of the Blue Stone outer city, sat wearily in the car outside a small building. The exhaustion of the night's activities had worn her out physically and mentally. But she couldn't sleep now because she wanted to wait to see Zuan and ask him something. She knew very well that since Zuan had killed all the big shots present, it was an opportunity created for her, which she seized without hesitation. But the problem now was that the turmoil in the Blue Stone outer city would definitely alert the big players in the inner city. Even the mysterious figure behind the Bloodwolf gang would not let things go so easily. And that was the real crisis. So, she just wanted to see Zuan as soon as possible. But because Zuan had said he wanted to rest, she didn't dare to barge in, so she could only wait quietly in the car outside the small building. As noon approached, Zhao Linyan, who was dozing off with her eyes closed, was awakened by the sound of tapping on the car window. "Miss Second, this gentleman is awake," her subordinate said respectfully. "Good." Zhao Linyan immediately got up from the car and walked towards the building. She hesitated for a moment at the door, then said to those around her, "Close off this place tightly. Without my orders, no news about this gentleman should be leaked." "Understood, yes." Everyone bowed their heads solemnly. Zhao Linyan walked up to the door, took a deep breath, then stepped into the living room. "Is everything settled?" Zuan, sitting on the corner sofa, didn't look back and asked softly. Zhao Linyan humbly replied, "Yes, everything has been settled." "Hehe. Should I congratulate you for becoming the leader of the outer city?" With these words, Zuan turned his chair around, smiling at Zhao Linyan ambiguously. Zhao Linyan forced a bitter smile, lowered her head, and said, "Sir, you are joking. The power I have now is all thanks to your strength. So, why are you in such a hurry to see me? What's the matter? Zuan changed the topic and asked softly. Zhao Linyan raised her head and solemnly said, Sir, the outer city is now completely under my control. But this will definitely alert the big shots in the inner city, especially the one behind the scenes of the Bloodwolf gang. They won't take this lying down, so you're scared. It's not fear, just some worries. Worries or Zuan raised the corner of his mouth, showing a slight smile. In your eyes, these so-called big shots are like gods, but in my eyes, they are just ants. So, ignore them, manage your subordinates honestly. If anyone dares to intervene, I don't mind giving them a lesson. Zuan's tone was indifferent, but the chilling killing intent contained in it made Zhao Linyan shudder. So you don't need to worry, just manage your men honestly and leave the rest to me. If there are really foolish actions, I will deal with them myself. Do you understand? Yes, yes. After being lost in thought for a moment, Zhao Linyan finally nodded. Go, let me know if there are any changes. Zhao Linyan bowed and left the room. After she left, Zuan leaned back on the sofa, looking out the square-patterned window at the scenery outside. Who knows who is the one dealing with you siblings from behind? Never mind, after this auction is over, I will help you again. And I have a feeling that this auction will have some very interesting things appearing. With that, a faint smile appeared on Zuan's lips, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intent. Liu Zhang's working hours usually started at night, often when the light of day was faint, and others began to wake up one after another. He had already finished his work and was preparing to go to bed. Today was no exception. The heavy rain last night had slowed down his work a bit, so it wasn't until breakfast that he comfortably lay back in the study's chair, fell into a deep sleep shortly after. It was a habit he had developed over the years. Before noon arrived, a servant drenched in sweat burst into the study, gently calling out to the sleeping Liu Zhang by his ear. Master, wake up! There's important news to report to you. Before a second call, Liu Zhang had already opened his eyes, with a chilling look in them. What's the matter? He knew that it must be serious if he himself was startled. Indeed, the steward lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. We just received news that our Liu family's inn in the outer city was burned down. Who did it? Liu Zhang asked solemnly as he tidied his clothes. According to reliable sources, it should be Zhuang Linyan. Zhuang Linyan? How could that woman have the audacity? Have Cao Gang come to see me immediately? Liu Zhang was suspicious and stern. The steward managed a bitter smile. Master, Cao Gang can't come anymore. Just last night, Zhuang Linyan's people suddenly attacked the Bloodwolf gang headquarters, and before that, Cao Gang and many other big shots in the outer city had already died in the inn. Now, the entire outer city is essentially under Zhuang Linyan's control. What? Liu Zhang's face paled. When did we receive this information? We just got the intelligence, and the events happened last night. The steward replied. Liu Zhang's expression changed suddenly, and he paced back and forth in the study. The steward didn't dare to speak and stood quietly on the side. After a while, Liu Zhang let out a harsh laugh. Zhuang Linyan. Hey, I underestimated you. If I had known earlier, I should have taken you out along with the others. The steward kept quiet, avoiding the subject. Because in this kind of family, knowing too many secrets meant your life was in danger. Your brother didn't listen to commands back then, insisting on unifying the outer city, but he didn't know that a stable and unified outer city didn't benefit the inner city's interests, so he died. Died a miserable death. And now you repeat the same mistake and eliminate everyone else. Do you think you can unite the outer city by doing this? You're too naive. Liu Zhang muttered to himself as he paced. Suddenly, he slammed the table and angrily exclaimed, courting death. The steward trembled in fear and then lowered his body, using a voice full of killing intent. Master, should we mobilize people now to completely eliminate Zhuang Linyan? Liu Zhang waved his hand. Not yet. It's not the time to act now. The auction is about to take place soon, and this time it's likely that a high-level alchemical item will appear. Many alchemists have gathered in Qingxi City for this item, which can greatly enhance one's strength once obtained. So, this item must belong to me. So, in this critical moment, it's not suitable to stir up trouble. What should we do then? The steward asked puzzled. Liu Zhang's eyes showed determination. Let Zhuang Linyan enjoy her victory for now. Don't worry about her. We'll deal with it after the auction. Yes. The steward left. Liu Zhang paced back and forth, his eyes shining, finally revealing a hint of a sinister smile. Under his command, the Liu family unexpectedly remained silent in the face of the turmoil in the outer city. Leading the way, all major families in the inner city also remained silent, because all of these people have heard rumors of a valuable treasure appearing at the auction, and for the sake of obtaining this item, no one wanted to get involved unnecessarily. So, while the outer city was in an uproar, the inner city remained unusually peaceful, with no family taking a stand. This strange calmness made many keen minds sense something unusual. Thus, soon after, the commotion in the outer city gradually quieted down, replaced by an eerie silence, like the calm before a storm, brewing a terrifying tempest. At this time, Zhuang Linyan also disappeared from public view. Meanwhile, in a distant mine, deep underground, Cypher calmly stepped out of his aircraft. Unlike his pitiful state when in Qingxi City begging for mercy, he now exuded his usual sinister and arrogant demeanor. And as the boss's trusted henchman, the feared night guard, no one dared to meet his gaze. Thus, he easily bypassed layers of defenses and finally arrived at the small building where the mine boss resided. Outside the small building, a group of shady characters had gathered. These individuals were ruthless thugs gathered from various places by the boss, each with blood on their hands. But now, they had become the boss's faithful minions. When they saw Cypher walk in, they were all grinning and greeted him. "Night Guard, you're back." Cypher nodded. "Is the boss inside?" "Yes, sir. The boss is inside, but I suggest you wait a bit before going in, because the boss just bought a little girl and took her in." This thug's grin was particularly repulsive. In the past, Cypher would have obediently waited outside at this time, but today, for some reason, he felt increasingly irritated and impatient. With a dark expression, he impatiently said, "No need for so much nonsense. I have urgent matters to discuss with the boss." And without regard for their protests, he barged into the building. As these men had mentioned, at that moment, the mine boss was preparing to harm the girl he had just bought. However, just then, Cypher burst in. This fat, grimacing boss was not pleased, his face instantly darkening. "Cypher, what do you want? Can't you see I'm busy?" Cypher's growing frustration peaked at the boss's scolding. "Heh, esteemed boss, I regret to inform you that your entertainment is over." "What do you mean?" "Cypher, have you gone mad? Do you even know what you're saying?" The boss shouted in anger. And then, the case Cypher was carrying suddenly exploded, unleashing numerous mechanical insects that swarmed out, heading menacingly towards the boss. This is a mechanical deluge representing death. Countless football-sized insects, made entirely of gears, emitting a cold and evil sheen, gathered together like a swarm of ants, devouring everything in their path. The entire world was filled with a buzzing sound, the sound of gears turning to propel the flying wings. The sound of one insect might be faint, but when so many gathered together, it formed a chilling, deathly whisper. And this was the extinction that the night watchman Cypher was famous for, the mechanical calamity. Normally, these insects slept in the form of eggs in the briefcase that Cypher carried with him. But when needed, Cypher would release them, and they would slaughter anything that dared to stand in their way. Because wherever they passed, no grass would grow, hence they were called the mechanical calamity. But today, the behavior of these insects was different from before. Each one appeared extremely excited, to the point that even their compound eyes turned a faint dark red. When these red eyes gathered together, it looked like a sky full of stars, forming a tide of dark red. This elevated the momentum of the swarm to its peak, heading straight towards the fat mine owner. The fat boss clearly did not anticipate such a situation, first shocked, then let out a thunderous roar. "Cypher, you bastard, dare to betray me." Cypher did not respond. At this moment, his expression was extremely strange, his face pale, covered in cold sweat, and his eyes full of fear. Because he was horrified to discover that these mechanical insects had completely broken free from his control. All commands were ineffective, and these insects were charging relentlessly towards their boss. Cypher tried to move his feet, but found that he had lost control of his body, let alone take a step. He could only stand there dumbfounded, watching the scene before him. The owner of Sevelfras had a habit of not wanting anyone to disturb him when he was indulging in pleasure, so the bodyguards who were always by his side were not present at this moment. This made the fat boss regret deeply. "Damn bastard, Sevelfras, you're dead. I will tear you to pieces." The fat boss shouted angrily, crushing a necklace around his neck. Boom! A faint silver light appeared around the fat man's body. At this moment, the mechanical insects had reached him. The two sides collided, emitting an extremely dull sound. But the silver light screen was evidently very strong, barely moving slightly under the impact and stabilizing. On the other hand, the mechanical insects at the forefront, due to the collision and pressure from behind, the two forces caused their metal bodies to shatter instantly. The fat man stood within the light screen, coldly watching the scene. "Sevelfras, you want to challenge me? You're still too naive. Since I can control you rogues, my power is beyond your imagination," the fat man said triumphantly. But as soon as he finished speaking, the mechanical insects suddenly became agitated, and the swarm surged with them. Following this, the insects emitted a painful scream and began to metamorphose. As the gears turned, the bodies of the insects began to enlarge once again, and along with it, their sharp mouthparts and scythe-like limbs also changed. These weapons rapidly increased in size, emanating a terrifying sheen. Sevelfras was dumbfounded, his eyes filled with despair. He understood that the swarm was undergoing an upgrade. But this upgrade was forced, and the consequence would be that when these insects exhausted all their energy, they would perish. This was usually a tactic used by the swarm in times of great danger. However, this time, all the mechanical insects had chosen this self-destructive method at the same time. Combined with his own state, Sevelfras suddenly understood. Without a doubt, all of this was orchestrated by that white-clothed youth. It turned out that the white-clothed youth's promise to give a gift to his boss was referring to this. Thinking of this, Sevelfras was filled with despair. He laughed at the white-clothed youth's innocence, but now it seemed that he was the truly naive one. At the same time, the mechanical insects had completed their metamorphosis and rushed forward in an extremely violent manner. This time, the fat man was no longer as calm as before. Because this time, the attack of these mechanical insects was completely suicidal. When their bodies collided with the light screen, the entire insect would burst instantly, generating a force that made the protective light screen tremble. This attack was omnidirectional. The light screen shook even more violently. The fat man's face turned almost transparent with paleness, then he shouted in a voice full of fear, "Sevelfras, you win. I surrender. As long as you spare me, everything is yours." It was a very tempting offer, but Sevelfras could only smile bitterly to himself, because he couldn't even move a muscle, let alone talk about winning or losing. Thinking that Sevelfras did not respond, the fat man thought he was determined to die and shouted in anger, "Sevelfras, you bastard, you will die a bad death." Before his words fell, there was a crisp sound, and the protective light screen instantly collapsed. The swarm of mechanical insects rushed forward and completely engulfed the fat man. At first, the fat man let out a few screams, but soon, the screams disappeared. The only sound left was the sound of flesh being rapidly cut by metal blades. Soon, the swarm scattered. Looking around, besides a pool of blood on the ground, there was no trace of the fat man ever existing. But this was just the beginning. Following this, the mechanical insects changed direction and rushed towards Sevelfras, who was frozen and unable to move. Sevelfras' pupils shrank to the size of a needlepoint. He wanted to scream, to run away. But all his struggles were in vain. In an instant, he too was overwhelmed by the swarm. Before his death, Sevelfras was filled with endless regret. Outside, the group of thugs hired by the fat white man, each with hands stained with blood and committing all kinds of evil deeds, were chatting together excitedly. "Hey, our boss really caught a good-looking girl this time. Yeah. Once the boss is done with her, we should also have a taste. How did Severus get in there for so long and still hasn't come out? Who knows, but I think I heard sounds of a fight inside. Heh. Maybe the boss is in the mood and inviting Severus to join the battle group." The rest of the group all showed envious expressions. Just then, someone suddenly said, "Hey, did you guys hear that? It sounds like someone is screaming in pain." Everyone listened carefully, and indeed, there was a faint sound of screams coming from inside the house. Haha, looks like the boss is up to something big this time. Someone smirked. But before they could finish speaking, the sturdy house suddenly collapsed, and countless mechanical insects rushed out, covering the entire mining area. Mechanical disaster. What is Severus up to? Someone exclaimed, turning to run. But it was all too late, as the swarm of mechanical insects in the sky descended like a dark cloud, engulfing the entire area. With a buzzing sound of vibrating wings, these mechanical insects plunged down and began their attack. No one was a match for these rampaging mechanical insects, so it was more like a one-sided slaughter than an attack. Faced with the impending death, these evildoers who took pleasure in killing showed their true colors of fear and desperation. Sounds of screams, pleas for mercy, and hysterical curses mixed together like an evil dirge. But no form of resistance could withstand the enormous size of these mechanical insects. The sound of blades cutting through the air, blood splattering, bodies falling to the ground, these noises quickly drowned out all other sounds. Finally, when the last evildoer fell, there was not a single standing figure left, and the ground was covered in a pool of blood. Thus, the boss who controlled the mining area, along with all his henchmen, were wiped out. Meanwhile, the miners working in the underground mine suddenly sensed something amiss and stopped their work. Then, they realized that the chains binding them had all been suddenly broken. These miners looked at each other, then joyfully embraced each other because they knew that the chains breaking meant the death of the mining area's boss. They were finally free. At the same time, the mechanical insects in the sky circled around the area before shaking and exploding one by one. In an instant, all the mechanical insects were reduced to rubble, along with the entire mining area. In the outer city of Qingxi, Zuan, who was sitting by the window admiring a fine piece of mechanical art, suddenly looked up and gazed out the window with a faint smile. Has it finally been activated? I wonder if you and your boss are satisfied with the gift I sent? Zuan's voice was soft, and at least Zhao Linyan sitting across from him couldn't hear clearly. What did you say, sir? Nothing. Zuan put down what he was holding and leaned back on the sofa. How many days are left until the auction? 3 days, sir. Good. Zuan nodded, non-committal. Zhao Linyan hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Zuan asked. Sir, this auction seems a bit unusual. According to the information I received, the number of high-level alchemists coming to Qingxi City this time is unprecedented. This is obviously abnormal. Zuan glanced at Zhao Linyan with a smile that was not a smile. So what? Zhao Linyan subconsciously swallowed. I'm just a little worried because this situation has added a lot of variables to this auction, so it's best for you to be prepared in advance, sir. Zuan looked deep into Zhao Linyan's eyes and then nodded, all right? The next 3 days in Qingxi City were very calm. Finally, the day of the auction arrived. From early in the morning, the entire city of Qingxi began to boil. Countless aircraft flew towards the inner city, and the streets were bustling with various vehicles blocking the gate between the inner and outer cities. This day was not only for the auction in the inner city, but also for the ordinary trade fair for the general public. That's why it was so lively. But at this moment, the vehicles on the street quickly made way for a procession that was slowly approaching from a distance. This convoy was led by a brand new black floating car, and in the middle was a specially made extended black sedan. When people saw this convoy, their expressions were complex jaw, fear, but mostly curiosity. In the outer city of Qingxi at this moment, no one would fail to recognize this convoy. Zhao Linyan, who overnight gained control of the entire outer city of Qingxi by thunderous means and became the undisputed first person, naturally commanded respect and awe. So wherever this convoy passed, the crowds dispersed. Even at the boundary gate, a spacious passage was quickly cleared, allowing Zhao Linyan's convoy to smoothly enter the inner city. Only when the convoy was out of sight did the crowds close in again, whispering and discussing among themselves. Isn't that Zhao Linyan's convoy or yes? Why is she going to the inner city at this time? Isn't she afraid of chaos in the outer city? Who knows? Maybe she's also going to buy something in the inner city. As the crowd discussed, Zhao Linyan's convoy turned into a street in the inner city. One could easily tell from the buildings outside the car window that the inner city was wealthier and cleaner than the outer city. For example, this street still retained many remnants of the glorious civilization, appearing quite magnificent. At the same time, the convoy's speed gradually slowed down and finally stopped in front of a majestic building. Zhao Linyan took a deep breath and whispered, "Sir, we have arrived." This is the venue for this auction. Zuan withdrew his gaze, smiled faintly, and then said lightly, "Let's go." Only when they entered the building could they feel the terror of the past glory of the alchemical civilization. The intricate design and superb craftsmanship of the building were truly breathtaking. However, many functions and facilities had been abandoned. As the conversation ended, a girl in a gorgeous long dress, exuding an aloof yet captivating appearance, greeted them with a smile on her face. When Zhuang Linyan saw her, she couldn't help but smile too. "Jingyi, are you here early?" "Yes. My father said this auction will be lively, with many high-ranking alchemists whom we don't usually see appearing. So, to broaden my horizons, I came early." "Who is this?" In fact, as soon as Zhuang Linyan and the others entered, Liu Jingyi had already noticed Zuan walking ahead. There was no way she could miss the all-white attire of Zuan. Regardless of appearance, just the peaceful and indifferent aura surrounding Zuan was enough to make Zhuang Linyan, who was following him, instantly transform into a little attendant. This aura easily attracted Liu Jingyi as well. So, after greeting, she stared curiously at Zuan with a look of curiosity. Zuan, on the other hand, didn't seem to notice any of this. He didn't even glance at Liu Jingyi and walked straight into the auction venue. Immediately, an awkward atmosphere filled the room. A hint of anger appeared in Liu Jingyi's eyes. As the only daughter of the prominent figure, Liu Zhang, in the inner city, she was used to a life where everyone admired her. Wherever she went, she was always the center of attention, the focus of all eyes. Especially as she grew older and showed her astonishing beauty, she became the object of pursuit for many noble sons. This auction was no exception. For these noble sons, they were only here for a good time, almost treating it like a social gathering to show off. Zuan's appearance made Liu Jingyi feel a slight sense of attraction for the first time, prompting her to approach him. As someone who always held herself in high regard and rarely engaged in conversation first, it was a surprise to her that this young man in white not only didn't acknowledge her charm, but also left without a second glance. This was the first time Liu Jingyi experienced such humiliation, and naturally, she felt a deep sense of resentment. As a friend of Liu Jingyi, Zhuang Linyan naturally understood her personality. Seeing this, she felt a pang of unease, realizing that things were not going well. She hastily spoke up, "Jingyi, this gentleman is a wanderer in the wilderness, rarely mingling with people, so he may not be familiar with the etiquettes. Please don't take it personally." Zhuang Linyan thought labeling Zuan as a wanderer would make Jingyi back off. After all, for someone like her, a wealthy heiress, there would never be any intersection with those roaming bandits. However, to her surprise, when Jingyi heard the word wanderer, her eyes gradually brightened. "Wanderer. Bounty hunter, oh yes." Liu Jingyi smiled, then lowered her voice suddenly and asked, "Linyan, tell me the truth, did you specifically invite him with that invitation?" Zhuang Linyan nodded, about to say something. Jingyi eagerly interrupted, then, "What's the relationship between you and this guy? Are you a couple?" Hearing the word couple, Zhuang Linyan understood what was on Liu Jingyi's mind and couldn't help but smile wryly. "What are you thinking, little girl? How could I be with this gentleman?" As she said this, an image of Zuan wiping out all the prominent figures from the outer city flashed through Zhuang Linyan's mind, sending a shiver down her spine. Zhuang Linyan was a practical person and knew that someone like Zuan was not someone she could associate with. Therefore, despite her gratitude for Zuan's assistance, she never entertained such thoughts. But when Liu Jingyi heard Zhuang Linyan's response, her face lit up with joy. "That's good. Since he's not yours, then I won't hold back." "Won't hold back?" Zhuang Linyan was taken aback, then quickly understood what she meant and said, "Jingyi, please don't cause trouble, this gentleman." Before she could finish, Liu Jingyi impatiently waved her hand. "All right, Linyan, I know my limits, but this guy dared to ignore my charm. I have to show him the power of a Liu family girl." This bold statement left Zhuang Linyan speechless. She knew Liu Jingyi's temperament and realized that reasoning with her was futile. Fortunately, this gentleman was here for the auction and would likely leave after it ends. By then, this little girl would not find him, and her interest would fade naturally. Thinking this, Zhuang Linyan sighed helplessly. "I can't deal with you. Let's go inside." The auction venue was set in a lavish and spacious hall. In the center of the circular seats was a high platform meant for displays, currently empty as the auction had not officially begun. However, there were already quite a few people in attendance. They were dressed in various ways, some elegantly, clearly from noble families, while others exuded a hint of wilderness hunters with a cold glint in their eyes. But the most eye-catching were those sitting in the front row, exuding a proud air. These people were not young, some even had white beards. Regardless of age, they all wore long, dark green robes, adorned with an emblem resembling a tall tower that shimmered with every movement, showcasing their extraordinary presence. After some time of observation, Zuan naturally understood that the emblem on the robe depicted the headquarters and sanctuary of alchemists, the symbol of the Tower of Truth. The 3 gold leaves entwined around the tower indicated the status of these individuals as high-ranking alchemists. The respectful attitude of those around them indicated that in the city of Qingshai, the high-ranking alchemists were the epitome of authority. However, Zuan also noticed that at the end of these seats were private boxes shrouded in black curtains. These boxes were specially prepared for high-profile figures who preferred to remain anonymous. Currently, all these boxes were occupied, and occasional laughter could be heard coming from inside. After scanning the surroundings, Zuan sat in a secluded corner. Although he was dressed in all white and appeared unremarkable, his demeanor made those around him nervous. From beginning to end, Zuan never glanced over here. He just leisurely leaned back in the chair, gazing at the high platform in front, lost in thought. But this kind of focus only made the woman more excited, unable to resist standing up and wanting to approach. However, at this moment, Liu Jingyi sat down next to Zuan first, then coldly glanced at the woman, her red lips slightly parted. "Get lost." This attitude naturally made the woman very unhappy, about to retort, but someone next to her grabbed her and whispered a few words in her ear. After listening, the woman's face immediately turned very pale. Not daring to even look Liu Jingyi in the eye, turned around and fled. Liu Jingyi was quite pleased with this, then unabashedly propped up her long legs on the seat in front and smiled, saying, "Hi, we meet again so soon." No response. Zuan remained like a statue, leaning back in the chair, even slowly closing his eyes. This attitude instantly ignited Liu Jingyi's anger. "How dare you ignore this lady? I will make you regret it." Thinking this, Liu Jingyi's smile became even sweeter. "Mr. Zhu, the position here is not that great. How about we go to the private room in the back? I have a lot to say to Mr. Zhu." Before she could finish speaking, Zuan suddenly opened his eyes, turning to look at her indifferently. This gaze made Liu Jingyi swallow the rest of her words, because this look was simply terrifying. At that moment, Liu Jingyi even doubted if she was being stared at by a mechanical tyrannosaurus rather than a person. The deep sense of fear from within made her tremble slightly all over, her face gradually turning pale. Luckily, Zuan's look was just a passing glance, then he averted his gaze and continued to lean back in the chair as if dozing off. "I don't like noise, so please shut your mouth and be quiet. Understand?" Upon hearing Zuan's cold and emotionless words, Liu Jingyi gnashed her teeth in anger, her eyes filled with annoyance and humiliation. She had never been treated like this before. But the more she was treated this way, the more it fueled her competitive spirit. Especially with Zuan's displayed strength just now, it fulfilled all her fantasies about the outlaws. Yes, in the eyes of this pampered young girl, the outlaws who roamed the wilderness for a living were a very romantic profession. This was also the reason she felt more excited rather than afraid after hearing Zhuang Linyan's warning. Therefore, she lightly bit her vermilion lips and suddenly chuckled, then leaned back in the chair, quietly watching Zuan. This was her trump card. It was rare for someone to remain calm under the gaze of a beautiful young girl. At least Liu Jingyi had not seen it before. But this time she miscalculated. No matter how she displayed her thousands of charms, Zuan completely ignored her like air. This only fueled Liu Jingyi's competitive spirit even more, so she had no intention of backing down, just staring at Zuan nonstop. And this scene was noticed by many people in the audience. After all, Liu Jingyi was a star-like figure in Qingshi Inner City. Especially for those noble children who were eager to rise in status, they regarded the only daughter of the Liu family as a goddess and constantly wanted to catch her attention. But without exception, all these people failed. Therefore, Liu Jingyi was also called the most unattainable metal rose in the inner city. But never did they expect that today they would see a side of Liu Jingyi that she had never shown in front of outsiders. Those tender, affectionate eyes and coquettish expressions made many noble children stare in awe. But soon, the faces of these noble children darkened, because Liu Jingyi's smile, though beautiful, was not aimed at them, but at a stranger young man they had never seen before. Naturally, this made those noble children very uncomfortable. Zhuang Linyan also noticed this, but could do nothing about it, only silently praying, hoping that this auction could end peacefully. At the same time, this scene was also noticed by someone in a private room. Liu Zhang frowned slightly. What is Jingyi doing? How unseemly in public! Master, shall I go get rid of this young man who came out of nowhere now? The steward asked respectfully. No need. The auction is about to start. It's not worth causing a scene for such a small matter. After the auction, send a few people to take care of this guy. Understood. Make sure to be discreet. Got it. Finally, just as Liu Jingyi felt her face was about to ache from smiling, with a gong sound, the auction finally officially began. In an instant, all the lights in the venue dimmed. Then a beam of light shone on the high platform, and a well-dressed middle-aged man appeared on the previously empty stage. This man had a long beard and sharp eyes like a hawk, so when he looked around the room, the restless auction house immediately quieted down. This man was none other than the renowned and knowledgeable expert in treasures, spread far and wide throughout the Qingxi wilderness and even several nearby cities, Wen Jingkui. In previous auctions, he rarely appeared, and even if he did, he would appear as the closing act. But this time, he appeared right at the start, indicating the exceptional nature of this auction. In the silence, Wen Jingkui, with a calm expression, slightly bowed towards a certain private room, then nodded towards a few alchemists in the front row. All of you are here for treasures, so Wen Kui won't say much. The auction is now officially beginning. With those words, a table floated up on the high platform, and on it lay a brocade box. When the box was opened, inside was a beating mechanical heart. A brand new mechanical heart, crafted by the plague doctor Master Huang, powerful in function, reliable in quality. Starting bid at 1,000 blue cogs. Bidding starts now. Just the first item at the beginning of the auction shook everyone in the room. The name of the plague doctor Master Huang had long been famous, specializing in crafting human mechanical components. However, he rarely made appearances, so the items attributed to him were scarce, let alone such a labor-intensive mechanical heart. After a fierce bidding war, this mechanical heart was finally sold for the price of 1,800 blue gears. The beer was a wilderness hunter who, upon acquiring the item, immediately left in high spirits. For hunters like them who roam the wilderness, there is nothing better than a robust mechanical heart as a human body component. This will greatly enhance their survival capabilities. However, this is just the beginning, as soon the second item was placed on the table. One exquisite purple alchemy gear can be perfectly embedded in alchemical items for enhancement. Starting price of 10,000 blue gears. Bidding begins. When the alchemists saw the perfect and extraordinary gear on the platform, they all showed excited expressions. Purple gears are rare to begin with, let alone this upgradable type. The bidding war ensued once again and finally sold for a sky-high price of 20,000 gears. The atmosphere in the room was now completely heated up. The following treasures were also auctioned off at high prices. The whole process was colorful and exciting, but Zuan, sitting in the corner, had a calm expression, quietly watching without any intention of bidding. Seeing this scene, Liu Jingyi raised her eyebrows slightly, then whispered with a smile, "Mr. Zhu, do you need money? It's okay, as long as you like something, you can bid, and I'll pay for you." Zuan gave her a faint glance and replied, "Are you very wealthy?" "Of course. Who in the whole Qingxi inner city doesn't know the wealth of my Liu family?" Liu Jingyi said proudly. Zuan smiled. This smile completely dazzled Liu Jingyi. But at that moment, Zuan turned back and said calmly, "Not needed, and you can't afford what I have set my eyes on." "What?" Liu Jingyi was surprised, then pouted with displeasure. "Mr. Zhu, I hope you understand the meaning of your words. In Qingxi City, as long as it's something I want, there's nothing I can't get." Zuan just smiled faintly and didn't respond. But Liu Jingyi was secretly holding back her anger. "Look down on the wealth of my Liu family. All right, I will show you what arrogance means later." Liu Jingyi made up her mind silently. By this time, the atmosphere in the auction hall was nearing a fever pitch. Especially when a top-notch mechanical puppet appeared, it instantly ignited the crowd. "Everyone, How valuable do you think a self-growing mechanical puppet is? I'm sure I don't need to introduce it. So without further ado, starting price of 100,000 blue gears, bidding starts now. Hiss! Many in the audience gasped. 100,000 blue gears, even for these wealthy people, was considered a sky-high price. In fact, Kept only needed a gear with a faint purple glow to start a fight with Andrew, indicating the preciousness of gears. This price was unaffordable for ordinary people, but acceptable for high-level alchemists who knew the secrets of alchemy. Especially since this was a rare self-growing alchemical puppet, the high-level alchemists quickly became active and started bidding. Soon, the price climbed from 100,000 alchemical gears to 180,000. This price had exceeded the previous auction's record, making these wealthy high-level alchemists break out in a cold sweat. Just as when Jinchue was about to close the deal, a faint voice suddenly came from one of the boxes. 200,000, plus a light purple gear. Boom! This offer immediately shocked the entire audience, including the high-level alchemist who had bid up to 180,000 before, now with a grim look on his face. Upon hearing this voice from the box, when Jinchue's face showed respect, then he slightly bowed. Yes, sir. Without even asking if anyone else would bid, he closed the deal directly. This scene also shook many interested parties on the spot. If even the well-known Wen Jinchue was so respectful, who exactly was the person in that box? Liu Zhang frowned. What's going on? Who made the bid? Master, I've sent someone to investigate, but we still don't know. At that moment, when Jinchue took a deep breath, looked around with a piercing gaze, and then declared, everyone, all the other auction items have been sold. But I can responsibly say that the combined value of all the items today does not compare to half the value of this next item. Hearing this, the crowd stirred. Many who thought this alchemical puppet was the last item were dumbfounded. So many precious things were not worth half of this final piece. What kind of treasure could it be? When Jinchue was pleased with the reaction from the crowd and couldn't help but smile. Honestly, in my 100 years in this industry, this is the first time I've seen such a high-grade alchemical item. So, you all came at the right time. Bring out the next item. With Wen Jinchue's order, several strong men wearing mechanical exoskeletons laboriously brought up a box. When the box was placed on the ground, the heavy thud echoed throughout the venue. When Jinchue then moved forward with reverence to open the lid of the box. In that instant, a faint golden light radiated out. Everyone was shaken by it. Then, when Jinchue took a deep breath, slowly lifted out the object inside. It was a badge emitting a faint golden luster. When Jinchue then clenched his fist. Click, click, click. With the sound of gears turning, the badge began to transform and instantly morphed into a shining alchemical armor, suspended in midair. There were no words to describe the exquisite and perfect nature of this armor. The mechanical beauty was showcased to perfection. Despite the armor resembling a large rat, it still exuded a sense of vastness and power. The venue fell into silence at first, then erupted into excitement. My goodness, alchemical armor! Someone exclaimed in surprise. That's right, and it's a bindable one. This technique has long been lost, so it can only come from an ancient civilization. Someone muttered. To see such a treasure in this lifetime, I can die without regrets. A senior citizen wept. The high-level alchemists sitting in the front row stood up in astonishment, their eyes filled with indescribable shock. Even their voices were trembling. When Jinchue, how much is this treasure? 10,000 purple gears. The price of this has already exceeded the imagination of many people. Actually, this price is not considered expensive, because if this item is auctioned in those big cities, the price will be even higher. Of course, the seller also mentioned, you can also use high-quality alchemy items to exchange for this item, or even if there is an item that can make this seller interested, you can directly exchange for this rare treasure. So now, let the bidding begin. When Jinkui said with a smile. There was a moment of silence in the whole venue. After all, the value of this alchemy armor has already exceeded the affordability of many people. But then, Liu Zhang in the box couldn't wait and stood up, shouting, I am willing to offer 5,000 purple gears, plus 10 pieces of ancient alchemy items. This price instantly spread throughout the venue, and many people recognized the voice as the wealthy Liu Zhang from the inner city, so they all fell silent. Even the high-ranking alchemists all showed a look of despair. because this price was already beyond what they could afford. The whole venue fell silent. Liu Zhang saw this, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face, greedily eyeing the alchemy armor on the stage, thinking that it was already in his hands. But at this moment, a voice came from the box that had previously bid on the alchemy puppet. 10,000 purple gears, plus 20 pieces of ancient alchemy items. Boom! The whole venue erupted into an uproar. Liu Zhang's face suddenly changed color with anger. He had never seen such a double bid before, obviously targeting him. His eyes immediately filled with killing intent, and he angrily said, "Lao Wen, where did this bidder come from? Could it be someone causing trouble? As far as I know, no one in the entire Qingshai wilderness could afford this price." When Jingkui remained indifferent to the words, "Mr. Liu, this is not something you should worry about. We have rules for the auction. As long as someone can enter the box, they will have the corresponding identity. So, since this gentleman made the bid, it means he can afford it." This statement made Liu Zhang's face instantly darken, then he stared fiercely at the box where the voice came from, his eyes full of murderous intent. He wished he could rush up now and kill the person who disrupted his pace. But he dared not. Despite being a tycoon in Qingshai City, he dared not cause trouble at this auction. Because in this world, the auctions all fall under the jurisdiction of the Auction League. This behemoth's strength is not inferior to the Truth Tower of the Alchemists or the Hunters Guild. So he could only grit his teeth in silence, unable to say anything. Because the price he had offered before was already his limit. The whole venue fell silent. Everyone waited quietly, believing that this alchemy armor would ultimately belong to the mysterious person in the box. Though the process seemed long, in reality, from the appearance of this alchemy armor to now, it had only been a few minutes. Throughout this process, Zuan had not spoken, but quietly watched the alchemy armor on the stage. In his hand, there was another token emitting a faint glow. This token had 12 squares on it. At this moment, 2 squares were filled, one with the image of a blood tiger, and the other a sheep. The one emitting the glow was the first square. After a long time, Zuan withdrew his gaze, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Quite interesting indeed. Unexpectedly encountering this here is truly a pleasant surprise. His words were soft, but were heard by Liu Jingyi beside him. In fact, she too was captivated by the power and perfection of this alchemy armor. But upon hearing Zuan's words, she couldn't help but feel a shock. Recalling her previous big talk, she couldn't help but feel regret. Although she was arrogant, she knew the value of such a treasure. Moreover, she had heard her father's bid earlier, which was already an astronomical figure. But obviously, there were even more extravagant bidders. So a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face as she was about to speak. Zuan seemed to have seen her expression, and calmly said, "I said, what I want is something you cannot afford. Do you understand now?" This somewhat mocking remark instantly made Liu Jingyi angry. "I admit I cannot afford it, but can't you also not afford it?" she said coldly. Zuan smiled, who said, "I couldn't afford the price, huh?" This answer caused Liu Jingyi's eyes to widen in an instant. At the same time, Zuan calmly raised his hand and said, "I bid 1 purple gear." With that, a blue gear with a faint purple hue appeared in his hand, the same gear that had caused trouble when he arrived in this world. The bid caused the whole venue to fall quiet for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Heaven, is this guy a fool? Others have bid up to 10,000 purple gears plus 20 alchemy items, and he bids 1 gear. Is he here to joke?" These mocking voices erupted, especially when those aristocratic children saw the youth sitting next to their goddess Liu Jingyi speak. They burst into mocking laughter. TSK. This kid seems to be a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Right, I bet that 1 purple gear is all his wealth. Amidst the mockery, Liu Jingyi was also shocked, and a hint of contempt appeared on her face. She couldn't afford it, which was one thing. But this kind of hubris was truly despicable. Even Zhuang Linyan looked bewildered, apparently not knowing what Zuan was up to. When Jingkui's smile gradually faded, and he said in a cold tone, "Sir, if you are here to joke, your purpose has been achieved, but I hope such a thing doesn't happen again. Otherwise, I will have the guards escort you out." Zuan gave a faint smile. "Do you think I am joking? Isn't it?" When Jingkui sneered, Zuan lightly played with the gear in his hand, with a slight smile, "Of course not." With that, Zuan's eyes flashed, and a dense and intricate seal suddenly appeared in front of him. This seal shone brightly, dazzling everyone's eyes. Even in the box that had been silent except for the bid, there was a surprised exclamation when Jing Kui stared blankly at the gear suspended in front of him, his eyes gradually widening with countless knowledge, his expression becoming increasingly excited. This is a kind of symbol that has never appeared before. But I can feel that it contains an extremely powerful force. My goodness, this is simply unbelievable, when Jing Kui muttered to himself. It's no wonder he was so shocked. As a highly knowledgeable auctioneer, he understood very well what a completely new symbol meant. It could represent a completely new power, a vast new world that has not yet been explored. In this gradually declining alchemical era, mastering a new power would mean immense wealth and high status. How could Wen Jingkui not be amazed? At the same time, after hearing Wen Jingkui's muttering, the whole room was stirred up. Several high-ranking alchemists in the front row had already stood up, eagerly rushing to the front of the stage, greedily staring at the symbol on the gear. Just after a few breaths of time staring at it, their eyes turned bloodshot, and before they could react, tears of blood dripped from their eye sockets. Not good. Everyone, close your eyes quickly. This symbol is of extremely high rank, beyond our comprehension. Don't look at it, a high-ranking alchemist exclaimed. Upon hearing his shout, the other high-ranking alchemists hurriedly closed their eyes, turning their heads away, afraid to look. But the rest of the people in the room continued to gaze curiously at the gear floating on the stage, many of them showing a look of shock in their eyes, because they had all heard Wen Jingkui's previous words. If it truly was a completely new symbol, its value would be immense. But the key question was, why did this seemingly ordinary young man possess this kind of symbol? This question also lingered in Liu Jingyi's mind. She looked at Zuan with astonishment and suddenly realized that she had completely misjudged this young man before, and in a very absurd way. She had thought he was very arrogant, but now it seemed that she was the one who was arrogant. And the group of young nobles who had mocked Zuan before were now dumbfounded, with a look of fear in their eyes. At the same time, Zuan said to Wen Jingkui on the stage, "Answer my question. Are you willing?" Wen Jingkui shuddered all over, snapping out of his shocked stupor, and then his face showed a solemn expression as he bowed deeply to Zuan. "I'm sorry, sir. I was blind and disrespectful to you just now. As for your bidding question, I cannot make a decision and need to contact the seller." Zuan smiled slightly. "All right, I'll wait." But just then, a voice came from the box behind them. "Hold on." Then the black curtain behind them suddenly opened, revealing a figure inside the box. When they saw this figure, the calm auction room was once again in turmoil. How is this possible? Many people stood up in shock. And those high-ranking alchemists who had been arrogant before, upon seeing this figure, were even more shaken and stood in fear, bowing and respectfully addressing him as senior brother when they saw him. Yes, the man who appeared in the room was dressed in a light purple robe, with the symbol of the Tower of Truth embroidered on it, but instead of 3 leaves next to the Tower of Truth, there was a golden rose, which was the symbol of alchemists in the Tower of Truth. Although there was only 1 letter's difference between alchemist and alchemy master, the difference in strength was poles apart. Becoming an alchemist might only require great wealth and slightly better talent, but becoming a true alchemy master was not that simple. It required not only enough talent and wealth, but also passing the rigorous assessments of the Tower of Truth to be qualified to wear the purple robe. Therefore, when these alchemists saw the floral pattern on the man's robe, they immediately felt like the mouse had seen the cat, not daring to make a sound and respectfully addressing him as senior brother. This was a convention within the Tower of Truth, regardless of age. As long as the other person's strength and rank were higher than yours, you had to address them as senior brother. Facing the respectful address from these alchemists, the man just nodded slightly, then deeply looked at the floating gear on the stage, and couldn't help but show a hint of confusion in his eyes. But soon, he composed himself, and then smiled at Wen Jingkui. "Mr. Wen, let's not rush into this matter. I have a few words to say to this friend first." Wen Jingkui hesitated upon hearing him say that, and looked at Zuan. He didn't know how to handle this situation now. Zuan simply smiled faintly. "What do you want to say to me?" "Let me introduce myself first. I am Liang Ming, an alchemy master who has passed the official assessment of the Tower of Truth," the man said with a smile, but there was a hint of pride in his smile. Indeed, when many people heard his name, they were all shocked. "Liang Ming, Is he the alchemy master who has risen to fame in recent years? I heard he is the most likely to advance to Grand Alchemy Master before the age of 40. Amidst the exclamations, the standing postures of those alchemists became even more standard. Even Liu Zhang in the box was shocked upon hearing this name, and then he slumped into a chair, completely giving up hope. It seemed that this renowned alchemist's coveting meant that this alchemical armor was now out of his reach. Liang Ming was obviously pleased with everyone's reaction and smiled even more happily. Friend, although I don't know how you obtained this item, I must say, you are indeed a hero from a young age. Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly, with a smile that was not a smile, and said, and then, Zuan's attitude made the man's face look slightly unpleasant. He thought that with his status and position, a couple of compliments like that should have elicited some response from this white-clad young man. However, he realized that the other party remained indifferent throughout. But soon, Liang Ming regained his composure and then said with a smile, Friend, to be honest, I must have this item because it is very important to me. As you are not an alchemist, this ancient armor is of little use to you in your hands. How about this? The whole scene suddenly fell silent and everyone looked towards Zuan, wanting to know the reaction of this white-clad young man. At the same time, many people were secretly contemplating. On the surface, it seemed like this white-clad young man was at a disadvantage. But as Liang Ming mentioned, although this alchemical armor was precious, its significance for an ordinary person was not that great. So if being able to gain an alchemist's friendship through withdrawing from the competition, it could still be considered a very profitable deal. And at this moment, Liang Ming proudly added, and I have to add, I am the only one in the True Tower in nearly 100 years who broke through to become an alchemist at 30. And I am very confident that I will break through to become an alchemy master before the age of 40. So, I think my friend, you should consider carefully. These words were sharp with a hidden sting. On the surface it was boasting about his achievements, but in reality, it was also subtly proving a point to Zuan. The implication was clear. To make Zuan behave sensibly, Zuan remained silent, just quietly observing, seemingly deep in thought. Liu Jingyi sighed lightly at the sight. Although she was ruthless, she also knew that an alchemist like Liang Ming was not someone to mess with for herself or even the whole Liu family. Mr. Zhu, although a violent troublemaker, probably had to bow down obediently as well. But just as the smile on Liang Ming's face was growing and he was about to speak, Zuan suddenly shook his head and smiled lightly. I'm sorry, I don't agree to your conditions. Boom! There was a low commotion throughout the audience. Many people were shocked. Especially Liu Jingyi, who raised her head abruptly, thinking she might have misheard. Liang Ming's face instantly darkened, and he said harshly, Friend, I think the conditions I offered are already generous enough, so I hope you reconsider before speaking. No need to consider. Zuan waved his hand, saying flatly, Because I have no interest in your so-called friendship. Liang Ming's expression changed drastically. Zuan, however, interrupted him directly, continuing calmly, And I am really puzzled. How thick-skinned do you have to be to praise yourself as a genius? After all, you're already 30 years old before advancing to an alchemist. If I were you, I would have found a rope to solve myself long ago, rather than continue to embarrass myself outside, don't you think? Theft! Liu Jingyi couldn't help it and burst into laughter. Although she quickly covered her mouth, the laughter in her eyes gave her away. This guy, why is he so sharp-tongued when speaking? This is just too much. Truly. Liang Ming was almost driven mad by Zuan's words. He roared, You insolent brat, you! Before he could finish, when Jingkui coldly interjected, Master Liang, I hope you can calm down a bit, after all. This is an auction venue. Upon hearing this, Liang Ming was suddenly surprised, and immediately calmed down. He was well aware of the rules of the auction venue. No matter how powerful you were, or what grievances you had, fighting was not allowed at the auction venue. Otherwise, you would pay a heavy price. There were once powerful people who defied this rule, and their bones were now covered in rust. So he quickly suppressed the rage in his heart, glared fiercely at Zuan, then turned around, took a deep breath, and arched his hand towards Wen Jingkui. Mr. Wen, I apologize for my impulsiveness earlier. Wen Jingkui nodded indifferently. Although he wasn't particularly powerful, he always showed great respect for alchemists like Liang Ming. But that didn't mean he would allow Liang Ming to break the auction venue rules. Especially now, even if Liang Ming apologized to him, he would just accept it calmly. Because at this moment, he represented the dignity of the entire auction alliance. Does Master Liang want to continue bidding? When Jingkui regained his composure, speaking in an official tone, Liang Ming's face showed a hint of pain, but when he saw the dazzling armor floating in the air, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Of course, I will bid. With that, he carefully opened a bracelet on his hand. With a faint sound, the bracelet disintegrated rapidly, transforming into a small box the size of a palm, exquisitely crafted. Liang Ming's pained look was almost overflowing, but he still gritted his teeth as he opened the box and took out two black crystals emitting an ancient and desolate aura. These two crystals contain the complete sets of formulas for forging two types of metal, relics from ancient times. Now, this is what I offer as a bid. Metal forging formulas. Everyone was speechless. Such things had always been a legend, and this was the first time anyone had seen the actual items. The preciousness of these items far exceeded that of ordinary alchemical objects. Even when Jingkui raised an eyebrow slightly after seeing these two items, he knew that Liang Ming was clearly serious this time. So when he took the two black crystals, carefully verified them to be genuine, he turned to look at Zuan. Sir, Master Liang has now made another bid. The combined value of the items he provided is obviously higher than what you offered, so do you want to make another bid? If you don't bid, then consider yourself out, and this item will belong to Master Liang. All eyes in the venue instantly focused on Zuan. Liu Jingyi shook her head silently. In her opinion, it was already lucky for Zuan to have produced such a rare treasure. Now facing the aggressive Liang Ming, how could he continue bidding? It might be better to give up now. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have rejected Liang Ming's offer earlier. This was the common thought of many people at the moment. Liang Ming, on the other hand, smirked, thinking arrogantly that Zuan was no match for him. Just wait until the auction is over, then he'll show him. But just as Liang Ming was feeling smug, thinking he had the upper hand, Zuan suddenly revealed his gleaming white teeth, his eyes narrowed in a happy smile. Bid? Of course I'll bid. Otherwise, this game wouldn't be fun at all. When Jingkui was slightly stunned, then nodded, all right. Then, please sir. Before he could finish, he froze. Not just him, but everyone in the room widened their eyes in astonishment, staring blankly at the scene before them. They saw the aura around Zuan becoming turbulent, with light shimmering. Then, incredibly intricate and mysterious runes began appearing one after another. In an instant, countless runes emerged around Zuan. Among these radiant runes, Zuan stood proudly, saying calmly, "Take a look and choose for yourself. These are all my bidding prices." Liang Ming stared blankly at the scene, murmuring to himself, "How can this be? How does he have so many never-before-seen runes?" As for Wen Jingkui, he was almost numb with shock. You should know that a brand new rune that has never appeared in front of the world is already precious enough with just one. But never in a million years did he think that this white-robed young man in front of him seemed to be having a clearance sale, throwing out so many different kinds of runes. This kind of scene, not to mention when Jingkui, even those auctioneers stationed in the major cities of the Alliance, who have seen countless world-class treasures, have never seen before. Is this bid enough for Zuan raised his eyebrows slightly and said lightly to Wen Jingkui, "More than enough. Of course, it's enough. And in terms of price, only 3 runes are needed." When Jingkui answered truthfully, Zuan smiled at this, then turned to look at Liang Ming. "What about you? Do you want to continue bidding against me?" Liang Ming's face gradually darkened, glaring at Zuan, and coldly said, "I never thought I would misjudge. But don't get too cocky, let's wait and see." With that, Liang Ming turned abruptly and left angrily. Zuan just smiled faintly at this, then turned back to Wen Jingkui and said, "Well, the only one who was bidding against me has now withdrawn, so let's settle our business now." "Of course, sir. Please follow me." Wen Jingkui said respectfully, "Zuan nodded, then walked towards the backstage of the auction house. When Jingkui signaled to his subordinates, and a few burly men once again approached, reboxed the alchemic armor, and laboriously carried it away. After Zuan, and when Jingkui's group left, the whole scene erupted with excitement. Countless people were chatting eagerly, discussing this whole affair. "I never expected today's auction to be so thrilling. Alchemic armor, World-class runes, any one of them is a rare treasure. Someone exclaimed. Indeed, it is a blessing to witness such a scene. Others agreed. Hey, do you recognize that white-robed youth who made the bid? Someone asked. I've never seen him before, but he seems to have come in with Liu Ji's daughter, Liu Jingyi. Could this whole thing be orchestrated by the Liu family? Impossible. How could the Liu family have such wealth? Then who is this youth? Amid the lively discussions, someone suddenly sneered. Regardless of who he is, he probably won't have a good ending. After all, he has offended the renowned Liangming today. Upon hearing these words, many fell silent. Indeed, even among alchemists, Liangming is considered outstanding, and his mentor is an even more formidable figure. Today he was determined to obtain the alchemic armor, but he was unexpectedly thwarted by this white-robed youth who appeared out of nowhere. The outcome is most likely to be unfavorable for him. This thought also lingered in Zhuang Linyan's mind. In fact, from the moment Zuan started bidding, Zhuang Linyan was prepared. She is a practical person, so despite being greatly shaken, she quickly calmed down and whispered a few words to one of her subordinates. The subordinate nodded and immediately left. Zhuang Linyan sat upright, watching Zuan following Wen Jinghui to the backstage, her face gradually showing a resolute expression. In any case, since the incident has occurred, one must face it bravely. This can also be considered her repayment to the gentleman. Just as Zhuang Linyan was silently making up her mind, there was another person in the crowd who was filled with confusion. Liu Jingyi didn't know how to describe her feelings at this moment. What started out as a moment of petulance due to her teenage whims had turned into this situation. Thinking about her unrealistic thoughts just now, Liu Jingyi felt ashamed. But at the same time, it made her even more curious about Zuan. This guy is definitely not an ordinary troublemaker, so who is he really? At that moment, a steward hurried over and whispered to Liu Jingyi, Miss, the master wishes to see you. He has something to ask you. Liu Jingyi knew that when her father called for her, it must be to inquire about the origin of Zuan. So she took a deep breath and replied slowly, okay? As the entire auction house was in chaos, behind the scenes, in a refined yet not overly luxurious room, Zuan sat at the head seat, quietly watching Wen Jinghui relentlessly communicating with the seller through the alchemy communicator, selecting from a myriad of runes. Finally, Wen Jinghui, whose eyes were nearly strained, managed to pick out 2 runes from the countless runes, combined with the gear Zuan had given earlier, making up the required 3 runes for the transaction. Seeing this, Zuan smiled slightly, waved his hand, and the 3 runes flew to Wen Jinghui, while the rest disappeared after a flash. There was a hint of desolation in Wen Jinghui's eyes. Anyone who has studied alchemy would feel deeply desolate upon seeing so many previously unseen runes disappear before their eyes. Fortunately, the harvest this time was quite rich. 3 never-before-seen runes, the price had far exceeded the seller's expectations. Even after deducting the auction alliance's commission, Wen Jinghui himself would receive a decent reward. More importantly, this trade would leave a significant mark on his professional career, possibly even leading to a promotion as a grand auctioneer. This made Wen Jinghui have even more respect for Zuan. After all, being able to casually produce so many runes, this young man likely had an unfathomable background. However, Wen Jinghui still had something on his mind. Is there anything else you want to say, Mr. Wen, Zuan asked calmly. Wen Jinghui bowed. Mr. Zuan, you can just call me Jinghui. There are indeed 2 things I would like to tell you. First, of course, is about this transaction. The sellers are very satisfied with the runes you provided, and they know that you possess many runes, so they want to collaborate with you in the long term. Collaborate, Zuan asked lightly. That's right. It's a collaboration. The gentleman may not know who the sellers are this time. Oh, who are they, Zuan? Anne's expression became slightly strange. Having been in this world for some time, he naturally knew a thing or 2 about the Excavators Guild. Countless relics were buried underground in this world, originating from the heyday of an ancient civilization, with countless rare treasures among them. However, due to their age, most of them were buried in extremely dangerous places underground. But danger often comes with profit. Countless desperados risked their lives to obtain the treasures from the ancient relics, delving deep into the underground ruins. Most of these people died, but a lucky few found the treasures and gradually became powerful. Over time, these people gradually formed a guild, which was the Excavators Guild. They carried the banner of restoring the glory of alchemy from the past. However, in Zuan's view, this Excavators Guild was somewhat similar to tomb robbers on Earth. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the guild's power. The alchemical armor came from their hands, so it was not surprising. Zuan was pondering this when Jinkui saw that Zuan was silent, thinking he had some concerns, and quickly said, "Rest assured, sir. The Excavators Guild has an excellent cooperative relationship with our auction alliance. They are a group of people who keep their promises, just not understood by the public. You have nothing to worry about." Upon hearing this, Zuan smiled slightly. "Worrying? Why would I worry?" You." When Jinkui was about to say something, when Zuan calmly said, "You can now inform the people of the Excavators Guild that I want as many items like this alchemy armor being auctioned today as they can find. If it's good, I can even offer a higher price." With that, a golden seal emerged in Zuan's hand, quietly rotating. When Jinkui's eyes nearly popped out, because this seal was obviously more powerful than before. How many tricks does this young man still have up his sleeve? When Jinkui silently exclaimed in his heart. However, he did not know that these seals were of no use to Zuan, and were merely trifles to him. These seals were plundered by Zuan from the Pavilion of 10,000 Seals back when he was in the City of Divine Punishment. At that time, Zuan swept away all the scrolls accumulated in the Pavilion of 10,000 Seals for thousands of years, not leaving a single one for them. Though these seals were exquisite, they were merely collectibles to Zuan. After all, even the seals he casually drew were much more powerful than these, but unexpectedly, these seals were now proving useful. Although the patterns on these seals were not particularly powerful, the most important thing was that they provided a new way and direction for the declining alchemy. This was the value of these seals. When Jinkui went to another room and communicated with the Excavators Guild for a full 15 minutes before returning to see Zuan. "Sir, the Excavators Guild said there is no problem. They will do their best to find these lost ancient armors." "All right. I'll be waiting for their good news," Zuan said with a smile. When Jinkui then took out a token and respectfully handed it to Zuan. "Sir, this is the high-level VIP card of our auction. With this, you can receive the highest level of treatment at any auction venue in any city, and it also has a notification feature. If something you need appears in the auction alliance, it will notify you immediately." Upon hearing this, Zuan took the token and saw a small box on it with text formed by a faint light. Messages such as the Southern Sea City auction will be held tomorrow, and ancient diving alchemical vessels will appear. Please stay tuned. The Jade Mountain City auction has an ancient alchemical manuscript fragment. Interested parties can come to bid. Similar messages kept scrolling across the box. Zuan was slightly surprised by this display, and then remarked, "Interesting, isn't this like a magical version of a mobile phone?" Mobile phone. When Jinkui was momentarily stunned, Zuan smiled, "Nothing much, just a specialty from my hometown. With that thing, you can talk to and video chat with people thousands of miles away. You can also receive all kinds of information, and even play games." When Jinkui's eyes widened gradually, and then he exclaimed in amazement, "It can even transmit images and sound. How magical! Is it expensive?" "Expensive? Not really. They are quite cheap, and anyone can afford them." Upon hearing Zuan's words, when Jinkui was even more shocked. An artifact that can transmit sound and images can be owned by anyone. Yes, some people have more than one. And most people usually get a new one every year. Oh my! When Jinkui was full of amazement, "I thought the communication token our auction alliance spent so much effort to develop was a magical item, but compared to what you described, the mobile phone is on a completely different level." Zuan just smiled at this, but did not say anything. Little did Zuan know that at that moment, his status in when Jinkui's mind had risen significantly, almost equating to those descendants from extremely secretive places. This made when Jinkui's attitude even more respectful. "Sir, this alchemical armor is quite heavy. Shall I send a few people to escort it to you?" When Jinkui suggested. "Heavy? Heh, no need." Saying that, Zuan walked to the box, opened it, and casually picked up the pale golden token, tossing it in the air a few times. "Is this also considered heavy?" This scene left when Jinkui speechless for a moment, and he wisely kept his mouth shut. "All right, everything's done. I'm leaving." Zuan turned to leave. However, when Jinkui anxiously stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Sir, although there are some things I should not say, I must remind you to be careful of that Liang Ming. Now it is owned by the adults, but Liang Ming will definitely not give up easily. Right now you are in the auction venue. He dares not act rashly, but if you go out." When Jinkui hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "God knows what strange things his master gave him, so you still have to be careful. In fact, if you don't mind, you can stay in my auction venue for a few days. Wait until things calm down." When Jinkui's retention and warning were sincere, because he knew Liang Ming and his character, so he said so. Unexpectedly, after Zuan listened, he just smiled and then calmly said, "All right, I understand. Thank you for your kindness, but I really want to see what Liang Ming is capable of." With that, Zuan decisively left the backstage of the venue. When Jinkui watched him leave, sighed lightly, shook his head, and quietly told his subordinate, "Pay attention to the changes around. Inform me immediately if anything happens." Yes, the venue was still very lively at this time. Many people had not left. So when they saw Zuan walking out of the backstage with big steps, many people's faces became very strange. Ignoring this, Zuan walked straight back to his seat, and Zhuang Linyan was already prepared, standing up to greet him. "Sir, Zu." Nodded, "Everything is settled. Let's go." Yes. After saying that, Zuan turned around and walked out. Zhuang Linyan was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Zuan to leave so decisively, but after a moment of distraction, she immediately followed. At the same time, the people in the venue watched Zuan's departure and the discussions grew louder. TSK, he really is a foolish person. He actually doesn't avoid the limelight and leaves at this time. Does he think he's invincible? Someone sneered. Yes. Possessing a valuable treasure but not acting low-key. Truly doesn't know how to handle it. Someone agreed. And it's not just that alchemist in the current venue. Who knows how many people are already plotting? Indeed. When Zuan turned to leave, many people stood up one after another, leaving the venue without showing any emotion. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of Liu Zhang in the box. In fact, from the moment Zuan came out from backstage, Liu Zhang's gaze had never left him. Especially when he saw Zhuang Linyan following behind Zuan, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With the information provided by his daughter, Liu Jingyi, Liu Zhang already knew that Zuan came with Zhuang Linyan. Combined with the sudden changes in the outer city before, Zuan's identity immediately became very suspicious. Especially when Liu Jingyi mentioned that Zuan was a violent thug, it further confirmed Liu Zhang's suspicions. No wonder Zhuang Linyan, who had always been at a disadvantage, suddenly turned the tables. It turned out she found a strong supporter. Unfortunately, this time your ally might be in trouble. Especially after this guy obtained a valuable treasure. Instead of keeping a low profile, he just left openly in front of everyone. This naturally made Liu Zhang contemptuous. Suddenly, Liu Zhang drank the wine in his cup, stood up, and said in a deep voice, "Are all arrangements made?" "Yes, master, all arrangements have been made. Let's go. I want to see what capabilities this person who stirred up chaos in the outer city has." Yes. Just as Liu Zhang's people began to move, a dark figure quietly followed at the entrance of the venue. This shadow was none other than Liu Jingyi, who should have been sent back to the Liu family. At this moment, she looked anxious, filled with a sense of foreboding. She was not a fool. When she was explaining to her father what happened earlier, she noticed the fleeting killing intent in Liu Zhang's eyes. This feeling made her uneasy, regretting that she might harm her good friend Zhuang Linyan again. So she did not leave, but instead hid in a corner near the entrance of the venue. When she saw her father leading a group of people out of the venue, she carefully followed, hoping that all her wild guesses were wrong and praying that her good friend Linyan would be safe. Outside the venue at this moment, the moon was high in the sky, casting a crimson light over everything, shrouding everything in a hazy veil. The people who came out of the auction venue silently followed Zuan and Zhuang Linyan. They were all waiting for an opportunity. Just then, Liu Zhang and his group caught up. Many people hesitated at this sight. Liu Zhang's power was significant, and they did not want to make a strong enemy, so many began to gradually withdraw. But many others persisted, following behind like dark snakes in the night, waiting for the right moment. Thus, a strange scene unfolded in the inner city of the Bluestone under the moonlight. In the front were a man, and a woman walking, followed closely by a group of silent people. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with only the chaotic footsteps echoing in the darkness. Zhuang Linyan's face gradually became pale, unable to help but hasten her pace and come to Zuan's side, whispering, "Sir, behind us." Zuan smiled slightly, without even looking back, just said calmly, "The moonlight is so beautiful, and there are so many people willing to take a walk with us, not bad." Zhuang Linyan was slightly startled, then nodded. Understood. They continued to walk forward. Just as the group following them began to grow restless, a rapid series of footsteps could be heard from the distance. Soon figures emerged from the darkness. When Zhuang Linyan saw who arrived, her expression relaxed. Because it was her people, occupying an entire street with their large numbers. "Miss Zhuang, sir." These men in blue robes greeted. This show of force naturally made many of the people following behind quickly change their expressions. Soon, many voluntarily withdrew from the pursuit. Only Liu Zhang remained silent, standing in the distant darkness, quietly observing. Zuan glanced at the group that had arrived, then turned to Zhuang Linyan with a faint smile. "Did you arrange all of this?" Zhuang Linyan nodded solemnly, "Yes." Zuan said nothing further, just turned to look at the people who had stopped to watch while still lurking in the shadows, a hint of disdain on his face. The words fell. Only a cold snort was heard in the darkness. "HMPH, kid, you do have some strength after all, to be able to see through my disguise." With those words, a commotion could be seen in the darkness, and then Liang Ming was seen riding a peculiarly shaped, but silent flying apparatus, appearing in the sky. At this moment, Liang Ming's face was full of icy killing intent, coldly smiling at Zuan. "And what you just said was right, this place is indeed suitable for murder." Upon seeing Liang Ming appear, the others who had been chasing Zuan immediately retreated in shock. Only Liu Zhang smirked and took a few steps back, because he had anticipated this. He followed not mainly for the alchemical armor, but more importantly, he hoped this white-clad youth who had suddenly appeared would die soon. After all, his presence had already disrupted the balance in the outer city and indirectly threatened his safety. And he was well aware that Liang Ming wouldn't just let this go. So his pure intention in coming here was to watch the show. Of course, if he happened to get that treasure, it would be even better. Meanwhile, Zuan looked at Liang Ming and suddenly smiled. Then what? Somehow, when Liang Ming saw the smile on Zuan's face, he felt his scalp tingle and his body hairs stand on end. But soon, this feeling was overwhelmed by greater anger because he felt like he was being mocked by this white-clad youth. So he shouted, "Quit playing games, hand over the alchemical armor, and those talismans, I can spare your life, otherwise." Before Liang Ming could finish his threatening words, Zuan waved his hand and nonchalantly said, "Let's fight." "Huh?" Liang Ming was taken aback. "I said let's fight. Everyone's busy, so let's skip the chatter and get to it. Let's finish this so I can go home and sleep," Zuan lazily said. This attitude immediately infuriated Liang Ming. "Fine, since you're so eager to die, I'll send you on your way." Liang Ming roared and waved his hand. Suddenly, the moonlight that was reflecting in the sky vanished, followed by a mist enveloping the entire block. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what was happening. However, Zhuang Linyan was horrified to see that Zuan, who had been standing in front of her, had disappeared. This realization filled Zhuang Linyan with fear. It was at this moment that Liang Ming emerged from the mist, wearing a smug and scornful expression on his face. "What an ignorant fool you are! It is your honor to die under my master's technique." The mist surrounding the people began to retreat behind Liang Ming. In an instant, everything around returned to visibility, but the street behind Liang Ming remained shrouded in dense and deadly mist. Only then did someone tremblingly exclaim, "Battle Beast! Battle Beast Fog! It's the Battle Beast Fog!" The voice was full of fear. Liang Ming's smug expression became even stronger as he nodded and smiled. "Yes, it is indeed the Battle Beast Fog." With a fanatical admiration on his face, Liang Ming continued, "Only the unparalleled master could create such power. And this guy wants to oppose me. He's simply seeking death. What have you done to my master?" It was at this moment that Zhuang Linyan snapped out of her shock and angrily shouted. Liang Ming glared coldly at Zhuang Linyan, then sneered, "Your master? Oh, you mean the young man who was here earlier? Unfortunately, if I'm not mistaken, he is already dead." "No, it can't be." The master won't die. Zhuang Linyan's face turned pale as she muttered to herself. Heh. Do you think anyone can survive in my master's battle beast fog? Liang Ming sneered. Zhuang Linyan's heart sank. She knew Zuan was extremely powerful. But this time he was facing an alchemist with a very powerful background. Especially with the battle beast fog, a legendary existence, extremely formidable. At that moment, a suppressed roar emerged from the mist behind Liang Ming, accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn apart. The sound shook the ground and paled everyone's faces. However, Liang Ming laughed triumphantly. Did you hear that? That's my battle beast tearing this guy apart. Soon, he will become the beast's meal, his final contribution. Ha ha ha. Amid his laughter, another series of horrifying screams echoed from the mist behind him, intensifying the ground tremors. It seemed as though something was struggling in extreme fear. Liang Ming's smile grew wider. Ha ha ha, see that? That's the consequence of opposing me. I bet that guy is already crying in fear. But just as he finished speaking, something flew out from the mist behind him and landed on the ground with a metallic clang. Everyone turned to look and saw a giant metal claw on the ground, connected to a mangled arm. The arm and claw were twisted strangely, and there was a ghastly fingerprint on it. Liang Ming's face instantly turned pale, trembling slightly. He recognized the arm as a component from the battle beast gifted by his master. But how did it end up here? Just as he was filled with trepidation, the ground began to tremble violently once again, causing the mist that covered the entire street to sway. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in a terrified voice, There's someone. Everyone looked up in response. Indeed, a figure gradually emerged from the mist. The figure moved slowly, dragging something in his hand, causing the ground to tremble with each step. After a few thumps, the battle beast fog began to contract. Subsequently, a figure in white slowly emerged holding a giant tail. It was a huge mechanical battle beast, but at this moment, it looked extremely tragic. Covered in deep dents, many components were destroyed, oozing thick oil. The beast was already dead. Only its tail was being dragged by Zuan, leaving a deep groove in the ground. Liang Ming stared blankly at the broken ancient war beast on the ground, looking completely puzzled. Dead. The master spent a lifetime researching to create the ancient war beast, and now it died just like that. How could this be possible? It's important to know that the power of a single war beast is enough to destroy a city. From entering the mist to this young man reappearing, it had only been a quarter of an hour in total. If this was true, then how powerful is this young man really? This thought made him shiver, snapping him out of his confusion, and then he looked at Zuan with a complex expression. Who are you, really? This question was on everyone's minds. Zuan, upon hearing this, smiled. You're just now thinking to ask me who I am. Don't you think it's a bit too late? Liang Ming took a deep breath, glanced deeply at Zuan, and finally lowered his head. I lost, but remember, this doesn't mean the master's mechanical war beast is not your opponent. It was just my momentary carelessness. So, Liang Ming suddenly raised his head, full of excitement, and said, Whoever you are, I will report this to the master when I return. There will be consequences. With that, Liang Ming turned to leave, and calmly said, Hold on. Liang Ming froze, slowly turned around to look at Zuan. Coldly, what? Do you have something else to say, Zhu? Played with his fingers, making a crisp sound, and said in a leisurely tone, After fighting for so long, even resorting to using the war beast to kill me, now you want to leave so casually. What do you mean? What else do you want? Haven't I already admitted defeat? Liang Ming's face turned grim, speaking with great agitation. Admit defeat, hey? Zuan coldly smiled, raising his eyes, filled with indifference. Who do you think you are, to admit defeat to me? Liang Ming laughed in anger, his laughter full of resentment. Kid, I admit you do have some strength, but don't forget, I am an official alchemist in the Tower of Truth, and my master is a grand alchemist. You, Zhu, uninterrupted him directly. Grand alchemist? Is that really impressive? Of course. Liang Ming looked proud. My master is a learned scholar, a unique king in the field of alchemy. Even this war beast was personally crafted by him. Impressive, isn't it, Zhu? Glanced at the corpse of the war beast on the ground and suddenly laughed, a piece put together from odds and ends, and you dare to claim it was personally crafted. What did you say? Liang Ming was furious. But before he could finish speaking, Zuan had already moved swiftly in front of him. Then he raised his hand and grabbed his neck, lifting him into the air. The sequence of events happened very quickly. Many people could only see a blur before being shocked to see Liang Ming, who was just so domineering, being lifted into the air by this white-clothed young man. Liang Ming couldn't believe it, trying to struggle, but he soon realized that the white-clothed young man's hand was as firm as iron, and his struggling was in vain. Instead, the grip tightened more and more. In the end, Liang Ming's face even turned purple. This brought a hint of real fear into Liang Ming's eyes. Even when he lost before, he had never felt such panic. Because for him, who was accustomed to being arrogant, no one had dared to lay hands on him. After all, behind him stood a grand alchemist. However, he never expected this white-clothed young man to play by the rules. So when faced with the calm gaze of Zuan, he was even more petrified, wanting to say something, but only able to make a series of choking sounds. In a cold, indifferent tone, Zuan said, "I don't care who your master is, but since you tried to kill me, I'm sorry, I have to send you on your way. Because I am a person who understands gratitude and resentment." Liang Ming's eyes bulged from the immense pressure on his neck, full of infinite horror, as he gazed at Zuan. Zuan smiled slightly. "Oh, and your master. Since he let you act so arrogantly, then of course, he should die too. So don't worry, I'll soon reunite the two of you, master and disciple. Goodbye." Before Liang Ming could react, Zuan's fingers exerted force. Bang! Liang Ming's head exploded under the immense pressure, and then Zuan finally let go of his hand. The body fell to the ground with a dull thud, blood silently flowing out, shining with a mysterious light under the crimson moonlight. Everyone's gaze became vacant. Liang Ming was dead. This white-clothed young man actually killed him. Didn't he realize what the consequences of his actions would be? Many were shocked, with one thought in their minds: a major incident has occurred. After all, the Grand Alchemist was known to be extremely protective. If he found out his disciple was killed, who knows how he would react? After all this, Zuan, still as white as snow, without a single drop of blood on him, casually clapped his hands, then looked up and smiled slightly at the trembling crowd in the dark corners. A very nice scene, don't you think? At that moment, facing Zuan's smile, everyone felt a chill down their spine, freezing in fear. "I know why you've come here. Desire itself is not wrong, but not knowing to fear is foolish greed. Do you all understand this lesson?" No one dared to speak, all listening in silence, many with beads of cold sweat on their faces. Some who had hidden in the shadows tried to leave, but suddenly realized they couldn't move. Everyone stood frozen in place, like prey targeted by a natural enemy, waiting for their inevitable fate. Liu Zhang was no exception, standing closer to the front, his deeply rooted fear making him more visibly frightened. His eyes showed an infinite terror, silently praying that the white-clothed young man would overlook his presence. Liu Zhang's pupils shrank to the size of a needle in an instant. He never expected Zuan to recognize him, let alone hit the nail on the head regarding his inner thoughts. But as a big shot who had stood tall in the inner city of Qingxi for many years without falling, his reaction speed was nothing short of fast. He forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart, slowly emerged from the shadows, walked into the scene, and then respectfully bowed deeply towards Zuan. "Liu Zhang, I have seen the adult." Zuan did not respond, just stood quietly in place watching. Liu Zhang bent over, with tiny beads of sweat emerging on his buried face due to extreme fear. This cold sweat was due to extreme fear. In the crowd behind, witnessing the entire process, Liu Jingyi also appeared after seeing the scene, her heart instantly tightening into a knot. What did Zuan want to do? Why did he mention her own father? Just as Liu Jingyi felt puzzled. Finally, a cold smile appeared on Zuan's face, then he turned to look at Zhuang Linyan. "Do you recognize him?" Zhuang Linyan was startled for a moment, then nodded. "Of course, I recognize him." In fact, at this moment Zhuang Linyan was also very confused. She did not understand what Zuan was trying to do. Although her impression of Liu Zhang was not too good, feeling that he was too scheming and too dark. But because he was her good friend's father, Zhuang Linyan still maintained a junior's respect for him most of the time. "Do you want to know how your brother died?" Zuan said indifferently. With these words, Zhuang Linyan's expression changed suddenly, while Liu Zhang trembled all over, almost falling to the ground. "Sir, What do you mean by that? Trembling, Zhuang Linyan asked. Zuan turned to look at Liu Zhang, who was already trembling, and said lightly, "It doesn't mean anything. I just want to tell you that the mastermind behind your brother's death is none other than this good friend's father of yours." Boom! The whole scene was in an uproar. Zhuang Linyan's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. Feeling like something had exploded in her mind, her brain went blank. As for Liu Zhang, he staggered, almost falling to the ground, then looked up with a face full of horror at Zuan. Zuan smiled. "Do you not understand how I know these secrets? It's simple. When I killed Cao Gang before, I searched through his mind and found some memories. There were some very exciting scenes. Do you want me to tell them one by one? Master of the Liu family." Liu Zhang's eyes gradually dimmed, and he finally lowered his head desolately, weakly saying, "No need. I admit, it was indeed me who did it." Boom! Liu Jingyi was shocked by this, stepping back a few steps until leaning against the wall, barely managing to stand. "No, it can't be. None of this is true." Liu Jingyi silently cried out in her heart. At this moment, Zhuang Linyan was on the brink of losing control. She had always found it difficult to let go of her brother's death, once swearing to avenge him. Now that she knew who the culprit was, she was naturally extremely excited and angry. However, when she saw Liu Jingyi, who was full of tears, standing in front of her, Zhuang Linyan suddenly froze. She had a great relationship with Liu Jingyi. During the difficult days after losing her brother, it was Liu Jingyi who accompanied her through it. But in an instant, the friend with whom she talked about everything had become the daughter of her brother's killer. This was simply the greatest irony. In response, Zhuang Linyan suddenly felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Zuan then laughed. "Master of the Liu family, when you had your daughter get to know and become good friends with Zhuang Linyan, did you already anticipate this day?" What? Even Liu Jingyi was stunned by this. What did the young man mean by his words? Was it arranged by her father for her to meet Linyan? No, this is absolutely impossible. But when Liu Jingyi remembered her accidental acquaintance with Zhuang Linyan, and the many encouragements and indulgences her father had given to this friendship, her heart gradually sank. Was everything already a trap designed by others? So Liu Jingyi looked at Liu Zhang with tears in her eyes and said, "Father, things are not like this, right?" Liu Zhang stood there with a grim expression, then sighed softly. "Jingyi, this sir is right. Your acquaintance with Zhuang Linyan was indeed all planned by me. I'm sorry, I used you in this matter." Tears fell from Liu Jingyi's eyes. It's not like this." Liu Zhang looked apologetically at his daughter, whispering, "Jingyi, step aside. I have a few words to say to Zhuang Linyan." Liu Jingyi stepped back blankly, giving way, and Zhuang Linyan, with a grim face, took a few steps forward. "Liu, what else do you want to say?" Liu Zhang forced a smile. "Ms. Zhuang, what happened in the past is indeed wrong. I won't explain too much, but your brother left a few words before he died, and now I want to tell you." Zhuang Linyan shuddered all over. "My brother's words." Liu Zhang nodded. Zhuang Linyan hurried forward a few steps in anticipation. "Tell me quickly, what did my brother say?" But just as their distance narrowed once again, Liu Zhang suddenly erupted, grabbing Zhuang Linyan's neck and hiding his figure behind her, shouting, "Don't move, or everyone will die." Saying this, he raised another bright red bead. "This is a thunderburst bead!" Someone exclaimed upon seeing this. The thunderburst bead was an extremely powerful weapon, and judging from the size of the bead Liu Zhang was holding, once it exploded, its power would be enough to completely level several streets in the vicinity. As for the people in the scene, they would naturally all die with it. Now, the faces of everyone in the audience turned pale. Only Zhuang Linyan was shocked and furious, attempting to break free from Liu Zhang's control. But, with her strength, she was simply no match for Liu Zhang. "Let you go or Zuan smiled. "Are you negotiating conditions with me?" "Of course." Liu Zhang's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness as he lightly closed the hand holding the Thunderblast bead. "This Thunderblast bead is bound to me. Once I die, it will explode immediately. The power is enough to blow everyone to pieces, including yourself. So if you're smart, let me go now. I promise not to harm this Zhuang Linyan. What do you say?" "All right, I guess I can." Zuan nodded with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. But before Liu Zhang could display his joy, Zuan raised a finger to Liu Jingyi, who stood dumbfounded on the side. "Are you sure you want to go alone?" If you leave like this, your daughter's fate will probably be miserable. Without hesitation, Liu Zhang replied, as long as you let me go, what can one daughter do? He then glanced at Liu Jingyi. Jingyi, you are a good child, don't blame Daddy for being ruthless. Daddy had no choice but to do this. Liu Jingyi's face turned pale as paper, feeling like something inside her was collapsing at this moment. Suddenly, a light clapping sound was heard. Zuan clapped his hands in approval. To save your own life, you're willing to betray and sacrifice even your own daughter. Master of the Liu family, you do have the demeanor of a cunning strategist. Don't waste words, surname Zhu. I am negotiating conditions with you now. Are you letting me go or not? Liu Zhang shouted with a fierce expression. But before he could finish his sentence, a streak of sword energy shot through his forehead with lightning speed, instantly piercing through his skull and sputtering blood on Zhuang Linyan's face. Liu Zhang's gaze froze in an instant, but his remaining consciousness made him instinctively look at the thunderblast bead in his hand. In that moment when the sword energy burst out, intricate thunder patterns appeared on the thunderblast bead, gradually expanding. A sly smile crept onto Liu Zhang's lips. Good, let them all die. But just then, a slender hand suddenly appeared in view and effortlessly grasped the thunderblast bead on the brink of detonating. In the moment of clasping the bead, it exploded with a loud bang. However, the massive power that could destroy several city blocks couldn't even budge the hand, seemingly carved out of jade. In the next moment, the hand clenched tightly. With a muffled sound, all the explosive force was contained and dissipated into a wisp of smoke, disappearing into nothingness. Seeing this scene, Liu Zhang's pupils dilated in shock. All his threats turned out to be nothing but the arrogance of a frog in a well. Liu Zhang forced a bitter smile, then slid into the bottomless abyss of darkness. Boom! Liu Zhang's body collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to make a sound. In the midst of this horrified silence, Zuan casually clapped his hands and said, "You think you can negotiate conditions with me with such a small amount of power?" He referred to the thunderblast bead as a small amount of power. Many people had question marks floating in their minds. Some even suspected that they weren't facing a person, but a monstrous beast hidden beneath a human shell. Otherwise, how could a mere mortal crush a thunderblast bead barehanded? At this moment, Zuan turned to look at Zhuang Linyan and Liu Jingyi, who wore bewildered expressions, and said lightly, "Sorry, I seem to have eliminated your enemy who killed your brother." Zhuang Linyan shuddered all over, then humbly said, "Sir jests, Linyan is grateful to Sir for saving her life." Zuan smiled faintly, then looked up at the crimson moon sinking in the west. "Forget it, too many people have died tonight, so I won't hold your mistakes against you anymore. Go away." "Yes, yes. Thank you for sparing us, sir." Upon hearing Zuan's words, the rest of the people felt like they were granted a reprieve and hurriedly turned to leave. In an instant, the scene became quiet. Zuan smiled and said, "Well, everything has been settled. I should leave now." "Sir, where are you going?" Zhuang Linyan asked in surprise, her face filled with confusion and disbelief. "He is just leaving like that." And from his words, it seems like he's going to find Liang Ming's master, the alchemy master. Thinking of this, Zhuang Linyan suddenly shivered, because she realized that this Mr. Zhu was evidently more mysterious and powerful than she had imagined. As for Liu Jingyi, she was gazing at her father's lifeless body on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Who would have thought that tonight's auction would end in such a way? Meanwhile, in the auction hall, after hearing the account of the events from his subordinate, Wen Jingkui was also filled with astonishment. What? Liu Zhang is also dead? And this gentleman has the thunderblast bead in his hand, saving everyone. That's right. I personally saw it from a distance, replied the subordinate, equally stunned. So where is this gentleman now? I only saw him grab the body of a war beast, fly away, and then disappear. Flying away with the war beast's body. Could it be? When Jinkui's expression suddenly turned solemn. If things were really like that, it would be news big enough to shock the entire alchemy world. But would things really go so smoothly? A hint of doubt flashed in Wen Jinkui's eyes. At the same time, in the entire city of Qingxi, many people harbored the same doubts. This night, many would find it hard to fall asleep. Thousands of miles to the west from the Qingxi wilderness lies the most prosperous area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Towers rise high, huge alchemical machines are ubiquitous, creating astounding wealth while emitting massive pollution. Because this is where the alchemy master Duan Fuxian resides. At this moment, in the middle of this forbidden place, atop the towering tower that reaches into the clouds, Duan Fuxian satisfactorily raises his head and stretches lazily, with a butler serving by his side, immediately bringing a steaming cup of refreshing mind-awakening fruit. While Duan Fuxian leisurely sips on his drink, he instructs, "All right, put this treasure into my warehouse. Remember to select a few top-quality goods from the dungeon later. I feel good today, and might produce some more exquisite items." "Yes, sir." The butler responds, then gestures towards a few servants in the distance. These individuals quickly come forward, take down a beautifully carved piece from the wall, and carefully carry it away. However, looking at the form and texture of this finely embroidered carving filled with runes, it seems like a piece of human skin. At this moment, while Duan Fuxian sips on his steaming drink, he casually asks, "Any news from Liangming?" "Not yet, sir. But from the current time, it seems the auction in Qingqi City has just finished." Duan Fuxian nods, a touch of arrogance appearing on his face. "This so-called auction is just a formality. Who dares to compete with me for what I want? Besides, even if someone wants to compete, they need to have my financial resources. Ha." With that, Duan Fuxian bursts into hearty laughter. The butler also laughs along. "All right. Quickly bring a few high-quality items from the dungeon. I want to practice my runic skills. Once the alchemical armor arrives, I can use it directly, yes?" Soon enough, some servants push in a few cages covered with black cloth into the study. When the black cloth is removed, inside the cages are several young girls cowering in a corner, with faces full of despair. Duan Fuxian stands up, walks to the cage, carefully examines them for a while, then nods in satisfaction. "Very good. The quality of this batch is indeed top-notch. Only this delicate and taut skin can perfectly simulate the appearance when carving runes." The butler's face lights up. "Thank you for your praise, sir. To be honest, these goods were carefully selected by me, just to meet your expectations." In their conversation, these two completely treat the few girls in the cage as goods. After some flattery, Duan Fuxian looks pleased and starts pacing back and forth in front of the cages. As his gaze falls upon the shivering women, suddenly, Duan Fuxian stands in front of one cage and points. "It's her." With a command, the girl lets out a piercing scream. However, the servants quickly open the cage, skillfully cover the girl's mouth, and drag her out. "Tie her to that desk. I want to admire this youthful body, to make her more desperate. Only then will her skin be taut." Duan Fuxian orders. The servants expertly tie the girl firmly to a desk, and then leave. When the hand covering the girl's mouth is released, she immediately starts screaming in agony. But Duan Fuxian shows no sign of stopping. Instead, he watches with a smile on his face. After a while, as the girl's screams grow weaker, he proudly says, "Scream. Why aren't you screaming anymore? Heh. Let me tell you, this is my alchemy tower. Even if you scream until your throat's hoarse, no one will hear you. Even if they do, no one will dare to come rescue you." The girl's face, nearly transparent with fear, tears pleading, "Sir, please spare me. Please, I beg you." Duan Fuxian shakes his head. "It's useless. I won't spare you." He then lightly slides his fingers over the girl's face and says with enjoyment, "Such youthful skin, but still lacking something. So." Duan Fuxian suddenly says viciously, "Why don't you scream? Otherwise, I'll kill you now and skin you alive." Bah. Overwhelmed by fear, the girl starts screaming hysterically again. Amidst her screams, Duan Fuxian laughs heartily. "Yes, that's it. The more you scream, the more excited I am." The other girls in the cages are pale with fear, while the servants and the butler seem unfazed, as this has become almost routine. But just as Duan Fuxian eagerly awaits the moment when the girl will reach the right state, suddenly, a voice as cold as ice softly resounds in everyone's ears. To view the despair of others as a game, to use their bodies as tools, is this your alchemy? Who is speaking? Duan Fuxian erupts in anger, standing up abruptly, scanning around, shouting loudly. The people in the study all turn pale. "Who? Me, the one who will kill you." With that, a streak of light flies from the distant sky and stops in the sky above the high tower. When the light stops, the people in the study are all frozen in shock, because standing in the void is a young man in white clothes. And behind the young man, a huge beast's corpse is being dragged. Upon seeing the shattered body of the beast, Duan Fuxian's pupils instantly narrow. "You? What have you done to my disciple?" Duan Fuxian shouts furiously with a grim face. The newcomer is naturally Zuan. His gaze sweeps over the helpless girls in the cages, especially when he sees the blood-stained desk and walls. A flicker of boiling anger passes through his eyes. He has seen many ruthless killers, but someone like Duan Fuxian, who sees others' lives as tools, is truly rare. So when he hears Duan Fuxian's question, Zuan merely raises the corner of his mouth, showing a cold smile. Then he calmly says, "Your disciple Yang Ming is dead, and now it's your turn." Angered by the response, Duan Fuxian yells, "Arrogant brat! Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me this way? Kill him!" As he speaks, figures rush out, automatons created by Duan Fuxian himself. But as these automatons approach halfway, Zuan sneers, "This filthy place, so all of you shall die." Bang! The towering alchemy tower that reached into the clouds let out a groan of unbearable weight, and then the upper half of the tower slowly began to tilt and ultimately hung at a dangerously sharp angle. The force of this blow made Duan Fuxian's expression suddenly change. "How dare you!" With this roar, Duan Fuxian's body suddenly shimmered with black light, flowing over him like water. The sound of gears turning could be heard as Duan Fuxian's entire body was enveloped in armor, emitting a cold black aura, with a large snake head emblazoned on the chest of the armor. The eyes of the snake head were icy, sending shivers down anyone who glanced at them. Zuan, however, seemed slightly surprised but then smiled and said, "Alchemy armor? Well, I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise." "Nonsense! Stop talking and die!" Duan Fuxian roared, crouching slightly and then leaping upwards like a cannonball straight at Zuan. The speed was so fast that the rumbling sound it created shook the entire city of Yujin. Countless people looked up, their eyes filled with shock. What's going on? Who made Master Duan so angry? Heavens, look at the alchemy tower in the Forbidden Land. Terrified shouts rang out one after another. At the same time, Duan Fuxian had already rushed to Zuan's front and launched a punch. The power behind the fist carried a foul smell, so toxic that even a slight touch could be deadly. This was why Duan Fuxian, despite his numerous killings and his years of dominance in Yujin City, still stood firm. With such alchemy armor, one could easily defeat opponents of the same level. A cold smile appeared on Duan Fuxian's face. This white-clad youth clearly had a formidable background, and since his disciple Yang Ming had died at the youth's hands, the alchemy armor they had seen at the auction must be on him now. Just possessing an ancient armor of this caliber could enable one to instantly defeat opponents of the same level. A sense of ambition ignited within Duan Fuxian. Just as his powerful punch was about to reach Zuan, the latter calmly said, "Wearing such armor is a waste on you." With that, Zuan reached out and grabbed Duan Fuxian's wrist with one hand. Duan Fuxian was taken aback. How was this young man able to stop his fist with just one hand? Why wasn't he affected by the deadly poison? Could he be immune? These thoughts raced through Duan Fuxian's mind, and Zuan sneered at him. "Are you ready? The show begins." Zuan exerted force with one arm, tossing Duan Fuxian into the air and then hurling him towards the distant tower. This scene unfolded before the eyes of the majority of Yujin City's citizens. Their mouths opened in awe, collectively exclaiming in shock. To many residents of Yujin City, Duan Fuxian was an untouchable, godlike figure. However, no one could have imagined that on this day, the seemingly unbeatable deity met defeat at the hands of a white-clad youth no one had seen before. Simultaneously, a series of loud bangs were heard as Duan Fuxian, like a cannonball, crashed into one side of the tower, broke through layer after layer of solid walls, and emerged on the other side of the tower. His momentum did not wane, and he continued to bounce along the ground until he finally managed to regain control of his body after several rebounds. Yet, at this moment, he appeared more disheveled than before. The radiant armor now appeared dim, blood trickling slowly from the corner of his mouth. A grave seriousness and a hint of ruthlessness never seen before appeared in his eyes. After staring intently at Zuan in the air for a while, he wiped the blood from his mouth and hoarsely asked, "Friend, who are you really?" Zuan looked down at Duan Fuxian from above, smiling faintly. Why does everyone always ask this question? Duan Fuxian took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the turbulent chi and blood within him, and said, "Friend, your strength is extraordinary, so there must be some misunderstanding between us." A moment ago, Duan Fuxian had sworn to avenge his disciple, but now he altered his words to rectify a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? If that's the case, was killing your disciple also a misunderstanding? Zuan asked with a smirk. Duan Fuxian smiled unconcernedly. With your strength, if my disciple died, so be it. What's the point of discussing misunderstandings? Zuan's smile gradually faded as he looked deeply at Duan Fuxian. You make a valid point. Duan Fuxian breathed a sigh of relief and put on a smile, preparing to say something. Unexpectedly, Zuan continued, with my strength, do I even need to worry about misunderstandings when I kill you? As soon as these words were uttered, alarms went off in Duan Fuxian's mind, and he instinctively tried to dodge. But it was already too late. Zuan, who was originally standing in the air, had silently appeared behind Duan Fuxian. With a casual movement, he struck a palm. Bang! The palm landed directly on Duan Fuxian's shoulder with such force that even the self-defense mechanism of the alchemy armor was activated. Scales rushed to cover his shoulder, barely able to withstand the impact of Zuan's strike. Despite minimizing physical injuries, the furious power still plunged Duan Fuxian into the ground, leaving a human-shaped hole on the surface. The cave was deep, and no one knew how far into it Duan Fuxian had been thrust. The shockwave it created made the entire city of Yujin tremble. The shattered cracks on the ground extended for miles. What in the heavens? Is this still a fight between mere mortals? Are we sure this isn't a war unfolding? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, Zuan stood above the hole, suspended in midair, and said nonchalantly, that was just a warm-up. Unleash all your power. Let me see how much power you can really unleash with this alchemy armor. Before the sentence had even ended, the sound of a beast's roar emanated from underground. The ground began to shake violently, and soon, a giant python emerged, its towering body even surpassing the alchemy tower in height. Seeing this incredibly terrifying scene, the whole Yujin city was on the verge of boiling over. Countless people had their faces pale with fear, and some of the more timid ones even knelt directly on the ground, worshipping this giant python in front of them. Because in their eyes, this was the supreme deity, Zuan casually assessed the python made entirely of metal with a playful expression on his face, then sighed lightly. It seems I was right after all. Your battle beast was created through this alchemical armor, isn't it? Heh. So what? Kid, you've already done a tremendous job making me reveal this ultimate form. Duan Fuxian sneered. At this moment, his eyes had already turned into the triangular eyes typical of serpents, filled with a sinister light that seemed to devour people. Ordinary people would not just lose in a battle. Even just a glance at these eyes would make them lose their minds and die. Because this image seemed to be crafted from the deepest nightmares of human hearts, filled with fear. Zuan chuckled at his words. Ultimate form. You call this the ultimate form? Duan Fuxian was puzzled. What do you mean? Heh, your heart is not pure, greedily seeking power, thinking you have found the ultimate form of this armor, but you don't realize you have fallen into the wrong path. Just like you are now, no longer controlling the armor with your will, but being controlled by the armor, deeply trapped and unable to break free. Zuan stood with his hands behind his back, speaking eloquently, his voice clear and resonating in the air. His words provoked a strong reaction from Duan Fuxian. The entire python began to writhe furiously, and Duan Fuxian's face revealed a fierce and maniacal expression. You speak nonsense. My path is not wrong, because at this moment, I am extremely powerful. This is the essence of power. You will die. With Duan Fuxian's roar, the tail of the python suddenly whipped towards Zuan at incredible speed, seemingly shattering space itself. However, in the face of this attack, Zuan merely smiled coldly. Don't believe me? All right, today, I will show you what the true ultimate form of this armor is. With that, Zuan stepped on the ground, causing a loud boom as a large pit formed, and then, like an arrow leaving the bow, he pierced through the layers of the python's defenses and appeared in front of its head in an instant. Duan Fuxian had now descended into madness, releasing his violent power in all directions. Yet, Zuan remained unfazed, taking a step forward effortlessly. It was this seemingly unremarkable step that allowed him to traverse the barriers and stand before the huge head of the python. Then, Zuan slowly raised his hand and pressed it directly onto the python's head. Hiss! After a slight sound, the previously violent python suddenly calmed down. Duan Fuxian was stunned, then his head poked out frantically, shouting hysterically, "Kill him! Kill him!" Unfortunately, the entire python seemed to be immobilized, as if under a petrification spell, showing no sign of movement. Shortly after, the sound of gears turning emanated from the python, and its form began to change rapidly. With a loud bang, Duan Fuxian was the first to be expelled. If not for his protective battle beast, he might have been crushed to death. Yet, even so, Duan Fuxian was not in a good state. He stood at a distance, staring in horror at the ever-changing form of the python armor, completely baffled by what was happening. Soon, he and many others in the city witnessed an impressive scene. The previously imposing python, after a frenzy of shape-shifting, transformed back into its armor form and surged towards Zuan's arms like a tide. Where it passed, new armor pieces appeared. But this was just the beginning. At the moment when the snake-shaped armor surged up Zuan's arm, the golden badge he carried at his waist and the rat-shaped badge he had acquired at the auction both trembled and began to change shape simultaneously. Bright golden light shimmered, accompanied by the sound of mechanical transformation. Finally, when the golden light faded, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded before the onlookers. Zuan stood in the void, enveloped in layers of armor. This armor, exquisitely perfect, had surpassed what human hands could achieve, especially when worn by Zuan. It was as if a god had descended. The most striking feature was the pair of large metallic wings behind Zuan, currently adorned with feathers representing the ram, tiger, rat, and snake, leaving the other 8 slots empty. Even so, the oppressive aura emanating from this armor made it difficult for many to even breathe. Especially Duan Fuxian, who stared at this scene in a daze, his face alternating between pale and blue, murmuring with a trembling voice, This armor is a fusion type. A fusion type armor, an occurrence Duan Fuxian had only read about briefly in ancient alchemical texts. Even at the height of alchemical civilization, this type of armor was extremely rare. To forge such armor, one must possess the abilities of a divine creator. And what level is a divine creator? To put it simply, the hierarchy in the alchemical civilization was divided into low alchemist, high alchemist, alchemist, grand alchemist, creator, grand creator. Due to the decline of civilization, there were no longer grand creators in this world. Achieving the status of a grand creator meant being able to independently create alchemical items with their own consciousness and talents, even giving birth to alchemical life. However, this also meant that grand creators were extremely scarce. Throughout the long history of alchemical civilization, there were only 3 grand creators. Therefore, when Duan Fuxian witnessed the fusion of the armor, he was filled with terror. At this moment, Zuan turned around, and the armor on his face suddenly split apart, then slightly smiled at him. Do you understand now? This is the true ultimate form of this alchemical armor? Duan Fuxian shuddered, and without hesitation, he knelt on the ground. Master, disciple knows my mistake. Please spare me. In the midst of this highly anticipated moment, Zuan looked down at Duan Fuxian, who was kneeling on the ground, and emotionlessly asked, Will you let me go? Yes, as long as you agree to spare me, I am willing to pay any price. Duan Fuxian raised his head, speaking earnestly. All right, then let's hear what price you can pay. Zuan said indifferently. Duan Fuxian felt relieved upon hearing this. As long as they could negotiate, that was good enough. Bargaining was the true sign of a bear, and Duan Fuxian was most afraid of those who would act without reason and resort to violence. Taking a moment to ponder, he then smiled and said, Rest assured, as I've said I will pay a price, I will definitely satisfy you. With that, Duan Fuxian turned and gestured towards a towering alchemy tower. With a mechanical sound, dozens of battle beasts swarmed out from the base of the tower, gathering behind Duan Fuxian. Duan Fuxian revealed a flattering smile. Master, these are the result of my painstaking research over the past few centuries. Each battle beast possesses immense power, enough to intimidate an entire region, and if you are willing, I can immediately transfer control of these beasts to you. Zuan, looking down from above, gazed at the various battle beasts and suddenly said, "Did you create these beasts using the skins of those women as practice materials?" Upon hearing Zuan's question, Duan Fuxian was momentarily stunned. "Ah, master, what do you mean? They are merely a few ordinary people, and being able to sacrifice themselves for my great alchemical dream is their honor." Duan Fuxian said this with a matter-of-fact expression. He truly believed it. Having lived for several centuries and successfully elevated to a grand alchemist, he no longer saw himself as a regular person. In his eyes, he was no longer human, but a superior being, and these ordinary people were nothing more than livestock he raised. The only difference was that these livestock could speak. Apart from that, there was no distinction. After listening to his matter-of-fact words, Zuan's eyes filled with an extremely cold killing intent. "Well said. If sacrificing themselves for your dream is their honor, then coincidentally, I also have a dream. Would you be willing to sacrifice?" Duan Fuxian trembled all over, his face turning pale as paper. "Master, you, With this question, a golden light flashed across the sky, and Zuan appeared in front of Duan Fuxian in an instant, staring intently at him. "What? Unwilling? No, master, Duan Fuxian was sweating profusely, his eyes filled with fear. However, Zuan paid no heed to his explanation and raised his hand, running his finger across the well-maintained, wrinkle-free face of Duan Fuxian. "Indeed, despite living for so long, your skin shows no signs of aging, making it perfect to use as a canvas for sealing runes," Zuan said in a playful tone. Upon hearing this, Duan Fuxian felt the hairs on his body stand up, and goosebumps appeared on his skin where Zuan's cold finger had touched. "No, you can't do this to me. I am a grand alchemist." In a panic, Duan Fuxian secretly activated his control over the battle beasts. This was a plan he had devised early on. If Zuan accepted his apology, all would be well. But if he refused, Duan Fuxian would command the beasts to fight to the death. However, what he never expected was that when he activated the command, there was no response from behind him. This left him baffled, and when he turned around, he was dumbfounded. All the usually proud and mighty battle beasts were now lying prostrate on the ground, trembling all over as if they had encountered something terrifying, not daring to lift their heads. Meanwhile, Zuan chuckled. "At this point, do you really expect these beasts to save you?" Duan Fuxian shuddered, his mouth agape, about to say something. It was at this moment that a flash of light appeared in Zuan's eyes, and a pure white flame suddenly floated in front of Duan Fuxian. Subsequently, strands of fire extended from the flame, weaving a complex and mysterious symbol in the air. Despite the distance, Duan Fuxian felt a scorching wave approaching, the heat so intense that his eyebrows seemed to catch fire, suggesting he anticipated what was about to happen. Duan Fuxian trembled violently, terrified, and tried to flee. Unsneered, only speaking once Duan Fuxian had fled 100 meters away. "How does fear taste? Does it make your skin tighter?" Duan Fuxian didn't dare to pause for a moment, using all his strength to escape, hoping to leave this place as soon as possible. However, it was all in vain. With a wave of his hand, Zuan sent the purely fire-formed symbol flying at lightning speed, enveloping Duan Fuxian's head. "Ah!" Duan Fuxian let out an extremely shrill cry, his body emitting a glow as he tried his best to resist the approaching symbol. Against the relentless flames, his resistance was weak. The symbol hardly hesitated, instantly melting all barriers and imprinting itself on Duan Fuxian's head. With a loud bang, the flames rose into the air, completely engulfing Duan Fuxian. Within the flames, Duan Fuxian struggled and screamed frantically, rolling on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the fire. However, the flames were relentless, refusing to be extinguished by any means. The air was filled with the scent of roasting flesh, accompanied by the crackling sounds of his burst skin. Despite the horrifying scene, many shed tears of satisfaction, especially those who had been victims of Duan Fuxian's cruelty. They knew that no punishment for Duan Fuxian would ever be too severe. Finally, Duan Fuxian's struggles began to weaken. As the flames gradually died down, he collapsed to the ground like a withered tree stump. At this moment, a surge of turbulent energy suddenly appeared above Duan Fuxian's body, followed by streams of light gathering together. In an instant, a green-gold token-like object appeared in front of everyone. This token began to vibrate rhythmically, like a vibrating phone. Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling a faint connection emerging from the void and linking to this green gold token. Based on his knowledge of the alchemy world, Zuan could determine that this object was a specialized device used for communication within the alchemy world. Unlike the communication device used by Wen Jingkui at the auction, this one was clearly more refined and even bound to Duan Fuxian's soul. So when Duan Fuxian died, this communication device emerged. Contemplating, Zuan stepped towards the vibrating communication device and casually activated it. An urgent and anxious voice came through. Fuxian, what's going on? Why did your coordinates suddenly disappear from the soul sensor? Has something happened? Tell me quickly. Zuan listened quietly, without speaking. This unusual silence made the person on the other end of the communication device even more anxious. Fuxian, what's going on? Why won't you speak? Did something go wrong when deducing alchemical runes? Didn't I tell you that any new runes must be experimented on with a person first? Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Zuan's eyes. Then, he picked up the communication device that was frantically calling out and calmly said to the other end, "Stop shouting. The person you are looking for is already dead." The communication device fell silent instantly. After a few seconds, a cold and stern voice came through. "Who are you?" "Me." Zuan smiled faintly. "I am naturally the one who killed him." "Fuxian was killed by you. Why? Don't you know he is a great alchemist of our true tower? Aren't you afraid of the retaliation of our true tower for what you've done?" Zuan's response sparked a series of enraged questioning from the other end of the communication device. Zuan just smiled faintly, then said, "True tower. Sacrificing others' lives to pursue progress in evil alchemy does not make you worthy of being called the true tower, does it? I'll ask one last time, who are you and who is he?" The voice finally erupted in complete rage. Even through the communication device, the person's boiling killing intent could be felt. Faced with this chilling anger, Zuan remained calm, his expression unchanged, and his tone unaffected, saying, "If I am not mistaken, the arrogance displayed by Duan Fuxian and using people's lives for experiments stems from your instructions, doesn't it? From the moment you started pursuing power, by any means, you have lost any connection to true alchemy. You are nothing but a bunch of selfish lunatics." The voice on the other end suddenly calmed down, then said coldly, "Kid, I don't care who you are. You're dead. Our true tower will never let you go." Zuan's mouth curved into a smile, revealing two white fangs. He then said calmly near the communication device, "Let me go. Do you think your true tower can still continue to exist?" "What do you mean?" The voice on the communication device sounded alarmed. Zuan raised his head and gazed at the already tilting alchemy tower, saying, "Be prepared. I'll be there soon." Be prepared? The other end of the communication device still didn't understand the meaning of his words. "After today, your true tower will cease to exist completely. Mark my words." "Are you kidding me?" Laughter erupted from the communication device. To them, the statement seemed absurd. The true tower had existed for thousands of years. Its power was unmatched in this world. Yet, someone was claiming that such a mighty entity would cease to exist. This made them laugh scornfully. Un just smiled faintly in response, then paid no more attention to the communication device. Instead, he dashed and flew to the top of the alchemy tower. At this moment, there were still many innocent people inside the tower. As for Duan Fuxian's followers, they had perished along with him at the moment of his death due to a soul contract. With a wave of his hand, Zuan transformed countless sword energies into a vast dragon of swords, pouring into the tower from the top and flying out from the bottom. Among these, the innocent captives taken by Duan Fuxian were also carried out by the sword energy. In an instant, these people were safely sent to a secure location. Meanwhile, Zuan kicked the top of the alchemy tower with a single kick. Boom! The already shaky top of the tower collapsed. The huge noise reverberated and was transmitted through the communication device. "What is that sound?" Screams came from inside. At that moment, Zuan circled around the half-ruined tower and then lifted both hands, gently resting them on the tower. With a bang, Zuan's arms tensed up instantly, and golden runes surged from his palms, spreading outward. Click! Clack! The entire world was filled with the sound of metal bursting. Everyone in Yujin City felt the ground trembling at the same moment. "Look at the tower!" Someone finally noticed and exclaimed in horror. People looked up, and their mouths gaped wide in shock. The scene before them was truly stunning. Clad in armor, Zuan stood in midair, shaking both arms, causing the entire tower to vibrate violently. As the tower was covered in golden runes, it became a unified whole. The tower seemed like a colossal pillar that was being shaken by Zuan's soul strength. A noise this loud naturally alarmed the other side of the communication device. Someone exclaimed, "What's going on?" Just then, a deafening sound reverberated, spreading instantly across the world, shattering the dark clouds overhead. Boom! Amidst the stunned gaze of everyone, this alchemy tower was forcibly pulled out of the ground by Zuan. As dust flew, the place where the alchemy tower previously stood was now just a deep bottomless pit. The tower stood like a giant beam holding up the sky, spanning across the heavens. The power of the gods! Those who witnessed this scene could only think of these four words. Only these four words could describe this extraordinary moment. Standing in the sky, Zuan looked down at the crowd below with a faint smile on his face. With a polite gesture, Zuan lifted one end of the tower onto his shoulder, glanced in a direction, exerted force under his feet, his whole body flickered, and he carried this towering tower of thousands of feet towards the eastern horizon. The entire process lasted less than a breath, and the scene became empty, with no trace of the tower except for the large pit on the ground. Many people were bewildered. Some even thought they were dreaming, until they pinched themselves to confirm that everything that just happened was real. The Alchemy City was then in an uproar. "Oh my god, Duan Fuxian, that bastard is dead. Ha ha ha, the heavens are truly just. Who is that person in golden armor? Why is he so powerful?" The direction he flew towards seems to be where the headquarters of the Truth Tower is. These excited discussions continued. At that moment, the people rescued by Zuan from the tower all knelt in the direction Zuan was leaving, full of excitement and gratitude. They knew that without Zuan, their fate would likely have been to become a precious item of Duan Fuxian. Therefore, they were naturally grateful to Zuan. At the same time, Zuan quickly flew towards the headquarters of the Truth Tower with this special towering weapon. Wherever he passed, dark clouds dispersed, and even the sun and moon yielded. This scene naturally caught the attention of many people on the ground, who looked up in awe as a half-cut tower flew past in the sky. Many people at that moment still thought they were not fully awake, and that it was a dream. While the people below were in shock, in the distant eastern sea, hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Alchemy City, stood an island with 1,000 feet high. The entire island was made of metal with an exaggerated design filled with steampunk style. This was the renowned location of the headquarters of the Truth Tower. At this moment, in the central tower of the island, the members of the Truth Tower looked at each other. The room was eerily silent. Only the elite of the entire Truth Tower were present. Every person in the room was a master alchemist capable of intimidating others. But at this moment, all these members remained silent and focused their gaze on the three individuals in the center of the room. These three were two men and a woman, all dressed in red robes with golden thread embroidered with a single-legged metal bird, a symbol of the realm of the creatures in the Truth Tower. These three were the only three rare creatures in the Truth Tower, and also the three high officials of the Truth Tower. The elder man was named Dao Cheng, the strongest creature, and the master of Duan Fuxian. The younger man was called Ngukong, also strong, and had the utmost respect for Dao Cheng. The woman was the last female alchemist in the entire Truth Tower, named Hiyino. Dao Cheng held a communication device that had been shattered by a huge noise, his expression grim. Ngukong whispered, "Senior brother, what did that last guy do? Why was there such a loud noise?" Dao Cheng's face was dark and uncertain, shaking his head. "I don't know, but one thing is for sure. This guy is no ordinary person." Ngukong's eyes filled with ferocity, a wicked smile on his face. "Even if he's not ordinary, what can he do? How dare he confront our Truth Tower? He's looking for death. Should I go with people now to see what the situation is?" Dao Cheng's eyes also filled with endless killing intent. The accusations from Zuan against the Truth Tower and the subsequent noise made him feel a significant threat. Therefore, to deal with it quickly, sending people there now seemed to be the fastest way. He was about to agree when Hiyino suddenly looked out of the window, a hint of darkness in her eyes that went unnoticed by others, then coldly said, "No need to go. I can sense that this person is rushing towards us." "What?" Dao Cheng's expression changed. Although he disagreed with Hiyino on many things, he knew that her strength lay in her almost terrifying sensibility and dared not be careless, asking in a deep voice, "How many people?" Hiyino shook her head. From what I currently sense, it seems to be just him. What? Is this guy crazy? Yes, coming alone to our truth tower. Is he seeking death? Laughter and mockery filled the room in an instant. Even Ngukong couldn't help but laugh, saying, "So arrogant? Thinking it's impressive to take down an alchemy master. Ridiculous. If he doesn't come, it's fine, but when he does, I'll teach him a lesson." Just as these people were boasting, Hiyino solemnly pulled out a silver ball and pressed it firmly. The silver ball rapidly transformed into a small palm-sized aircraft, then turned into a stream of light, rushed out of the window, and disappeared into the sky. Seeing this, Ngukong sneered, "Hiyino, are you overreacting by using your secret silver unmanned aircraft for a guy who seemed out of nowhere?" Hiyino completely ignored Ngukong's sarcasm, just closed her eyes silently awaiting. Finally, after a moment, her body trembled slightly, then she raised her hand, unfurling a small scroll. The scroll shimmered with light and soon displayed an image. Initially, the image was a bit rough and shaky, but soon it became clear. As the people saw the scene in the image, their faces, which were full of contempt just moments ago, suddenly turned shocked and then collectively dumbfounded. In the picture, a man in golden armor was carrying a half-cut tower thousands of feet long, hurrying along. Sensing the probe, the man slowly raised his head. The armor on his face instantly split, revealing a calm face. He looked at the image with a slight smile and whispered, "Don't worry, prepare yourself, I'll be there soon." The cold voice resonated through the ears of everyone present through the image. Dao Cheng's whole body shook. He shouted in a hoarse voice, "Quick, open the island's defensive formation. Monitor this guy's whereabouts." With a command, the entire island boiled. As the headquarters of the Tower of Truth, this island was inscribed with countless runes inside. Once activated, it would form a solid defensive barrier. Furthermore, when the defense formation was activated, the monitoring points buried throughout the continent would also open, conducting comprehensive monitoring of the entire land. Similar to radars on Earth, it was the Tower of Truth's trump card specially designed to deal with powerful individuals. At this moment, as the entire island trembled and was then covered by a light blue screen, a screen also appeared in the center of the hall. The screen shimmered with numerous points of light, like stars in the sky, representing various powerful individuals under surveillance. However, at this moment, no one paid attention to these lights because among the numerous dots of light, there was one radiant light with a long tail moving towards the Tower of Truth at a terrifying speed. Even through the screen, one could sense the immense power contained in this light. This instantly brought the atmosphere in the hall to a freezing point. Hiyino stared solemnly at the screen, saying in a deep voice, "At this speed, within a maximum of 5 gear rotations, this person will arrive at our Tower of Truth." All eyes were fixed on the Grand Speaker Dao Cheng. His face turned grim. He stared relentlessly at the rapidly approaching light on the screen, muttering a few words under his breath. "Deploy the strategic mechanical angels and intercept this person outside the Tower of Truth." At the mention of the strategic mechanical angels, a slight stir ran through the crowd. Many faces turned serious. These few words represented an overwhelmingly powerful force that could deter various factions from acting rashly. It was the crystallization of the Tower of Truth's efforts for thousands of years. Soon, Ngukong brought an exquisitely crafted briefcase. After opening it, a red button was revealed inside. "Brother!" Dao Cheng nodded, raised his hand, and pressed the button heavily. Click! With a clear mechanical sound, a silver needle suddenly rose from the button, piercing Dao Cheng's finger, extracting a drop of blood. Then a buzzing sound emerged from the briefcase. "Identity confirmed, esteemed Grand Speaker. Do you wish to activate the strategic mechanical angels now?" A mechanical and rigid voice came from the briefcase. Without hesitation, Dao Cheng shouted, "Yes, as you wish." As the last word dissipated, everyone felt the ground beneath them violently shake. In the center of the island, the ground cracked open, revealing a deep hole. Then, dangerous red rays appeared within the hole. A strange burnt smell filled the air as the dangerous charge emanated from the cave. Those closer felt their scalps tingle and their bodies uncomfortable from the electric energy. Suddenly, the red rays in the cave intensified. A red light shot up into the sky, breaking through the clouds. In the hole, a finely crafted mechanical warrior appeared. This mechanical warrior exuded a silver-white glow, with a streamlined body hinting at a devastating power, sending chills down one's spine. Seeing this scene, Dao Cheng smiled faintly with satisfaction. This was the peerless weapon that the Tower of Truth's alchemists had spent countless efforts and thousands of years to develop. When Dao Cheng saw this strategic mechanical angel, his previously flustered heart calmed, and he nodded slightly towards the mechanical warrior. The mechanical warrior's eyes flashed red, turned around, and instantly disappeared on the spot. "Ha! Let's see how arrogant this guy can be now." Ngukong couldn't help but sneer. The crowd also breathed a sigh of relief. Only Hiyino furrowed his brows imperceptibly, remaining silent. Just as the Tower of Truth's strategic mechanical angel appeared grandly, almost simultaneously, various factions across the land sensed something unusual. What's going on? What trick is the Tower of Truth pulling now? Why are they suddenly unleashing their trump card? Within the headquarters of the Auction Union, many members and elders exclaimed in shock. Amidst the uproar, a calm female voice came from behind the pearl curtain. Activate the highest level of defense immediately, and closely monitor the movements of the mechanical angel. With just a few simple orders, the once noisy scene fell silent, echoing in obedient responses. Yes. Soon, the Auction Union activated the highest level of defense and closely monitored the mechanical angel's movements. Equally powerful as the Tower of Truth, the Auction Union had monitoring points scattered across the continent. As the mechanical angel did not hide its movements, its actions were quickly understood. When it was confirmed that the mechanical angel was not heading their way, the entire crowd breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't targeting the Auction Union, it was fine. However, a bigger question loomed over everyone present. Towards the east on the screen, a dazzling light was rapidly approaching. The mechanical angel dispatched by the Tower of Truth was clearly heading towards this light. At the same time, behind the pearl curtain, a young woman watched the developments on the screen, her brows furrowing. What was the Tower of Truth up to? And what was the bright light coming from the east? With determination, the young woman gritted her teeth and said firmly, "Calculate the speeds of both, then order nearby auction venues to release surveillance aircraft. No matter the cost, I want to see what's really happening." Yes. With that command, the colossal Auction Union began operating like a meticulously crafted weapon that had just been triggered, going into a frenzy. Even the Guild of Excavators, who have always been hidden deep underground and surrounded by relics all day long, couldn't bear to fall behind at this moment. They sent their men nearby to investigate and figure out the root of all this. Just when all the powers across the continent are alarmed, Zuan, carrying half an alchemy tower on his shoulders, leisurely heading towards the Tower of Truth, suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked up at the sky. Finally, some interesting show is about to start, Hung Zhu unsaid lightly, a touch of excitement flashing in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, a red light appeared on the horizon, rushing towards Zuan with the sound of wind and thunder. At this moment, representatives of all major powers almost simultaneously arrived nearby and connected to headquarters. When Zuan, dressed in golden armor and carrying a tower thousands of feet high, appeared in front of the leaders of all factions, everyone was stunned. In the Auction Alliance, the girl who was originally sitting behind a pearl curtain with a gentle and calm expression couldn't help but stand up in shock when she saw this scene, her face full of astonishment as she looked at the image on the screen. Who is this man? What does he want to do? These two questions instantly popped into the girl's mind. Not only her, almost all the leaders of the factions at this moment had almost the same questions. At the same time, a red light flew over and stopped near Zuan. It was the strategic-level mechanical angel sent out by the Tower of Truth. Facing each other, the distance between them was no more than a few kilometers, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Seeing this scene, the leaders of various factions in front of the screen had different thoughts. After all the commotion, the Tower of Truth actually sent out a mechanical angel to deal with this man. What enmity is there between them? Just as everyone was puzzled, Zuan calmly switched the high tower he carried on his left shoulder to his right, then looked up and down at this cold killing machine with a slight smile. I know you can see, this thing is indeed interesting, but if you think you can stop me with just this, you're too naive. His voice was transmitted to the various powers. Inside the Tower of Truth, Dao Cheng's face was extremely gloomy as he stared fixedly at the image of Zuan, fists clenched, and suddenly waved his hand. Kill him! Bang! With Dao Cheng's order, the mechanical angel, tens of thousands of miles away, suddenly ignited with a red light in its eyes, spread its wings, and then rushed towards Zuan with a sharp whistling sound. The speed was so fast that it left phantom images behind. This deadly weapon could be a strategic weapon of the Tower of Truth precisely because of its terrifying speed and lethality. In fact, for an average person, just the sound of its whistle could render you powerless to resist. But for Zuan, it was as if a breeze had passed by, and he didn't even blink his eyes, just calmly watching. It wasn't until the mechanical angel had rushed close, its wings folding, and its sharp wing blade seemingly about to cut into Zuan's skin, that Zuan suddenly lifted his foot and kicked out in a hair's breadth of time. Bang! The kick produced a muffled thud, and as the sound wave dispersed, the mechanical angel was sent flying, rolling in the air, unable to regain its posture several times due to the force of the kick. It was only when it was kicked dozens of miles away and finally managed to stabilize its position that it stood still. This scene was also broadcast to the leaders of various forces. How is that possible? Many exclaimed in shock. In the Auction Alliance, the girl clenched her fists, staring intently at the image of Zuan, murmuring softly to herself. Too fast, I didn't even see how they fought. The mechanical angel of the Tower of Truth was already kicked away. But how did he do it? Could it be that human reaction speed is faster than a machine? Meanwhile, within the Tower of Truth, there was also a speechless shock. In the heavy atmosphere, Dao Cheng suddenly realized and shouted hysterically, "Kill him!" I don't believe his reaction can be that fast all the time. The mechanical angel sprang into action once again. Despite having half of its body shattered by Zuan's kick, as it continued its charge, its wounds were rapidly healing at a frantic speed. Before it could even reach halfway, it had already been restored to its original state. This terrifying aspect of the mechanical angel was its ability to heal rapidly despite severe injuries, as long as it wasn't completely dismembered. Because of this characteristic, it was known as the undead fiend on the battlefield. This time, the mechanical angel's speed was faster, with its wings fully spread out. Under the shadow that covered the sky, it revealed an extremely menacing killing intent. Not only that, countless feathers on its wings flew out silently, spreading like mist. Don't underestimate these fine as hair feathers. Each one possessed powerful force, and just a touch of it would cause serious injury. However, at that moment, a black shadow suddenly swept across the sky. As it passed through the layers of feather light, a massive black tower suddenly emerged into view. All who saw this scene had their pupils contract in an instant. How is this possible? Some cried out in shock, because it was the half of the tower that Zuan was carrying. But at this moment, this alchemical tower, which should have been standing on the ground, had transformed into an indestructible golden hoop, carrying an imposing force that directly smashed towards the oncoming mechanical angel. The mechanical angel stood under the approaching shadow, and a hint of confusion seemed to flash in its eyes. Its brain, full of gears and runes, evidently couldn't comprehend the scene before it, let alone react. In the Tower of Truth, Dao Cheng suddenly reacted, then yelled frantically, "Retreat!" Unfortunately, his reaction was still a beat too slow. At that moment, the alchemical tower smashed directly into the mechanical angel. Boom! After a loud impact, the mechanical angel was forcefully smashed into the ground by the black shadow, creating a large crater even in the hard ground. But Zuan seemed somewhat unsatisfied, as he enthusiastically grasped the other end of the tower and laughed, "You want to kill me? Then let me send you on your way first." Saying that, Zuan raised the tower with both hands and once again heavily smashed it down. Boom! 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 With several heavy blows, the ground shattered, and the deep hole in the middle was so deep it was bottomless. As for the mechanical angel, apart from the scattered gears on the ground, there seemed to be no trace that it had ever existed. Everyone gasped in shock, trembling uncontrollably, because this scene was too shocking and too violent. Zuan seemed like a giant, freely wielding infinite power. After completing all this, he once again carried the half-tower on his shoulders and smiled faintly towards the east. "The gift you sent is not bad, but now it's my turn." This smile was imprinted on the eyes of every alchemist in the Tower of Truth through the screen, causing their faces to turn pale instantly. Then, the image of Zuan flickered and disappeared on the screen in the Tower of Truth, leaving behind a dead silence. The alchemists in the tall tower all rushed out and were stunned by what they saw in front of them. There, Zuan, who had just been hundreds of thousands of miles away, had suddenly appeared in the field, swinging the huge tower in his hands and madly striking the overhead light screen. Boom! 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 With each strike, ripples would appear on the light screen above the island. When he saw everyone coming out, Zuan looked down with a smile. Everyone's out. Good. Let's get started. With that, Zuan hoisted the tall tower and suddenly shot up into the sky, disappearing behind the clouds. What's going on? He's gone. Just as everyone in the Tower of Truth and various forces were dumbfounded, a rumbling sound of wind and thunder came from above. Suddenly, the clouds spread out in all directions, and then, with the force of Mount Tai, the half-tower of Alchemy crashed down directly onto the light screen. Boom! After a loud noise, the light screen vibrated violently, causing shimmering ripples. Everyone in the Tower of Truth was dumbfounded. But then Zuan's figure appeared again behind the tower, and he said faintly, "Again." With that, he flew up once more and came crashing down. This time, the entire island groaned under the pressure, with huge cracks appearing as the pale blue light screen rapidly dimmed. Obviously, the defense formation could no longer hold. Kong, who had claimed earlier that relying on the defense formation would make him worrying-free, was now pale. He never expected the defense formation he had placed such high hopes in would crumble so quickly. Furthermore, who could have imagined such a violent method of breaking the formation? At this moment, Zuan hoisted the tall tower once again and flew up. Kong trembled in fear and couldn't help but shout at Dao Cheng, "Senior brother, if you don't act now, it will be too late." Dao Cheng's expression was beyond ugly, almost ashen, and his eyelids were twitching uncontrollably. Upon hearing Kong's words, he gritted his teeth, hysterically screaming, "You forced me to do this! Descend!" With this shout, his face aged more than 10 years in an instant, followed by a sigh coming from the island beneath his feet. Then, in the distance, the sea surged with waves, and amidst the splashing, a giant statue began to slowly appear. When the various factions saw this scene, including the Auction Alliance and the Hunters Guild, all the major figures were shocked, exclaiming, "It's that thing! How is this possible? With the current strength of the Tower of Truth, how could it possess such a weapon?" The reason why all the factions were so frightened was that this statue represented an extremely terrifying power, a protective force inherited from the heyday of the ancient civilization. Despite the continuous exclamations, the appearance of the statue continued unimpeded. When the statue completely appeared in front of everyone, both inside and outside the venue, including everyone in front of the light screen, fell silent instantly. Even the surging sea came to a standstill. This was an extremely huge statue, made of silver-white metal, with a face composed of various gears, forming a mysterious and solemn pattern. At this moment, the statue's eyes were closed, sitting cross-legged with a dignified appearance, making people want to kneel down and worship. In fact, Dao Cheng and the others did just that. They knelt on the ground, crying and laughing in the direction of the statue. Kong burst into extreme laughter. "Kid, whoever you are, you're doomed now." With that said, Zuan descended once again while pushing the tall tower. However, just as his figure appeared within everyone's sight, the chest of the statue suddenly split apart, revealing a massive gun with a dark metallic sheen rising from it. Following this, the disc of the gun began to rotate gradually. Initially, the rotation was slow, but in just a second, the speed increased rapidly. Then, from the barrel of the gun protruded a huge flame that extended for miles, accompanied by a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the world. These sounds clustered together, forming a single, continuous sound. For a moment, the sky was filled with this extremely violent gunfire. The torrent of bullets pouring down was aimed directly at the half-tower. As the dense barrage approached, the tower began to shrink visibly at a rapid pace. Yes, it was shrinking rapidly due to the immense power and density of the bullets, which ground the tower into the finest powder, blown away by the wind. In an instant, the once towering structure was reduced to nothing. And this was just the beginning of the statue's intense bombardment. The gun within the chest continued to move, sending a rain of bullets towards Zuan. Under this intense sniper fire, Zuan, clad in golden armor, seemed to stagger like a butterfly in a storm, on the verge of collapse at any moment. The formidable power caused the faces of all the forces to turn pale. Behind the pearl curtain, a young woman in the Auction Alliance watched in a daze as the intense barrage in the image seemed to tear the space apart. Murmuring softly, "Namo Jodrin Bodhisattva," the uranium-poor bullets, with pure six senses, rotate 3,600 times in a breath, with great compassion for the sentient beings. Is this the Jodhran Bodhisattva who once dominated the heavens, making countless strong ones tremble? Her heart gradually sank, especially when she saw Zuan in the midst of the barrage. Seeming trapped like a cornered animal, she sighed and shook her head with a bitter smile. It's useless. This is the peerless weapon that once dominated one side during the height of the ancient civilization, and any struggle against it is futile. However, as she spoke, Zuan's joyful laughter echoed from within the barrage. Good, good, good. This is the true power of the alchemical civilization that ruled all realms and made the immortals bow in respect back then. With that, he turned into golden light and flew straight towards the statue. The statue responded by slowly turning its body, and then a black shiny gun rose steadily from under its shoulders. The gun emitted a cold light and fired to huge shells. The force was so great that it even made the statue retreat. These two shells carried unparalleled power, directly aimed at Zuan. The power was strong enough to kill any powerhouse below the Mahayana realm instantaneously. In the face of such a powerful force, Zuan not only did not retreat, but instead showed an eager expression on his face. Then, with a flash, he actually went straight to meet it. What is he trying to do? The girl in the auction league exclaimed. Not only her, but everyone who witnessed this scene showed expressions of astonishment, completely not understanding what Zuan was trying to achieve by not retreating, but advancing. However, this did not prevent the alchemists from the Tower of Truth from showing joy on their faces. Zuan went straight to the two cannonballs, not dodging or retreating, but instead spreading his arms and standing brazenly in the air. It seemed as if he was preparing to rely on the power of his armor to compete with these two cannonballs. Seeing this scene, Onguo Kong couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He's seeking death. He actually thinks his armor can be harder than the cannonballs. What a joke. But it's also good. No matter how powerful this guy is, everything is finally over. Just as his smile was about to appear on his face, before it could completely reach his forehead, the scene before his eyes froze all his joy. Not only him, but everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but open their mouths slightly in surprise. Because at the moment when the two cannonballs touched Zuan's body, a faint ripple suddenly appeared on Zuan's armor. This ripple seemed very weak. Even when the two cannonballs with strong momentum hit it, they did not explode, just kept pushing forward. But this ripple was extremely tough. Although it was pushed into two deep pits by the cannonballs, there was no sign of breaking. The cannonballs continued to push forward until they reached their limit. The ripple suddenly trembled, then like a rubber band stretched to its limit, it suddenly rebounded, and even directly bounced the two cannonballs away. The two cannonballs were like lost birds. After turning a few circles in place, they actually turned direction and flew straight back towards the statue of Gatlin. And on their way, these two cannonballs started flashing with a dangerous red light, indicating they were about to explode. Onguo Kong stared in astonishment and muttered to himself, How is this possible? What material is this guy's armor made of? Why can't it even break the Gatlin cannonballs? Hearing these words, standing beside him, looking up at the sky with a solemn expression, Hiyino suddenly sneered. Of course it can't break, because he's wearing the integrated armor passed down from ancient times. What? Integrated armor? Wasn't this thing supposed to have been destroyed in that great war years ago? How does it still exist? Onguo Kong shouted hoarsely. Hiyino seemed to feel that answering such a question was an insult to her intelligence, so she just gave a contemptuous glance at the very excited Onguo Kong without saying a word. It was well known that among the three major speakers of the Tower of Truth, Onguo Kong was the weakest. There were even doubts about whether he really had the power of a creator, because he became one of the three major speakers entirely by flattering and licking Dao Cheng limitlessly to successfully rise to power. So he had no idea that these armors were also within Hiyino's expectations. At this moment, she focused all her attention on Zuan, especially when she saw Zuan freely using the power of this armor. She was trembling with excitement. Is this the top armor from the peak of ancient civilization? It truly has a breathtaking beauty. Hiyino's eyes showed a look of infatuation. At the same time, these two cannonballs had already rushed to the front of the Gatlin statue, and the frequency of the red lights flashing became more and more urgent, and it seemed that they were about to explode completely. But just then, Gatlin, who had been hanging his head, suddenly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were these? The dense runes were filled with dazzling light. But this was just a fleeting illusion, and then these eyes suddenly lit up, emitting two rays of extremely chilling light, which then directly collided with these two cannonballs. Click! With a light sound, the two cannonballs suddenly stopped, and then from the head of the cannonball, white frost started spreading quickly backwards. In the blink of an eye, these two cannonballs were dyed white. A gust of wind blew by. Cracks appeared on the two cannonballs, then, like shattered ice crystals, they shattered and dispersed with the wind. But Gatlin's attack showed no signs of stopping. On the contrary, his stern face slowly lifted, and his frightening eyes began to emit a dangerous light once again. With a buzzing charging sound, Zuan did not show any sign of imminent danger. Instead, he stood calmly in place, watching the scene quietly, then smiled slightly. Interesting. Continue. As soon as he spoke, the eyes of Gatlin suddenly lit up again, and from them burst rays of light like evil dragons, heading straight for Zuan. Wherever they passed, the wind stopped and the clouds stood still. Even the vibration of the space molecules was forcibly frozen and stopped. But Zuan's reaction was just to raise his hand nonchalantly forward. It seemed as if this could stop the invasion of the cold. Without a sound, these two beams of light, like mist, touched Zuan's palm. Faint cold light once again appeared and wanted to spread along Zuan's arm. But before it could further invade, the armor all over Zuan's body suddenly began to move rapidly, and then surged towards Zuan's palm. In the blink of an eye, Zuan's entire arm turned into a dragon, and the armor on his palm turned into a dragon head, then opened its huge mouth and fiercely bit down. Click! With this light sound, the surging cold was completely extinguished by this blow. But Zuan just stood there and raised his hand. In the auction league, the girl's expression changed and she murmured softly, "This armor." Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she said in a deep voice, "Didn't the report from King Shi City say that there was an ancient armor ready to be auctioned?" "That's right." Someone outside the Pearl Curtain answered. "Go investigate immediately. Find out who bought that armor." "Yes." At the same time, the Gatlin deity seemed to be angered by Zuan's performance. His previously crossed legs and folded arms began to transform, revealing one cold firearm after another, all aimed at Zuan. The roulette spun, and once again, gunfire erupted towards Zuan. This time, the barrage was much more intense than before. If the previous barrage was like a violent storm, then the current barrage was like a steel wall made of bullets, charging towards Zuan with a destructive force. The power of this attack made everyone who witnessed it pale and shaken. However, Zuan just smiled, casually stretched and said, "Big guy, you've had your fun, so now, it's my turn." With those words, wings suddenly spread out behind Zuan. Though there were only 4 feathers, when spread out, they exuded a dazzling beauty. With a flutter of the wings, Zuan's figure disappeared in an instant. At that moment, the iron wall of bullets made from Gatlin deity passed through where Zuan had just stood. The difference between their movements was only a split second. Where was he? Everyone was puzzled, including the Gatlin deity, who stopped firing, his gun swiveling as he searched for Zuan. Hey, big guy, can't find me, can you?" A voice full of mockery came from above the Gatlin deity. Without hesitation, the Gatlin deity pointed his gun towards the sound and started shooting frantically. But everything was too slow for Zuan, who moved swiftly through the bullets with a golden light, gradually approaching the head of the Gatlin deity. However, at that moment, there was a sudden loud sound of gears turning inside the Gatlin deity's head, followed by his majestic face splitting open to reveal a massive barrel in the center. As the barrel emerged, a colossal cannonball shot out from it. The world fell silent at that moment. A faint radiance surrounded the cannonball, and only the wind howled, as if in mourning a great impending disaster. A huge shockwave swept out, even causing massive waves on the sea. "Cannon of world destruction!" A girl in the Auction Alliance exclaimed, then screamed in desperation. What are those people from Truth Tower thinking? Don't they know that such a cannonball could destroy a city? If it goes out of control, the entire continent is in danger of collapse. Are they all prepared to die together? Not only her, but the Hunters Guild, the Alchemists Union, the Excavators Guild, and other major forces all shouted in fear, sending their best wishes to the people from Truth Tower. They were truly wrong to accuse them, especially alchemists led by Dao Cheng. At this moment, Dao Cheng looked extremely pale, shaking like a leaf, staring in terror at the cannonball, muttering to himself, What What's going on? Wasn't it said that the Gatlin deity no longer had the cannon of world destruction? His eyes revealed infinite terror because, as an alchemist at the Maker Realm level, he understood the power of the cannon of world destruction. Once it exploded, all living beings within 1,000 miles would be wiped out. Everything within 100 miles would be vaporized, and only nothingness would remain near the center of the blast. After the explosion, the area affected would be filled with deadly toxins, making it uninhabitable for thousands of years. Due to its immense and terrifying power, even during the peak of ancient civilizations, the cannon of world destruction was considered a forbidden weapon. So, at that moment, Dao Cheng only had one thought in mind: it's out of control. As for Zuan, no one cared about him anymore. No one believed he could survive such an explosion, even if he was clad in ancient armor. But just when everyone was trembling in despair, Zuan laughed. Is this the product of the peak of alchemy civilization back then? Truly remarkable. It even has a hint of rules. The girl in the Auction Alliance's eyes widened gradually, then she shook her head. This guy, isn't he scared out of his mind? At this moment, he's still commenting on the power of the attack. But then, Zuan continued, however, that's all there is to it. If that's all the power you have, I'm a bit disappointed in your alchemy civilization. With those words, the cannonball had approached, its dim radiance almost imperceptible. Once this restraint completely disappeared, the power within it would be unleashed. But then, Zuan raised his hand, and the armor on his arm disappeared, revealing a pale arm. What was he trying to do? Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Then Zuan extended his slender fingers and suddenly clenched his fist. Bang! The front part of the cannonball was crushed in Zuan's palm. Everyone's heart also trembled intensely at this sound. Unexpectedly, the cannonball did not explode. At the same time, Zuan smiled slightly at the Gatlin deity. Big guy, this gift. I'll give it back to you. With that, Zuan instantly appeared in front of the Gatlin deity with the cannonball in his hand, then raised his arm and threw it down forcefully. The cannonball was thrust into the crack on the Gatlin deity's face. Then Zuan raised his fist and slammed it down forcefully. Boom! The cannonball was smashed into the abdomen of the Gatlin deity. Immediately, there was a muffled explosion from inside the Gatlin deity. The previously wildly firing guns fell silent, and smoke began to pour out from various cracks. Even the eyes of the Gatlin deity dimmed, accompanied by dangerous rumbling sounds. Finally, terrifying cracks began to appear on the surface of the Gatlin deity, and at a certain moment, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. In an instant, the Gatlin deity standing on the sea vanished into nothingness, and with it disappeared the cannon of world destruction. The heavens and earth were silent, only the waves continued to churn. The headquarters of the Truth Tower on this island was shrouded in an ominous silence. When Zuan turned his head to look at the moment here, the defensive light curtain that had covered the island finally reached its limit and shattered with a light pop. The cold sea wind rushed in, blowing against every alchemist, causing them to shiver involuntarily, their faces becoming even paler. Even though their faces were already quite grim before this. Zuan's eyes revealed a playful smile. She stepped into the void, slowly arriving above the island, looking down at everyone. Just as he was about to say something, Onguo Kong suddenly rushed out from the crowd, kneeling down with a thud on the ground, then spoke with a flattered expression. Truth Tower Sinner Onguo Kong pays respects to the Grandmaster. Through the broadcast, various forces were able to clearly see this scene, many people showing disdain. The girl among the Auction Alliance was no exception. But after a cold snort, she looked at Zuan on the screen with interest. What would this mysterious young man do next? Would he massacre everyone and eliminate all alchemists from the Truth Tower? Or would he take this opportunity to subdue everyone and make the Truth Tower his own? Not just her, but the leaders of many forces also had the same question. After all, Zuan had displayed to terrifying strength before this, being an emerging figure. People had no understanding of him. They didn't even know why he had conflicts with the Truth Tower. In this situation, any reaction from Zuan would attract everyone's attention. At the same time, many alchemists from the Truth Tower were mildly stirred after witnessing Onguo Kong's move. It was worth noting that Onguo Kong was the one who had been the most boastful before, but now, he was the first one to kneel down and address the Grandmaster. This 180-degree turn left everyone stunned and amazed. Dao Cheng, upon seeing this, turned livid and couldn't help but roar, "Onguo Kong! What are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do? Naturally, I am welcoming the Grandmaster's arrival," Onguo Kong said with a flattering smile towards Zuan. Zuan remained indifferent, calmly standing in mid-air and watching until he finally smiled after a moment. "Oh, welcoming my arrival. Yes, Grandmaster. To be honest, all the actions taken against you were done by Dao Cheng. It has nothing to do with me. I have always wanted to welcome your arrival." Upon seeing Zuan smile at him, Onguo Kong's face became even more flattering. His flattery was nauseating. Hearing this, Dao Cheng trembled all over, unable to contain his anger as he shouted, "Onguo Kong! What did you say? Is what I said wrong? And in front of the Grandmaster, surname Dao, you better show some respect and stop yelling," Onguo Kong retorted with a sneer. Dao Cheng was on the verge of losing his temper. Onguo Kong had always been obedient to his commands in the past, following through with anything he asked without hesitation. But unexpectedly, at this moment, he turned against him. "Onguo Kong, you shameless scoundrel!" Dao Cheng roared, then spat out a mouthful of blood, turning ash-gray in an instant, his body swaying. The force summoning of the Gathlin god had already left him severely wounded, and now, seeing Onguo Kong's sudden reversal, anger consumed him, causing even more harm to his already weakened state. But in response to Dao Cheng's accusation, Onguo Kong showed no remorse. On the contrary, he coldly sneered, "Surname Dao, you can spare me the act. You've been up to no good for so many years. I'm just switching sides to the winning team. What small-mindedness are you talking about?" With that, Onguo Kong turned to look at Zuan with a sly smile. "Grandmaster, do you think I'm right?" Zuan glanced at him deeply and nodded. "You're correct." Onguo Kong's face suddenly lit up with joy and satisfaction. "Damn, it looks like my move was spot on. Even if he's powerful, what can he do? He's still within my control." The girl in the Auction Alliance shook her head gently upon seeing this. She's indeed too young. Couldn't see through such an obvious trap. However, at that moment, Zuan slowly descended to the ground, standing in front of the kneeling Onguo Kong, and indifferently said, "So, are you saying that you'll obey anything I say?" Onguo Kong smiled flatteringly, "Of course. Serving the Grandmaster is my honor. I." Before he could finish, Zuan raised his hand to interrupt him, saying flatly, "In that case, you can choose to end yourself." Onguo Kong's smile froze on his face, looking up at Zuan blankly. Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Didn't catch that?" Onguo Kong trembled all over, then forced out a smile uglier than crying, and stammered, Grandmaster, are you joking? Hey, I know, it must be a joke. You're really humorous, Grandmaster. A joke." Zuan shook his head. "Definitely not. I just happened to find you annoying, so I wanted you dead. And didn't you say you'd obey all my words? Then go ahead." Onguo Kong's face paled visibly, filled with infinite fear. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, but Zuan nodded. "Oh, I see. You don't actually want to die, do you? So everything you said earlier was just a lie to me, right?" Onguo Kong trembled upon hearing this. Just as he was about to say something, Zuan's lips curled into a faint smile. "In that case, I'll do it for you." No. Onguo Kong wasn't a fool. He understood Zuan's meaning. Therefore, he exclaimed in shock and immediately rolled on the ground before getting up to run. But before he could take 3 steps, Zuan lifted his hand and flicked his finger gently. A gleam of gold light extended from his palm, piercing through Onguo Kong's back before emerging from his chest. Spurt! The golden light retracted, blood splattered, and Onguo Kong's body fell to the ground, full of unwillingness. From Zuan landing on the island to Onguo Kong's instant death, it all happened within a few breaths. Zuan clearly couldn't be bothered with these cannon fodder at the bottom. He casually approached the 2 men standing in the middle, Dao Cheng and Yunuo, and smiled slightly. "All right, now that all the disharmonious voices have been eliminated, it's time to deal with our matters between us." Dao Cheng stared at Zuan, then slowly closed his eyes after a while. "There's nothing more to say. Let's do it." Zuan looked quietly at Dao Cheng and suddenly smiled. "Do you want to die?" Dao Cheng shivered slightly, but remained silent, gritting his teeth. "Or are you trying to hide something through death?" Hearing this, Dao Cheng, who had closed his eyes, suddenly opened them wide, looking at Zuan in shock. Do you find it strange how I know Zhu? Un smiled and continued, in fact, when I first saw Yang Ming's war beast, I sensed something unusual. Later, when I traced Liang Ming's master, Duan Fuxian, this feeling became even stronger. What feeling? Dao Cheng suddenly became very calm. Simple, those war beast runes are definitely not something a grand alchemist alone could create. Even if he used lives to fill them, it wouldn't be possible. Zuan said nonchalantly. Dao Cheng's gaze swept over the fur feathers on the wings behind Zuan, then he sneered. Since you have already collected 4 sets of armor, you should naturally understand the power of these ancient armors. Duan Fuxian is my disciple, and he also has a set of armor, so he has a strong accomplishment in runes. What's the problem? Well said. Zuan lightly clapped in admiration, but then a cold smile appeared on his face. But you can deceive others with your words, but you can't fool me. Because in my eyes, those war beast runes are completely different from this armor. Dao Cheng showed a mocking expression. Oh, different. Does that mean you have deep knowledge in runes as well? Moderate. Zuan smiled faintly. Moderate. Ha ha. Dao Cheng's laughter was sharp. Because runology is extremely profound and mysterious, not to mention ordinary people, even alchemists in the realm of creators, dare not say that their accomplishments are only moderate. But at this moment, a flash of light appeared in Zuan's eyes, and a series of incredibly intricate and complex runes appeared in front of him. This scene made Dao Cheng swallow his next words immediately, and not just him, all the people from different factions were stunned. Among the Excavators Union, the usually calm leader, upon seeing these runes floating around Zuan, was shocked to the point where he pulled off a few strands of his beard and exclaimed in disbelief, "By the divine, it's him." Because just yesterday, the Auction Union had just auctioned off 3 runes obtained from the auction armor. At that time, after the leader of the union received the runes, he immediately studied them, but the more he studied, the more shocked he became, and he couldn't help but feel a deep respect for the artist who drew the runes. Because the power contained in those runes was incredibly strong, so strong that he was starting to have trouble understanding it. He decided then, no matter what, he must establish a good relationship with the artist who created the runes. But he never expected that just one day later, he would see the person who bought their armor through the broadcast screen. While the leader of the Excavators Union was fascinatedly looking at the runes floating around Zuan, Dao Cheng's mouth opened wide, but he was speechless, because every rune appearing in front of him was filled with incredibly powerful energy. This left him speechless. At this moment, Zuan said casually, "Don't you want to say something?" Dao Cheng's eyes suddenly showed a look of determination. Then he smirked. "Kid, I have to admit, you are indeed powerful enough and smart enough. Yes, just as you guessed. There is indeed a huge secret hidden behind our truth tower, but do you think I will tell you these things?" "Not likely," Zuan said carelessly. "Ha ha ha." Dao Cheng burst into laughter. "You understand, and this secret is known only to me. After I die, no one else will know. So if you want to figure it out, you better kneel down and beg me now. Let's see if I will generously tell you. Ha ha ha." Dao Cheng laughed hysterically. But at that moment, a cold female voice suddenly sounded. "I know." The voice was not loud, but it resonated throughout the room. Dao Cheng's laughter stopped abruptly, and he looked at Yanuo, who stood not far away with a stern expression, in astonishment. It was she who had just spoken. She took a deep breath, raised her head, gazed at Zuan intently, and slowly said, "I know the secret he is trying to hide." Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Zuan's face. "Oh, you know." Yanuo nodded. "That's right. And I can cooperate with you." Dao Cheng was shocked, then angrily shouted, "Yanuo, you wicked woman. You are just talking nonsense. Neither of you can possibly know this secret." Yanuo glanced at Dao Cheng, lips slightly parted, and said quietly, "Ancient ruins." These 4 words seemed to have a magical power, causing Dao Cheng to stand still in place. After a moment, he shivered, then shouted in anger, "You wicked woman! How could you know this?" "Dao Cheng, it seems you've forgotten what I'm best at. Organizing and analyzing information, and then drawing a conclusion. Is that difficult?" Yanuo said coldly. Dao Cheng felt his heart sinking, and his hands and feet turned cold. This turn of events was something he couldn't have anticipated. As for Zuan, Upon hearing the 4 words ancient ruins, a flash of light appeared in his eyes. In fact, the reason he traveled from afar, enduring a long journey, was to punish these alchemists who didn't play by the rules and treated lives as mere grass. On the other hand, he came to search for clues. Because Zuan could clearly sense a distinct flavor of the ancient civilization's heyday in the runes left by Duan Fuxian. This was crucial for Zuan, because what he wanted to achieve was something that the current declining alchemical civilization couldn't accomplish. The only way to achieve it was to restart the alchemical civilization from the ancient heyday. Initially, he planned to forcibly search for clues in Dao Cheng's soul using his divine sense, but at this moment, Yunuo stood up. Just then, Dao Cheng suddenly let out a mournful cry, "I'll take you on." With that, he unleashed the remaining cultivation in his body, charging straight towards Yunuo. Before he could reach her, a dark pistol suddenly appeared in Yunuo's hand, and with a lift of her hand, a shot rang out. Bang! After the muffled sound, Dao Cheng's head exploded into pieces. Yunuo blew away the smoke from the barrel and smiled at Zuan. "Sir, this ... should be our first step of cooperation." The sudden gunshot shocked everyone. Within a few short moments, Onguo Kong and Dao Cheng were both killed, along with 2 out of the 3 leaders of the Truth Tower. Now, only Yunuo remained. In this situation, all eyes naturally turned to Zuan. Zuan looked quietly at Yunuo, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, cooperation." Yunuo nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, cooperation." Yunuo paused and continued, "I know why you are here, and now that Dao Cheng is dead, I am the only one who can help you achieve your goals. How do you want to cooperate, or Zuan asked calmly. "It's simple. I want to be the master of the Truth Tower, and you will have access to all the secrets I know," Yunuo said in a serious tone. Upon hearing her words, the room fell silent. Even the people in front of the screen and their expressions turned serious, because they had just heard Yunuo mention the 4 words ancient ruins. Everyone knew the significance of those 4 words. After all, despite many ruins being discovered in recent years, they mostly dated from the post-war decline period. True ancient ruins had never been found. Now, hearing Yunuo's words, everyone suddenly realized why the Truth Tower had been able to dominate in alchemy and rank first for so many years. They actually possessed a real ancient ruin. This was unbelievable and mind-boggling. At least the president of the Explorers Guild thought so. He swore that if he had known this information before today, he would have done everything in his power to uncover this secret ancient ruin, even if it meant going against the entire guild and the Truth Tower. The temptation of an ancient ruin was too great for those whose livelihood depended on exploring ruins. But now, as the president of the Explorers Guild looked at Zuan on the screen, a wry smile appeared on his face. No one wanted to oppose such a monster. Not even a powerful force, because the example of the Truth Tower was right in front of them. At the same time, after a moment of silence, Zuan smiled faintly at Yunuo, then reached out his hand and said lightly, "Well, then let's cooperate happily." Yunuo, looking somewhat pale, finally breathed a sigh of relief, then reached out her hand and lightly shook Zuan's. "Happily cooperating." This scene of the 2 shaking hands was broadcast on the screen for everyone to see, making the gaze of various factions towards Zuan more complex. There was fear, suspicion, but mostly concern. Because no one knew whether having a mysterious young man possess an ancient ruin would bring prosperity or disaster to the world. One thing was certain: the world would no longer be peaceful from that point on. As the screen slowly dissipated within the auction league, the girl lowered her gaze and remained silent. The hall fell into silence, with no one daring to disturb the girl's contemplation. Just then, hurried footsteps could be heard approaching from outside. A middle-aged butler hurried in, bowing respectfully. "Miss, the matter you asked me to investigate has some progress." "Oh." The girl raised her head abruptly and said in a deep voice, "Is the person here?" "Right outside." "Let him in." "Yes." Soon, when Jinkui was let in. Upon seeing the girl sitting behind the pearl curtain, when Jinkui knelt down, showing infinite respect and excitement in his words. In fact, for a secluded auctioneer from the Qingshai city, it was rare to see this young girl, let alone an audience with her. Therefore, he was extremely excited. Because this girl was, in a way, the idol revered by all the auctioneers in the auction league. Nalan Zhongqin, from the Nayland family that controlled the auction league and also the youngest child in the family. Although she was young, she had a legendary aura about her. With an extraordinary talent that saw through reality since birth, she could independently appraise alchemical items at the age of 7, and by 15, she was already hosting auctions. By the age of 20, her appraisal skills had surpassed all others. Combined with her extremely cool-headed demeanor, she had surpassed her older siblings within a few years and ultimately took control of this vast auction league. Today, when Jinkui, who could meet such a legendary figure, was naturally filled with excitement. Nayland Zhongqin nodded, skipping the pleasantries and getting straight to the point. There was an auction held in Qingshai City a few days ago. Did they auction off an alchemical armor? When traveling to the city, when Jinkui had already figured out the reason for his summons, so after hearing Nayland Zhongqin's words, he immediately nodded without hesitation. That's right. Good. Take a look and see if this person bought that armor. With a wave of her hand, a carefully edited screen of Zuan in armor appeared in front of Jinkui. When Jinkui saw Zuan wearing the armor, he was shocked, but quickly nodded. Yes, it's him. But it's strange, the armor he is wearing seems slightly different from the one auctioned at the auction. Oh, different. How so? Nayland Zhongqin's eyes lit up, and she asked immediately. When Jinkui shook his head, I can't quite explain, because the armor he is wearing is quite different from the one auctioned at the auction, but in some places, they are very similar. It's as if they were meant to be together. Nayland Zhongqin's face changed drastically upon hearing this, and she immediately stood up and paced behind the pearl curtain, murmuring to herself. Together, armor. So that's how it is. No wonder his wings have for feathers, but what does this mean? Could it be that his armor is far from its complete form? Oh my, how powerful would this armor's true form be? Nayland Zhongqin's expression changed constantly, causing a stir in the room. Therefore, he looked at the auctioneer next to him with a puzzled expression on his face and asked in a low voice, Can I ask, did the lady summon me from afar just for this matter? Is there any problem with this, Mr. Zhu? The auctioneer looked at Jinkui with a strange look and said, You still don't know. Know what? Jinkui was even more confused. The auctioneer shrugged. Well, it seems you really don't know, so let me give you a brief introduction. Here's what happened. As the auctioneer narrated, Jinkui's eyes gradually widened, his mouth opened slowly, and his expression completely froze on his face. What? In just this short amount of time, this Mr. Zhu actually first eliminated Mr. Duanfu, and then stepped on the entire Truth Tower. So many earth-shattering events, and he just casually solved it like that. This is unbelievable, or exaggerated. Just as Jinkui was filled with shock, Nayland Zhongqin suddenly stopped in his tracks and said in a deep voice, What are the reactions from the other parties now? Immediately someone stepped forward and said, Miss, all parties are still silent, with no one responding to this matter. Nayland Zhongqin hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Send a message to the Truth Tower, saying, We, the Auction Alliance, are willing to continue maintaining good cooperation with them. There was a commotion in the room. The head steward also showed a hint of surprise on his face, but then quickly lowered his head deeply. Understood. After the Auction Alliance first expressed their stance, in the headquarters of the Excavators Guild, the president Yan Zhongqi sat with a troubled expression on his face, pondering the impact of this matter. The people in the room fell into silence as well. Ancient ruins. Such an existence was enough to make everyone from the Excavators Guild's eyes widen. However, now they could only look at this huge cake without any possibility of tasting it. How could this not make everyone feel disheartened? So when Yanzhong heard the statement from the Auction Alliance, he was first stunned, then slammed the table suddenly. Damn it, I didn't expect that I, a big man, still lacked the courage of a woman. Someone come. President, issue an order immediately, saying our Excavators Guild sincerely congratulates this Mr. Zhu. Understood. After his subordinate left to execute the order, Yanzhong leaned back in his chair and let out a deep sigh. Anyway, let's establish good relations first. As for this ancient ruin, Yanzhong's face showed a wry smile. Better not think about it. As the Auction Alliance and the Excavators Guild successively stated their positions, various forces began to stir. And in the Truth Tower, the alchemists retreated in fear, leaving only Zuan and Hiyino in the spacious hall. Hiyino solemnly took out a piece of parchment handed it to Zuan with both hands. "My lord, this is all the information I have collected about this ancient ruin." Zuan took the parchment, looked down. At the beginning, a faint surprise flashed across Zuan's face, but soon he smiled, then raised his head, placing the parchment on the table with a wave of his hand. "Interesting. How did you perceive it?" Hiyino was silent for a moment, then whispered, "It's simple. I set up a sensing device of my own while they were not aware, and I discovered some interesting phenomena. Whenever the crimson moon is full, there will be a surge in this sea area. This is nothing unusual, but I found that the surf around the Truth Tower is significantly rougher than in other areas. To be precise, at least 3 percentage points more violent. This change is very subtle. If not relying on sensors, it would be difficult to observe with the naked eye." "Is that all, Azu?" Un raised his eyebrows slightly. "Of course not. In fact, I had suspicions early on, so I secretly observed the whereabouts of Dao Chengde and ultimately found that he often disappeared when the crimson moon was full. But what ultimately convinced me of my suspicion was that I found a passage. A passage, yes. A passage that can penetrate the boundless sea area and enter that ancient ruin. And this passage appears when the crimson moon is full. So you are sure that the ancient ruin is in the sea area around the island, Zu?" And said calmly. Hiyino nodded, "Yes. Not only that, I combed through all the history of the Truth Tower and found that the original Truth Tower was just an obscure small guild, very weak in strength. However, everything changed when the first speaker established the headquarters on this island. When it came to this, Hiyino looked up at Zuan with a determined gaze. "My lord, is this enough?" Zuan looked quietly at Hiyino, then gently applauded. "Of course. In fact, it's not unjust that Dao Chengde die at your hands." Hiyino sighed with relief, a faint smile appearing on his face. "In fact, when I learned of this secret, I didn't think it was of any use, because Dao Chengde firmly controlled the Truth Tower, and I couldn't intervene. And now, as you can see, Dao Chengde is dead. The Truth Tower will be mine in the future." When he said this, a glint of ambition flashed in Hiyino's eyes. "You are very ambitious." Zuan lowered his eyes slightly and said lightly, "I admit it, but I don't think it's a bad habit. Just like you, my lord." Hiyino said, "Me." A hint of a smile appeared on Zuan's lips, then he shook his head. "You're mistaken. What I need is not what you think." Hiyino was stunned, not understanding what Zuan meant by that. At that moment, Zuan sat up straight again, lightly tapping the sheepskin letter on the table with his slender fingers, and said calmly, "How long until the next full crimson moon?" 10 days. "Very good. Then send the information recorded on this letter to various forces, inviting them to come together at that time." "What?" Upon hearing Zuan's words, Hiyino was shocked and thought he had misheard. Zuan smiled. "What's wrong? Didn't understand?" "No, it's not." "All right. I'll do it now." Hiyino dared not meet Zuan's eyes directly, and could only bow deeply, saying respectfully, "I'll go now." "Go ahead." Zuan leaned back on his chair again, saying calmly, "What?" Upon receiving a reply from Truth Tower, Nailan Zhongqin suddenly stood up, his face filled with deep shock. "Are you sure this message is from Truth Tower?" "Of course. Absolutely no mistake," the steward quickly said. Nailan Zhongqin's face was full of suspicion. Holding the reply in her hand, she began pacing back and forth in the room. The message was simple, but the meaning it represented was enough to be shocking. Because not only did it detail the location of ancient ruins, but it even marked when they would be opened. And at the end of the letter, there was an invitation, inviting all parties to explore this ancient ruins together. This news completely exceeded Nailan Zhongqin's expectations. She thought that after Zuan reached a cooperation agreement with Hiyino, he would secretly explore the ruins alone. That's why she made a good impression on Truth Tower first, as no matter what the ruins, the gains would be substantial, and by then Zuan would definitely auction off anything not needed. Now she had to establish a good relationship first, in order to continue collaborating later. But she never expected Zuan to be so generous, directly inviting various factions to explore together. What exactly is he up to? Could it be that he feels inadequate in exploring this ancient ruins alone? Or perhaps this ancient ruins are extremely dangerous? Joke, which ruins in the world are not dangerous? Nailan Zhongqin had mixed thoughts. At the same time, All the elders of the Auction Alliance also rushed over upon hearing the news, but no one dared to speak, just silently watching Nalan Zhongqin. Faced with the bright eyes in the room, Nalan Zhongqin suddenly smirked. Alright, it's better not to waste my brain cells. No matter how much speculating she did, it would be of no use. Because now, even if she didn't want to participate, it was impossible. The allure of the ancient ruins was too great. Even if it was truly a trap or a pitfall up ahead, Nalan Zhongqin would still have to jump in holding her nose. But even so, Nalan Zhongqin couldn't help but sigh slightly. She hated feeling like things were beyond her control, especially this kind of maneuver that forced her to respond. And this made her increasingly interested in Zuan. Who exactly is this young man? Despite having thoroughly investigated Zuan's background, as soon as she saw that simple introduction, she immediately knew it wasn't real. After all, how could an ordinary young man from an abandoned mining area have such power? Who are you really? Meanwhile, inside the Excavators Guild, when they received the letter from Truth Tower, Yanzhong couldn't help but jump up, yelling on top of the table, "Holy crap, is this for real?" Absolutely true. The steward also had a face full of doubt. Yanzhong stood on the table in silence. The steward hesitated to ask, "Guildmaster, how do you see this matter? It seems somewhat suspicious. Should we pause and see how other parties respond first?" Pause my ass. Yanzhong shuddered all over, immediately retorting, "By the time you see how others respond, the honeysuckle grass would have gone cold." But but what? Yanzhong waved the letter in his hand. What is this? This is an ancient ruin. Even if it's a fire pit, we have to jump in with a stiff upper lip. So, Yanzhong took a deep breath, his face solemn. Summon all the skilled hands outside, order them to drop everything they are doing, and rush back immediately. Yes. The steward finally stopped hesitating and nodded. Soon after, various factions also boiled over with excitement as they responded to the message from Truth Tower. Just as Yanzhong said, even though they didn't know why Truth Tower did this, even if it was truly a fire pit up front, everyone would still jump in one after another. After all, everyone wanted to see what was inside these ancient ruins. Recently, there have been two major events in the alchemy world. The first was, of course, Zuan's sudden rise, defeating alchemy grandmother Duanfu first, and then conquering Truth Tower, even destroying the Gatlin god respected by Truth Tower for defense. If such news had occurred at other times, it would have already caused chaos in the world. But at this moment, it wasn't considered that significant, because the second event was even more shocking, reaching unbelievable levels. The reason why Truth Tower could stand tall was actually due to the presence of ancient ruins behind it. And when this secret was revealed to the world, Zuan actually took the initiative to invite various factions to explore the ancient ruins together. The entire world was buzzing with excitement over this matter. Countless people were discussing it, saying all sorts of things. Some said it was clearly a trap, with hidden conspiracies behind it. Others said Zuan obviously felt he couldn't open the ancient ruins alone, which is why he sought the help of various factions. But no matter what, all factions responded immediately to this. And in the midst of this huge public opinion whirlpool, the originator, Truth Tower, was unusually calm. They didn't even explain anything. In this situation, many people couldn't help but be curious. What is Zuan really busy with right now? He walked up to the top of the high tower, located in the center of the island. The position was very high, overlooking a large part of the surrounding sea area, but also causing the sea wind to be much fiercer here, blowing painfully on their faces. He had to activate their alchemy barrier to be able to walk smoothly on it. When she reached the railing of the high platform, she saw Zuan standing calmly against the wind, gazing quietly at the distant sea. It was very strange. When he stood a little closer to Zuan, the once violent sea wind became gentle, gently breezing around the two of them. He looked at Zuan's back with a complicated expression, whispering, "Master, everyone has been informed." After a long while, Zuan finally responded without turning his head, Following Zuan's gaze, he looked to the vast sea but didn't notice anything different. This caused her to fall silent for a moment, and finally unable to resist, she softly asked, "Master, I really don't understand. Why did you reveal such important information to others?" Zuan turned to look at Hiyino, then smiled and said, "How would you handle it then?" "Of course, I would explore this ancient ruin alone." Hyeno said without hesitation. Zuan chuckled and shook his head, looking back at the distant sea, calmly saying, "You're not entirely wrong, but you've got one thing wrong." Pausing, Zuan's tone became serious. "I came here not to monopolize something. In fact, this civilization is not for anyone to enjoy alone." Hyeno was a bit confused because she couldn't understand Zuan's words. "It's simple. If I want to revive a civilization, the most important thing isn't ruins or technology, but people. Only people can revitalize everything." Hyeno shuddered, then nodded as if she understood. With her perspective, it was really difficult to comprehend Zuan's thoughts. Then Zuan continued, "Do you know why I spared you back then?" Hyeno was stunned, her heart suddenly tightened, and she forced a smile. "Isn't it because of cooperation, Zu?" Unsmiled, shook his head, then turned to look deeply into Hyeno's eyes. "Do you think there's something I can't find out, if I want to know?" Hyeno wanted to refute, but suddenly found herself speechless. Zuan turned his gaze back to the distant sea, speaking in a flat tone. "I want to leave a spark for Truth Tower, so that's why I didn't kill you. Of course, this is also because your hands are relatively clean. Otherwise, no one can help you." When Na Lan Zhongqin stepped off the aircraft and onto the island where the Tower of Truth was located, she saw many familiar faces. Although it was still 3 days before the Scarlet Moon was full, the island was already crowded with people. Na Lan Zhongqin recognized members of various factions like the Apothecary Alliance, the Reckless Thugs Guild, and the Hunters Guild, just by their names. There were also numerous small factions that she didn't even recognize. Na Lan Zhongqin was surprised by this. What was Zuan trying to do exactly? Not only did he inform the major factions, but why were even these small guilds invited? If the goal was to open an ancient ruin that required external help, these small factions wouldn't be of any use, right? What was he thinking, or rather, what was he planning? Na Lan Zhongqin was once again filled with deep doubts. Just then, a voice came from behind her. "Miss Na Lan is here so early." Na Lan Zhongqin turned around and saw Yanzhong looking at her with a smile on his face. Na Lan Zhongqin was momentarily surprised, then smiled slightly. "President Yan is here as well." Of course. How could the Explorers Guild miss such a grand event? After all, it's an ancient ruin, Yanzhong said solemnly. Due to the Explorers Guild's special nature, they had always had a good relationship with the Auction Alliance. After all, for those obsessed with excavating ruins, auctioning off temporarily unused items for wealth was a profitable venture. The Auction Alliance highly valued such a major client. Nothing bonded friendship better than a common interest. In the case of mutual benefit, the relationship between the Auction Alliance and the Explorers Guild had always been good. This time was no exception. Na Lan Zhongqin and Yanzhong walked together, chatting and laughing as they made their way towards the tallest tower on the island. When the weathered base of the tower appeared in front of them, Yanzhong sighed softly. "Last time I came here, it was Tang Cheng himself who personally welcomed me. I never expected the Tower of Truth to have changed so much since then." Na Lan Zhongqin was not interested in these sentiments at all. She was only interested in the confidence Yanzhong seemed to exude. "Oh, President Yan, you've been to the Tower of Truth before." Yanzhong smiled wryly. "Yes, I was invited by Tang Cheng back then. I had no other choice but to come." Na Lan Zhongqin surely didn't believe those words. No other choice. Most likely Tang Cheng made an offer that Yanzhong couldn't refuse, regarding why the Speaker of the Tower invited the President of the Explorers Guild. Just think about the information on that letter. After all, when it came to excavating ruins, the Explorers Guild was professional. Indeed, there was a tinge of regret on Yanzhong's face. "At that time, Tang Cheng asked me how to enter the ruins without triggering the protective measures, and I explained to him for half a day. How could I not have realized that this guy actually had control of an ancient ruin?" With that, Yanzhong shook his head repeatedly, sighing. Na Lan Zhongqin said indifferently, "Even if you had known back then, what could you have done? Without the strength, how could you possibly handle such an ancient ruin?" With that, Na Lan Zhongqin continued walking forward, leaving Yanzhong standing alone in his place. "Yes, even if I had known back then, what could I have done? Without the power, how could I contain such an ancient ruin?" Yanzhong muttered to himself, then smiled ruefully, shaking his head and catching up. Under the sweeping tide that engulfed the entire world, various factions hurried to the island, afraid of missing out on anything. Even though many of them were only capable of playing minor roles, it did not dampen their enthusiasm. Thus, the entire island was filled with a fervor that peaked on the day of the Scarlet Moon. As the day waned and the Scarlet Moon appeared in the eastern sky in all its glory, the noisy island gradually quieted down. Everyone was waiting silently. Finally, as the day fully descended into the western horizon, and the scarlet moonlight bathed the world, the entire sea began to surge violently. The immense tidal forces pulled the seawater, causing waves to crash onto the island, splashing layers of mist. This sight made everyone's faces change color. Only when facing the might of nature would you realize your own insignificance. Na Lan Zhongqin's face turned pale, a strange kind of paleness surfacing. For her, who had once drowned as a child, facing the turbulency-tinted scarlet by moonlight was far from a pleasant experience, especially those tumultuous waves that seemed to sweep everything into the depths of the sea. Yan Zhong, who stood beside her, noticed Na Lan Zhongqin's unease and couldn't help asking, "Miss Na Lan, are you okay?" Na Lan Zhongqin shook her head. "I'm fine. It's hard to imagine that beneath such violent waters lies an ancient ruin. If someone else had told me that, I would have probably spat in their face and teased them for not waking up." Yan Zhong sighed. "Hidden under the seawater, isn't it difficult?" Na Lan Zhongqin suddenly asked. Yan Zhong nodded solemnly. "Of course it's difficult. In fact, I really can't fathom how they achieved it. Because logically, it should have been an impossible feat. How do you think they will unlock this ancient ruin?" Na Lan Zhongqin asked again. Yan Zhong smiled ruefully. "How would I know? Perhaps, tonight we will witness a miracle." By the end of his sentence, Yan Zhong's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Na Lan Zhongqin turned to look at the Black Tower and murmured softly, "A miracle." At this moment, a faint light suddenly appeared at the top of the high tower in the center of the island. Following closely, this glimmer spread downwards, illuminating the entire tower like a giant candle. With the entire sky lit up by this radiance, a figure stepped out from the top of the tower and slowly walked towards the sea. Na Lan Zhongqin pursed her lips, staring fixedly at the figure in the sky. Zuan seemed to be walking slowly, but in reality, he was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived above the sea, then stopped and stood silently. The fierce wind howled, the sea boiled, and a crimson moon hung above his head. All of this created a strange yet harmonious scene. The entire area fell silent, with everyone holding their breath and watching intently. Finally, Zuan slowly lifted his head, a complex glint flashing in his eyes, indicating both joy and nostalgia. But then, he let out a soft sigh. So it was like this after all. What does this mean? What does "so it was like this" mean? Just as these questions arose in Na Lan Zhongqin's mind, the next scene left her completely stunned. Not only her, but everyone was in a state of shock. Because at that moment, as Zuan stood in the sky, he raised his hand slowly, formed a strange gesture, and softly uttered a word, "Stop." Click. With this command, the icy sea winds that had been ubiquitous suddenly came to a stop. It was so abrupt that the wind, which had just been blowing painfully on people's faces, stopped abruptly. In that moment of silence, only the sound of the sea moving could be heard. With one command, the sea wind stopped. This eerie scene caused everyone's eyes to widen to the extreme. But this was just the beginning. Zuan's hand suddenly pressed down, his eyes flashed, and he said, "Separate." Boom! Everyone felt as though the whole world was shaking because of Zuan's command. Then, the turbulency suddenly calmed down, as if an invisible and omnipresent force was exerted on every part of the sea. The entire sea surface was instantly flattened. In the blink of an eye, the entire ocean became as smooth as a mirror, without a single ripple. But this vision was fleeting. Then, a huge crack appeared in the middle of the seemingly frozen sea. The crack extended and widened at a visible speed, and after a few breaths, a huge chasm appeared, splitting the sea in half. However, this was not enough. The divided sea rapidly retreated to both sides, exposing the seabed underneath. The other end of the chasm was connected to the island above. Everyone stared in disbelief. No one dared to speak. Even their breath seemed to pause at that moment. Gear God above, is this real? Yan Zhong looked dazed, murmuring to herself. Na Lan Zhongqin was also at a loss, her eyes full of shock as she gazed at the massive ruined structure in the middle of the seabed, with only one thought in her mind. How strong is this young man really? But the most shocked among them all was probably Hiyino. At that moment, she was so stunned that she had lost the ability to think, and it was only after a long time that she gradually regained her composure. When she looked at Zuan again, her eyes were filled with infinite awe. Because before this, she had thought Zuan would enter the ruins through a secret passage following the method used by Dao Chengde. But who could have imagined that Zuan would use this almost miraculous power to split the sea, revealing the ancient ruins directly to everyone? Zuan, standing in the void, cast a deep glance at the enormous structure standing on the ocean bed, a mysterious radiance shimmering in his eyes, before saying lightly, "If you want to see what's inside, follow me." With that, Zuan took a step forward, and with a flicker, he headed straight towards the underwater ruins. Nalan Zhongqin sternly ordered, "Wait here." Then she activated the alchemical flying apparatus she carried and followed closely behind. Her movement woke up the others, and they all followed suit. However, many of them showed signs of fear, standing dumbfounded on the island and waiting. At the same time, Zuan raced ahead to the front of the structure. Despite being under the sea, soaked by the water for countless years, as they approached, they could still clearly see the exquisite carvings on the huge columns. The entire structure resembled a temple, emitting a gloomy yet sacred aura. These two contrasting qualities fused perfectly together, giving anyone standing in front of it an impulse to bow down in reverence. Zuan stood quietly in front of the temple. When Nalan Zhongqin and the others arrived, they were all amazed by the grandeur of the temple. Unbelievable! These engravings are obviously some indescribable runes, but how did they do it? How could they remain so clear after such a long time? Nalan Zhongqin murmured softly. "It's simple. Time has no effect on these runes. This temple exists independently of the river of time," Zuan said without looking back, his tone tinged with admiration. Nalan Zhongqin's eyes showed an indescribable expression. Clearly this had surpassed her understanding. Zuan turned around to look at the people who had followed, then smiled faintly. "Can you keep up?" No one spoke, and everyone nodded solemnly. "Good, then follow me." With that, Zuan took the lead and charged towards the temple ahead. Nalan Zhongqin gritted her teeth and followed closely. In contrast, Yanzhong showed a look of hesitation. "Just rush in like this. This is an ancient ruin. Who knows what kind of defenses are in there?" Though he said so, as he watched Zuan fly towards the temple, he stamped his foot in frustration. "Damn it, I must be crazy, approaching the ruins without recon." As he spoke, he grudgingly followed suit. Unexpectedly, at least as they approached the ruins, they encountered no danger. Passing through the huge columns outside, a collapsed massive stone gate appeared in front of them. Without any pause, Zuan's eyes flickered, and the obstacles in front of him instantly turned to dust. Only Zuan was not affected by anything. He stood in the temple, quietly surveying the vast space before him. Despite being deep under the sea, the temple showed no signs of water, unusually dry. Surrounding this huge space were statues, one after another. However, these statues seemed to have gone through a fierce battle, covered with huge cracks, some even shattered on the ground. Zuan paid no attention to the people behind him who had fallen into a dream. Instead, he walked among these statues, his face showing a complex and unclear expression. Despite the time that had passed, Zuan could still feel the powerful forces contained within these statues. Unlike typical alchemical creations with obvious mechanical structures, these statues in many ways resembled real creatures, flesh and blood, fully functional. Seeing this, Zuan suddenly recalled his encounter with Liu Ke in the Cheyin secret realm and her puppeteer sect. It should be a lost alchemical vein, lost in the heavens, for some unknown reason, fallen into the Cheyin secret realm. But even those huge mechanical puppets, compared to these dead statues in front of him, seemed fragile. These statues seemed much more advanced. At that moment, Zuan suddenly exclaimed, then crouched down to look at a hidden statue in the corner. This statue was very tiny, the size of a human infant. However, Zuan's expression gradually turned serious, because he could tell that this statue was obviously not a creation of later generations, but formed naturally, and in some aspects, more advanced than those larger statues. It was as if it had evolved. Alchemical creations with self-evolution capabilities. What exactly did you guys create back then? Zuan sighed softly. Just then, a shadow crept over silently, approaching Zuan from behind. When it got close to Zuan's back, the shadow suddenly surged forward, heading straight for Zuan. However, Zuan seemed unaware, still crouching and studying the statue. The shadow's mouth revealed a cold glint. But just as it was about to reach him, Zuan casually flicked his finger backward. Bang! An invisible force directly sent the shadow flying. In mid-air, the shadow let out a scream. But that scream made Zuan's expression strange, because the scream sounded like a whimpering puppy, full of innocence. Shortly after, the shadow landed, revealing itself to be a chubby, radiant little creature. Sitting on the ground, tears filled its big eyes, looking pitifully cute. Zuan couldn't help feeling astonished. What was going on? How did such a little creature suddenly pop out? Just then, the creature whimpered, "Woo-woo, you dare to bully me? Am I so cute that you would lay hands on me?" Zuan. However, at that moment, Zuan suddenly noticed a hint of sly smile in the creature's eyes. Then, he sensed a rush of wind from behind. Before the creature could start laughing, a similar scream, followed by a similar radiant light, sent another creature, similar in size but pink in color with two tiny horns on its head, flying out and landing next to the first one. The two creatures stared at each other. The pink creature held its head where it was hit, whimpering in pain. "Woo-woo, I told you not to attack. It's all your fault." The other creature tried to reason, but being scolded by the pink creature, it sat there embarrassed. Zuan watched with interest. The first creature glared at Zuan menacingly. "What are you looking at? If you dare to look more, be careful with your eyes." Zuan smiled wryly. "Oh, so fierce? Of course." The creature proudly straightened up but seemed to twitch in pain from the wound, its face suddenly bitter, and then it spoke fiercely. "Attack so ruthlessly, you must be a villain." "That's right, a villain," echoed the pink creature. Zuan couldn't help but chuckle. "You to sneak attack me without a word. I spared you, and you still say I'm the bad guy?" The two creatures were left speechless. Zuan then said softly, "All right, what matters is not who's right or wrong. Take me to see your master." The two creatures leapt up from the ground, looking stunned as they glanced at Zuan. "How did you know? How did I know that you have a master?" Zuan smiled, then gazed towards the depth of the temple. "Actually, ever since I came in, I felt eyes were watching me. Isn't that right? The master of this temple." With Zuan's words, a sigh came from the depths of the temple. Then a clear, cold female voice spoke faintly. "Little Bang, little Mian, stop fooling around and bring this esteemed guest over." "Yes." The expressions of the two creatures immediately turned respectful, then turned to Zuan and rolled their eyes. "Let's go." Zuan smiled and followed the two creatures towards the depths of the temple. The temple seemed ordinary but concealed mysteries. Although only a few steps were taken, the scene before the eyes suddenly changed. The temple vanished, replaced by a small room. In the room, alchemical chains extended like tentacles, leading to various places. In the center was a faintly glowing alchemical vessel. When Zuan entered, a projected image of a woman appeared above the vessel, smiling slightly at Zuan. "Esteemed guest, you finally came. I have been waiting for you for a long time." "Waiting for me for a long time?" Zuan was slightly surprised. The woman nodded. "Yes, in fact, since you appeared in this world, I have been waiting for you." Because the timeline was changed, Zuan regained his composure and asked calmly, "Somewhat, but more importantly, about the alchemical cube that brought you here." The woman smiled. Although she was just a projection, the melancholy in her eyes was visible. "So ... how is he Hanshang doing?" Zuan was slightly taken aback. "Who are you?" The woman nodded. "That alchemical cube was what I entrusted to him. It seems he mentioned me to you." Zuan fell silent for a moment. Upon hearing the three words God Creator, Zuan was suddenly taken aback. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but quickly he regained his composure. "I see. No wonder that guy, Yi Hanshang, was able to build such a magnificent creation like Iron Wire Mountain. If I'm not mistaken, he must have received your help." When Han nodded, "That's right. But in reality, it's not a very difficult task because the Ghost Realm was originally built by our Alchemy civilization. So, to create those structures, it is enough to manipulate the alchemical essence through some simple means." Zuan nodded. "I know all this." The woman was startled. "You know all this, yes? What do you think I came to this alchemy civilization for?" "For what?" I originally came for help because there were problems with the alchemical essence in the ghost realm that need to be resolved urgently. But unexpectedly, after coming here, I found out that you are already overwhelmed." Zuan sighed softly. The woman fell silent for a moment, then asked softly, "May I ask what the problem is?" "Of course." Zuan then roughly recounted the events. After listening, when Han showed a bitter smile, "I see. What do you plan to do now, Zu?" Un said calmly, "Let's not talk about my plans for now. I'm more curious about why you have become what you are now. What's the story behind those statues in the temple?" When Han fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly. "You are impressive, even more so than Yi Hanshang. But the questions you ask, I can only say," when Han smiled bitterly, "Reap what you sow, O Uzu." Un raised his eyebrows slightly. "How should I understand this?" When Han said softly, "I don't know if you are familiar with the history of our alchemy civilization, but I can tell you responsibly that a long time ago, the alchemy civilization once dominated the heavens, surpassing all immortals, unrivaled in power." Zu nodded. "I've heard of it. But later, for various reasons, our alchemy civilization began to decline gradually, ultimately retreating to this isolated space. Despite that, we were still very strong back then." When Han's face showed a sense of pride as he continued, "Was that when Yi Hanshang came to you, Zu?" and asked. When Han nodded, "That's right. But then, a tragedy occurred. When a civilization begins to decline, what happens? Some say there will be all sorts of evils, some say there will be natural disasters and man-made calamities. But the decline of the alchemy civilization at that time was clearly different. The reason for our destruction was wholly due to our arrogance." When Han said with a bitter smile. "Arrogance," Zuan murmured softly. "Exactly, it was arrogance. Despite losing the glory of our ancestors, we were still extremely proud, and the fuse that ultimately led to our destruction was rooted in this." When Han then asked, "Have you seen the statues outside the temple?" "Of course. Those were our masterpieces at the time. We were obsessed with creation, obsessively pursuing the joy of creation, and eventually created alchemical creations that possess self-awareness and could evolve on their own." When Han's eyes showed a look of terror, as a result, everything spun out of control. Zuan listened quietly, not saying a word. It was not until some time had passed that when Han calmed down and continued, "It was an indescribable great war. These artificially created life forms, in their quest for independence, began a frenzied rebellion, and we ultimately tasted the bitter fruit of our own hands. Countless talented alchemists perished, the glory we once had backfired, and we were finally buried by the very things we created with our own hands." When Han's voice now carried traces of sorrow, Zu remained silent for a moment and then asked, "And then?" "In the final moments, in order to completely destroy these alchemical creations and prevent them from spreading to other realms, my brother, a greater god creator, sacrificed himself decisively, finally wiping out all the alchemical creations." "Your brother Azu?" Un asked. "Yes. After that, in addition to retreating to this place, 3 god creators were born within the alchemy civilization. Both my brother and I were among them." "What about the third one?" Upon hearing Zuan's question, when Han's eyes suddenly showed a hint of madness, "Yes, there was another one. And he was the true culprit, the one who created these intelligent alchemical creations without authorization. But after the war ended, he disappeared." When Han's hologram shook with excitement, "Isn't it ridiculous? The pond dried up, but the fish that dried it up has already left." Zu fell silent once more. The whole room fell into a heavy silence. After who knew how long, when Han suddenly chuckled, "I'm sorry, I remembered so many things from the past and got a bit too excited." Zuan sighed lightly, "I can understand. In fact, I have similar burdens as you. The hatred I carry is even deeper than yours." When Han smiled bitterly, "Regardless of hatred, after all these years, I've come to terms with it. I just have some regrets. Speaking of which, with the problem arising in the alchemical essence of the ghost realm, how do you plan to solve it?" When Han asked, Zuan remained silent for a moment, then suddenly waved his hand and transmitted a divine thought over. After when Han received and examined it carefully, an expression of shock appeared on her face. "Heavens, is this the proposed idea? It's simply genius." After a while, when Han finally recovered from her astonishment and said to Zuan, I can't deny that your idea is truly groundbreaking, but the difficulty of implementation is immense. At least, it's not something that a grand creator, or even someone like me as a god creator, can achieve, Joe. What if I'm involved? Zuan smiled and said. When Han was taken aback, then looked deeply into Zuan's eyes. I don't know, but if it can be done, then I want to thank you on behalf of the lost alchemy civilization. No need for thanks, let's focus on the present. Are you referring to those people who came with you? Don't worry, when they entered, I already put them into their respective trial illusions and will do my best to impart all the knowledge I have to them. With the sound of his voice, wisps of filaments appeared in mid-air, and these filaments then gathered together as if a screen powered on, revealing a slowly rotating magic cube in front of Zuan. This magic cube was much larger than the one that brought Zuan here, and its design was obviously more intricate and complex. When it hovered there, everything seemed to come to a standstill. Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. What is this? A key. When Han looked at the magic cube with a complex expression and whispered softly, a key. Yes, it's the key of this realm. It's the same type of tool as the magic cube that brought you here, but the difference is that the magic cube that brought you here has much lower permissions compared to this one. Zuan looked pensive. When Han sighed softly, in other words, the magic cube that brought you here only opens in guest mode, without the authority to interfere in this world. But this magic cube opens in administrator mode, holding the highest authority in this world. In other words, possessing it means you own the entire world. A look of surprise appeared on Zuan's face. I'm curious why you are handing this over to me, instead of that guy, Yihan Shang. When Han wore a bitter smile, do you think he would forgive me? Zuan was stunned, and after a while, he whispered softly, I feel there must be some misunderstanding between you two. That doesn't matter anymore. When Han said softly, in fact, since you brought the magic cube into this world, my life has already entered a countdown state. So everything is predetermined, and moreover, I see something unusual in you. Handing over this dying alchemical civilization to you is actually a better choice. Zuan fell silent for a moment, and eventually reached out to touch the magic cube in front of him. The cube instantly condensed and fell into Zuan's hands, transforming into a delicate and compact magic cube. I cannot promise you more, but at least I will do my best to protect this last strand of alchemical flame from being extinguished. When Han smiled, thank you. But you don't need to be too determined because in my perception, there should be more than one water puddle. Zuan raised an eyebrow. Are you saying that, besides you, there are other existences of alchemical civilization in the myriad worlds? It might also be beyond the myriad worlds. Who knows for sure? Beyond the myriad worlds. Hearing these 4 words, Zuan's heart stirred. When he was once an immortal lord, he had tried to explore beyond the myriad worlds, but for various reasons, he ultimately didn't achieve much. Just as Zuan was lost in thought, when Han continued, I have already implanted thoughts in those outside people for you. They will be the seeds of this reboot, which is also my final help to you. As she spoke, when Han's hologram weakened, but she remained calm as water, her eyes scanning Zuan before saying softly, can I feel the aura of the alchemical armor you are wearing? Zuan nodded, and the badge around his waist suddenly trembled, then the armor spread over his entire body like flowing water. When the complete armor was revealed to Wen Han, her expression became somewhat excited. Just as I suspected. It's truly a masterpiece of craftsmanship. It's hard to imagine how skilled the person who forged it must have been. Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. You also can't figure out the origin of this armor? When Han shook her head, I can't. Because when the alchemical civilization was still flourishing, these armors already existed. It's just that they didn't attract much attention at the time, as their individual powers weren't too strong. Until, under a fortunate chance, my brother collected some of these armors and successfully merged them, discovering that with each piece added, the power increased geometrically. This greatly piqued his interest, and he devoted himself to studying it for a long time. And the result, Zuan asked. When Han shook her head, the result is that no progress was made in imitation. All attempts at replication ultimately failed. The only thing that could be confirmed is that the source of these armors is evidently not simple, as even during the heyday of the alchemical civilization across the myriad worlds, the technology they contained was unattainable. Zuan once again showed surprise. He had thought that by coming to the alchemical civilization, he could unravel the mystery of these alchemical armors, but even Wen Han did not know. At that moment, Wen Han, who was growing weaker, said softly, "Zibang, Zimian, go bring out what's inside." The two small beasts seemed to sense something amiss with Wen Han. Tears filled their big eyes as they nodded and turned to leave. Soon, they returned carrying a small box. "Take it, this is the gift I prepared for you." Zuan took the small box. There was a button on top, and when pressed, the box began to enlarge, eventually opening up to reveal 5 gleaming badges. Zuan was slightly taken aback, and then said with some emotion, "That's right, these are the 5 combined armors collected by my brother. They are the ox, rabbit, horse, dog, and pig. Together with your 4 armors, you now have a total of 9 armors. Please merge them, and let me see." After a moment of silence, Zuan picked up the 5 badges. As they merged into the armor he wore, the entire piece began to change form frantically. Golden lights twisted and turned, and behind Zuan, a larger pair of wings began to take shape, with 9 feathers appearing on them. When the transformation finally ceased, Zuan floated in midair, his armor like a perfect work of art, dazzling to behold. Zuan could sense that solely based on the power contained within this armor, he could easily defeat an average Grand Luo expert. Speaking of this, Wanin's figure could no longer maintain a stable form, and began to sway gradually. "Master!" the 2 little beasts exclaimed. Zuan's eyes also showed a touch of regret. "Thank you for your armor, and finally, do you have any other wishes?" Wanin gently glanced at the 2 little beasts who were already in tears. "Good, don't cry. You should be happy for me. After all, I'm finally about to be free." Although he said these words, the 2 little beasts still hung their heads, unable to speak through their tears. Wanin raised his head to look at Zuan, and with a voice beginning to distort, he chuckled softly. "These 2 little beasts have been with me through many boring years. If possible, please take good care of them for me." Zuan nodded solemnly. "No problem." At the same time, Wanin's figure had started to disintegrate, but at this final moment, a hint of reluctance appeared in Wanin's eyes as he struggled to speak with his last bit of consciousness. "One last favor. Please entrust my alchemy plate to Yi Hansheng after my death. He will understand its meaning." With those words, Wanin's body finally collapsed completely. The tentacles that had covered the entire room withered, and the central alchemy vessel lost its radiance and fell. Zuan's figure flashed, and he stepped forward to catch the fallen alchemy vessel. It was entirely dark, shimmering with a cold metallic gloss. At a glance, it looked like a USB drive on Earth. Zuan quietly watched for a moment, then sighed softly. Regardless, the courage and perseverance of this woman were worthy of admiration. At least at her position, no one could do better than her. Rest in peace. As for the matters you entrusted to me, I will do my best to see them through," Zuan said softly, then turned to look at the 2 little beasts kneeling on the ground, crying loudly, a smile appearing on his face. Although he had no feelings towards these adorable pets, the 2 little girls would probably love them. With that in mind, Zuan released a trace of spiritual consciousness and brought out the treasure house hidden deep in his sea of consciousness. Zuan had kept in Yan and the 2 little girls hidden in the treasure house before, fearing that changes in the timeline would make this world reject them. But now things were different. As the one holding the authority of this world's administration, Zuan was already the ruler of this realm and no longer needed to worry about rejection issues. "Daddy, Daddy!" An excited voice rang out as Xiang and Niani rushed out of the treasure house. Zuan hugged his 2 daughters with a smile. "Have you been obedient lately?" "Yes, we have been very obedient, and we have learned addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division." Xiang lifted her face proudly and said, "Is that so? Has Niani also learned?" Zuan turned to Niani. Niani nodded. "I have." "Then let me test you both." Zuan smiled and said, "Daddy, bring it on." Xiang said confidently. "All right, listen carefully. What's 1 + 1? Xiang, who had been eager to showcase her skills in front of Zuan, was caught off guard by the question and her face fell. "Such an easy question. Do we even need to test it?" However, Niani answered obediently. "It's 2. Zuan continued. "And what's 2 times 2? 4. Niani replied. "What's 4 times 4? 16. Niani answered without hesitation. 16 times 16. 256. Zuan's eyes showed surprise. Niani, you're amazing. Niani gave an embarrassed smile, while Xiang pouted. Daddy, ask about division. Why division? Because I'm better at division, and Niani is better at multiplication. Zuan chuckled. Oh, I see. Then, what is 13,211 divided by 6? After asking the question, Zuan looked at his eldest daughter with a smug expression. To his surprise, Xiang blurted out without hesitation, 2,201.833333, and so on. This left Zuan dumbfounded. Xiang proudly said, "See, I'm amazing." Zuan exclaimed, "Impressive. How did you both do it?" "We just did it. What's so hard about it?" Xiang and Niani echoed each other in response. Zuan smiled. It seems Xiang and Niani are both geniuses. At that moment, Anyan walked over with a smile. "All right, stop flattering them. If you keep this up, they will become arrogant again. Let them be proud. My daughters must be the genius among geniuses," Zuan said indulgently. Just then, Xiang noticed a small beasts hiding in a corner, with their heads facing the wall and their bodies peeking out. "Daddy, what are those two?" Xiang asked in surprise. Zuan smiled. "Those two. They are pets left by a friend of Daddy. Do you want to be friends with them?" Xiang and Niani's eyes widened with joy. Even though they couldn't see the appearance of the two small beasts, their round bodies and pink colors indicated that they were probably extremely cute creatures. The two girls had no resistance to cute things, so they immediately leapt out of Zuan's embrace and rushed over with excitement. Meanwhile, the two small beasts, Little Bang and Little Mian, buried their heads in the corner and kept murmuring, "Can't see me, can't see me." Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain. When they heard the approaching cheers of Xiang and Niani, they trembled and tried to escape. However, they underestimated the strength of Xiang and Niani. Xiang shouted, "Niani, they're running away." Niani nodded and commanded, "I know, make them come back." With a command, Little Bang and Little Mian felt an inexplicable force pushing them back to their original positions. Just as they tried to resist, their necks were grabbed from behind, and they were lifted up by Xiang and Niani. Little Bang and Little Mian struggled fiercely. "Let us go. We would rather die than be someone's pet." "That's right, let us go," Little Mian shouted. However, their struggle lasted only a few breaths. When Xiang and Niani held them in their arms, gently stroking their backs, the indescribable tingling and comfort easily overwhelmed all their resistance. The two small beasts closed their eyes blissfully and hummed softly. "Aw, that's it. Please scratch a little harder. Please don't pity our weakness." This contrast between before and after made Anyan amused and unable to help but joke. "Where did you find these adorable pets from?" At this moment, the entire island is shrouded in a gloomy mist. It has been a full 10 days since everyone entered the underwater ruins. During this long period of time, there has been no news from the temple located underwater. Everything seems frozen. The dilapidated temple resembles a silent beast, devouring everything and leaving only the dark entrance standing quietly. Various factions on the island can no longer contain their anxiety and are beginning to stir. What is going on? Why haven't we heard anything after all this time? The members of the Alchemist Alliance are restless. Yes, could there be a conspiracy at play? The members of the rampaging thugs remark with a grim expression. HMPH, if anything happens to my big brother, the Truth Tower will be prepared to be buried. The Hunter Guild members growl lowly. In short, the whole place is becoming more and more restless as time passes. The members of the Excavators Guild also look grim. Because the elites of the guild went in with President Yan Zhong this time. If something happens to them, the loss would be significant. But the most anxious among them are the members of the Auctioneers Union. Because Nailin Jonkin has become the soul of the entire auction union. If she makes a mistake, the stable balance of interests will be disrupted. In fact, even now, with just the lack of news about Nailin Jonkin, many people are already becoming restless. For example, the group that has just descended from the aircraft now. Leading the group is a glamorous woman, followed by a young man who looks like her son. When the members of the Auctioneers Union see this group, their faces turn extremely unsightly. The woman has now walked up to the group. After a moment of hesitation, the steward finally bows his head and says quietly, Madama. That's right. The group that has appeared on the island is none other than Madama of the Nalan family and her son, Nalan Changlong, the half-brother of Nalan Zhongqin. Seeing the mournful look on the faces of the Auctioneers Union members, Madama snorts coldly and then looks towards the sea in the distance. What? The lovely young lady still hasn't returned? There's a slight stir among the members of the Auctioneers Union. The steward's face is so grim it looks like water could drip from it. Still no news. Hey, it's been 10 days already. If she could have come out, she would have already. I guess my little sister Zhongqin is probably already buried in the ancient ruins by now, Nalan Changlong says with a malicious grin. Hearing his unabashed sarcasm, many people in the Auctioneers Union show signs of anger. The steward takes a deep breath and says slowly, Young Master Changlong, Miss Zhong can put herself in danger in order to explore the ancient ruins, so I suggest you show some respect. What? How dare you lecture me? I am from the Nalan family. Who do you think you are? Nalan Changlong's face darkens, but his words only evoke more anger. Many members of the Auctioneers Union glare at him. Madama's face changes slightly, and then she changes her tone, softly saying, Longa, what nonsense are you talking about? After all, that is your sister. Nalan Changlong can only lower his head and remain silent. Then Madama speaks with a pretended smile. Actually, don't misunderstand. Changlong and I came here out of concern for Zhongqin's safety. However, the Auctioneers Union cannot wait indefinitely here. How about this? I will stay with you all for another 3 days. If after 3 days, Zhongqin has still not returned, we will go back to organize the auction's affairs, leaving a few people here to wait. What do you think? Her words are polite, but the underlying meaning is clear. It is obvious that Madama has come to try to take control of the Auctioneers Union while Nalan Zhongqin is absent. Unfortunately, without the person in charge present, their anger is futile. After all, the Auctioneers Union belongs to the Nalan family. As everyone, including the steward, bows their heads, a hint of satisfaction flashes in Madama's eyes. Changlong, bring out the tea and food brought with us. You all have worked hard these days, so have something to eat and rest a bit. After that, a chair is brought over, and Madama elegantly sits down and begins to wait for Nalan Zhongqin to return. Many members of the Auctioneers Union exchange uneasy glances, seeing worrying in each other's eyes. If the young lady really cannot return on time, the carefully crafted balance of interests will completely collapse, and the future of the Auctioneers Union will once again be thrown into uncertainty. As the tension outside grows, in the ruins of the temple, Yan observes the people standing in the hall with blank and mesmerized expressions. Darling, what's happening to them? Why does everyone look as if they're asleep, but their faces occasionally show different expressions? Zuan smiles and replies, they are currently in a dream state. A dream state? Yes, specifically, a trial illusion. With this kind of magic's help, they can learn about many lost civilizations. Doesn't that take a long time? Not necessarily, because the time in this illusion is not synchronous with the outside world. What seems like a few days to us could be decades for them. And I suspect they are about to wake up. Hearing Zuan's explanation, Yan looks surprised. Darling. Yes, what's up? Is there anything in this world that you don't understand? Zuan chuckles, ruffles Yan's hair, and says, of course, there is. Like what? For example, the mind of a woman. PFFFT. Smooth talker. And Yan scoffs and playfully punches Zuan. Zuan bursts into laughter. But at that moment, Nalan Zhongqin's expression begins to rapidly change, her eyelids twitching, showing signs of waking up. This girl is the first to wake up. She really has good talent. Zuan comments with interest. At the same time, Nalan Zhongqin slowly opens her eyes. I know you have many questions you want to ask me right now, but don't rush. Calm your mind and think. The answers will naturally appear. Zuan smiled. Sure enough. After a moment of contemplation, Nalan Zhongqin's eyes gradually lit up. Have you figured it out, Xu? And smiled and asked. Nalan Zhongqin took a deep breath, nodded solemnly. Master, disciple understands. Very well, then wait aside for now. I expect the others should be waking up by now. Zuan said calmly, yes. Nalan Zhongqin respectfully stepped aside, unable to contain the excitement in her eyes. Over the past decade in the trial illusion, she had learned knowledge that was unimaginable and inaccessible in normal circumstances. However, it wasn't the knowledge that made Nalan Zhongqin so excited. The key was the sudden appearance of the female image in the trial, advising and entrusting her with a few simple sentences. The woman's words were simple, just a few sentences. To fully support Mr. Zhu, to revive the alchemical civilization, and to restore the once declining civilization to its former glory. However, these simple sentences stirred Nalan Zhongqin's emotions uncontrollably. In reality, others had thought of it before, but they all failed without exception. Yet at this moment, Nalan Zhongqin was filled with confidence. Because the trial fantasy itself was a miracle, and Mr. Zhu, who was specially instructed, couldn't be that simple, could he? Moreover, she had already witnessed the various incredible abilities displayed by Zuan. In this situation, the grand plan that seemed unrealistic in the past no longer seemed so out of reach at this moment. Just thinking about it was enough to make one extremely excited. While Nalan Zhongqin was lost in thought, others began to wake up one by one. Those who could follow Zuan into this ruin were all powerful figures from various factions, possessing outstanding strength and talent. Combined with the influence of this trial fantasy, it was not an exaggeration to say that they were the chosen ones to revive civilization this time. Soon, everyone woke up from their initial shock and confusion, expressing amazement. Zuan smiled as he watched this scene, making no effort to stop them. However, the commotion gradually subsided, and everyone lowered their heads respectfully, as if waiting for Zuan's instructions. It wasn't until then that Zuan said calmly, "I believe you all have found the answers you seek. I won't say much, just one thing. This opportunity was earned by others with their lives. I hope you will make good use of it." With that, silence fell over the entire place. Moments later, everyone bowed and loudly responded, "Yes." Zuan looked around at everyone, his gaze sweeping over their excited faces, and smiled slightly. "In that case, follow me." At this moment, 3 days had passed on the island. As they watched the red sunset, there was still no news coming from the underwater ruins. Lady Tu flashed a barely noticeable hint of joy in her eyes, then stood up slowly, replacing it with a look of sorrow and regret. "Alas, it seems that our miss may really be in unfortunate circumstances. It has been more than half a month, and still no word. How about this, you all follow me back, and leave a few people here to wait? What do you think?" The members of the Auction Alliance were speechless. Although everyone knew that Lady Tu's words were purely malicious, the fact remained that Nalan Zhongqin had been missing for over 10 days, without any news. Under normal circumstances, the situation did not look favorable. So despite their reluctance, the Chief Steward and all members of the Auction Alliance reluctantly nodded. "All right, we will do as Lady Tu says." Before he could finish his words, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the sea." Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they looked up at the sea. They saw the underwater ruins emitting a soft light. The various factions, who had been extremely anxious, were all suddenly alert. However, the sea suddenly collapsed into two halves where Zuan had split it with one hand, directly submerging the entire ruin once again. The Lady Chief Steward, who had thought victory was in hand, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at the sight, almost laughing, but quickly changing her tone to one of sorrow. "Alas, it seems that Kinner is indeed in dire straits." The faces of the factions also turned pale. Nalan Changlong, on the other hand, couldn't contain his inner joy. He smirked and said, "Well, there's no need to leave anyone here to watch now, since it seems she can't possibly die anymore." The Auction Alliance members, including the Chief Steward, glared at Nalan Changlong. But he didn't care at all. In his eyes, only Nalan Zhongqin was his opponent, and these subordinates. They were just servants, not worth mentioning. At that moment, the sea began to boil, and water bridges emerged one by one, rising higher and higher, allowing everyone to see the figures on top clearly. Their appearance shook everyone, as they were standing on the water bridges. "Miss!" The Chief Steward quickly spotted Nalan Zhongqin standing on the foremost water bridge, and couldn't help but burst into tears of joy, calling out loudly. The other factions echoed his sentiments. "President! Alliance Leader!" These shouts resounded continuously, and everyone's faces were filled with joy. Only Lady Tu and Nalan Changlong, who had been confident of victory, turned extremely unpleasant. "What's going on? Didn't she supposedly lie buried at the bottom of the sea? Why is she back?" Nalan Changlong roared in a low voice, his hands clenched tightly, nails piercing his palms from exertion. Lady Tu's expression was equally grim. She had thought that with this rare opportunity, she and her son would have complete control over the auction alliance. But she never expected that their plans would be foiled, and all their hopes would be dashed. At the same time, the water bridges followed the waves and reached the side of the island where everyone disembarked. The entire island was buzzing with excitement. However, before they could release their joy, everyone stood solemnly on either side, waiting with hands hanging down, as if anticipating something. Everyone was puzzled. It was at this moment that a water bridge suddenly shot up into the sky, with Zuan standing on it, hands behind his back, calmly stating, "There is no time to lose. I announce the plan starts now." The plan? What plan? The grand spectacle made everyone in the audience clamor. What exactly is going on? What plan? Why can't I understand anything? Nalan Changlong asked his mother with a confused expression. Madame stared fixedly at Zuan standing high above and coldly said, "Who knows? I reckon this guy is just playing tricks." As if in response to her words, Zuan lowered his head to survey the submerged temple ruins beneath the sea and casually said, "It's such a pity it got submerged like this. Come out." His voice was not loud, but it resonated throughout the entire venue. Everyone fell silent, but the sea remained unchanged, showing no abnormalities. Indeed. Nalan Changlong's face twisted in sarcasm, about to say something, when the following scene made him swallow his remaining words. Suddenly, the seawater rapidly receded, the seabed surged upwards frantically, and in an instant, the temple ruins that were once deep underwater appeared before everyone. However, that was not all. Large sections of the seabed continued to rise, connecting to the island beneath everyone's feet. In the blink of an eye, the once roaring sea disappeared, replaced by vast land. Everyone was stunned by this sight. At the same time in the Blue Stone City, Zhuang Linyan, who was working in her room, suddenly felt something strange and rushed out, gazing up at the sky in shock. How is this possible? How could there be a mistake with the ancient sun and moon? Zhuang Linyan muttered to herself. Liu Jingyi also sensed something unusual, standing beside Zhuang Linyan and watching in horror, whispering, "Could it be that this world is about to collapse?" Not only them, but the entire Blue Stone City, the entire continent, and even all the people in the world looked up in awe at this spectacle. Many timid individuals were on the verge of collapse, believing that the sins of mankind had provoked the Alchemy Godlord, leading to the impending doomsday. At that moment, Zuan slowly began to speak, his voice instantly reaching every corner of the world, echoing through the entire world. "From today, I am the ruler of this realm, and will initiate the civilization reboot plan. Everyone must obey orders without error." Upon hearing this familiar voice, Zhuang Linyan and Liu Jingyi both trembled, exchanging a glance and seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Then Liu Jingyi, struggling, swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, "It is him." Zhuang Linyan nodded solemnly, "Yes, it must be the master." Liu Jingyi fell silent, then after a while, she forced a smile and said, "I never expected him to be far more powerful than we imagined." Indeed. Zhuang Linyan sighed, her eyes reflecting a complex light. But isn't this a rare opportunity? Back on the island, people stared in disbelief at Zuan standing high in the sky, his white clothes fluttering, resembling a deity. No one dared to speak. It was not until a long time later that someone murmured, almost groaning, "Heavens, am I not dreaming?" No one answered the question, for at that moment, everyone was too preoccupied. Their minds were focused on one thought: what exactly is this so-called civilization reboot plan? Sensing the crowd's confusion, Zuan glanced down at Nalan Zhongqin and the others, calmly saying, "Have you forgotten what you learned in the ruins?" Nalan Zhongqin spoke first, "Master, disciple dares not forget." Behind her, everyone else echoed, "Indeed, disciple dares not forget." "Very well, Zuan nodded. "Then it's up to you to handle the specific matters of restarting civilization. Are you confident?" "We will not fail the mission," they all exclaimed in unison. Zuan smiled and nodded, "Good." With that, he turned and flew towards the tall tower, stating in a calm tone, "I will reside in the Tower of Truth for a while. Report to me if anything happens." As Zuan's figure disappeared into the Tower of Truth, the people gradually emerged from their astonishment, and a wave of excitement followed. Countless people were jubilant and tearful because numerous geniuses had attempted to revive the alchemy civilization over the long years, but they had all failed. This time, under the leadership of the mysterious Zuan, everything would be different. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, Nalan Changlong in the crowd looked dazed. It wasn't until a long time passed that he turned his stiff neck and stuttered to his mother, Mother, what do we do next? His voice trembled, filled with fear. Madama's expression was equally grim, for she knew that all their schemes had failed. Nalan Zhongkin not only came out unscathed, but also gained greater benefits from the ruins. In comparison, they were utterly defeated. But she took a deep breath and whispered, "Don't attract attention. While they're still not paying attention to us, let's leave quickly." Saying that, she turned to leave. But at that moment, the steward of the Auction Alliance and others blocked their way, smiling sardonically. "Madama, where are you going?" Madama paled, forcing a smile. I saw Zhongkin coming back and wanted to report home." HMPH. The steward snorted. Nalan Changlong stepped forward, angrily shouting, "What do you want to do? Let us through. We are members of the Nalan family." Just then, a cold female voice calmly said, "Oh, do you even know that you are from the Nalan family?" With those words, Nalan Zhongkin walked gracefully towards them. The steward and the others retreated to the side. Nalan Changlong turned pale. "Restarting civilization? How does one restart it?" Someone said, looking confused. "Haha, I guess it's just talking big. Restarting civilization? How many people have thought of this throughout history, only to end up in failure? What a joke." Another person said mockingly. "You can't say it like that. I've heard that Mr. Zhu, who suddenly appeared, is a person of great wisdom and supernatural powers. This time, he might actually make it happen." Someone hesitated to say, "That's what you think, but I don't believe it." Well, let's just wait and see. This so-called civilization restart plan will surely become a complete joke. The person continued confidently. After this news broke out, public opinion instantly heated up. There were those who were half-believing, those who were sarcastic, and those who were dismissive. But regardless, everyone's attention was now focused on the Tower of Truth and the various forces. After all, everyone wanted to see if this event could actually be accomplished, or if it would once again become a castle in the air. Under this intense scrutiny, all the forces surprisingly remained silent. However, beneath this calm exterior, a powerful undercurrent was stirring. 3 days later, just when all parties were amazed and puzzled about the event, another piece of news that would shock everyone was released, sweeping across the world instantly. The Auction Alliance, Tower of Truth, Explorers Guild, Hunter Guild, Alchemist Alliance, and other forces simultaneously declared the immediate formation of a civilizational restart alliance, codenamed Fire Seed. In an instant, all parties were shocked. Such a huge move was beyond anyone's imagination. It's worth noting that while the various forces had not been openly hostile, they had at least been competing in the shadows before. Yet, within just a few days, these former rivals had set aside their differences and united. This caused many who had previously predicted the failure of this civilization restart to suddenly fall silent, while others began to feel hope rising in their hearts. After all, the fact that so many forces were able to unite was at least a good start. However, no one expected the progress of the following events to be so rapid. With the full support of figures like Yino and Nalan Zhongkin, along with unprecedented cooperation, the Fire Seed Alliance began to reveal its grandeur. Countless resources were allocated and utilized rationally. Ancient technologies that had long been lost emerged one after another like spring bamboo shoots after rain. Countless alchemists and talents from all walks of life worked together to absorb this new knowledge and improve upon it. In just a few days, the Fire Seed Alliance had achieved heights that surpassed what a force would take thousands of years to achieve in the past. The progress of the civilization restart was no longer simply accelerating. It was like installing a rocket, evolving and leaping forward at a rapid pace. Finally, a month later, when a colossal mechanical puppet, thousands of feet tall, crafted from mystic silver and incorporating various ancient technologies, made its appearance, it caused a sensation worldwide. How is this possible? In just 1 month, how could they create such a huge mechanical puppet? Wasn't the technology for giant puppets long lost? Someone said, bewildered. But whether you believe it or not, the fact has already happened. The live broadcast wouldn't lie. That's truly a masterpiece, someone exclaimed. Maybe it was excavated from ancient ruins. Even with their speed at absorbing new technologies, it couldn't have been completed in such a short time. Someone hesitated to say, right, that must be it. They must have found it in those ancient ruins. The person quickly said, as if catching a life-saving straw. To respond to his assertion, just 3 days later, a massive flying vessel, large enough to accommodate 1,000 people and capable of hovering in the air for a day, appeared once again in front of the world. My goodness! This flying vessel is akin to a flying fortress. Someone marveled. What do you mean akin to? That is clearly a flying fortress. And this is the long-lost ancient alchemy. Someone sighed. This time, even the person who had been cynically mocking the civilization restart plan from the beginning was taken aback. He had thought the giant mechanical puppet was a fluke, but he couldn't have imagined that just 3 days later, the Fire Seed Alliance would surprise him once again with such a grand creation. At that moment, someone next to him made a meaningful smile and said, well, was this flying vessel also excavated from ancient ruins? The person was left speechless, but after a hesitation, he still forced himself to say, so what? It's just a flying vessel. It's not such a big deal to restart civilization by simply making a few things. Then what would qualify? At the very least, they would have to reconstruct the ancient Alchemy High Tower. That is the most important thing in alchemical civilization. Many nodded at his words, as he was right. Whether in ancient times or now, the Alchemy High Tower was the most important foundational structure. However, because many technologies had been lost, the current Alchemy High Towers could not match the functions and power of the ancient towers. This made the person smug once again. Let's talk about restarting civilization when a standard Alchemy High Tower is built. Ha ha! However, his pride didn't last long. Just 10 days later, a giant alchemy tower, standing at 100,000 feet and towering into the sky, was completed in the original location of the Tower of Truth. When this news was announced, the world boiled with excitement. Many people simply couldn't believe it, but when the live broadcast images appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. However, his silence did not mean that others would let him off the hook. What's wrong? Don't you want to make some more remarks, buddy? I remember you were patting your chest and mocking that the civilization reboot plan was bound to fail. Someone asked in a mocking tone. This gentleman's mouth moved silently, but in the end, he was speechless, only able to awkwardly smile, and then leave dejectedly. After several slaps in the face, all the previous sarcasm disappeared. In its place was an immense eagerness and anticipation. After all, who wouldn't wish to witness the glory of the ancient alchemy civilization at its peak again? And the Fire Alliance did not disappoint, as all kinds of alchemical creations that existed only in ancient legends began to appear one after another. Many giant figures long disappeared reappeared on this land once more. And as the civilization reboot plan progressed vigorously, Hoyinuo, Nalan Zhongqin, and various big shots gathered today atop the Alchemy Tower. With so many people crowded in one room, there was complete silence. All eyes were focused on the figure standing by the window, and many faces showed fanatical admiration. Zuan shifted his gaze, turned around slowly, glanced at everyone, and nodded in satisfaction. During this period, you've all done well. This praise made everyone relax their expressions, with excitement gleaming in their eyes. After experiencing the trials of the illusion realm, Zuan's image had become towering in their minds, even resembling a savior. This was the reason why various forces were able to set aside prejudices and interests and meet each other candidly. But if you want to reach the level I envision, this is still far from enough, Zuan remarked lightly. This statement made everyone's expression solemn. Nalan Zhongqin couldn't help but ask, my lord, what kind of level do you envision? Very simple, change the course of time and make a realm your own, Zuan said casually. However, this one sentence stirred up the whole room. Many people looked stunned and puzzled. Hoyinuo couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly, then spoke respectfully, my lord, with the current technologies we possess, it is indeed quite challenging to achieve what you envision. Zuan nodded, of course, I know that. Hoyinuo paused, then you ... The reason I gathered you here today is to talk about this. With that, Zuan gestured casually, and a statue covered in scars appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw this statue, they all froze. Zuan walked up to the statue, which had been passed down since ancient times and represented the pinnacle of alchemical technology at that time. He said, "Your task now is to thoroughly study and incorporate the technology contained within it into your own alchemical creation." Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback and filled with astonishment. Nalan Zhongqin, who was closest to the statue, turned pale, and his voice trembled as he said, "My lord, is this the alchemical creation that buried the ancient civilization once and for all?" Zhu and nodded, "Yes." "No, my lord, we cannot study it because this is demonic technology. If these creations were to reappear in the world, it would undoubtedly bring about a great disaster." Nalan Zhongqin spoke in horror. The voices of persuasion continued, with Zuan smiling at the corner of his mouth, listening quietly in place. When the voices gradually died down, Zuan spoke calmly. "What you all said is correct, but do you truly believe that the ancient disaster was solely due to these creations?" "Huh? What does he mean by that?" Everyone's faces showed confusion upon hearing his words. Zuan gently touched the smooth surface of the statue, worn by the passage of time, and said in a calm tone, "Technology itself is not sinful, the true culprits are those who abuse it. Unfortunately, as Wen Han said, the fish that has been dried up has escaped." With that, Zuan's voice became firm, "So I have decided to restart research on these alchemical creations. As for the possible consequences, I will handle them." Everyone looked at each other, then bowed in unison and respectfully said, "Yes." A large number of alchemists settled in the interior of the temple ruins to conduct detailed research on those statues. It had to be said that these alchemical creations represented the highest level of ancient alchemy civilization. The technology contained within was simply breathtaking. At least initially, there were quite a few difficulties encountered during the dismantling and reconstruction process. Fortunately, with Zuan's help, these difficulties were soon overcome. Especially his accurate interpretation of the runes propelled the research forward rapidly. With this accelerated progress in research on that day, the entire world began to change. And as the creator of all things, Zuan preferred to stand aside and observe as much as possible, rarely intervening unless necessary. Most of the time, he preferred to be a witness, witnessing this reboot of civilization. Finally, within just 1 year, the whole world underwent a complete transformation. Various ancient technologies were rediscovered and put to use, but the greatest gain was the formation of a team of highly skilled talents. Among them were alchemists whose technical skills had soared, as well as talents specializing in forging, dismantling, analyzing, and creating. And all this happened within 1 year. Despite Zuan's assistance, it could be considered a miracle. Night fell. The crimson moon and radiant sun hung in the sky simultaneously, though their brightness had diminished significantly, giving a nocturnal feel. At the top of the alchemy tower, Yan leaned against Zuan's shoulder and asked softly, "Darling, are we leaving?" "Huh? How did you know?" "Just a guess." "Heh, was I right?" Yan's finger slid gently on Zuan's arm as she smiled and spoke. Yan nodded as if she understood but didn't, then asked, "Is it related to the ghost realm?" "Yes." "But what exactly it is, you will know in due time." Zuan intentionally teased. "How long is in due time?" "Honey, just tell me secretly, don't keep me in suspense." Yan pouted playfully. Ju chuckled and said, all right, don't be impatient, I promise it won't take too long." In the end, Yan couldn't get anything out of Zuan, so she reluctantly returned to Fu Baozilu. After she left, a complex gleam passed through Zuan's eyes. He took a deep breath, casually wrote a summoning order in the air, and then waved his hand. The summoning order scattered and flew into the darkness in all directions. Just as Zuan had said, the time indeed wouldn't be too long. After experiencing an explosive civilization evolution, the current level of alchemy civilization barely met Zuan's requirements. Next, it was time to pack and prepare to return to the ghost realm. This time, Zuan gathered the big shots from all sides in one place again and publicly announced his plan. After hearing Zuan's plan, Yino, Nalan Zhongqin, Yan Zhong, and others all showed expressions of shock, because they never expected Zuan to have such a grand plan. But after more than a year, Zuan's status became even more revered, and at least no one dared to question his words. Moreover, if this plan were to be realized, it would be a monumental event for the entire alchemy civilization, possibly heralding the re-entry of alchemy civilization into the heavens. So without hesitation, Everyone nodded and said, "We will follow the Lord's command." Zuan smiled, "Very good. Then I'll give you 3 days to prepare, and after that, we will depart together." Yes. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Though Zuan didn't mention the need for secrecy, all the big shots from various factions mysteriously remained silent about the impending expedition to the Ghost Realm. Thus, the world remained unchanged, with only a few observers curious about the sudden mobilization of the Fire Seed Alliance's members. Could there be another grand plan underway? These questions, of course, received no answers. And when, after 3 days, Zuan looked at everyone ready and waiting, he nodded approvingly. "Very well. Now, follow me." During this year, aside from refining his cultivation gains and studying the key Meng Han had given him, Zuan had not been idle. With this key in hand, this alchemy world was essentially under his control. So soon, he figured out a simple and quick way to use the key to construct a spatial channel and return to the Ghost Realm. This method was put to use this time. As Zuan waved his hand, the space in front of him suddenly began to ripple, and a rift in space-time appeared in front of everyone. Zuan stepped in, followed closely by Hiyino, Nalan Zhongqin, and others, who entered the rift one after another. Central Ghost Realm, Wayy family. Since the Lord of the Underworld, Yi Hanshang, returned, this place had become the center of the entire Ghost Realm. Although Yi Hanshang had regained his memories due to the care he received from his sister Wei Qingzi in the Wayy family, he still addressed her as his sister. Even after ascending to the seat of the Lord of the Underworld, Yi Hanshang continued to preside over the Wayy family as if it were his palace, which impressed countless people. However, the atmosphere in the entire Ghost Realm had become somewhat dull. Over the past few years, many Ghost Clan powerhouses had been shocked to discover that their strength was gradually diminishing. At first, many Ghost Clan powerhouses thought it was a mistake in their cultivation when they first noticed this trend. But as the news spread, more and more Ghost Clan powerhouses found their strength declining. This led to a great panic. But if this had only cast a shadow over the heads of the Ghost Clan powerhouses, what happened next made everyone in the Ghost Realm anxious. Many Ghost Clans discovered that the birth rate of Ghost Clans was plummeting. While the birth of a new Ghost Clan member had been a bit cumbersome in the past, it was still manageable for a normal Ghost Clan member. However, in just a few short years, both powerhouses and ordinary Ghost Clan members were devastated to find that birthing a new member had become increasingly difficult, and the mortality rate had also risen. This discovery sparked investigations by countless powerhouses, but all efforts turned out to be in vain. This discovery was truly despairing, as the lack of an explanation often led to greater fear. Combined with the perceptible decline in strength, it became a metaphorical sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads. In such circumstances, many powerhouses pinned their hopes on Lord of the Underworld, Yi Hanshang, expecting him to come up with a viable solution. However, soon everyone was disappointed. Yi Hanshang seemed completely indifferent to these changes, spending his days either playing chess and chatting with his sister Wei Qingzi in the Wei family, or seeking out new brews with Ming Yao in the endless desert. Or he would chat with the monk Jinju, who had already built a temple in the lava land. His behavior showed a clear lack of concern for the various changes in the Ghost Realm. This naturally disappointed everyone, but given his authority, no one dared to show it openly, only venting their frustrations in their hearts. Today, after drinking a few cups of Ming Yao's newly brewed strong liquor, Yi Hanshang, feeling a bit tipsy, staggered his way to the lava land. When he arrived, the former lava sovereign Rong Yang brought 2 cups of tea. "Master, Lord of the Underworld, please enjoy the tea," he said, then lowered his eyes respectfully and left. Jinju smiled faintly. "Does it matter whether you enter or not? As for the realm, it doesn't really matter to me." Yi Hanshang sneered. "Come on. You monks always say nice things. If you really don't care about the realm, then why bother distinguishing it? It's to inspire the newcomers and urge them to progress bravely." Jinju answered honestly. "I don't believe you. You, this big monk, are really bad," Yi Hanshang said under the influence of alcohol. Jinju couldn't help but feel amused. "Then what do you think Ming Jun's intention is?" Yi Hanshang smirked. "Tell me the truth. Have you already entered the formless realm?" Jinju shook his head. "Almost, huh?" Yi Hanshang was surprised. "But why do I feel like your incarnation as a big monk has already reached perfection?" Jinju smiled, then pointed to his chest. "My heart has entered, but the realm is still lacking a bit." Yi Hanshang raised an eyebrow. Is it because of the ghost realm? Jinju remained silent for a moment, then nodded honestly. Yes. Yi Hanshang sat back in his chair, sighed deeply. I should have thought about it earlier. During this time, the source of the ghost realm is deteriorating at an alarming rate, and this speed is accelerating. If not saved, in 100 years at most, this world will completely perish, with no possibility of salvation. Jinju also couldn't help but be moved upon hearing this. He could naturally sense the anomaly of this world, but didn't expect it to be so severe. Are you surprised? Yi Hanshang forced a smile, then sighed softly. To be honest, many powerful beings in the ghost realm have been discussing this issue with me for more than a year. But I have been negligent, to the point where many people are secretly calling me foolish. Do you know why I ignored it? Jinju scratched his shiny bald head slightly, furrowing his brow. Because of Zu Master. Yi Hanshang nodded. Yes. Because of him. The truth is, with the severe damage to the source of the ghost realm, even if I wanted to take action to save it, I can no longer do it. So now all my hopes are pinned on Elder Zu. After all, he personally told me that he has a way to save this world. Jinju fell silent for a moment, then softly recited a Buddhist mantra. Namo Amitabha. Elder Zu has extraordinary talents and supernatural abilities. He will definitely find a way to save the people from disaster. That's what I think too, but it's been so long now, and there has been no news from him at all, which makes me have an ominous premonition. Yi Hanshang's face revealed a hint of seriousness. In fact, he had no doubt about Zuan's strength. But the key is, if things are as Zuan said, then the solution lies in alchemical civilization. However, since he has been away from that alchemical civilization for so long, Yi Hanshang himself doesn't know what it has become. Even if that civilization was flourishing, it would still be an extremely difficult task for them to save such a large ghost realm with their power. It's even uncertain whether they can accomplish it at all. As the small tea room fell into silence, Yi Hanshang's heart suddenly trembled slightly, which surprised him. He looked up and coincidentally met Jinju's gaze. Both of them saw the shock in each other's eyes. Then they took a deep breath and said in unison, "It's him." Yi Hanshang's face then showed a relieved smile. Heh, I didn't expect him to come back so soon after mentioning it a few times. Hey, big monk, are you coming? Jinju's honest face also showed a smile. Elder Zu has returned from a long journey. I should naturally go welcome him. Good. Let's go. With that, two beams of light shot up from the tea room, disappearing into the sky in an instant. At that moment, chaos also erupted in the Wayy family, because terrifying fluctuations were emanating from the courtyard where Zuan had lived before, even causing some surrounding houses to collapse. This unusual situation was immediately reported to the authorities by the servants. Wei Qingxiao was the first to receive the news and rushed over. Upon entering the courtyard, she saw a huge spatial crack in the center of the courtyard. The terrifying fluctuations were coming from this spatial crack. However, by the time Wei Qingxiao arrived, the spatial crack had gradually stabilized, and the scattered fluctuations had also weakened. When the spatial crack completely formed, a familiar aura emanated from it, shocking Wei Qingxiao to the core, widening her eyes. Meanwhile, Wen Muling, leading the new shadow guards including Aking, also arrived at the scene. Wen Muling had become the chief guard under Yi Hanshang, with the shadow guards becoming a formidable force that terrified many powerful beings in the ghost realm. However, as Yi Hanshang rarely stayed home and didn't like being followed, the shadow guard's sole job was to guard the safety of the Wayy family. But with the authority of the Ming Jun present, no one dared to cause trouble, making Wen Muling and the others usually idle. But this time was different, as the terrifying spatial fluctuations were no joke. So when Wen Muling and the shadow guards received the news, they immediately rushed over. However, when they arrived at the scene, they were taken aback to see Zu emerging from the spatial crack. Initially prepared for a battle, Wen Muling and Aking were stunned when they saw Zuan, halting in their tracks. Ju glanced at the incoming crowd, then focused his gaze on Wei Qingxiao, giving a slight smile. Sorry for the trouble. It's my first time using a spatial passage, and I didn't control the intensity well, causing several houses to collapse. Wei Qingxiao, still in a daze, quickly realized upon hearing Zuan's words, and respectfully bowed her head. It's our honor to welcome your return, not to mention a few houses. Zuan smiled faintly. In that case, thank you for accommodating me. With that, Zuan stepped forward, making way, and soon, Nalan Zhongqin, Yanzhong, and others walked out of the spatial crack, filling the courtyard. With the sound of their voices, 2 flashes of light instantly appeared in the courtyard. When the light dissipated, it was Yi Hansheng and Jinju who appeared. Seeing her younger brother finally show up, Wei Qingxiao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She didn't dare to face Zuan alone now, because he was the esteemed lord of Shenhuguizun, who was on par with her younger brother. Despite being called sister by Yi Hansheng, Wei Qingxiao still had self-awareness. With her brother's return, she finally didn't have to worry so much. At that moment, Yi Hansheng glanced at He Yanuo and others, especially noticing the metallic armor they were wearing. Her expression slightly changed, but she approached with a smile, lightly patting Zuan on the shoulder. "Old Zu, you're doing great." Zuan smiled, "Not bad." Jinju stepped forward and greeted, "Namu Amitaba." Seeing Zudona return safely, this monk can now rest assured. Zuan looked deeply at Jinju, then smiled and said, "Congratulations, monk, on finally breaking through that boundary, stepping into the formless realm, transcending worldly troubles." Jinju smiled slightly upon hearing this. Zudona indeed has keen insight, but I can't be considered a true formless bodhisattva yet. Zuan waved his hand. "I know, but don't worry, it will happen soon. And at that time, I will also bestow a great transformation upon you." Jinju looked surprised, clearly not understanding what Zuan meant by giving him a great transformation. Not only him, but Yi Hansheng was also confused, except for one thing he understood. Since Zuan said Jinju would soon become a true formless bodhisattva, did that mean he already had a sure way to restore the origin of the ghost realm? Sensing the confusion of Yi Hansheng and Jinju, Zuan smiled slightly. "These are my friends. After the long journey, let's arrange for them to stay first." There was no need for Yi Hansheng to act. Wei Qingxiao and Wen Muling stepped forward and nodded to He Yanuo, Nailan Zhongqin, and others. "Please follow me." Soon, these people who came with Zuan were taken to another place to be properly accommodated. The small courtyard had already collapsed mostly, so it wasn't suitable for staying. In another quiet courtyard, Zuan, Yi Hansheng, and Jinju sat face to face. Steam wafted from the tea set in front of them until the tea boiled completely. Zuan then poured tea for Yi Hansheng and Jinju. Yi Hansheng was getting impatient, but seeing the scene, he patiently picked up the teacup and took a sip, then couldn't wait to ask, "Old Zu, hurry and tell us what's going on. How do you plan to save the origin of the ghost realm? Don't be so hasty. After coming this far, finish this tea first before we talk." Zuan said calmly, then took a gentle sip. Yi Hansheng was so anxious that even if it were scalding, he drank his tea in one gulp and urged, "Okay, I've finished my tea. Now tell us." Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Who said you finished your tea?" "I meant let me finish first, okay?" Yi Hansheng, Jinju, seeing this, couldn't help but smile, then picked up his cup, saluting Zuan. "Although I don't know how the donor is planning, it is evident that you have a firm plan. Since that's the case, there's no need for many questions. I toast to you with this tea." After that, Jinju drank his tea, then stood up, saluted, "Namu Amitaba." This monk came to welcome the donor. "Now that the donor is safe, I've enjoyed a cup of tea with you, so I'll take my leave." Zu pondered briefly, then nodded, "That's fine. Since this matter will take some time, if the monk has to go, then go ahead. Come by again when the time is right." Jinju nodded, turned to leave. Yi Hansheng, however, interjected, Hey, great monk, how can you just leave like that? Aren't you curious about how old Zu plans to save the ghost realm?" Jinju shook his head. "I've just said, since Zudonor seems so confident, obviously he has a reliable plan. If so, what else is there to ask?" Yi Hansheng became even more anxious, "But don't you want to know what he meant by giving you a transformation?" Jinju smiled. "Everything will be revealed in due time. If we find out too early, won't it take away a lot of fun?" With that, Jinju stopped talking and flew away, disappearing in an instant. Yi Hansheng stared blankly in the direction Jinju had left, then after a moment, stomped his foot in frustration. "This stubborn old mule truly infuriates me." Zu unchuckled. "Well, the Buddhist teachings emphasize going with the flow, and it's only natural that he's not curious. But you, me, what about me?" Yi Hansheng looked confused. Zuan calmly put down his teacup, and with a half-smile, he gazed at Yi Hansheng. "Guess who I saw in the alchemy civilization?" Yi Hanshang suddenly froze, his face visibly turning white at a rapid pace. Are you saying, Zuan nodded. That's right, it's the person you've been thinking of day and night, muttering about her while drunk, but not daring to meet. Yi Hanshang's expression paled rapidly. You mean? Zuan nodded. I'm sorry to say, but she's dead. Although the words were spoken softly, they hit Yi Hanshang like a thunderbolt. He trembled violently, his face turning as pale as paper. With a trembling voice, he said, No. It's impossible, old Zu. You're teasing me, right? It must be, ha ha ha. How could she have died so easily? Seeing his reaction, Zuan shook his head and said softly, I wish I was teasing you too, but this is all true. Saying that, Zuan took out the item that Wen Han entrusted him with before her death and placed it gently on the table. The moment Yi Hanshang saw this alchemical vessel resembling a USB drive, his pupils shrank to the size of needles and his body became unsteady. As someone who also understood the alchemy civilization, he naturally understood the significance of this item. This was entrusted to me by her before her death, saying that you would understand everything after looking at it, Zuan said with some reluctance. After a crisp sound, the alchemy vessel melted into Yi Hanshang's sea of consciousness like water. Yi Hanshang stood still like a statue, his eyes losing their luster. Zuan knew that this was because Yi Hanshang's divine consciousness had entered the alchemy vessel in search of answers. Normally, a strand of divine thought would suffice for such matters, but Yi Hanshang had evidently invested all his divine thoughts into it, leaving himself in a completely defenseless state. In this state, any strong individual could easily seriously harm Yi Hanshang. Zuan sighed lightly and silently sat by, protecting Yi Hanshang. It was unknown how much time had passed, but the charcoal in front of Zuan had already been changed 3 times when he heard a very faint sobbing sound coming from Yi Hanshang. Soon after, Yi Hanshang burst into tears, crying uncontrollably. Zuan didn't offer any consolation, only looked at him with tender eyes until after a while, he stood up, gently patting Yi Hanshang's shoulder. All right, since you found the answer in your heart, stop crying. However, this action completely broke Yi Hanshang, who was in an extremely fragile and sensitive state. He immediately hugged Zuan and burst into loud sobs. Lo Zu, I really am a jerk. I actually misunderstood Hanner having another man, but that man turned out to be her brother. Wah! As Yi Hanshang embraced himself and let tears and snot flow freely on his clothes, Zuan felt a surge of rage rising within him. Zuan swore, if it was anyone else hugging him like this, they would already be dead. But seeing as Yi Hanshang was his brother, and considering his recent heartbreak, Zuan forced down his discomfort and managed to calm himself down, taking a deep breath. Okay, I understand, but can you let go for now? Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Hanshang began to cry loudly again. Wah, I can't believe she waited for me all this time, and I'm a total jerk. Just because of some trivial issues, I never went to see her. I regret it so much. With his weeping, the surrounding plants withered instantly, turning to dust. Zuan unfurrowed his eyebrows, feeling a headache coming on, and silently repeated in his mind, Don't get angry, don't get angry. After a moment of determination, Zuan suddenly felt a warmth on his forehead, and then a magical talisman flew out. Zuan understood immediately and shouted, Yanner, it's okay, you don single quotes t. Unfortunately, he was a bit late in his words, as at that moment, Yanni emerged from the talisman and asked with confusion as she approached, Husband, what's happening out here? Who's crying so loudly? However, her last word was abruptly cut off. Yan stood frozen in place, staring blankly at Zuan and Yi Hanshang, who were tightly embraced nearby, while Zuan looked puzzled and troubled. An awkward expression gradually appeared on Yan's face. Husband, actually, you don't need to explain. I understand. Zuan, feeling frustrated, desperately wanted to shout, You understand nothing. But he couldn't and just smiled wryly, saying, Yanner, don't be misled by appearances, you see But many things seem to be deliberately working against Zuan today. Just then, a voice filled with joy rang out from afar. Master, you finally returned. The final word turned into a soprano aria due to surprise. Zhang Zuling appeared in the scene, staring dumbfounded at the tightly embraced Zuan and Yi Hanshang, and felt a headache coming on. What did she mean by you've disturbed me? This is like sinking into a quagmire that's hard to wash off. But that wasn't the issue. The real problem was that Zuan noticed the increasingly bright smile on Yanner's face, along with her excitement in her eyes. Although he pitied Yi Hanshang's current situation, Zuan knew that if things continued like this, he would be the pitiful one. Therefore, without hesitation, he kicked Yi Hanshang, who was still sobbing loudly, over the wall. The crying intensified as Yi Hanshang was kicked into the air. But Zuan didn't have time to worry, as he called forth the crimson lotus fire and burned his clothes to ashes. Under the cover of the fire, Zuan retrieved a new set of clothes from the mustard seed ring. After completing all these tasks, Zuan took a deep breath, composed himself, and stepped forward, smiling at Yanner. Yanner, honestly, Yan wanted to tease Zuan a bit. She had never seen the all-powerful Zuan so flustered before. But seeing Zuan's pretense of calm and visible unease, she couldn't help bursting into laughter. At first, her laughter was quiet, but it gradually grew louder until she couldn't even straighten her back from laughing so hard. Zuan's expression was like this. After a long while, Yan was almost out of breath from laughing so much. Cute. This adjective made Zuan almost unable to cry or laugh, but she couldn't bring herself to punish Yan. Helpless, she could only spoil her by pinching her nose gently. What are you thinking in that little head of yours? Heh. Yan smiled brightly like a flower. I wasn't thinking about anything. I just happened to see a man crying and holding my husband, so I just expressed my feelings. Zuan, can we not bring this up? Yan nodded, okay? Zuan was about to breathe a sigh of relief at these words, but at that moment, Yan leaned in again, gently licked her lips, and with a very charming smile said, "But you have to admit that you are very cute." Zuan, _. Seeing Zuan's current expression, Yan's eyes sparkled more and more, like a child discovering a new toy, excitement shining on her face. Yes, that's the expression. Oh my, you are just too cute. At the same time, a sound of taking a picture came from the side. Zuan turned to see Hu Ying putting down her phone, looking quite satisfied, even making a victory gesture when she saw Zuan looking over. Yan leaned in. Did you get it? Did you get it? Of course. My photography skills are excellent. How could I miss such a wonderful moment? Hu Ying proudly said, then opened the photo album. Just then, Zhang Xiaoyu also approached, and the three heads huddled together, looking at the photo on the screen. Their eyes gradually widened, a mysterious smile appearing on their faces. I never expected adults to be so cute sometimes. Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed. Yan and Hu Ying nodded in agreement. Just then, a wisp of flame appeared in Hu Ying's hand, instantly burning the phone to ashes. Ah! The three were startled, all looking at Zuan. Zuan shrugged innocently. Sorry, the red lotus fire suddenly got a bit out of control. Hope it didn't burn you, Yinger. The three. This little episode passed by happily. Meanwhile, outside the wall, Yi Hanshang's cries became increasingly pitiful. Hearing the sobbing, Yan asked with some concern, "Is he okay?" Zuan smiled faintly. Don't worry. He'll be fine soon. With that, Zuan stepped on air, walking a few steps to the top of the wall, frowned as he looked at Yi Hanshang, who was still crying on the ground after being kicked. All right, stop crying. Woo-woo, my poor Hanner. It's my fault. Woo-woo. Never thought that our parting would be eternal. We will never see each other again. And not only did someone not comfort me, but also kick me out. Is this something a human does? Yi Hanshang mourned his lover, lamenting his own tragic fate. Zuan was not buying his act. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Still crying? Fine, go ahead and cry here." It seems that when Han entrusted his destiny to a crying fool who wasted the opportunity to survive. With that, Zuan turned off the wall and walked back into the house. But after hearing Zuan's words, Yi Hanshang, who had been crying like a sobbing fish, suddenly got up, took a step, punched a big hole in the wall in front of him, then appeared in front of Zuan, blocking his way. "What did you just say?" Yi Hanshang asked sincerely. Zuan looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. "What did I say?" "No, you clearly said when Han had a chance to survive." "Tell me what chance?" Yi Hanshang asked eagerly. "Oh, did I say that or Zu?" Pretended to be puzzled. "Brother Zu, you are my dear brother. Please tell me. I knew that as a returned immortal, you must have a way to save Wen Han." Yi Hanshang almost kneeled down. Unable to tease him any longer, Zuan said solemnly, "In fact, I have been perfecting this idea since Wen Han's death. In the end, I think the key lies in the alchemical vessel she left for you. You mean, Zuan nodded when Han left her last bit of divine thought to you, which also happened to give her a chance at revival. But if you want to save her, there is only one way. What way? The person who set the trap has to undo it. Since she died for alchemy, only alchemy can save her. Yi Hanshang's eyes lit up with hope, softly murmuring, the person who set the trap has to undo it. Then he looked up abruptly at Zuan. Brother Zuan, can you save her? Zuan shook his head. I can't. Yi Hanshang's expression immediately darkened. Because my knowledge of alchemy is only rudimentary, far from having the expertise required. But my inability doesn't mean that others cannot do it. Who else can do it? When I left, when Han was already the top divine creator in the alchemical civilization, and now the alchemical civilization doesn't even have a single divine creator. Seeing Yi Hanshang looking dejected, Zuan sighed lightly and said, but there is more than one pool of water. Huh? Yi Hanshang didn't understand. Zuan continued, according to Wen Han herself, after the decline of the alchemical civilization that once dominated the heavens, there were not just one, but many other branches of these pools of water left behind. I know this, but those are just small sects, insignificant. Heh. Have you ever thought about beyond the heavens? Beyond the heavens, Zuan nodded, his hand raised, revealing a layer of alchemical armor. Before entering this alchemical civilization, I had high hopes, hoping to unlock the secrets of this armor, but I failed in the end. Even when Han didn't know the origin of this armor, she only said that it existed during their peak. So this armor likely came from an alchemical civilization beyond the heavens, utilizing alchemical techniques far beyond Wen Han's imagination. This indicates that beyond the heavens, there must be a large pool of water, maybe even a sea larger than the previous peak alchemical civilization. Yi Hanshang was completely shocked by Zuan's words, saying bitterly, the alchemical civilization beyond the heavens. Exactly. And if you want to save Wen Han, this should be the only opportunity. This is not just politeness, but a sincere thank you from the bottom of my heart. Yi Hanshang solemnly held up the alchemy vessel. Because you have given me hope. Even though this hope is faint, at least it is still hope. Zuan fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then gently patted Yi Hanshang's shoulder. Keep going. Yi Hanshang, touched, looked up, Brother Zuan. But Zuan's next words completely dispelled his emotions. Remember, you owe me a piece of clothing. Yi Hanshang, all right, I'll buy you a piece of clothing now. Just owe it for now. Whenever I remember, you can repay this favor to me, Zuan said cheerfully. Thus, the storm passed. Although saddened by the departure of his first love, the hope he received, not entirely elusive, quickly lifted Yi Hanshang's spirits. So when Xiang and Yansin saw Yi Hanshang, he had already mostly returned to normal. However, Xiang, who was used to deciphering everything, noticed something amiss. Uncle Yi, why are your eyes red? Yes, it looks like you've been crying. Yansin chimed in. Oh, I accidentally got a bug in my eye just now. That's why it's red. Xiang, Yansin, you two have been out for so long. Did you bring me a gift for Uncle Yi? Yi Hanshang quickly changed the subject. After all, they were children, and a very simple trick made Xiang and Yansin forget the strangeness earlier and nod solemnly. Of course we did. Then Xiang and Yansin turned around mysteriously and suddenly handed something forward. Look, what is this? In the hands of the two little girls were two cute little creatures. When Yi Hanshang saw these two little creatures, he couldn't help but be stunned. But the biggest reaction came from the two creatures, who, upon sensing the aura of an immortal king emanating from Yi Hanshang, shivered and then fainted without hesitation. After all, for beings like them, the aura of an immortal king was enough to crush them completely. But the two little girls were unaware of this. They introduced seriously, Uncle Yi, I caught this little creature in that world. Its name is Xiaobang. And mine is Xiaomian. Yansin added. They are both good friends of ours, and now we are giving them to you. Xiang said somewhat sadly. Yansin, with tears in her big eyes, added, yes. Yi Hanshang chuckled, good kids, Uncle is very happy. But they are your friends, so Uncle can't accept them. No, because my dad said these two little creatures are not suitable to follow us. Leaving them with you will have a greater impact. Xiang said seriously. Yi Hanshang was taken aback, then looked up at Zuan. Zuan, Nodded. Take them. These two little creatures are Wennin's pets. I think she would prefer these two little creatures to stay with you. When Yi Hanshang heard that they were Wennin's pets, he couldn't help but be moved. He nodded finally, squatted down, and said very seriously to the two little girls, "Thank you, Xiang, Nianian. Uncle will take good care of these two little creatures." Okay. Just then, Xiaobang and Xiaomian woke up, but when Yi Hanshang reached out to pick them up, the two poor little creatures rolled their eyes and fainted once again. They are as timid as their owner. Yi Hanshang sighed softly, then put them in his personal space. Wei Qing smiled and led Xiang and Nianian to the garden to play. Enyan, Hu Ying, and Zhang Xiaoyu also went to relax together. When everything quieted down, Yi Hanshang's expression became very grave. Lo Zhu, we both estimated wrongly. At this rate, this realm will completely perish within 50 years without any chance of salvation. Zhu nodded. I have noticed it already. So, what do you plan to do to save it? Yi Hanshang asked again. Zhu smiled. Have you seen those who came with me? Yi Hanshang was puzzled for a moment, then shook his head. Just relying on them. It's impossible. The alchemical power of the source of the underworld is exceptionally strong, beyond the repair of these people. Of course, it's not just them. With that, Zuan raised his hand, and in the palm of his hand appeared a delicate and translucent magic cube. At the sight of this object, Yi Hanshang was shocked and exclaimed, "The key to the alchemical realm, Zhu." Nodded. Given to me by Wannin before she passed away. Yi Hanshang stared at the flawless magic cube in disbelief, then spoke after a long silence. Do you intend to save the underworld with this thing? Yes? Zuan slowly closed his palm and held the magic cube in his hand again. But with just this, it seems impossible. Yi Hanshang hesitated. Zuan smiled. That's why I have carefully cultivated these alchemists to help me. Not only them, but also many strong individuals in the underworld, including you, must work together to have hope for a brighter future. Yi Hanshang's expression became serious upon hearing this, and he nodded solemnly. All right, that's not a problem. Yi Hanshang left, and Zuan stood in the courtyard, looking at the dimming sky, a complicated gleam passing through his eyes. Hopefully, everything will go smoothly. In the following days, he and others who came with Zhu unprepared thoroughly. Then, Zuan and Yi Hanshang joined forces to open a passage to the source of the underworld, leading everyone inside. At this moment, the scene inside the source of the underworld appeared increasingly desolate. Countless gear structures were already damaged, and there was a smell of rusted metal in the air. Zuan surveyed the scene quietly, then ordered, "Your task now is to repair these damaged alchemical structures. Do you understand?" Hiyino and others looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes, because they never expected that the task Zuan assigned them would be to repair the source of a realm. This task was so enormous, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Zhu raised an eyebrow slightly. Lack of confidence, yes. We will certainly not fail our mission, Zhu nodded. In that case, let's get to work. In no time, everyone threw themselves wholeheartedly into this immense task. This place of origin transformed into a massive construction site, a bustling and busy scene. Zhu stood on high ground, watching the bustling and energetic crowd below. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Yi Hanshang couldn't help but marvel and ask, "The alchemical skills of these people are higher than anyone I've met before. How did you achieve this?" "It's simple. Just keep them constantly researching and advancing," Zuan replied casually. Just that simple. Yi Hanshang couldn't believe it. Just that simple. Zuan remained very calm. All right, what do we do next? Next. Zuan turned to Yi Hanshang. It's up to you now. Me. Yes, according to this progress, in about a month, the general framework will be repaired, but that's only the beginning. To restore everything and make it operational again, it will require the combined efforts of all the strong beings in the ghost realm. Upon hearing Zuan's words, Yi Hanshang was momentarily startled, then understood, and nodded, saying, I understand, leave the rest to me. The recent ghost realm had been very calm, even so calm it was like stagnant water. But beneath this calm surface, the hearts of the various strong beings were agitated and restless. The situation in the ghost realm was deteriorating. This could be seen from the increasingly declining strength of the various strong beings. There was nothing more disheartening than waking up every morning to find yourself slightly weaker than the day before, especially for these strong beings who regarded their own strength as everything. It was akin to slow death, despairing. Amidst this situation, the entire ghost realm began to stir with an undercurrent, the atmosphere gradually becoming tense, like a powder keg waiting to explode. At that moment, a bombshell erupted from the Wayy family in the central ghost realm. The king of the underworld, Yi Hansheng, was going to convene a major meeting a month later, inviting all the strong beings in the ghost realm to attend. The purpose of this was to save the gradually dying ghost realm. This news immediately caused a stir throughout the entire ghost realm. Many ghost tribe strong beings who were originally in despair ran around to spread the news, weeping with joy, believing that Yi Hansheng had finally decided to act, giving them hope. However, many others remained skeptical, not believing that this meeting could change anything, because they could sense that what was dying was the very essence of the entire ghost realm. Even if Yi Hansheng was a divine king, level ruler of the underworld, it was impossible for him to save the essence of an entire realm on his own. At the same time, many ghost tribe strong beings were very fearful, thinking that this meeting was clearly not going to be simple. It was very likely that Yi Hansheng was preparing to take action against the various strong beings. But this speculation did not gain much approval, because if Yi Hansheng truly intended to harvest the strong beings of the ghost realm again, he wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. In any case, after this news spread, the entire ghost realm was enveloped in a strange atmosphere, mixed with hope, disdain, hesitation, and fear. Endless desert. Although this place had long been covered with endless greenery, the name remained unchanged because people had already grown accustomed to it. Donghin had not seen his lordship, the city master, for a long time. Even when the king of the underworld, Yi Hansheng, came to ask for wine, it was Donghin who received him. The only chance she had to interact with Ming Yao was to visit the backyard every day. If there were wine barrels placed in front of the sealed backyard door, it meant that the city master had made new gains in brewing wine. However, even Donghin found it difficult to meet Ming Yao. At first, Donghin was worried, fearing that his lordship might encounter some trouble inside. But over time, Donghin got used to it, because she also knew persuasion wouldn't work. Today was no exception. After finishing the miscellaneous tasks in the city, Donghin arrived at the front of the backyard door. It was empty, with nothing there. Donghin furrowed her brows. It had been several days now. There had been no appearance of anything in front of the backyard door all this time. In the past, new wine would appear every other day. But this time, there had been no news for many days. What was going on? Could it be that the city master had encountered an issue? With that thought, Donghin's heart tightened, then she gritted her teeth and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was muffled, as the entire backyard was sealed tightly by layers of barriers. Donghin wasn't sure if her knocking could reach inside. But worried about the city master, she was prepared to try to attract attention from inside as much as possible. It would be best to get the city master to come out. But she knocked for a full 15 minutes, and other than her hand feeling sore from being shaken, there was no sound from inside. This made Donghin feel disheartened. She could only stand in front of the door and say softly, "City master, it's been so long since you closed yourself off, it's time to come out." Just the other day, there was news from the king of the underworld about a meeting to be held in a month to discuss matters, and there are just over 10 days left. You must attend. Still no response. Donghin sighed softly and then turned to leave. But as she had taken just a few steps, she suddenly heard a creak behind her. Donghin was startled. She turned around and saw the courtyard door opening from inside, and the slightly pale Ming Yao, who had been in seclusion for so long, walked out slowly. Donghin was dumbfounded. Then she came to her senses and rushed over excitedly. "City master!" As she approached, Donghin caught a faint scent of alcohol coming from Ming Yao. This scent was different from the strong alcoholic scent she was used to. It carried a hint of sweetness, but just a hint, which made Donghin's mind stir. Donghin stood still and said with a faint smile, "You've been through a lot during this time." Donghin quickly said, "No need to be polite, it's my duty." Then she couldn't wait to say, "City master, did you hear what I just said?" In a month ... Ming Yao waved her hand. "No need to say, I already know." Saying that, Ming Yao looked in the distance and said calmly, "And it's not just the king of the underworld, he's back too." While not explicitly saying who it was, seeing the expression on the city master's face, Donghin also guessed the person, and was shocked. Is the Lord of Ghosts back as well? Ming Yao smiled. Yes, and he's been back for several days already. Hearing Ming Yao's words, Donghin was stunned. Then you. She wanted to ask why she knew that Zuan had returned long ago, but hadn't appeared. After all, in the past, whenever she knew Zuan had returned, Ming Yao would drop everything and rush over immediately, without fail. Sensing that Donghin wanted to ask something, Ming Yao smiled and said, "Are you wondering why I didn't go find him? I am indeed curious." Ming Yao raised her head and said lightly, "Because when he returned, I was in the midst of brewing a kind of wine. A wine that surpasses all the strong liquors in the world. So, at that time, I simply couldn't break free." Donghin was stunned and suddenly realized something. Her whole body trembled, and now you. Ming Yao raised her hand, holding a small green jade bottle, and through the thin, translucent body of the bottle, one could see the amber-colored wine inside. As a way to welcome his return, this miraculous wine has been successfully brewed. Donghin gazed at the small bottle. Such a beautiful wine. It's like a dream. A faint smile appeared on Ming Yao's face. Yes, that's why I call it Dream of the Past. Dreams of the past. Winter Cold murmured softly. Yes. Ming Yao lightly caressed the jade wine bottle, saying gently, "Some things, instead of just forgetting about them, it's better to seal them deep within the heart, turning them into dreams." Plus, a glimpse of pain and resignation flashed in Ming Yao's eyes. Real. Dream. How many can truly distinguish between them? Many times, it's just a trivial farce. Once the show is over, people will leave too. These cryptic and difficult to understand words slowly flowed out of Ming Yao's mouth, with a tone as calm as an impartial storyteller narrating events long past. Although Winter Cold couldn't fully grasp the meaning behind Ming Yao's words, she could tell that the current state of this city lord was quite dangerous. Hence, she quickly took a few steps forward and whispered, "City Lord, since the Ghost Lord is currently in the Central Ghost Realm, should you not go now?" Ming Yao's confused expression faded slightly at the mention of this, then she shook her head. "No need. Since the assembly is scheduled to take place in over 10 days, I will go then." With that, Ming Yao turned and left, leaving Winter Cold standing alone in place. This isn't right. In the past, if the City Lord knew that the Ghost Lord had returned, she would have rushed over without hesitation. But this time, why the unusual behavior, showing no urgency at all? Could it be that the City Lord has moved on from her admiration for the Ghost Lord? These thoughts churned in Winter Cold's mind. Meanwhile, Ming Yao continued without looking back. "Oh, right, don't tell anyone about my departure news. I won't see anyone who comes, yes." Ming Yao walked away, leaving Winter Cold with a hint of excitement on her face. Perhaps she had guessed correctly. If the City Lord could truly move on, that would be wonderful indeed. At least, even Winter Cold held no hope from Ming Yao's current emotions. Unaware of these thoughts, Winter Cold left with a smile, but as soon as she returned to her room, Ming Yao decisively walked to the desk and penned a short letter. After finishing, Ming Yao briefly inspected it and then placed the letter and the jade wine bottle together. She then lifted her delicate hand, creating a rune in the air. A faint ripple appeared in the space when Ming Yao handed over the bottle with the letter. These two items disappeared within the ripple, vanishing without a trace. After completing these actions, Ming Yao stood dreamily in the same spot, letting out a soft sigh after a long while. At the same time, in the Wayy family in the Central Ghost Realm, Zuan raised his eyebrows slightly as he discussed matters with Yi Hanchang. Soon, a ripple appeared in the space in front of him, and the jade wine bottle and the letter fell out, floating in front of him. Yi Hanchang was first surprised, then he sensed a familiar aura from these items, revealing a meaningful smile. TSK, I haven't seen her face-to-face after several visits, yet now that she's back, Lady Meng directly sent these items over. Ignoring Yi Hanchang's mischievous smile, Zuan picked up the letter, opened it, and read a line written in graceful calligraphy, "The wine of reunion, offered with respect. Signed, Ming Yao, Zhu." Un fell silent for a moment, then picked up the jade wine bottle and lightly caressed the three characters engraved on it. "Dreams of the past," he murmured softly. Yi Hanchang, on the other hand, couldn't contain his curiosity and leaned closer. Hey, it seems Lady Meng has brewed a new wine. It looks quite exquisite. Should we open it and have a taste?" Ignoring Yi Hanchang, Zuan opened the bottle cap. A strange fragrance instantly filled the entire courtyard. Different from the usual strong alcoholic scent, this fragrance carried a hint of sweetness, making one want to immerse themselves in it and never wake up. Yet, Yi Hanchang detected a peculiar aroma from this fragrance, causing his expression to turn somewhat solemn. Old Zhu, this wine. Zuan quietly stared at the jade wine bottle in his hand and finally sighed lightly. Dreams of the past, I never expected she would finally brew it. Yi Hanchang fell silent, his gaze shifting back and forth as he pondered the bottle, lost in thought. However, this quiet moment was soon broken by a surprised voice. Although the voice sounded a bit strange, as if drooling. Wow, what's that smell? So fragrant. With these words, Zhang Ziyu peeked out from behind the corridor, looking intoxicated as she stared at the wine bottle in Zuan's hands. Yi Hanchang quite liked this little spirit, so upon seeing her, he waved and said with a smile, "What are you standing there for? Come over." Zhang Ziyu walked over, and as she drew closer, the fragrance became stronger. Her saliva flowed even more. Zuan couldn't help but give Zhang Ziyu a helpless look and asked, "Why are you alone? What about Nyan and Xiang? A moment ago, Zhang Ziyu had followed Xiang to the backyard to play, so upon hearing Zuan's question, she responded, Nyan and Xiang went with Miss Yan to study, so I came back by myself." While saying this, Zhang Ziyu's gaze never left the wine bottle in Zuan's hand. Unable to contain herself any longer, she asked, "My lord, what is this?" "This is wine." "Wine? Can I have a sip?" Zhang Ziyu asked eagerly. Zuan raised an eyebrow. "You can drink alcohol?" Zhang Ziyu nodded energetically, "Of course. When I was with the Sea Princess before, I often sneakily drank the palace wine. But this is no ordinary wine, it's very strong," Zuan said calmly. Despite the doubts in her heart, Zhang Ziyu continued, "Don't worry, my lord, my alcohol tolerance is good. I won't get drunk at all, and I'll only take a little sip. Can I?" Watching Zhang Ziyu eagerly, Zuan looked at the jade bottle in his hand and sighed, then shook his head. "All right, you can have a sip." With that, Zuan picked up a teacup, poured a shallow amount of wine, and handed it to Zhang Ziyu. Although Zhang Ziyu inwardly criticized the meager portion, she still accepted it with a smile. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Xiaoyu's round face blushed, then she blinked her eyes, and with a thud, she fell straight to the ground. After landing, Zhang Xiaoyu could no longer maintain her human form, and her tentacles sprouted out and revealed her true form directly. "Wow, what's going on?" Yi Hanchang was also startled. Zuan said lightly, "I told you, this wine is strong," but she didn't believe it and ended up getting drunk. Zuan then turned to Yi Hanchang and said, "What do you think? Shall we have a drink too?" Yi Hanchang immediately stood up. "I suddenly remembered I have something to do today. I must take my leave." With that, he escaped and left. He wasn't afraid of getting drunk, he was afraid of saying something foolish while drunk. After all, the last lesson was very profound. Yi Hanchang left, and Zuan sat on the stool, looking at Zhang Xiaoyu lying drunk on the ground, couldn't help but sigh again. Was this really necessary? But this wine. Zuan looked at the alcohol in the jade bottle, with a deep thoughtful expression on his face. If used properly, it could be very useful. Foxy circled around the sleeping Zhang Xiaoyu several times, but couldn't figure out any clues. Confused, she murmured, "This shouldn't be happening. She should have woken up by now. What's going on?" Wanting and Nyan, who had also rushed back upon hearing the news, were also starting to worry. "Dad, what's wrong with Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu got drunk." "Drunk? But why didn't she wake up even after you gave her sobering liquid?" Fox's sister, Wanting, asked. Now, it had been a full day since Zhang Xiaoyu passed out, and no matter what they tried, she just couldn't wake up. So, the two little girls were getting anxious. Hearing this, Zuan chuckled, then stood up and walked over to Zhang Xiaoyu in her true form. "Do you see anything?" Foxy shook her head. "I can't see it. I've tried all the methods, but she's sleeping like a log. If she's unconscious, there are no signs of injury on her body." Zuan smiled. "Of course you can't see anything, because her current state has little to do with being drunk. What's going on?" Yan couldn't help but ask. Zuan whispered softly, "Because at this moment, she is undergoing a transformation." "Transformation?" Foxy's expression changed. Nodded, Exactly. In a fortunate coincidence, she is gradually maturing. Hearing Zuan's explanation, everyone's hearts eased a bit, but then Wanting and Nyan couldn't help but ask, Dad, will she end up like Xiaosha, in a perpetual coma? Zuan smiled, of course not, because her situation is entirely different from Xiaosha's. I reckon in a few more days at most, she naturally wake up. Sure enough, 3 days later, Zhang Xiaoyu finally opened her eyes, then stretched lazily. I slept so comfortably. Huh, my tentacles. Zhang Xiaoyu was surprised to find that her tentacles had suddenly become more agile and had grown by 2 more. Wanting and Nyan, who had been by her side all along, cheered at the sight. Xiaoyu, you're finally awake. Soon, Zuan also arrived upon hearing the news. Zhang Xiaoyu was still in a puzzled state, but when she saw Zuan, she suddenly remembered something and nodded sullenly to him. Adult. Awake from the alcohol? Zuan smiled faintly. Zhang Xiaoyu blushed and lowered her head. Tell me, after getting drunk, what did you see? Zuan asked calmly. Zhang Xiaoyu trembled all over, then foolishly said, Sir, this wine is truly magical. After passing out from drinking, I actually dreamed that Master Xiaosha woke up, and that scene was incredibly real. I even met Princess and we played happily together. Is that all? Zuan asked. That's it. How do you feel now? I feel ... very calm inside, as if a knot in my heart has been untied. After hesitating for a while, Zhang Xiaoyu finally came up with this adjective. Zuan chuckled at her words. Very good. This can also be considered an opportunity for you. Leaving behind these words, Zuan walked out of the talismanic small building. Yi Hansheng was waiting outside, and when he saw Zuan come out, he couldn't help but ask, How is it going? Not bad. She's awake. Zuan replied with a smile. Yi Hansheng looked deeply at Zuan and suddenly said, Do you know that sometimes when you smile like that, it can be quite annoying? Is that so? Of course, because when you smile like that, it gives the impression that you're mocking someone's intelligence. Do I need to mock your intelligence, Zuan? Raised an eyebrow slightly. Yi Hansheng, seriously, have you already figured out how to deal with this Ming Yao? I have a plan. At least this wine has given me an inspiration. Yi Hansheng fell silent for a moment, then sighed, patted Zuan's shoulder. All right, I won't say much more. In 2 more days, the conference will begin. Hopefully ... everything will go smoothly. Zuan gave a faint smile. No need for hope, because I've already made all the preparations, so ... it will definitely go smoothly. The month passed in the blink of an eye. The day the conference was officially convened had finally arrived. From early morning, various colored lights in the sky had not stopped. Strong individuals from all over the ghost world were as numerous as fish crossing a river, filling the large square in front of the Wayy family gate to the brim. Even so, there were still people rushing over continuously. Wei Qing's and Wen Muling and others personally maintained order in the square. When there was no more room for newcomers to stand, they simply connected the ghost carriages to form a floating platform in the air, on which more distinguished people could stand. The former lord of the volcanic lava, now a Buddhist disciple Rongyang, looked down at the dense crowd below, with many seniors who had been in seclusion for many years among them. Seeing this scene, Rongyang couldn't help but feel moved. Master, look at this. The ghost world hasn't had such a grand event in a long time. Jinju had been chanting the Buddha's name with his head down. When he heard his disciple's words, he raised his head, smiled faintly, and nodded slightly. Rongyang's lips moved, wanting to continue saying something, but ultimately did not open his mouth. Because at this moment, a streak of light flew onto the platform, and after revealing its figure, it was indeed Ming Yao. Upon seeing her, Rongyang's expression couldn't help but become somewhat strange. In the past, he admired Ming Yao greatly, but Ming Yao never showed any interest in him. He thought he had let go of these feelings after practicing Buddhism. However, upon seeing Ming Yao again, Rongyang's heart still trembled. She seemed to have lost weight. This scene also caught the attention of Jinju, who shook his head, suddenly remembering his senior brother, who was also a brilliant individual but fell into the demonic path because of a romantic entanglement. That senior brother had invisible cultivation that was close to that of a bodhisattva. Could romantic entanglements really have such great power? Jinju sighed deeply. Meanwhile, Ming Yao was completely unaware of the strange atmosphere around her. She stared blankly at a distant high platform, her gaze wandering, and her hands unconsciously clasping together. Would he have received my wine by now? I wonder if he is satisfied. At the same time, the whole venue was filled with excitement. Hey, how did the two great figures, Ming Yao and DRIZZLE, plan to save our ghost realm? Who knows? But with the strength of these two, they should have a way. Heh, I don't think so. The ghost realm is clearly in major trouble now, beyond what human effort can save. My opinion is to leave the ghost realm as soon as possible. There were various opinions being discussed. In the midst of the loud discussions, two figures stepped through the void from afar, appearing on the high platform in an instant. It was Zuan and Yansin. When the crowd saw the two of them, the venue instantly fell silent. Whether they held hope or contempt towards the situation, everyone closed their mouths and watched quietly. Yansin was the first to speak, scanning the crowd before speaking loudly. Today, if you have been invited here, I believe everyone already knows why. I won't waste words. The situation we are facing now is indeed very serious because the source of the ghost realm has suffered extremely severe damage. With that, Yansin waved his hand, and a massive light curtain appeared in front of the people, depicting the state of the source of the ghost realm after the severe damage. The crowd was shocked at the sight. I told you, the source of the ghost realm has already been severed. How can we save it now? Someone sneered. Many others had faces ashen with despair. If things were truly as they appeared, then the ghost realm was indeed dead, just a body that had not yet cooled. At that moment, on the floating platform in the air, the crowd stirred. Rong Yang's expression changed drastically, exclaiming in shock, "Master, it's true that something has happened in the ghost realm. What should we do?" However, Jinju showed no sign of panic, just watching the scene on the light curtain with a deep meaning in his eyes, calmly saying, "Don't worry, let's just observe for now." As for Ming Yao, she had been quietly watching Zuan since his appearance, paying no attention to anything else. Zuan seemed to notice her gaze, turned slightly, looked in her direction, and their eyes met. Ming Yao shivered, her face gradually turning pale. Zuan smiled faintly, nodded towards her, then stepped forward, surveying the crowd. As his gaze swept across the venue, the restless crowd fell silent. Ming Yao took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Eventually, the whole venue became deadly quiet, and then Zuan spoke in a calm tone. "I know you all have many doubts. I won't explain too much, as since I have gathered everyone here, naturally, I have a way to solve the current dilemma." His words caused a stir throughout the audience. A brave individual shouted, "Lord DRIZZLE, do you plan to use to solve this problem?" "Yeah. Please explain to us." The voices clamored, some with malicious intent. In response, Zuan remained calm, simply stating, "Explanation. Not necessary, because I have already essentially solved the problem." What? Not only those inciting unrest, but even Jinju and others were astonished. Solved already? How could things be so simple? Sensing the skepticism in the crowd, Zuan smiled, then waved his hand. A new light curtain appeared in front of everyone. Within the light curtain, the previously devastated source of the ghost realm had transformed. Yao and the others were seen working tirelessly, and with each passing second, the source of the ghost realm in the image would slightly recover. The whole scene was fast-forwarded. It could be seen that the work was nearing completion. The mouths of the crowd fell open in shock, no one daring to speak. Finally, everything in the scene came to a halt. Yao and the others had completed their work, standing together. Behind them was the fully restored source of the ghost realm. "My lord, as promised, the source of the ghost realm has been fully repaired." Yao and Nalinjonkin shouted loudly. Their voices echoed through the light curtain, causing a commotion in the venue. Zuan nodded. "Very well. Please withdraw, and now. It's my turn, yes." Yao and the others left the source of the ghost realm through a passage. The whole venue fell into a terrifying silence as all eyes focused on Zuan, curious about his next move. A faint smile appeared on Zuan's lips, and a Rubik's Cube appeared in front of him, rapidly spinning. As the Rubik's Cube rotated, the source of the ghost realm within the light curtain shimmered brightly. Everyone felt the ground beneath them shaking, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. This spectacle made everyone feel a sense of unease. At the same time, Zuan raised his head abruptly, staring directly at Jinju in the distance, and shouted loudly, "Monk, what is your Buddhist vow?" All eyes in the audience instantly focused on Jinju. Jinju was momentarily stunned, but soon understood. A smile appeared on his face, and he joined his palms together, saying calmly, "Until the hells are empty, I vow not to become a Buddha." These 8 words caused the earth to tremble, lotus flowers to rise from the ground, and golden rain to fall from the sky. Rong Yang, beside him, was trembling with excitement. Zuan was also taken aback by the response, but then burst into laughter. Good vow until the hells are empty. In that case, let me bestow upon you another opportunity. With that, Zuan stepped forward, his beard fluttering, and loudly declared, "Refine gold to reconstruct, let the hells be born anew. Your great vow shall be for Xidigarba." The moment these words were spoken, a bright light emanated from Jinju, illuminating the universe, filling people with boundless joy. Jinju's body was completely rebuilt in the golden light, and the previous obstacles vanished as he entered the realm of no hindrances, achieving perfect enlightenment. Why delay when you should return? Zuan's eyes showed a hint of a smile as he spoke. Good. Jinju applauded with joy, and then ascended into the sky, a golden wheel appearing behind his head, illuminating the heavens and earth. At this moment, the entire audience was shaken. Even Yi Hanchang couldn't help but be stunned. She looked in astonishment at the scene before her, murmuring softly, Lao Zu, I finally understand now what your grand scheme was that you talked about before. I have to say, you are truly amazing. Zuan did not respond to Yi Hanchang's words, because for him, all of this was just the beginning. Zuan turned his head to the direction where Ming Yao and others were and shouted loudly, Ming Yao, where are you? Ming Yao was startled, her face showing confusion. She clearly did not understand why Zuan was calling her at this moment, but she instinctively got up and came in front of everyone, bowing and saying, My lord, Ming Yao is here. Zuan gazed deeply at Ming Yao, then loudly said, Ming Yao, as the underworld is about to be rebuilt, and all souls are to be included, and you have brewed the spirit wine that can wash and refine souls, making people forget the past, you have indeed contributed. Therefore, I appoint you to take charge of the Memory Refinement Division, specializing in washing and refining the memories of living souls. Are you willing? Upon hearing Zuan's words, there was a moment of silence in the audience, followed by a low murmur. What? Refining memories of living souls? What is this Lord of Ghosts up to? Someone exclaimed incredulously. Ha ha, let's watch, it's getting more and more interesting. Someone else coldly remarked. At the same time, jealous gazes converged on Ming Yao. Ming Yao's face turned pale as paper, and she trembled slightly. She had never anticipated something like this. She had only brewed a type of wine, yet the Lord was appointing her to lead the Memory Refinement Division. Although she didn't know what this division was for, it sounded significant. Could she bear this heavy responsibility? Meng Yao's mind was filled with countless concerns as she couldn't help but look up at Zuan. At that moment, Zuan also looked at her. When their eyes met, Zuan smiled slightly at her, then nodded gently. Somehow, seeing Zuan smile, Meng Yao, who was initially full of worries, suddenly calmed down and felt a great surge of courage. Driven by this courage, she took a deep breath and with great solemnity nodded her head. Meng Yao is willing to undertake this heavy task? Good. Approval shone in Zuan's eyes. In that case, Meng Yao, the director of the Memory Refinement Division, resumes duty. With these words, a beam of light suddenly emerged from the rotating magic cube in front of Zuan, shining on Meng Yao. Meng Yao shook all over and felt a tremendous surge of energy suddenly descending on her. She began to emit a radiant golden light and involuntarily ascended, finally taking her place under Jinju. The earth and sky trembled violently once again, and the faces of many powerful beings grew increasingly solemn. They could keenly feel that a tremendous and unprecedented transformation was taking place in this realm. Whether this transformation would bring fortune or calamity remained to be seen. However, it was apparent that Zuan was not going to stop. After Meng Yao resumed her position, Zuan suddenly looked up and shouted loudly, "Where's the Lord of the 10 Halls?" In the ghost world, there were indeed 10 Lords of the Halls, each a powerful figure overseeing a region, like Rongyang, the Lord of the Lava. Though some lords had perished before the hidden secrets of the King of the Underworld, after a long period, new strong beings naturally rose to replace them, assuming the position of the lords. Therefore, when Zuan issued a command, including Rongyang, the 10 lords of the halls all trembled at once, feeling an invisible force suddenly lifting them into midair. Zuan's gaze was stern as it swept over these 10 lords, and he slowly said, "Regardless of good or evil, you are all strong beings in this realm. As the world undergoes a great change and the underworld reopens, I appoint you to oversee the 10 regions, safeguarding the peace of the ghost world, with no margin for error." This time, Zuan left no room for negotiation and made a decisive move. After his words, 10 faint beams of light flew out of the magic cube, illuminating each lord. With a series of faint sounds, at the same moment, whether willing or not, all 10 lords were transformed, their appearances changing, becoming either fierce or handsome, but all rising and standing by Ming Yao's side. However, there was one exception, the Lord of the Lava, Rongyang. Due to his deep faith in Buddhism and being a disciple of Jinju, after becoming one of the 10 lords, he not only had a natural glow, but also manifested a faint halo in his mind. This elevated his position slightly above the other lords, drawing many envious glances towards him. Unperturbed by these, Zuan, whose expression grew increasingly solemn, continued without haste, "Where Little Bang and Little Mian?" At this command, Yi Hanshang was momentarily stunned. What about these 2 little creatures? Nonetheless, he unconditionally supported Zuan and waved his hand, sending the 2 little beasts into the air. With the reopening of the underworld and the multitude of living souls as alchemical beings, you can be the sole detainee officers, one on the left and the other on the right, safeguarding this realm. Boom! As the light shone on the 2 little creatures, they let out a long howl, and their forms began to rapidly expand. In the blink of an eye, the 2 little creatures transformed from the size of a lion dog to giant beasts of over 100 feet, undergoing significant changes. Little Bang grew twin horns on its head, muscular like a bull, with a greenish hue and joint connections resembling gears, exuding a ferocious and vigorous aura. Little Mian's face elongated like a horse, pure white all over, emanating a sense of joy and kindness. They also ascended and stood beside the Lord of the 10 Halls. In just a short while, Zuan consecutively granted titles to various individuals. At this moment, the sky shimmered with light, Jinju towering above, followed closely by Ming Yao, with the 10 Hall Lords at their side, and the cow-headed and horse-faced creatures flanking them. The gathering of such forces created an immensely menacing and oppressive atmosphere, making it difficult for everyone in the audience to breathe. All eyes, whether in favor or skeptical of Zuan, turned incredibly serious. People wanted to know what Zuan's elaborate scheming was leading to. Was it merely about appointing a few individuals? Despite the impressive display of power, everyone could sense that the fundamental nature of things remained unchanged. The ghost world was still gradually dying. Boom! With Zuan's voice, a dazzling light began to appear around him, followed by the emergence of numerous seals. These seals varied in shape, but each one had intricate patterns and beauty. Especially when gathered together in such a large quantity, they shone like a galaxy, dazzling to behold. The entire scene was frighteningly quiet because no one knew what Zuan was up to. At the same time, a brilliant light suddenly emanated from Zuan's eyes, and he raised his hand to write a complex and mysterious rune in the empty space in front of him. Then, he pronounced each word slowly, 10,000. Seals. Merge. Hun. Starting from the first word, the seals in the sky moved with the wind, frantically rushing towards the rune in front of Zuan. As each seal merged, the rune would light up slightly. By the time the last word was spoken, the rune was shining as bright as the sun, too dazzling to look at directly. Yi Hanshang stared in astonishment. Heavens! Is this still Zuan from the lower realm? Why do I feel that compared to him, he seems more like an immortal king? And melting 10,000 seals, what does he want to do exactly? It seemed as if in response to Yi Hanshang's question, Zuan's expression turned solemn. He slowly raised his hand, and as he did, the constantly rotating magic square and the rune also moved accordingly. Then, Zuan began to slowly bring them together, and as the rune and the magic square drew closer, they finally touched. There was no sound, not even a ripple, as if the two simply came together like air. But then, the light began to flicker violently, and a miraculous scene unfolded. The magic square continued to rotate, but a faint golden light connected it to the rune. Each rotation of the square would pull out a segment of golden light from the rune. As the speed of the square increased, the golden light from the rune began to dim visibly. Meanwhile, intricate, and mysterious patterns gradually appeared on the surface of the magic square. This process, although described in detail, actually unfolded at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, the rune completely collapsed and disappeared, and the final symbol on the magic square was filled. At the moment when it was completely filled, the entire world suddenly fell silent. The wind ceased, the clouds stopped moving, and it seemed as if even the air stood still. The silence was so complete that one could even hear the rush of blood in their veins. But then came a dull thud, a sound that felt like a heavy blow to everyone's hearts. Faces turned pale, and at that moment, the magic square suddenly disintegrated. Yes, disintegrated literally. Each component of the magic square detached in an instant, then began to rearrange madly. It was an almost dreamlike scene, as two small alchemical constructs combined to form a massive entity. It was as absurd as 1 + 1 = 10,000. This scene clearly defied common sense, leaving everyone in disbelief. Only Yi Hanshang watched with a serious expression, his lips tightly sealed, not uttering a word. Finally, everything came to an end, revealing a colossal and unimaginable entity before the crowd. If it had to be described, it looked like a wheel divided into 6 sections, each enveloped in a mist of different colors, giving each section a distinct hue. Upon seeing this creation, Yi Hanshang's pupils constricted to pinpricks. Although he couldn't discern its purpose, he could sense an almost miraculous power contained within it. Meanwhile, Zuan's expression turned solemn, a red lotus appearing between his eyebrows. He suddenly unleashed all his cultivation like a raging sea, surging fiercely towards the entity. Click! The wheel began to turn slightly. At that moment, as everyone felt the world around them changing, Zuan's face paled, and the wheel came to a halt. As expected, with his current cultivation level, the miraculous entity could not be set in motion. Zuan sighed, and then commanded without looking back, "Lend me your strength." Yi Hanshang snapped back to reality upon hearing the words, his face showing a grave expression. He took a deep breath and replied, "Yes." With that response, Yi Hanshang exerted all his strength. Boom! Cracks appeared in space, as if on the brink of collapse. The celestial power surged violently towards the entity. Click! Another crisp sound, and the wheel began to turn again. This time, the rotation was much more pronounced. However, Yi Hanshang had underestimated the power of the entity. Even with his contribution, it still fell short. The wheel's rotation gradually weakened again, as Yi Hanshang's face flushed. At that moment, in the heavens, Jinju, who was silently meditating on his lotus throne, suddenly looked up, his eyes widening. A radiant aura surged behind him. He roared with a dragon and tiger's voice, "An urgent matter. Let me assist you." With those words, an immense golden light surged towards the wheel. This action spurred the others into action. Without hesitation, Ming Yao unleashed her strongest power, which also directed towards the wheel. The leaders of the 10 palaces exchanged glances and joined forces, unleashing their combined strength. Even the mythical figures, the ox head and horse face, swayed their bodies, using sheer mechanical force to move the wheel. In short, all forces converged, forming a mighty torrent that surged towards the wheel. Click! Under the overwhelming force that could not be resisted, the wheel finally began to move slowly. However, it was still lacking that slight push, and almost everyone had reached their limits. Just as despair began to show in everyone's eyes, Zuan's gaze sparkled as he softly commanded, "Guardian of the Ghost Kings, obey my order, return to your position." At his command, all the powerful ghost beings present were unable to resist and were instantly transformed by a mysterious force. Without time to react, these ghost kings involuntarily contributed their strongest power. Click! The final bit of power was instantaneously replenished, and the wheel finally thundered to life. It was at this moment that a miraculous scene slowly unfolded before everyone. In the endless void, the alchemical world and the ghost realm merged, the two realms overlapping directly. The previously damaged source power of the ghost realm was instantly replenished, bursting with new vitality. The shining sun and crimson moon hanging in the alchemical world sky crashed to the ground and transformed into 2 rivers. The sun's light became a river encircling the entire ghost realm, known as the Yellow Springs. When the miracle creation wheel of reincarnation began to rotate completely, the countless ownerless souls that had been scattered throughout the ghost world seemed to be summoned and surged towards it. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with densely packed living souls. These living souls then turned into countless points of light and were cast into the cycle of reincarnation. The wheel of reincarnation gradually lit up, and the mist that had enveloped the 6 regions began to dissipate. Finally, the true form of this miraculous creation appeared. Amidst the dazzling golden light, the 6 paths of heaven, human, animals, asuras, hungry ghosts, and hell were revealed and aligned. The various living souls were distributed according to their good and evil deeds in their past lives, and many ghost kings recently sealed by Zuan were included too. Following that, the 10 lords of the realms, the ox-headed and horse-faced figures, including Ming Yao, all took their place within the cycle of reincarnation. The previously disordered Chev heaven and earth instantly became orderly. Seeing this, Jinju clasped his palms together in front of his chest and bowed respectfully to Zuan, exclaiming joyfully, "Zu Benefactor has reconstructed heaven and earth, recreated the cycle of reincarnation, allowing all the lost souls and wandering ghosts of all realms to be liberated. It is truly the greatest merit." Zuan smiled slightly. "Monk, you are too kind. This is not solely my achievement, but also a fortunate coincidence for all beings in the ghost world." Jinju nodded with a smile and said, "Nevertheless, I must thank you on behalf of these ownerless souls. Farewell." With that, Jinju soared into the air, igniting all his cultivation and resolutely immersing himself in the cycle of reincarnation. Boom! After a loud noise, Jinju returned to his place in the center of the cycle of reincarnation, his face expressing compassion. He recited the Buddha's vow, "Until the hells are empty, I vow not to achieve enlightenment." At this declaration, the wheel of reincarnation emitted a dazzling light, and countless lost souls showed expressions of gratitude. They knelt towards Jinju and then transformed into streams of light, finding liberation. Subsequently, this particular wheel of reincarnation vanished into the heavens and the earth, completely bound with this realm. The great transformation was finally completed. At this moment, the ghost world had undergone a complete change. At the edge was the Iron Net Mountain, with the waters of the Yellow Springs flowing underneath it. Crossing the Yellow Springs led to the domain managed by the 10 lords. These domains were arranged in sequence, each lord overseeing different aspects, guiding the living souls towards the River of Forgetfulness. On the banks of the River of Forgetfulness was the domain of the Evader of Memories. Ming Yao was in charge here, guiding the purification of divine souls, helping them forget their past lives. Each soul had to drink the dews of forgetfulness before entering the cycle of reincarnation. After resolving their past desires and forgetting their past lives, they could finally let go of all attachments and enter the 6 paths. Jinju transformed into Ksidigarba, presiding over the 6 paths and guiding and redeeming the souls. This was the great opportunity mentioned earlier by Zuan, bestowed upon Jinju. Zuan and Yi Hanshang stood in the void, overlooking the cycle of the 6 paths below. After some time, Yi Hanshang sighed lightly. "Elder Zu, To be honest, I've never admired anyone in my life, but you are an exception." Zuan smiled. "Why do you say that?" Yi Hanshang said earnestly, "Because you have indeed done a great deed. I believe that, if we had to recreate heaven and earth, I could manage it, but to rebuild the cycle of reincarnation with such great compassion as you have, it would be beyond my capabilities." Zuan shook his head. "There is no need to praise me so much. As I said, this is not solely my achievement. No, without you, we would never have had such an idea, so you deserve the gratitude of all." Yi Hanshang said earnestly. "And how do you plan to thank me, Zu?" Un said half-jokingly. Yi Hanshang took a deep breath. "As long as you wish, and as long as I can, anything is possible." The atmosphere suddenly became silent. After a moment, Zuan cleared his throat. "Although I know you mean well, your words sound a bit odd, don't they?" "Odd? How so?" Yi Hanshang was puzzled. "Just a bit too forward." Zuan struggled to describe it. Upon understanding the implication, Yi Hanshang fell silent for a moment, then said firmly, "Pretend I didn't say that." With that, he turned around and left, almost knocking down a mountain peak due to his swift pace. Once Yi Hanshang had gone far, and Yin appeared next to Zuan, whispering softly, "Husband, why did Yi Hanshang leave in such a hurry?" Zu unsmiled. "I have no idea. Probably urgent matters." Yan nodded, slightly puzzled, then glanced down at the already formed alchemy hell, showing a look of amazement in her eyes. "Husband, did you create all of this?" "Sort of." Zuan smiled proudly. "Husband, you are amazing." Zuan smiled slyly. leaning in close to Yan's ear and lowering his voice. "In what way are you saying that?" Initially confused, Yan quickly understood when she saw the mischievous twinkle in Zuan's eyes. Her face blushed crimson, then she spat indignantly. "Ooh, you rogue." Zuan chuckled. "Just a rogue. What can you do about it?" With that, he wrapped his arm around Yan's waist. Yan squirmed a bit awkwardly, lowering her head and whispering like a mosquito, "Please ... not here. So many people are watching." Zuan chuckled. "Are people watching?" "No, right." With that, Zuan waved his hand, and a surge of divine thoughts completely isolated the surrounding area. Before the river of forgetfulness, Ming Yao withdrew her gaze from the sky, looking calm and indifferent, revealing no hint of emotion. Winter Cold, however, couldn't help but speak up. "Madam." Ming Yao adjusted the strands of hair near her ear, speaking softly. "Don't call me madam. The endless wasteland has already disappeared, and now there is only the master of the evader of memories." But Winter Cold was anxious. "No need to say more. Get back to work," Ming Yao said calmly. "Yes ... yes." Winter Cold reluctantly nodded and then turned to leave. Ming Yao sat before the evader of memories, watching countless living souls pass by slowly. After drinking the dews of forgetfulness, they headed towards the cycle of reincarnation. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. As she smiled, tears began to trickle down silently. Finally, the divine thought barrier dissipated. Yan's face was slightly red as she whispered softly, "Husband, are the matters in the ghost world all settled now?" "It's mostly settled. What should we do next?" Yan asked curiously. "What else is there?" Yan couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled at the question. Heh, with such a huge commotion in the ghost realm, it naturally can't escape the eyes of the heavens, but at this moment, I'm not suitable to appear in front of everyone, so I can only let someone else take the blame for me," Zuan said with a smile that was both ambiguous and knowing. Somehow, when Yan saw her husband smile at that moment, she suddenly remembered a sentence that Hu Ying had once said. Whenever Zuan smiled like this, it meant that someone was about to have a stroke of bad luck. Indeed. When Ya Hanshang heard Zuan's account, her eyes widened. "So you mean you want me to take responsibility for this, Zu?" Nodded. "Exactly." Ya Hanshang did not object, just watched Zuan quietly until she sighed lightly after a while. "That's not a problem, after all. You helped me, helped the entire ghost realm so much, but how long do you think you can keep this hidden? After all, those void teachings in the depths of the heavens are not to be trifled with." Zuan gave a faint smile. "I conceal my identity not because I fear those void teachings, but just to avoid causing unnecessary attention. As for how long I can keep this hidden, wait for me to return from somewhere, and after investigating certain matters, everything will be clear." Ya Hanshang nodded. "All right. If you need my help, just give me a heads up, after all." A cold smile appeared on Ya Hanshang's face. "You've been missing for so long. Many people have forgotten to fear. Coincidentally, I've been itching for some action recently, and I can help you out. Make these guys pay." Zuan smiled at the words. "All right. I will call on you when the time comes. So what do I need to do now?" "It's simple. Issue a proclamation in your capacity as the Lord of the Underworld." "A proclamation? What should I write?" Ya Hanshang asked. "No need to write too much. Just explain the current upheaval in the ghost realm." "Got it." Ya Hanshang immediately began to prepare. Mount Demon Ceiling. Since when Ling Kui and Song Jingyu passed by here and informed everyone about the situation in the ghost realm at that time, they had never left. It was not that the people of Mount Demon Ceiling did not allow them to leave, but when Ling Kui had her own thoughts. She was the head of a small sect, and though her strength was limited, she had an eye for things. Therefore, she naturally could see that the ghost realm was currently undergoing a significant period of change. This change was neither good nor bad, but it certainly indicated a direction. And if one wanted to benefit from this transformation, then she and her disciples naturally could not stray too far. And where else could be more suitable than this place, Mount Demon Ceiling, which was nearest to the ghost realm? Therefore, after a moment of careful consideration, when Ling Kui made an important decision, she gave up her previous sect and chose to establish roots in Mount Demon Ceiling. This decision required a great deal of courage, but when Ling Kui managed it nonetheless, the various major sects, including Bright Heart Palace, welcomed them and specially assigned them a mountain peak as their base. At this moment, they were practicing on this mountain peak. But at this moment, a faint ripple suddenly disturbed Wen Lingqi's state of mind. She abruptly raised her head, with a look of shock on her face, and turned to look in the direction of the ghost realm. Song Jingyu also sensed something amiss and couldn't help but ask, "Master, what's wrong?" Wen Lingqi's face turned serious as she shook her head. "I don't know, but this shock clearly came from the ghost realm." Just then, a sword light rose into the sky in the distance, exploding. It was someone from Bright Heart Palace summoning everyone. "Let's go. Let's see what's happening," Wen Lingqi ordered, leading her disciple Song Jingyu and flying towards Demon Ceiling Town. By the time they arrived, people from all sides had gathered. The elder holding the sword from Bright Heart Palace had a serious expression. Just now, everyone should have noticed the anomaly in the ghost realm. Apparently, some unknown change has occurred there. We don't know if this change is good or bad, but before leaving, the master told us to guard this realm well, so we must prepare in advance, just in case. People nodded in agreement. But the elder, who was most hot-tempered in Bright Heart Palace at that moment, was impatient. "Senior brother, I think it's better to go into the ghost realm to take a look. In case the master encounters any difficulties, we can help." Among the crowd, Sheng Miaotong's expression changed upon hearing this, then nodded her head. "What the elder said is right. I also think we should do that." However, there were also objections. "I think this isn't appropriate. After all, the master had said that we should guard this realm well. If we act rashly, wouldn't that go against the master's command? Then are we just going to wait like this?" The elder holding the sword glared. There was a commotion among the crowd, and people started to argue. Just then, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky and floated in front of everyone. Subsequently, within the golden light appeared a hologram of Ya Hansheng. "I am Ya Hansheng, Lord of the Underworld. As the ghost realm revives and reincarnation restarts, I hereby inform you all, do not panic." With this announcement, the golden light shattered, leaving a complete silence in the entire area. It wasn't until much later that the place erupted in excitement. "Lord of the Underworld Ya Hansheng. My God, is he really Lord of the Underworld Ya Hansheng?" There wasn't even the slightest sign. This golden light appeared out of nowhere, in front of everyone. Truly an incredible divine power. Someone exclaimed in admiration. But most people focused on the meaning revealed in Ya Hansheng's words. The sword-wielding elder looked serious. The revival of the ghost realm and the restart of reincarnation. What does it mean? The whole place quickly fell silent, everyone looking at each other, all clueless about the meaning. At this moment, Wen Lingqi stepped forward from the crowd and said in a deep voice, "I think I understand what the Lord of the Underworld meant. Oh, please, speak." The elder holding the sword brightened up, eagerly asking. Wen Lingqi took a deep breath, then began to explain the meaning of reincarnation. She was born in a sect that practiced ghost clan techniques, so she had some understanding of these matters. As people listened to her explanation, they occasionally gasped in surprise. Sheng Miaotong was no exception. Her hands gradually clenched together, sweat dripped in her palms, but she only had one thought in her mind. Why was there no sign of Zuan at such a major event? Could it be that he didn't make a move? Is that possible? This was the doubt shared by many, but since it was a proclamation personally issued by the Lord of the Underworld, these doubts could only be buried deep in their hearts. In any case, the entire Mount Demon Ceiling was completely stirred up by this event. At the same time, Ya Hansheng's proclamation spread to all corners. A great wave quickly brewed, and eventually swept through the entire heavens. In a certain place in the endless starry sky, there is a massive and unparalleled planet floating. Its foundation is stable, its spiritual energy rich, not inferior to those divine sects deep in the void, and not even inferior to those ancient sects. Despite this, the monks who pass by dare not approach even a slightest bit, all respectfully bypassing it. Because this planet is the location of the Kyantian court, which holds a place among the powerful in the heavens. Faced with such a colossal presence, ordinary monks naturally dare not show any disrespect. At this moment, on a towering mountain peak high in the sky, the master of the Kyantian court, Shangliang, sits on the nine-dragon throne, holding a jade slip in his hand, carefully examining its contents. The hall is silent. After a long time, Shangliang finally sets down the jade slip, a hint of doubt appearing on his face. "Yi Hanshang, Hasn't this ancient Dark Lord already died at the hands of that old guy Wayy? How did he suddenly come back to life? And even reorganized the ghost realm and recreated the cycle? No one dared to speak. All of his subordinates lowered their heads in silence. They knew that their master despised interruptions while in thought. Any interruption would only lead to a dead end. Shangliang furrowed his brows, and the boundless sea of clouds outside the hall churned in response to his irritation. Every movement he made influenced the world, demonstrating Shangliang's authority as an immortal king. Under such authority, the hall fell into an eerie silence. Shangliang tapped lightly on the armrest of his seat, suddenly discovering something, and with a slight exclamation, he picked up the jade slip again. Alchemy hell! When did Yi Hanshang have any connection with the alchemy civilization? No, there must be something fishy here. Shangliang's face turned solemn. The sea of clouds outside the hall dissipated in response to his killing intent, leaving even his subordinates with a tinge of paleness. At that moment, a woman with a proud demeanor and tall figure walked up gracefully. She spoke softly, "Master, shall I investigate?" Shangliang gently glanced at the woman and shook his head. No need. Although Yi Hanshang cultivates as an immortal king, having been missing for so long, he is far behind many in the heavens and not worth my attention. I have a more important task for you, so let others handle this matter. The woman lowered her eyes and said, "Yes," before bowing and stepping back. Shangliang waved his hand, shattering the jade slip into powder, and then declared, "Spread the order to send a few capable subordinates to investigate this matter and closely monitor the movements in the ghost realm. Report to me immediately if anything unusual occurs." Yes? The people in the hall all nodded in response. Not only the Kyantian court, but also some major sects near the ghost realm were shaken upon hearing this news. Among these sects, some did not have an immortal king present and could only restrain their subordinates, forbidding them from provoking anyone from the ghost realm. However, the reactions of the sects with immortal king powerhouses varied. Some did not pay much attention, considering it just a returned strong figure, not worthy of concern. But some sects, like the Kyantian court, sensed something suspicious in this matter and began their own investigations. In this situation, a hidden tide started surging in the heavens. Zuan had anticipated this reaction and felt no surprise. However, Yi Hanshang was somewhat anxious. After having a cup of hot tea, he couldn't help but say, "Are you really planning to leave so soon?" "Yes, is there a problem, Zu?" Un continued to fiddle with the silver coals in the stove, not lifting his head. Yi Hanshang hesitated several times and finally sighed, "Honestly, Lao Zu, after knowing where you are going next, I can't help but worrying for you." Hearing this, Zuan raised his head and gave a faint smile. "It's as if that place is a den of dragons and tigers." Yi Hanshang's expression turned serious. Compared to that place, what are dragon dens and tiger lairs? After all, that is the dark sanctuary that terrifies everyone in the heavens. Zuan smiled, "Indeed. A place detached from the heavens, devoid of any rules. The sanctuary of outlaws, the dark garden of lost joy." Yi Hanshang looked deeply concerned. "Lao Zu, I really don't want to dissuade you, but since you know all this, why do you still insist on venturing into such troubled waters?" Zu Un shook his head. "It's not about embarking on any murky waters. All the clues now point to that place, and I have no choice but to go. Besides," a touch of tenderness appeared in Zuan's eyes, "I have a friend there." "A friend?" Zu and nodded, "Yes, a friend." Yi Hanshang looked perplexed. "How come I didn't know you had a friend in the dark garden of lost joy?" Zu Un chuckled, "Of course, you wouldn't know, because she went to the dark garden of lost joy after my rebirth." Yi Hanshang fell silent for a moment, and then asked, "Is she a very good friend?" "Certainly. Actually, I originally intended to go to the dark garden of lost joy first. However, due to various reasons, I've been delayed until now. But now, I must go because..." A hint of coldness flashed in Zuan's eyes. "The girl Qianqirui captured by Wayy has been sent to the dark garden of lost joy. And I promised her mother to rescue her. Given all these opportunities, could I not go?" Zu Un asked with a smile. Yi Hanshang remained silent for a moment and suddenly suggested, "How about waiting for me for a while? I'll deal with the matters in the ghost realm first, and then we can go together." Zuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need. I appreciate your intentions, but since you've made a proclamation in the ghost realm, And now the heavens have countless eyes watching. If you stay here, it's for the best. Once you leave, who knows what troubles might arise. But your cultivation level. Yi Hanshang stopped midway, but his meaning was clear. Although Zuan's strength couldn't be classified into ordinary realms, he had only restored his cultivation to the level of Daluo. While this level was considered good in the heavens, it might not be sufficient in the fierce competition within the dark garden of lost joy. The sects and relatives of those powerful individuals are mostly situated in the dark paradise of despair. If they were to learn of Zuan's current situation, they would surely act without hesitation. When that time comes, the outcome will be truly unpredictable. This is also the reason why Yi Hanshang is so worried. Upon seeing Yi Hanshang's concern, Zuan smiled slightly. He picked up the teapot that had already boiled, poured a cup of tea, took a sip, and calmly said, "I know you are worried about me, but there is no need to imagine the worst. After all, for me, there is nothing in this world that can truly trap me if I decide to leave. Besides, a glint of interest shone in Zuan's eyes. I have an old acquaintance there." Yi Hanshang hesitated to speak, sighed, and realized that further advice was futile. He raised his teacup towards Zuan, bowed slightly, and said, "Old Zu, since that's the case, I won't say more. I toast to you, wishing you a smooth journey ahead." Zuan also raised his cup with a smile. "Thank you. When I return, we shall share a drink together again." "All right. I'll be waiting for you," Yi Hanshang said with great solemnity. With that said, the atmosphere suddenly became eerie. Zuan cleared his throat. "Although I know you mean well, could you please be clearer when saying such things in the future? Otherwise, readers might think there is something between us." Yi Hanshang, having decided to leave, Zuan did not linger any longer. Moreover, now that matters in the ghost realm had been settled, and before any scrutiny from the heavens descended, 3 days later, Zuan quietly set off. Few people in the ghost realm knew of his departure, and only Yi Hanshang came to bid him farewell. "Brother, have a safe journey." Yi Hanshang gently patted Zuan's shoulder, speaking with a grave tone. Zuan's expression also turned serious. "Hanshang, there is something I need to tell you. The reason why I exerted so much effort to reconstruct the cycle of reincarnation is not only to save the ghost realm, but also because it holds great significance for the heavens. Therefore, you must take good care of it." Yi Hanshang nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, I swear by the name of the immortal king that I will not let anyone meddle with this realm." "Very well, I'm off." With that, Zuan patted Yi Hanshang's shoulder, turned into a stream of light, soared into the sky, and disappeared in an instant. Just as he left, Ming Yao hurriedly rushed over. Unfortunately, she arrived a step too late, only catching sight of the fleeting trail of light in the sky. She couldn't help but fall to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, "Master!" Seeing this, Yi Hanshang sighed lightly and gazed at the sky that was slowly closing up, murmuring softly, "Despite your casual words, the dark paradise of despair is far from simple." Unaware of what happened after his departure, Zuan had already crossed the Iron Web mountain barrier and arrived in the outer realm. Passing by the demon ceiling cave, Zuan hesitated momentarily, then slowed down his pace, sensing everything below. Although drastic changes had occurred in the demon ceiling town, it appeared unchanged on the surface. Under Zuan's vast divine consciousness, nothing here could escape his notice. He could clearly sense that the several elders of the Mingxin Palace were teaching swordsmanship to their disciples, while the people from the Jining Pavilion were studying runes with those from the Xiangxi Garden, and so forth. Zuan even sensed a few familiar figures, such as Sheng Miao Tong, who was no longer the arrogant young lady she once was. Everyone had matured significantly, diligently setting up formations. However, what surprised Zuan and the most was the master-disciple pair of Wen Lingqi and Song Jingyu also residing in the Demon Ceiling Cave. In short, the entire Demon Ceiling Cave appeared prosperous. Satisfied with what he saw, Zuan nodded approvingly. Regardless, these people had not disappointed his expectations. Therefore, without further hesitation, he accelerated abruptly and disappeared into the sky. As he passed through the Demon Ceiling Cave, many people sensed something and looked up with puzzled expressions. "What's going on?" This familiar feeling. The elders of the Mingxin Palace glanced at each other, their faces changing. Is it the master?" Jian, holding a sword, asked with a trembling voice. The sword-bearer nodded solemnly. "It should be. If it's the master, why isn't he showing himself?" Jian couldn't help but ask. Maybe the master is just passing by occasionally. The sword-bearer smiled bitterly. The group fell silent. After a moment, Jian solemnly bowed in the direction where Zuan disappeared. They held a deep respect for Zuan, who had saved their lives. At the same time, Sheng Miaotong gazed blankly at the sky, her pen falling soundlessly from her hand, murmuring softly, "Is it you?" A bitter smile appeared on her face. "I never thought that seeing you would become a luxury." Even when Ling Kui and Song Jingyu felt something amiss. Song Jingyu withdrew her gaze from the distant sky and asked softly, "Master, is it that person?" When Ling Kui's face became serious, no mistake. Why is he in such a hurry? What is he going to do? Song Jingyu asked curiously. When Ling Kui shook her head, "I don't know, and I don't want to know. For beings of their level, it's best for us to have less curiosity and more reverence." Oh. Song Jingyu pursed her lips and replied softly, but her gaze still drifted towards the distant sky from time to time. As the entire demon ceiling cave reacted to Zuan's passing by, Zuan had already crossed many spaces with his physical body, embarking on the long journey to the dark paradise of despair. For the present Zuan, the chaotic flow of time and space could not harm him in the slightest, so apart from some physical strain, there were no real dangers encountered on this journey. Compared to that, Zuan was more concerned with not getting lost in such vast dimensions of the heavens. After all, for Zuan, the dark paradise of despair was but a vague coordinate. The reason Zuan decided to go to the dark paradise of despair was not only for the reasons mentioned earlier, but also because it was not too far from the ghost realm. However, what was considered not too far was relative to the vast distances calculated in millions of light realms within the heavens. For an individual, it was still an extremely distant and protracted journey. Finally, after an entire month of traversing with his physical body, a vast, indescribable black territory appeared before Zuan. The dark paradise of despair. Here he was, Zuan gazed at the tranquil sea of darkness in front of him and let out a sigh. He knew that the real lost paradise was not here, but deep in that darkness. However, to enter it, one must first pass through this endless sea of darkness. It sounded simple, but it was extremely dangerous. Beneath the seemingly calm surface of this darkness lay infinite danger. Without guidance, venturing in recklessly could easily lead to getting lost and disappearing without a trace. Throughout history, countless strong individuals have perished in this darkness without anyone knowing. This has made it a forbidden place. However, the situation has changed in recent years. The reputation of the Dark Lost Paradise has grown, attracting more and more powerful individuals seeking refuge. The Sea of Darkness has also become lively as a result. Many people are unable to enter, giving rise to a new profession, the ferryman, who specializes in guiding people into the Lost Paradise for a hefty commission. Those who can come from far reaches of the galaxy to the Lost Paradise are essentially desperate and highly valuable individuals who are willing to pay a high price for survival. Therefore, within a few years, these ferrymen have been earning substantial amounts. As demand creates business opportunities, these ferrymen quickly upgraded their equipment and started purchasing passenger-carrying spacecraft. This not only enhanced comfort, but also allowed them to bring more people. In this intense competition, the edge of the Sea of Darkness began to exhibit a bizarre prosperity. For example, now, when Zuan flew along the edge of the Sea of Darkness for a distance, he noticed a small pier ahead. Although described as small, its scale was not small, and the platform was crowded, indicating a lively scene. Zuan's heart stirred slightly, so he flew directly over and landed on the pier. As soon as his feet touched the ground, someone with a smile on their face immediately approached him. "Sir, are you intending to cross the Sea of Darkness, Zuan?" And nodded. The person's eyes lit up. "You've come at the right time. Our spacecraft is about to return, and you can catch this route." Zuan nodded indifferently, but his gaze swept over the small pier. Although not very large, it was equipped with various facilities, including a defense formation set up for those whose strength was not sufficient to stay in the void for long, to provide a respite. At this moment, many people had already gathered on the pier. It was apparent that these people were mostly powerful individuals from various places, huddling together and discussing quietly. Zuan's arrival drew their attention, and they turned their gaze towards him. When they saw a seemingly ordinary young man in white, some of them, especially those with fierce appearances exuding a sinister aura, sneered. Those forced to come to the dark, lost paradise were mainly desperate individuals. While not all of them were bad people, most were basically outlaws. Zuan just smiled faintly at this, then turned his head to slightly nod at the person who was still briefing him. No need for introductions. Book me a first-class cabin. Hearing this, the person's eyes brightened. Then, with a smile, said, "No problem, but..." Before he could finish speaking, Zuan casually tossed a spirit crystal over. "Is this enough for a reservation?" This was a pristine and flawless spirit crystal of high quality, making it quite valuable. As soon as the crystal appeared, it immediately caught the attention of everyone on the pier. The man was stunned by Zuan's generous gesture, but he was cautious. After carefully inspecting the crystal to confirm its value, he solemnly nodded. "Esteemed sir, rest assured, I will handle this matter properly for you." With that, he gestured to someone nearby, and soon a charming young lady brought over a seat and tea for Zuan. Without hesitation, Zuan sat down. At the same time, the gazes of many people towards Zuan became somewhat chilly. Some even whispered quietly to those around them. But Zuan paid no attention to this. He knew that taking out this crystal might attract attention, but compared to the treasures he had looted from the Lord of Misery in the past, this crystal was nothing. So, he didn't bother to conceal it, and just took it out. As for whether anyone had ulterior motives because of this, Zuan didn't mind having some fun during the long journey. The person who briefed Zuan had not lied. Before Zu unfinished his cup of tea, a huge spacecraft appeared in the distance in the void. The spacecraft slowly passed through the darkness, seemingly swift yet steady, flying towards the pier. After a moment, the spacecraft arrived by the pier and slowly opened its doors. The man who had briefed Zuan on the situation approached once again, hospitably inviting him. "Sir, this is the spacecraft we use for ferrying. Since you have booked a first-class cabin, please board." Zuan did not hesitate and stepped onto the spacecraft. The spacecraft was clearly crafted with care, with countless runes inscribed on the hull. Although the exterior appeared large enough, the interior space was several times larger. Especially the first-class cabin area reserved by Zuan was luxurious and exquisite to the extreme. "Esteemed sir, are you satisfied with this?" The man who led Zuan here asked with a smile. Zuan nodded, casually tossing another spirit crystal. "This is for you." The man hastily took it, his face lighting up with a broad smile as he bowed deeply. "Thank you for your generosity." After saying this, he did not leave but hesitated for a moment, then approached and lowered his voice. "Sir, if you have any problems during the journey, you can find the first mate on board. Just say that you were brought by Abao, and he will assist you." Zuan smiled. "Thank you." Just then, his face full of anger, he roared, "You're robbing us, aren't you just taking a broken boat? Why is it so expensive?" Abao still had a smile on his face. "Sorry, sir. This is the price. If you think it's expensive, you don't have to ride." With that, Abao turned and walked away. "No, I've already come here. Can I still go back? So today, whether you let me sit or not, I'm going to sit." Saying that, the burly man angrily slapped Abao on the back. But at this moment, a dark shadow appeared silently behind Abao, and then struck the burly man with a palm. Boom! After a loud noise, the burly man shook violently, then flew out in fear, landing on the defensive spell formation. Abao turned around and coldly laughed at the burly man on the ground. "I didn't know my place, dared to come show off in the dark sea. Take him away." With that command, two people came up from behind Abao and dragged the burly man away like a dead dog. Abao then smiled slightly at the people on the boat and left gracefully. Many people on the boat couldn't help but feel a sense of unease, because although the burly man's strength was not too high, only at the level of true immortal cultivation, body cultivators were extremely difficult opponents. This kind of strong person had not even touched Abao's garment before being killed in an instant. And looking at his current state, it seemed that the burly man's chances of surviving were slim. How could this not make everyone feel shocked? At least many strong people who were accustomed to being arrogant in their respective territories had now become visibly uneasy. Zuan naturally saw this scene, but remained calm as usual, only showing a faint smile after a long while. Interesting. The storm had passed, and everyone boarded the flying boat. The cabin slowly closed, and then the flying boat turned around and flew into the dark sea. It was a long journey. Although the flying boat was fast, Compared to the vastness of the Dark Sea, it was still insufficient. Zuan wasn't in a hurry, and the facilities in the first-class cabin were extremely luxurious and fully equipped. Almost everything you could think of was there. Even various beautiful handmaidens were all present. But Zuan didn't even glance at them. Most of the time, he sat in front of the porthole, staring out at the dense darkness outside. Although he didn't deliberately do anything, some people still noticed him. Ziache suddenly found it difficult to understand this white-clad youth. When she saw Zuan casually toss out to top-grade spirit crystals on the pier, she thought he was an arrogant and showy person. After all, who would flaunt their wealth in a place like this? But to her surprise, once they were on the flying boat, this white-clad youth didn't act as she had imagined, indulging in extravagance and revelry. On the contrary, most of the time, he sat quietly by the window, with a distant gaze. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Ziache admitted to herself that she was somewhat moved. It was not clear whether it was because of Zuan's calm and unconventional demeanor when he was silent, his handsome profile when he looked out the window, or both. The cultivators were usually handsome and beautiful. After all, when you have powerful strength, changing your face is as simple as that. Ziache thought she had seen enough, but seeing Zuan, she suddenly realized that her previous thoughts were somewhat narrow-minded. How could the natural temperament compare with faces modified by postnatal techniques? At the same time, Zuan's disdain for the alluring handmaidens who sought wealth also made Ziache more fond of him. But she always didn't know how to approach this white-clad youth. Because most of the time, even though he sat there, he gave people a very distant feeling, making them afraid to approach. It wasn't until 3 days later, when the people on the flying boat gradually relaxed, and the atmosphere became more relaxed, that Ziache finally gathered up the courage and walked up to Zuan. "Hello. Can I sit here?" Ziache's voice trembled slightly. Zuan withdrew his gaze from outside the window, glanced at Ziache, who had dressed up carefully that day, her originally delicate and extraordinary face now appearing even more exquisite. Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly, intending to refuse, but he saw a hint of fear in the girl's eyes, which made him slightly stunned, then nodded. "Go ahead." Ziache let out a sigh of relief and realized that her palms were sweaty with nervousness, and then sat down opposite Zuan. Zuan remained silent, instead turning his head to look out the window once again. This made Ziache feel a deep sense of defeat. What's going on? Shouldn't he find the pitch-black night sky as interesting to look at as I do? It's so annoying. Ziache bit her lip in frustration and gathered her courage to say, "Sir, what are you looking at?" Zuan frowned slightly, not liking to be interrupted while thinking, but out of politeness, he calmly replied, "Nothing, just observing how far we've come." Ziache was taken aback. "Can you tell?" "Of course. By looking at the scenery outside, you can clearly discern it," Zuan said without turning his head. Ziache looked out as well, but besides the pitch-black night sky, she couldn't see anything, making her doubt herself. "But there's hardly any scenery out there," Zuan smiled. "If you observe carefully, you'll see that when we just set off, the black outside was mixed with gray light, but as we fly further in, the darkness becomes purer, and it's almost a pure black color now." Ziache stared carefully for a while, but even when her eyes were sore from looking, she still couldn't see any difference, leaving her feeling deeply frustrated. Was she too stupid? Or was this white-clad youth simply playing her? Sensing Ziache's confusion, Zuan turned to her with a faint smile. "If you calm down to observe, you'll see it." Ziache nodded, then fell into silence again. Until a long time later, Ziache suddenly remembered something and looked up, saying, "Sir, my name is Ziache." Zuan remained nonchalant. "Oh." Ziache widened her eyes. What does this "oh" mean? Shouldn't he introduce himself at this point? For the first time in her life, Ziache felt such a heavy sense of defeat. Another wave of silence followed by Ziache's somewhat awkward question. "Sir, when you went to the Lost Paradise, what were you planning to do?" Upon hearing this, Zuan turned to look at her, smiled, but didn't say anything. Ziache suddenly understood, hastily explaining, "Sir, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean anything else. It was taboo to inquire about someone's origins in this place. Most people who came here were already at the end of their ropes, and in such a situation, no one wanted to mention their past. Therefore, Ziache cursed herself for speaking without thinking and asking such a foolish question. Before, she wasn't like this. Could it be that meeting this young man had scrambled her brain? While pondering this, Zia spoke earnestly to Zuan. Sir, truth be told, I am from the Zia family of Wuwang Cliff. I came out on business this time, and if you have no friends in the Lost Paradise, you can temporarily stay at my Zia family's place. With that said, Zia looked at Zuan with determined eyes. Zuan smiled slightly. Wuwang Cliff, yes. It's worth noting that this black territory spans tens of thousands of light years, and with such a vast area, not all of it is the location of the Lost Paradise. In reality, the true Lost Paradise is only at the most core position, and only the strongest can enter there. However, due to the increasing popularity of the Lost Paradise in recent years, the number of people coming here has gradually increased, leading to the emergence of many new cities around the Lost Paradise. Wuwang Cliff is one of them. Due to its convenient transportation, Wuwang Cliff is considered powerful among many cities. It's why Zia had a look of pride. In her view, this young man, considering the pros and cons, would surely agree to her invitation without hesitation. After all, the Zia family in Wuwang Cliff could also be considered a powerful force. Having this place to stay is much better than ending up as a member of another faction in Wuwang Cliff. However, Zia was taken aback when Zuan showed no interest in this. He gently shook his head and then said, "No need." The smile on Zia face froze instantly. She never expected Zuan to refuse, so caught off guard, she remained stunned for several seconds before finally, somewhat astonished, saying, "Sir, you." Zuan gestured with his hand. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in any family or faction. So, thank you for your kind offer." With that, Zuan stood up, paid no attention to Zia, who was still sitting there, and left directly. Zia sat dazed, watching Zuan's retreating figure with a complex expression, unsure of what she was thinking. At that moment, a calm middle-aged man appeared quietly behind Zia and said in a deep voice, "Miss, would you like to investigate this young man?" Zia shook her head, softly saying, "No need, everyone has their own aspirations. Since he's unwilling, just let him be." The middle-aged man bowed his head respectfully, "Yes." And at that moment, in a certain location on the flying boat, several fierce-looking cultivators filled with murderous intent gathered together, whispering quietly, "Brother Liu, you didn't see it. That spirit crystal is as big as a fist, and it's clear and pure, of extremely high quality." A scrappy-looking cultivator said, "That's right, and with such valuable spirit crystals, that young man handed out two at once, and still had a nonchalant look on his face, obviously very wealthy." A narrow-eyed cultivator beside him chimed in, "The crucial point is, this young man looks average, and doesn't have high cultivation. He must have come here for some reason, making him a rare fat sheep," said the scrappy-looking cultivator with a sly grin. Amidst them, a burly man with a dark complexion sat silently. He listened quietly to his subordinates' reports without saying a word. Only after everyone had finished speaking did he smile darkly. "Interesting. According to you guys, this guy might have some treasures on him." "Absolutely right, Brother Liu. I can guarantee that this guy definitely has good stuff on him," the narrow-eyed cultivator hurriedly said. "Yes, Brother Liu, don't miss out on this opportunity. Even if he is from a big sect or a large family, isn't he still a fat sheep here?" the scrappy-looking cultivator also urged. At this moment, Brother Liu appeared hesitant. "It sounds plausible, but if this young man is from a wealthy family or sect, we might have trouble. These few individuals came from the same star region, usually relying on robberies to make a living. As a result of one fortunate yet disastrous incident, they once ambushed a direct disciple of a major sect in their star region and looted everything he had. This act stirred up a hornet's nest, and under the full pursuit of this major sect, the group had nowhere to run, eventually seeking refuge in the dark Lost Paradise. That's why the leader, Brother Liu, had become so cautious. After all, once bitten, twice shy. Upon hearing the leader's concerns, the others showed signs of hesitation. However, soon, a sly glint appeared in the narrow-eyed cultivator's eyes. "Leader, we're about to go to the dark Lost Paradise. Why worrying about rules here? Even if he's truly a disciple of a big sect, he's still a fat sheep here." "Right, Brother Liu. After buying boat tickets, we don't have much money left. If we don't find a way to make some extra cash, even if we enter, won't we still suffer inside?" The scrappy-looking cultivator started to incite. Brother Liu's expression gradually darkened, a greedy gleam appearing in his eyes. Then he slapped his thigh hard. Damn it, a cowardly general will never win. Let's do it. As soon as the leader gave the order, everyone became excited. Leader, when do we make our move? Sooner rather than later. Since we've made the decision, don't hesitate. You to go scout this guy's whereabouts. If the timing is right, it's best to act tonight. Understood. These cultivators couldn't afford to buy first-class boat tickets. In fact, they had almost exhausted all their resources, even having scraped together the money for tickets with difficulty. Therefore, they purchased the lowest level tickets available. The person responsible for patrolling on the flying boat did not find anything unusual and easily let them in. At this moment, a small banquet was being held on the top deck of the flying boat, and all the first-class passengers were invited. So they decided to come here. When they entered the banquet venue, they were stunned by the magnificent scene. Mother, compared to this place, where we live is like a dog's den. The sharp-mouthed monk said enviously in a low voice. Shh, don't speak. Liu Jie, look over there, the one sitting in the corner, that's him. Despite his narrow triangular eyes, they were sharp, and with a quick glance, they spotted Zuan sitting in the corner drinking tea. Liu Jie followed his gaze and examined Zuan carefully. Well, the two of them weren't lying. This young man may be good-looking, but he really lacks presence. Haha, if that's the case, then they've caught themselves a good target this time. Liu Jie became more excited the more he thought about it. Zuan, who was drinking tea with his head down, felt something and couldn't help but look up at them. Liu Jie shuddered slightly and quickly turned his head, thinking about what to do next. Blatantly robbing him wouldn't work. It would be best to find a way to make this young man willingly hand over what they wanted. Because in Liu Ji's mind, these ordinary disciples were usually just a bunch of cowards who would likely surrender after a little scare. Oh, that's it. Liu Jie made up his mind quietly. However, he didn't notice that Zuan was looking at them at that moment with a faint smile on his lips. The small banquet was hosted by the captain of the flying boat in order to build closer relationships with the first-class passengers. Therefore, midway through the feast, a middle-aged man in a black uniform, exuding a noble air, stepped in. Upon seeing him, many guests stood up to welcome him. The middle-aged man waved his hand with a smile on his face, saying, "As the captain of this flying boat, I am grateful for everyone's trust and support, so this toast is to all of you." With that, he lifted a glass of wine, and the crowd applauded as he downed it in one gulp, sparking a lively atmosphere. The captain then walked cheerfully among the guests, greeting them warmly. However, he seemed to pay more attention to the familiar faces than the new ones. For example, when he saw Xia Chen not far away, his eyes lit up, and he approached her quickly, respectfully saying, "So it's Miss Xia. Are you heading back to Wumong Cliff?" As a frequent passenger on the boat, Xia Chen naturally recognized the captain and nodded with a smile. "Yes. I had some business outside and I am now returning home." The captain praised, "Miss Xia, you are truly outstanding, at such a young age, already becoming the backbone of the family. You are too kind." "Oh, I'm not flattering you. Everyone knows the name of Miss Xia in Wumong Cliff," the captain said with a smile. The atmosphere on the deck became more lively. Just then, Liu Jie led his men to approach Zuan. "Friend, are you drinking alone here?" Liu Ji's face wore a fake smile. Zuan remained silent, not even looking up at the group, but quietly gazed at the teacup on the table. Seeing this, Liu Jie frowned slightly, but then coughed and said, "Friend, I have a few words to say to you, but it's not convenient here. Shall we step outside the restaurant?" Zuan still didn't say anything, while ripples started to form in the teacup. The atmosphere became slightly awkward. At that moment, the man with triangular eyes couldn't contain himself and stepped forward, speaking coldly, "Kid, our boss is talking to you. You..." His words were cut off because at that moment, Zuan suddenly lifted his head and gave him a cold glance. That one look made the man with triangular eyes freeze in place, as if he had entered an ice cave. Then Zuan turned his gaze to the faint defensive curtain above the deck and said lightly, "It's here." "What's here?" Because he was standing at the back, Liu Jie had not noticed that his men were already pale and frozen in place. Looking confused, he followed Zuan's gaze, only to see nothing abnormal aside from the faintly glowing curtain, and the darkness was as calm as ever. "Damn, is this guy just playing tricks on us?" Furious, Liu Jie was about to say something when suddenly the deck beneath his feet started to tremble. The tremor was not too intense, but it made the previously lively banquet hall instantly quiet down. The captain, who was chatting and laughing with the guests, also froze for a moment, but then the tremor vanished abruptly. The captain visibly relaxed, laughed out loud, and reassured, "Don't worry, we must have encountered some temporal flux just now, but it's over now, so everything is back to normal." The previously anxious crowd relaxed at his words. However, Ziache sensed that something was amiss. She was not a newcomer like the others on the boat for the first time, so she knew exactly what it looked like when facing a temporal flux. But the recent tremor seemed somewhat out of the ordinary. "What's going on?" Ziache looked up outside the curtain with a puzzled look. Sensing her concern, the captain smiled and said, "Miss Zia seems startled, but you need not worry, because I'm not exaggerating when I say our giant ship is as solid as a rock, and nothing will happen." As if in response to his words, as soon as he finished speaking, the previously calm ship suddenly began to shake again. This time, the tremor was so strong that it knocked down many unprepared people. Tables and chairs were scattered everywhere. In this situation, the faces of everyone present changed. The captain, who had earlier been confident that nothing would happen, turned pale and quickly tried to run towards the control room. But it was too late. Just then, someone shouted in despair, "Quick, look outside." "What is that?" The giant dragon was completely black, with a pair of eyes on its huge head emitting a dim light, coldly staring at the people on the deck. "What the heck? How is there a dragon here?" Liu Laoda was also scared out of his wits, trembling all over as he shouted. Not only him, but everyone's faces changed, because no one had expected to encounter a giant dragon here. Ziache's face was extremely ugly, shouting at the pale-faced captain, "What is going on here? Why are we encountering a dragon here?" The captain had lost his composure at this point, shaking uncontrollably and whispering in despair, It's an abyssal dragon. They usually sleep in the depths of this dark sea, but for some reason, they have awakened this time. Abyssal dragon." Hearing this name, everyone's hearts sank deeper into the abyss, because in the dark sea, this was synonymous with terror and despair. No one could leave unscathed after encountering the abyssal dragon, even if they were far stronger. This dark sea was their home turf. What do we do? Are we all going to die here? Liu Laoda had long forgotten about robbery at this point, yelling with a face full of regret. "I don't know either, but looking at the eyes of this dragon, it doesn't seem ready to attack, and if it is willing to let us go, then we still have a chance." The captain dared not even move, speaking in a trembling voice. But as soon as he finished speaking, the abyssal dragon, looming in the darkness, revealed a sly and cruel look in its eyes, then suddenly opened its mouth, spewing out a black light. When the black light appeared, it directly collided with the light curtain. With a deafening roar, the entire flying boat was struck out 100 feet by this immense force. The people on the deck were shaken, and the light curtain rapidly faded, clearly unable to withstand another impact. Despair filled everyone's faces. But then, a soft sigh came from the corner. "I never thought that after so many years, you Vorms have multiplied so much." Upon hearing this voice, the room fell silent, then all turned to look. They saw Zuan slowly standing up, looking up at the abyssal dragon, coldly smiling. "But your arrival is just right. I've been craving dragon liver lately. Let's have at it." The room fell into dead silence. Liu Laoda's mouth gradually hung open, suddenly regretting targeting this young man in white earlier. Because from his current appearance, this young man in white clearly had some problems. As for Ziache, she also stood in astonishment, staring at Zuan with various question marks in her mind. However, the intelligence of this abyssal dragon was evidently not low. It seemed to understand Zuan's words. Its eyes widened in anger, its massive body spiraled in the air, then viciously slammed toward the light curtain, aiming to crush this insolent human youth. This blow also elicited desperate screams from many timid individuals. Just then, Zuan revealed a cold smile. "It seems I've been away for too long. Even a little eel dares to act disrespectful towards me. All right, then I'll send you on your way." With that, Zuan lifted his foot, stepped into the air, and directly charged toward the abyssal dragon, heading for the giant ship. The two moved at extreme speeds, nearly colliding in an instant. Bang! A deafening sound reverberated, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. The shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. The abyssal dragon uttered a pained groan before being sent flying out. In midair, only the figure of the young man in white remained. Everyone's eyes widened to the extreme, with one thought lingering in their minds: this couldn't be possible. Although contaminated by abyssal dragon chi, the abyssal dragon was still of dragon lineage. And any dragon, in general, would not be weak, especially in the Dark Sea, the definite home ground of the abyssal dragon. Yet, this young man in white had managed to repel the dragon solely with physical strength. It was as shocking as an ant knocking down an elephant. Meanwhile, the abyssal dragon, astonished, looked at Zuan, trembling slightly in the darkness, clearly wounded. It had never suffered such a huge loss at the hands of humans before, making it increasingly wary of Zuan. It began to retreat, seemingly preparing to leave. Many breathed a sigh of relief at this sight. As long as the abyssal dragon could retreat, it would be good. However, Zuan clearly had no intention of letting the abyssal dragon go. He leisurely glanced at the dragon's body, then faintly smiled. Looks quite plump. The dragon liver should taste good too. Upon hearing this, the abyssal dragon felt a great sense of crisis, not hesitating to flee. Run? Do you think you can escape, Ozu? Unsneered coldly, disappearing into the darkness. Wait! Xia Che was startled, shouting to stop him, but Zuan had already vanished. She stomped her foot in frustration. He is so reckless. How could he chase after him? This is the Dark Sea. But then, a cry of agony from a dragon echoed from the Dark Sea. Shortly after, the fleeing abyssal dragon burst out from the darkness, its body convulsing wildly, seemingly struggling against something. But all efforts were in vain. Zuan stood on the dragon's neck, relentlessly pounding down with his fists. Each punch splattered blood and made the dragon tremble in agony. The scene, full of brutal aesthetic violence, stunned everyone. Liu Lao Da stared dumbfounded at the scene. Then, almost groaning, he turned to his pale-faced companions and said, "Are you guys still saying he has average strength?" The two henchmen, triangular eyes and monkey cheeks, trembled, unable to utter a word. Just then, Zuan raised his fist, saying casually, "You brought this upon yourself, don't blame me." However, Zuan remained unmoved. He exerted force with his arm and slowly pulled out from the dragon's neck. The blood that spurted out sprinkled down, resembling a rain of blood. Finally, Zuan completely pulled out his hand, holding a white object in his palm, which was the dragon tendon. Immediately after, Zuan forcefully pulled it up. With a muffled sound, a whole white dragon tendon was pulled out from the demon dragon's body. The demon dragon struggled a few times before losing all strength, falling from the sky to the deck of the giant ship like a pile of mud, causing the entire ship to tremble. No one dared to speak because that extremely violent scene stunned everyone. Among those present were many ruthless individuals from various places, but even these lawless people were all shocked at this moment. They were used to fights, but they had never seen someone like Zuan single-handedly slay a dragon. They had never even heard of it. Liu Laoda and his two henchmen stared wide-eyed as the nearly lifeless dragon on the deck, shivering suddenly. Then, Liu Laoda couldn't contain his anger as he smacked the heads of his two men. "Do you two realize you almost got me killed?" One of them stumbled from the hit, not daring to complain, only tremblingly asking, Laoda, what do we do now? What do we do? How should I know? How about we escape now? The other henchman suggested. Great idea. Liu Laoda gave a thumbs up, but before the henchman could speak, Liu Laoda kicked him on the bottom. Escape. We're all on the same ship. Where do you escape to? The Dark Sea. Then what do we do? The henchman was almost in tears. Liu Laoda gritted his teeth, looking up at Zuan standing in the void. There is only one way now. From now on, follow my lead and don't make mistakes, understood? Yes, yes. At this point, the two henchmen didn't dare to have any objections and nodded their heads vigorously to avoid further angering Laoda. Zuan stood in the void, looking down at the dragon tendon in his hand, smiled slightly, and then gazed towards the dark depths. He coldly said, I know you are all watching, but this is just a lesson. If anyone dares to disturb me again, I won't mind using the tendons of your dragons to weave a mat, understand? There was silence in the darkness, but soon people felt as if many things were quietly moving away in the darkness. In an instant, everything returned to calmness. Zuan coldly smiled, then turned and walked back to the deck. At the same time, the demon dragon took its last breath and perished. Zuan's landing startled everyone, even those nearby hurried to retreat at this moment. Zuan paid no attention to them, striding to stand before the demon dragon, waving his hand and storing the dragon into a mustard seed ring. This scene made many people's eyes bulge. A mustard seed ring that can hold things is not uncommon, but for Zuan to effortlessly store a huge dragon was exceedingly rare. The value was inestimable. Wealth, power, and youth. These combined to make Zuan even more mysterious in the eyes of many. Zuan could sense what everyone was thinking, but just smiled and then looked towards Liu Lauda and his companions. Liu Lauda trembled all over, immediately stepping forward and kneeling down, knocking his head heavily on the ground without saying a word, followed by the other two henchmen who also knelt and kowtowed to Zuan. Liu Lauda then raised his head with a fawning expression. "Please spare us, sir. Spare us." Zuan chuckled. "I seem to recall that you wanted me to go outside earlier, saying you had something to tell me. How come you're suddenly asking for mercy now?" Liu Lauda spoke without hesitation. "Sir, I was blinded by greed. I was wrong to think of robbing you. Please spare us." Zuan naturally didn't bother with such characters. Though he was not lenient towards bad people, in this dark place, almost everyone present would deserve death if he were to be overly critical. So, he just smiled and nodded. "Rob me. I must say, your imagination is quite creative." Liu Lauda, showing a bitter smile, was about to explain when Zuan turned away, saying, "I'll let you go this time. But beware, I won't spare you next time, yes?" Liu Lauda and his men kowtowed heavily again, and when they looked up, Zuan had already disappeared. They breathed a sigh of relief and scurried away. The whole scene fell into silence. After a long time, the captain muttered in awe, "Heavens, I finally believe in miracles." No one responded. Xia stood staring at the direction Zuan left, her eyes flickering, lost in thought. Zuan had no time for such matters. After returning to his cabin, he went back to the symbol tower. "Husband, what's wrong?" Yan was surprised to see Zuan appear suddenly. Zuan smiled. "Nothing much. Just have a special item to give to Xia. Xia. Zuan nodded, and Zhang Xiaoyu immediately approached, staring at Zuan eagerly. "Sir, what's the matter with Lady Xia? Is she going to wake up?" "Of course not so soon, but this thing should be of some help to her." With that, Zuan took out a bead emitting a bloody light. "This is Dragon Ball," Zuan said. "Dragon Ball. Exactly, more precisely, it is a demonic dragon blood bead. It contains all the life essence of a demonic dragon, and should be very helpful for Xia. Indeed, when this Dragon Ball was placed on Xia's giant egg, it melted like snowflakes and quickly merged into the egg." Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes gradually widened, her whole body trembling with excitement. "Master, is Xiao going to wake up Uzu?" Unshook his head. "No. This is just a vision created under the influence of the surging life force of the magic dragon blood bead. He is not really waking up." Sure enough, after the faint bloodlight gradually dissipated, the heartbeat within the giant egg also ceased. Zhang Xiaoyu's face was filled with disappointment. "So it's like this, I thought. I thought Xiao was going to wake up." Zuan sighed lightly at the sight, then patted her shoulder. "Xiaoyu, don't worry. I promise you, it won't be long before I go to the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan and borrow the Dragon Clan sacred item, the 10,000 Dragons Pool, to revive Xiao." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu felt a surge of emotion, almost tears welling up in her eyes. She nodded heavily, "Yes." At this moment, Haing walked up to examine Xiao's giant egg and suddenly exclaimed, "Look, is this egg bigger than before?" Zhang Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, immediately rushed over to carefully observe the egg, her face showing excitement. "It is indeed true. The egg of Xiao has actually grown bigger." "Husband, what's going on?" Enyan also looked puzzled. Zuan smiled slightly. "Didn't I say before, although the magic dragon blood bead may not bring Xiao back to life, it is a great help to her.